Chapter 1: The Unexpected Journey. As Themade rang, Sujingan hurried ligathurid her belonging san tukar bolto the cafeteria. The cafeteria was located donthuist side of the teaching building, and shed a sheet over. Mindful tate arriving late would mean long kuas unfortunate if of receiving gay meal consisting primarily of broth with vegetables. Bethete mesharitet the cafeteria, a considerable line of hadel ready formed. Sujingan fell helpless dish but hireger nestosler meal. She had never managed Toba first in line, there were always stronger contenders, she mused, realizing the truth in that saying. Standing in line, there was little to choose from during winter. The options were primarily like cabbage or radishes, perhaps with a potato, and occasionally onions or carrots. Tos last twabi and gamatterofluck. The shulid both boarding gande students, the boarders, who lived far from a TL3 meal sat school, their household registration send grain allocations were tied to the institution each month. These students would pay the shulin grey normoni, receiving in return a large meal ticket from the first Othelis day off month. They had to present breakfast, lunch, and dinner tickets at every meal. Students like Sujingan Holivedni Arbi would return home for meals, while Lithoso lived farther away. Arad busy families would have atodet the shul, although staples could be purchased at the cafeteria. Most students brought Tyrone. In the cold weather, they could place their foot in the communal steamer to warm a tupa. Thus, most of the time, the only needed to queue for vegetables. After finally collecting vegetables and retrieving her steamed bun from the steamer, Sujingan squeezed her way out of the crowd, noticing that Alini had extended 5 meters behind her. With her bowl in hand, she turned to find a place at the cafeteria had a limited number of table sand benches, and Thoso arrived let had Nikois but a stand dandy at Thulswari adorned with slogans corruption and wastir heinous screams, one bowl of think of how our didastoke amoebi, and every thread and fiber mind sus to difficulty is soft material resources. Sujingan over her, a voice scowled out. Sujingan turned to see her classmate Wang Jingjing waving gather, thought they were in the same class, they had formed a close friendship, bonding over whispered conversations. Quick, eat up, it gets cold fast. Enter, Wang Jingjing Gurja das Heskut Daver to make space. That wo girls fell silent, focusing on their meals amidst tea bustling noise off tea cafeteria, where a conversations were droned out by the clamor voices. Once they finished, these eyes in relief, feeling as if they had just emerged from a battle. Jean Gond, my mum told me that the supply and marketing cooperative has some effective eklof tomorrow at Deawantani. If so, remind Auntie Atoko me by around to 9 morning, Wang Jingjing whispered, Heron fasiclosido Sujingan sir. Absolutely, thank you, Jingjing, Sujingan replied eagerly. Why thing, we're free and no need for that, just remember each person can and lidge 3 feet at most no more. That's plenty, Sujingan thought, considering how ardi twasto fin clothed without etiquette the sedes. What else called I went? She pet her handstri on her clothes, let Shuri back to class. It's freezing gathera, Fatwa girls linked arms and jogged back to their classroom, tucking their chins into their coats against the cold. Once upstairs, they parted ways, and Sujingan returned to her seat, resting her head on the desk and turning her face toward stool, finally allowing herself to relax. Sujingan had been in this world for 3 months. Snowed before her arrival, nothing particularly remarkable had occurred to an ordinary night's sleep, only to awaken the next day in a completely transformed reality. For a moment, she had been bewildered, but the hurried footsteps and dulse from air from aliqua pallid here into the routine of household queries, washing dishes, and other mundane tasks. Her skin sister, Sujingping, was incessantly urging her, hurry up, San, well belate. Grabbing her backpack, Sujingan raced after her sister into the shul. Thulsoft Heskulber Retha slogan education service. The political needs of the proletariat education must be integrated with productive labor. As soon as they entered the shul gates, they separated. Sujingan rushed to corner, checking the name and class in her book, finally realizing she was in class 3 off the first day of high school. Finding her seat, she focused intently on her lessons, her heart racing for over a month until she could finally breathe his eye of relief. Life in the household was challenging. The shul offered financial assistance for students from low-income families, allowing them to apply for free or reduced tuition. Sujingan had considered applying, but after inquiring, she found that many families were even poorer than hers. Sujingan was an ordinary girl, just like her original self. The family worked at a McHenry factory, with 4 children until she was the third. There was an older brother and sister, and a younger brother. Although some neglect was inevitable in a large family, this was a common plight. Sujingan had not given it much thought. This was 1963, and she'll graduate to 1966. She planned to find a job immediately after graduation, hoping to avoid being sent to the countryside. Their relationships within your family were distant, and she accepted that they would continue to live spiritual lives. After all, as a married woman, she would have a little connection to them. Unexpectedly, her older brother announced a previous evening that they had a girlfriend named Sudwadwa, a temporary worker at National Cotton Mill. No. 1. The name sounded familiar to her, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Zuzmothur was overjoyed, but given their financial struggles, there was little choice. Only sus parents worked, with her father earning around 30 a month and Dermothur 89 working in the cafeteria. Nuni in the family way immunito hardship, the grandmother received a fixed pension of 5 each month, and sus maternal grandmother frequent lifilil, prompting requests for visits from sus mother, whenever Somion inquired, Ike ways about missing their daughter. Sus mother couldn't visit occasionally, burdened with the expectations of her sister sin lawan nissus waiting at the street corner. In the neighborhood it was comata here, the children santos bactosi fielders. My mother dotus and her daughter Chorisa she hasn't seen her for a few days. Everyone watched, knowing that as long as Zuzmothur ways lived she had to endure such burdens. After all, mothers will favorite Hirsens often devised various ways to extract benefits from their married daughters. With relatives and friends constantly inviting them to Dingsan funerals, the family struggled to support 4 children, leaving little savings. Otherwise, they wouldn't have est Sujangwo tar kas an apprentice at the oxygen factory. He could have been placed in a larger factory with better benefits. Now, Sujiang were earning list hand 21 a month, and their cramped home, barely 30 square meters, had been divided into 3 bedrooms, just enough for them to live in with no extra room for a marital home. It was challenging for Thealdists and to find a suitable partner. That night, Sujingen had a dream. Chapter 2 The Book Within a Book. In the middle of the night, Sujingen suddenly remembered that now under Schaffeltasen's familiarity with the name Suduoduo shed had crossed into a book. Then a vele touch of sweetness in 60 chronicle Thadela life of Suduodu after marriage, the protagonist lived with her husband, Sujangwo facing occasional conflicts and hardships, yet her life remained filled with happiness. Suduoduo was born into a family that favored sons over daughters, fearing that their family would sell her off when she got married. She has to list out a partner as soon as has started working. Thegrum's family offered a breed price, but she rejected all monetary gifts, knowing she couldn't take anything with her. Her family's reluctance to support their ways already a form of mercy. Instead, Suduoduo sought a formal job from her future husband. This way she could the breed price to repay her parents. If her in-laws could secure her a permanent position, she could then pass her temporary job to them, allowing for a mutually beneficial exchange. Debts could be repaid gradually after she started earning, and ultimately her earnings would still benefit her in-laws. Besides, jobs were hard to come by. With Semenical Drenny Nevery family, securing a position with her in-laws wouldn't ensure a stable future for her and Duris band. In the end, she chose Sujiangwa because Hajio and her sister had fortuitously secured a formal position at National Cotton Mill, specifically in the publicity department, a coveted job. Suduoduo secretly sold her temporary position to her family. Now she had both money and employment. How blissful! Any onu who knew about this would say Suduoduo was truly fortunate. Yathinarate Veselda mentioned the sister, only noting that in 1968, the government mandate the Tevari families and Samianato the countryside. Sujiangwa's sister Sujingen was the unwant. Now having become Sujingen herself, she felt the bitterness of her situation as Harakala thou sweetie that seemed when she read the book. It was sweet, but the sweetness belonged to Sami O'Neill's, while it bitterness was her stobear. She lacked the strength to pull a tree with a single blow, the ability to hunt in the mountains, or the courage to engage in verbal disputes. She didn't even possess the audacity to venture into the black market. Sujinganas imply an ordinary girl unremarkable in appearance so unable to attract soldiers, roughman from the village, or well-connected young intellectuals, lacking physical strength unable to carry 50 pounds so freeze, timid afraid of insects, snakes, and had never killed a dakakin. And he's to create a trouble that had of arguing with young intellectuals and villagers was 2 weeks ousting Tober. Going to the country sedosnit an option it would be too arduous. After resolving her thoughts, Sujingen lay back down, reflecting on the events concerning herself and Thebuk, and exhaled slowly. Hearing her mother jetting up, she realized that the day had already dawned. The household wasn't again in a flurry of activity, with people leaving for work on school. During Thishel's lunch break, Sujingen finally found a moment to relax. She meticulously planned for the next day, reviewing the steps and processes repeatedly to avoid any oversights. Before afternoon classes, Sujingen hurried to the teacher's office to request a leave of absence. Shek knocked on the door. Come in. Upon entering, she's aware homeroom teacher, Mr. Tang, pouring water into a pot. Mr. Tang, I'd like to request morning leave for tomorrow. Sujingan, what's the matter? Mr. Tang inquired. Tomorrow is the second. Alright, fide for buying supplies, you understand. Sujingan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Tang, you'll take me leave now. With supply scarce, purchasing anything required stand in line, and some time shaving etiquette didn't guarantee availability. The first day off the month was when the factory distributed wages and tickets. Every owner rushed to buy what they needed the next day. Each person had a set quota, and between off the month, they real waiting to Kukras family as would queue overnight to secure finner grains and meat. If they arrived late, they would surely find nothing left. In such circumstances, requesting the leve from shul, factories, or office was common is a very household faced similar call gisa very on an toa. As soon as the shul bell rang, Sujingan asked the first to das out. Upon arriving home, she dropped her backpack and hurriedly lit the coal stove to boil water and prepare meals. As workers from the machinery factory return at home, the apartment building gradually came alive with the sounds of people fetching water, washing clothes, and lively chatter. Antoine was deep in conversation with Zomion when she looked up and spotted Z's mother. The 2 familiars live directly across from each other, making them well acquainted. Jiangbo's mother is back, Antoine called out. Ah yes, Antoine are washing clothes for the children, Z's mother replied. As Antoine spoke about their grandson, her voice grew louder. Indeed, has been quite mischievous lately. In just a little while, ya wouldn't even recognize what color his clothes were. Z's mother hurried inside, placing the food container on the table and rolling up her sleeves to head into the kitchen. How's dinner coming along? Mom, I've got there is already used need to stir fry the vegetables. You shall take a break, Sujingan said. After a long day, Z's mother felt weary. Alright, I'll sit down for a moment and have some water. Seizing the moment of solitude, Sujingan quickly said, Mom, today Wang Jingjing mentioned some insider news tomorrow. Watan, the supply and marketing cooperative will have defective cloth, beauty h family canon lay beauty feet. Sus mother brightened at the news. That's wonderful, you don't need to worry about anything. Gathom. Go early tomorrow morning to queue up the cooperative Wang mentioned is quite far from our house. Sure, Mom, please hand me the household registration book I'll need it tomorrow. Don't forget to jet it in the morning when you're in a rush. Sus mother stood to got at the back room. Wait, I'll jet it right now. Once Sujingan received the household registration book from her mother, she quickly placed it in her backpack, feeling a sense of relief. Is dinner ready? Sus father Raskadash entered. Almost done, Dad, just in minutes, Sujingan replied. Alright, her father said, washing Gashan's Z's mother handed him a toll. Let's sit with the children around Bakayat, Fieldist is probably working gover Timothy Runathas a lot of tasks and little pay. As they chatted, Sujingping, the second child, and Sujiansha, the youngest, returned home. Sujiansha, the youngest, immediately asked, Mom, is dinner ready? I'm starving. It's almost ready, just waiting for our brother, Z's mother said. Don't wait for him, he went to see his girlfriend, Sujian said, lifting a cup to drink. How do you know? Sujingping gasped curiously. Sujiansha looked up to find Iveriona staring at them. Hugh upet his mouth with the bakofashand Irena to him after school this afternoon. He told me directly not to wait for him. Fieldus sin was no longer a child, no that had a girlfriend, marriage calm befarofaroff. Regardless of how it was viewed, these was certainly a piece of good news worth celebrating. As Mola spread across us with her face, he noted, let's eat. Chapter 3 of Participating in the Recruitment Examination. Mother, please fry an egg. Every day it's nothing but cabbage or radish, Sujianshi said, slurping his porridge from Su Jiangwo to Sujianshi. The Su family has 4 children were all in their growth spurts. Even with daily servings of eggs, meat, and milk, it seemed they were perpetually hungry. The current meals lacked any oil or richness, rendering it futile no matter how much they consumed. Moreover, no one ever claimed to feel full. Most families merely managed to eat half their fill. Exactly. Su Jingping chimed in quickly. Who wouldn't want to eat eggs? Who doesn't desire a good meal? Is there anyone? Sua's mother replied with discontent. Just having something to eat is fortunate enough. What kind of family is this? Their eldest son was now in a relationship, approaching 20, and soon to marry. She longed to be a grandmother and hold her grandchildren. While this was indeed a joyous occasion, the question of where the money would come from weighed heavily on her mind. The prospect of her youngest son and eldest daughter also demanding better food only added to her anxiety. Su Jianshi, overhearing this, pouted in displeasure. Their father, Su, looked at his youngest son and said, how about you get up early tomorrow to queue for some meat? Seeing his son's eyes light up with excitement made him smile as well. Old Su, you're spoiling him. How much more does he want to eat? Sua's mother chattered on. In truth, who wouldn't want to enjoy a decent meal? They had meat only once a month, and sometimes it was simply unavailable. In these times, with fixed salaries and numerous expenses, how could one save money? Eventually, Sua's mother went to the kitchen and scrambled the last 2 eggs. As she placed the dish on the table, it was instantly emptied. During this time, Su Jingyan remained silent, solely focused on munching on his steamed bun with cabbage, sipping from his own bowl of porridge. With eggs, he could afford to eat a few more bites of vegetables, otherwise, he could only nibble on pickled vegetables. Just as they were talking, the eldest, Su Jiangwo, returned home. Su Jingyan got up to fetch the warmed rice from the pot for him. Eldest brother is back. Have you eaten? Sua's mother hurriedly inquired. Su Jiangwo hung his head, looking dejected. Mother, I'm not hungry. Sua's mother, surprised, asked, What's wrong? Didn't you just take your girlfriend home? It should be a happy occasion, yet the eldest's demeanor was anything but joyful. It's nothing, Su Jiangwo mumbled. Eldest, speak to me properly. What is really going on? Sua's father asked sternly. The entire family turned their attention to Su Jiangwo. With a long face, Su Jiangwo sat down. Mother, father, Duoduo said there should be no betrothal gifts for the wedding. That's good news, Sua's mother exclaimed, puzzled. Why aren't you happy? What else was said? She wants a formal job. Su Jiangwo finally voiced his concerns, feeling somewhat relieved. What do we do about that? Where can we find one? Sua's mother lamented, her head spinning. With jobs so scarce, the room fell silent. Why not have another serious talk with Duoduo? Sua's mother suggested tentatively. I will, mother, Su Jiangwo replied, knowing he had no other recourse but to discuss it further with his girlfriend, hoping to negotiate better terms. Well, let us eat what we can, Sua's father said, feeling somewhat reassured that his eldest son was coming around. Su Jiangwo picked up his bowl and devoured his meal before retreating to his room. The rest of the family fell silent, each retreating to their own rooms to carry on with their affairs. Sua's father and mother, having worked all day, needed to rest early. The second eldest, Su Jingping, was in her 3rd year of high school, while the youngest, Su Jianxi, was in his 3rd year of junior high. Both were at crucial stages in their education. Every afternoon, the school added an extra class, piling on the homework and creating a tense atmosphere. This led to the current situation. Nearly all household chores had fallen upon Su Jingyan alone. She didn't even know whom to delegate tasks to. Each family member had their perfect excuse for avoiding chores, even though they all understood that Su Jianxi and Su Jingping had average grades, consistently scraping by. The eldest brother, Su Jiangwo, was also busy working. In the 21st century, it was common for men to return home from work and do nothing, as if they had no hands. In this era, even men who refrained from abusing their wives and children were considered rare good men. With women in the household, how many men across the country would cook or do housework? At this moment, Su Jiangwo was likely sulking under his covers in his room. After Su Jingyan tidied up, ensuring everyone had washed up, the corridor fell silent. Su Jingyan lay in bed, rubbing her hands which had just finished washing clothes. They were red and sore from the cold. Taking a long time to warm up, her roommate, Su Jingping, had already fallen asleep, so she quickly closed her eyes, knowing there would be much to do tomorrow. With her mind racing, she awoke early the next morning. Hearing Sua's mother already up, she hurried to rouse her second sister, Su Jingping. As they headed out, the youngest also yawned awake. Sua's mother carried the grain book, the provisions book, along with receipts and cash. The second and fourth children took baskets and bags to replace Sua's father, who had gone out to queue in the early hours. Su Jingyan handed a hat and scarf to Sua's mother, who reminded her, make sure to prepare the meal at home, and don't forget to head out early. I won't forget, mother, Su Jingyan replied as she saw Sua's mother off, before rushing into the kitchen to simmer porridge, steam buns, and chop pickled vegetables. With the kitchen organized, she entered her room to retrieve a clean but heavily patched pair of underwear from the wardrobe. She used needle and thread to sew a large pocket onto the already worn-out undergarment. Taking the 3 yuan given by Sua's mother, along with her own 4 cents of pocket money, she packed the household registration book, a pen, needle and thread into her backpack, and grabbed 2 buns to munch on as she exited the house. Spending a single cent on transport, she arrived at the National Cotton Factory, indeed, the very place where the protagonist worked, to participate in a recruitment examination, a fair opportunity for internal workers to secure jobs for their children. Due to limited positions, only 3 would be hired. Who would it be? If the leaders all knew each other, their paths crossing frequently, making it inconvenient to employ many underhanded tactics. After some discussion, they decided to conduct a unified examination. Whoever succeeded in the test would be deemed the winner. The positions in the publicity department were quite appealing, yet competition was fierce. Fearing that workers might report them, they resolved to post a recruitment notice on the factory wall while everyone was busy queuing for supplies, only to take it down 30 minutes later. If someone happened upon it, they would be fortunate enough to participate in the examination. The original protagonist was indeed one of the lucky few. When Su Jingyan arrived, she coincidentally encountered the staff member, Li Jianan, just as he was about to unveil the notice. "Is this a recruitment notice? Can I participate?" Li Jianan turned, surprised to see Su Jingyan. He hadn't expected to encounter someone so fortunate. He nodded. "Quickly come in, the examination is about to begin." "Thank you, comrade," Su Jingyan replied gratefully. She didn't even question why they were holding recruitment exams at 6 in the frigid winter. Following closely behind, she entered the examination hall, found a seat, took out her pen, and awaited the distribution of the exam papers. Less than 2 minutes later, the papers were handed out, and Su Jingyan bowed her head to begin writing, knowing the papers would be collected in an hour. Chapter 4. Success in the examination. An hour swiftly elapsed, and the invigilator, Li Jianan, gathered the examination papers. "The results will be announced in 1 hour, everyone should remain here for the notice." All present in the examination hall stayed inside, as the increase in employees starting work made it difficult to explain their presence. Such matters are often better left unsaid. Although everyone was aware of the situation, appearances had to be maintained. No one wished to appear foolish. After all, the circumstances were clear to all of those familiar with one another clustered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. Su Jingyan quietly scrutinized the 12 individuals in the room, seeking potential candidates. After all, this position required a high school diploma, which each person present possessed, yet, she was merely a first-year student and lacked the necessary certificate. This was certainly not the era of the Cultural Revolution. During that tumultuous time, one could don a red armband and stir up revolution every few days, or even go to the countryside after just a year of high school. As long as one spoke to the class teacher, a diploma could typically be procured in advance. Now, however, everyone was diligently studying, with numerous individuals hoping that the college entrance examination would transform their destinies. From teachers to principals, who was not meticulous and responsible, at this point, she could only receive a certificate of incomplete education from the school. What is a dropout? It refers to a student who, despite being enrolled, has not completed the prescribed courses and has withdrawn prematurely. Even if she could obtain it, the prospective sister-in-law, Su Duoduo, was already waiting. An hour later, the head of the Human Resources Department, Hao Weigua, entered. "The results are out, you may check your scores yourselves. I will announce the 3 individuals who have been accepted: Chen Yuan, Wang Shunfeng, and Su Jingyan." As soon as the words left Hao Weigua's lips, the 3 individuals stepped forward, 2 men and 1 woman, indeed. The person named Chen Yuan was a robust young man. The trio lined up behind the director as they entered the office. The tall Chen Yuan, around 6 feet tall, led the way, followed by Wang Shunfeng at 5'9", with Su Jingyan, barely 5'3", sandwiched in between, nearly invisible if one were not attentive. "Please bring your household registration books for me to record," instructed Director Hao. The 3 promptly presented their household registration books to him. As he wrote, he remarked, "Your names will be posted on the bulletin board in 3 days. Unless there are unforeseen circumstances, this job is secured. Prepare your documents and introduction letters in the meantime and hand them to me when the time comes." Hao Weigua earnestly cautioned, "That's all for now, you may return. Remember to keep your mouths shut." "Understood, thank you, Director." He waved his hand, and the 3 hurriedly exited the office, parting ways. They exchanged no pleasantries. If they were to work together in the future, there would be ample opportunity for casual conversation. If not, then there was little to be said. The priority now was to cement the job. However, for Su Jingyan, the immediate concern was to find a suitable buyer. Otherwise, when the list was posted and the female lead, Su Duoduo, saw a familiar name, she would undoubtedly inquire with Su Jiangwo. How could the matter of employment be overlooked? After all, neither Su Jingyan nor Su Jingping possessed high school diplomas and were thus unable to work. Meanwhile, Su Jiangwo's partner insisted on a formal job before marriage. Look, it was just like how Chitao's mother opened the door for her child. Fortune had arrived at home. Fortunately, she had her household registration book in hand, avoiding the need to return home like the original owner. Once it passed through Sue's mother's hands, who in the family would be unaware. With this job secured, Su Duodua would certainly clench her teeth and not relent. The eldest son was adamant that Su Duodua was the only one for him. Sue's mother could not withstand her son's insistence, and in the end, the job was granted. Moreover, giving it to a daughter-in-law meant it was not given to anyone else. In Sue's mother's words, "It's meat cooking in the pot." Su Jingyan had her eye on a girl named Haomimi, who wore a blue top and black pants, and was slightly plump. She distinctly recalled that it was this girl whose voice was the loudest, exclaiming, "How did I only rank 8th?" If she could find someone ranked closely, perhaps that individual might even blame themselves for taking up a spot. After all, acquiring money in such a manner would surely leave one feeling uneasy. She noticed Haomimi heading towards Director Hao's office. If her instincts were correct, this girl was likely the niece of the Human Resources Director. Outside the office, she heard the girl call out, "Uncle." Very well, she would wait. After about 10 minutes, Su Jingyan knocked on the door of the Human Resources Director's office. "Come in," replied Director Hao. As Su Jingyan entered, he inquired, "Comrade, is there something else you need?" Su Jingyan glanced at the red-eyed Haomimi and said, "Director, I would like to sell this job." "I'm not certain, really?" Haomimi exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Director Hao turned to Su Jingyan, "Comrade, this is not a matter to be taken lightly. Have you thought it through?" "I have considered it." Su Jingyan nodded firmly. If she did not sell it, would she be contributing to the female lead's happy life? What would she gain from it? Hao Weiguo did not press her on why she was not taking the position or make any inquiries about family matters. He was accustomed to handling personnel matters and had seen it all. Furthermore, it was his niece who would benefit. What more was there to say? "This job is quite good. How much do you intend to sell it for?" Director Hao asked. Su Jingyan was uncertain. "You decide." "I am not sure. I only hope to receive some tickets or the like." After contemplating for a moment, Hao Weiguo replied, "Then please come back at noon for lunch at 12 o'clock. I will discuss it with the child's parents and prepare the money and tickets. I won't allow you to suffer a loss." For someone in his position, money was not an issue. They valued reputation in their dealings and would not easily leave behind any loose ends or create enemies. Therefore, Su Jingyan need not worry about the money and tickets. To her, they were life, but to him, they were merely trifling matters. "Very well, I shall see you at noon. Please continue with your work." Su Jingyan exited the office and hurried to the supply and marketing cooperative where Wang Jingjing's mother worked. Just in time, she squeezed to the front of the line and managed to buy 3 feet of fabric with great effort. When she emerged, one of her top buttons was missing, and her hair was tousled. At that moment, she heard a woman shouting, "Child, my child is missing, my child." This lament sent the sales clerks into a panic, urging everyone to disperse. "Everyone, please don't push, don't push. Quick, everyone step aside and help find the child." The crowd rapidly parted. Once the commotion ceased, the previously distraught woman rushed forward, picked up a shoe that had fallen to the ground, slipped it on, and immediately returned to the counter to buy another 3 feet of fabric. A crowd of people stood there, bewildered. Some astute individuals began to connect the dots. This woman must be from Sichuan, that's what they call shoes there. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Thank goodness it was not a case of losing a child while shopping, which would have weighed heavily on anyone's heart. "My fabric!" With this cry, the crowd surged forward once more. Chapter 5. A selling work. Apart from the money given by her mother, Su Jingyan had merely 4 cents of pocket money, or to be precise, now only 3 cents. She could only return to school to have lunch, as eating out required tickets. Su Jingyan possessed neither tickets nor money at the moment. Seizing the opportunity while the students were still in class and the canteen was relatively empty, she hurriedly exchanged her meal ticket for food, finishing her meal in haste before dashing back to the National Cotton Mill. Through the bus window, a light snow fell sporadically. Even while seated, she could hear the gentle pitter-patter as snowflakes struck the glass. Su Jingyan extended her hand out of the window, feeling the cold, damp wind. The snowflakes, akin to grains of salt, initially tickled her hand, but they were so small that they melted upon touching the ground, leaving the surface damp. The old bus, already creaking with age, seemed to be moving even slower under the driver's cautious handling, hardly faster than a cart drawn by oxen. Before arriving in this era, Su Jingyan had never realized she would come to despise winter, particularly snowy winters. While summer could be endured and eventually passed, winter felt interminably long. The biting wind seemed to penetrate her very bones. and she involuntarily trembled from the cold even as she huddled her neck. The icy gusts found their way inside. Having once recited poems about snow and read articles depicting winter's beauty, Su Jingyan could now recall nothing. Upon reaching the factory gate, she spotted Hao Mimi standing by the wall, anxiously stamping her feet. "Comrade Hao, have you been waiting long?" Su Jingyan inquired hurriedly. Lacking a watch, she was anxious about making her companion wait. "Not at all, I'm just a bit impatient," Hao Mimi replied, her voice tinged with urgency. "Have you thought it over? If you haven't changed your mind, let's go find my uncle. The workers will be getting off soon, and there will be more people then." "Alright, let's go." "This isn't the place for discussion," Su Jingyan said, glancing at Hao Mimi, whose head was thoroughly soaked. Without further ado, she nodded in agreement. In the frigid air, their breath formed white clouds as they spoke. Her presence before Hao Mimi signified that no further complications were likely to arise regarding the matter. Hao Mimi pulled Su Jingyan along, avoiding the crowd as they quickened their pace into Gao Weiguo's office. Upon entering, Su Jingyan beheld a middle-aged couple, both appearing to be under 50, clad in deep blue work attire, their plump figures unmistakably resembling Hao Mimi's. With the lunch hour being limited, no one had the luxury of idleness. Hao Mimi's parents straightforwardly inquired, "Young lady, since you've come, you must have made a decision. We are indeed keen on this job. We won't beat around the bush. We will offer you 500 yuan, along with a watch ticket, 30 industrial tickets, and 2 jean of cotton tickets. What do you think?" It's worth noting that these tickets have a long validity period, expiring at the end of next year. This is our family's sincerity. It was evident that the couple had taken her circumstances into consideration. After all, anyone with eyes could discern that she was not faring well, her thin, worn cotton coat patched all over, her hair a dull yellow, and her petite stature. Su Jingyan's heart soared with joy upon hearing their offer. She relayed the price for the job to Director Gao, urging them to finalize the arrangement. Though she knew they would not shortchange her, she was astonished by the amount offered. This price was certainly generous by current standards. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, Director Gao candidly added, "I will also give you an additional 20 yards of fabric tickets, and when the list is announced, I will write down Hao Mimi's name directly. Once you step out that door today, do not speak of this again," he declared, emphasizing the importance of discretion. Su Jingyan replied without a hint of hesitation, "Rest assured, I shall forget everything once I leave." However, Director Gao, regarding today's exam, her implication was unmistakable. Director Gao understood and nodded in acknowledgement. He promptly retrieved the exam paper Su Jingyan had completed that morning and burned it. He also tore up the original household registration list that included Wang Shunfeng, Chen Yuan, and Su Jingyan, incinerating it before transcribing a new version, one that did not include Su Jingyan. Only then did Su Jingyan feel a sense of relief. After all, in many narratives, the protagonist's halo was a fickle thing. Erasing traces could mitigate numerous troubles, especially since she would be working in the same unit as many others, which could be deemed the protagonist's domain. Su Jingyan accepted the money and tickets, completing the transaction. As she exited, she quickly grasped Hao Mimi, who had come to see her off, and said, "Mimi, I need to use the restroom." After a moment's thought, Hao Mimi led Su Jingyan to the restroom in the administrative building. This restroom, reserved for the leaders, was not only clean but also relatively empty at this lunchtime hour. Upon entering, Su Jingyan scanned the area and found it deserted. She quickly retrieved her underwear from her backpack, stowed the money and tickets in her inner pocket, and sewed it shut with a needle and thread. Finally, she removed her cotton trousers, placing the money-stuffed underwear over her current pair before donning the cotton trousers once more. Just as the last stitch was completed, she found herself shivering from the cold. Without lingering any longer, she hastily exited, knowing Hao Mimi awaited her outside. Though Hao Mimi had been waiting a bit longer, she said nothing, merely guiding Su Jingyan through a small door, primarily used by leaders for its proximity to the family compound. As it was not yet quitting time, the passage was devoid of people. Exiting the compound, she found a bus stop conveniently nearby, allowing her to catch a ride directly to school without taking a longer route. This time, she spent her last penny. Arriving in class just as the bell rang, she saw the teacher briskly entering the room. Su Jingyan promptly took out her books for the lesson, listening attentively as the teacher began to instruct. Upon returning home in the afternoon, Su's mother was already there. "Mother, why are you back so early today?" Su Jingyan asked sweetly. "Don't even mention it. This morning, there was a supply of pork and seafood, and while I was jostling for a purchase, I sprained my ankle, forcing me to take a day off," Su's mother exclaimed, visibly upset. This incident had been the reason Su Jing'an had hesitated to return home earlier. "Did you manage to buy the items?" "I did," Su Jing'an replied, but before she could finish, her mother had already taken her backpack and began rummaging through it. Upon opening it, she discovered the thick navy fabric, labeled as flawed, yet only displaying a few minor white spots that would not affect its use. With careful cutting, they would be virtually unnoticeable. Next, her mother pulled out the household register, the fabric purchase receipts, and the remaining money. Su Jing'an pursed her lips, remaining silent. What could she say? Demand that her parents respect their children and their right to privacy. What a joke! If those words escaped her lips, her mother would not hesitate to teach her a lesson. What followed was her mother's monthly ritual of bookkeeping. Su Jing'an then busied herself with preparing dinner for the evening. Chapter 6: Su Jingping's plans. As the snow fell increasingly heavier outside, Su Jing'an returned home with her shoes completely soaked, her feet icy cold. She seized a moment to retreat to her room and change into another pair. Although they were merely flats, they were undoubtedly preferable to wearing wet shoes. She propped her drenched footwear by the stove to dry. Dinner brought the family together once again, a rare occasion for them to enjoy meat, a long-awaited treat, given that they could only afford it once a month. When the braised pork was served, the family erupted with joy. Su Jianjie eagerly picked up his chopsticks, waiting for his parents to signal him to dig in. Finally, we get to eat meat. All right, Su's mother laughed, teasing him. You act as if you've never had it before. She took her chopsticks and served Su's father a quarter of the meat into his bowl. Everyone, eat up while it's hot. As Su's father spoke, half the meat on the table vanished in an instant, chopsticks flying. Have some too, Su's father insisted, noticing Su's mother hesitating to take more meat, and he offered her half of his portion. That's enough, Su's mother quickly interjected. You should eat more, you work the hardest in this family. I'll manage with a little. Of course, Su Jing'an was not among those indulging in the meat. She quickly grabbed some of the other dishes on the table and began to eat, knowing that if she waited for them to finish the meat, there might not be any vegetables left for her. In the Su household, whenever meat or eggs were served, the moment Su Jing'an reached for her chopsticks, Su's mother would invariably recall some unfinished chore for her to attend to. By the time she returned, naturally, nothing would be left. Initially, she may not have understood the implications, but no one is truly foolish. Over time, the original owner of this body came to comprehend Su's mother's intentions. After such incidents, Su's mother would often remark, when it comes to food, how much is sufficient? A good life is saved from the gaps between your teeth. As a young woman, the first lesson is to be diligent and know how to manage life. The original owner understood that these words were meant for her. The resources of a family are finite, especially in a modest household such as theirs, particularly in these challenging times. There was only so much to go around, and everyone kept a close watch on it. After Su Jing'an arrived, she did not bring about any changes. After all, what were eggs and meat? One could survive years without them. In the initial period after her arrival, she refrained from making changes, hesitant due to her unfamiliarity with the surroundings. Now, she saw no need to alter anything. She required this stable, low-profile existence, free from undue attention. Only by remaining inconspicuous and unguarded could she eventually leave unexpectedly. She longed for a life of her own, where she could take charge and enjoy the finer things. Once the dinner table was cleared and Su Jing'an finished washing her clothes and returned indoors, the previous cheerfulness and liveliness had vanished. Su Jiangwo sat with his head bowed in silence. Su Jing'an didn't need to inquire. It was undoubtedly about his impending marriage to Su Mudwa, a discussion that had gone awry. Su Jingping and Su Jianjie had sensed the tension and discreetly slipped away. Su Jing'an too became as inconspicuous as air, quietly retreating to her room. After all, this matter was Su Jiangwo's own affair, unrelated to anyone else. Su Jingping sat at her desk, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing the door open, she glanced up at Su Jing'an before returning her gaze to the pages. Su Jing'an seized the opportunity to focus on her homework. If she dawdled, Su's mother would soon reprimand her for wasting electricity. Half an hour passed, and Su Jing'an had switched from her Chinese textbook to her mathematics book. Meanwhile, Su Jingping remained fixated, not moving an inch, not even turning a page. Su Jing'an realized her sister was lost in thought. To be precise, Su Jingping's mind was elsewhere. Deep down, Su Jingping understood her academic performance was mediocre, and her chances of attending university were slim. Now that December had arrived, high school graduation was imminent. But what about employment? The family's financial situation was dire. There was no money. Moreover, with the eldest brother Su Jiangwo about to marry, purchasing a job was out of the question. While internal recruitment might be straightforward, she was unaware of any openings. The public recruitment examinations were fiercely competitive, and she had no certainty of success. Contemplating these matters weighed heavily on Su Jingping's heart, causing her breaths to grow labored. How could she forge a path for herself? Su's mother did have a stable job, yet Su Jingping knew it would not extend to her. Despite Su's mother treating her relatively well, certainly better than the youngest, this was simply due to her looks. Furthermore, even though Su's father and mother lamented their lack of funds, they hadn't shown any particular concern since the eldest brother proposed marriage. This was because, after the new year, she would turn 18, and any vacancies could be filled by her. Her sole advantage lay in her fair appearance. Look, both she and the youngest were in high school, and although the youngest consistently performed well academically, in the eyes of Su's father and mother, that meant little. Because she lacked an attractive face, she was deemed to hold no value. What? You think the youngest is intelligent enough to become a university student? That's still a long way off. Who knows if she'll even pass the entrance exam in 2 years? Such distant concerns were uncertain. Setting aside the future, all she needed to do was learn from her eldest brother's fiancée, Su Mudwa. In the end, she would not be picky, she would simply seek a family that could secure her a job. With this thought, Su Jingping carefully considered several candidates in her mind. After making up her mind, she took out a piece of stationery and began to write. Su Jiangwo lay awake, tormented by thoughts of his fiancée Su Mudwa's marriage demands. If only he were capable of securing a stable job, would he still be stuck as an apprentice at the oxygen factory? Wasn't this just making things difficult for him? The more he pondered, the more restless he became, tossing and turning on the rickety wooden bed, which creaked incessantly. The youngest brother, Su Jianjie, was unable to sleep due to the disturbance and could not help but vent his frustration. Su Jiangwo, are you going to let anyone sleep? If you can't sleep, go outside. It's cooler out there. Is this ever going to end? Su Jianjie was boiling with anger as he approached Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo, equally impatient, retorted, how dare you speak to me like that? I am your elder brother. Su Jianjie refused to back down. So what if you are just a few years older than me? If you keep being so annoying, it won't matter if you live to 1,000. Hey, are you cursing me, old four? Don't think I can't tell. Su Jiangwo, with his limited education, despised vague remarks. Whenever faced with such situations, he grew suspicious that the other person was insulting him. Just go to sleep. Su's mother's voice rang out, silencing the brothers. Got it. I'll sleep right away. The room fell quiet, with only the occasional whisper from Su's father and mother. Yet none of this concerned Su Jing'an. She lay in bed, shedding her outer robe, clad in an old cotton coat patched with numerous repairs, covered by a quilt that had seen many years and was frayed in places. Closing her eyes, she placed her hand on her abdomen, feeling the money tucked away, her heart at ease. Chapter 7. Marriage. In October of 1964, Su Jing'an entered her second year of high school. Her younger sister, Su Jingping, secured a job in the workshop of the National Cotton Mill No. 3 through her boyfriend's connections, earning a meager 14 yuan a month. The job required her to work shifts, and the cacophony of machinery in the workshop was overwhelming. Although she had memorized the operational procedures, she found herself utterly bewildered in front of the machines. The swiftly spinning spindles were dizzying, and a mere touch burned her hands. Moreover, she had to pace back and forth in front of the machines, causing a continuous stream of sweat to drench her. It was said that during the summer, the temperature inside the workshop soared above that outside, yet she dared not complain. Despite possessing a high school diploma, the years had changed the landscape. High school and junior high graduates from the city were no longer a rarity. Employment opportunities, however, were limited. With one position available for each applicant, everyone aspired to a more manageable job, and it was essential to remain vigilant. Su Jingping's boyfriend, Yang Hongbing, though rather ordinary in appearance, came from a well-off family and was their only son. She had sifted through all the young men around her before settling on him. Were it not for her looks, Yang Hongbing would scarcely have cast her a glance. Yang's mother had suggested, if you cannot find a suitable job, after marriage, you can stay home to care for the children. I'll give you my position as an accountant at the National Cotton Mill No. 3. If it doesn't suit you, you can swap with someone else. This alone meant Su Jingping would have to curry favor with her mother-in-law. Once she accepted that position, her future would be irrevocably entwined with her mother-in-law's influence. At that point, her husband's 3 elder sisters, relatives, friends, neighbors, and even her colleagues would undoubtedly voice their opinions, subtly pressuring her. Contemplating this, she resolved that she would only broach the subject if absolutely necessary. That evening, the atmosphere in the living room was oppressively tense. Eldest son, what are your plans? Su's mother demanded of Su Jiangwo, intent on extracting a clear answer. Su's father, puffing on a cigarette with a stern expression, fixed his gaze on the eldest son. You know our family's situation. Your sister's job search is beyond our reach, and we lack the means to assist her. Su Jingping curled her lip. She knew her father's words were mere platitudes, not to be taken seriously. Wealth and connections would not be extended to her, especially with another younger sibling in the picture. Then, Mom, can you help with a job for Duo? We will marry soon and will have children, and you can then stay home to dote on your grandchildren. Nonsense, Su's mother sprang to her feet. Su Jingyan understood that Su Jiangwo was beginning to heed Su Duo's words, considering his own little family. Eldest son, is that what she said? What's this? Is she trying to manipulate me before even entering the family? Su's mother pointed an accusing finger at Su Jiangwo, her chest heaving with indignation. If it works, fine. If not, then don't bother. Marriage should be a matter of choice. For parents, their children's faults were invariably attributed to others. Su's father exhaled the smoke he had held in for too long. Eldest son, the youngest is still a child, and your mother is still young. Tell her not to overthink things. Su Jiangwo, why is this household solely under your and your wife's control? What about the rest of us? Su Jiangwo's younger brother, Su Jianxi, stormed out of his room, his eyes blazing with fury directed at his elder brother. Su Jianxi, what concern is this of yours? Su Jiangwo shouted back in frustration. Why isn't it my concern? If they're meddling with our mother's job, it's certainly my business. Su Jianxi retorted defiantly. The youngest had long regarded their mother's job as his rightful claim, especially since the eldest's employment had cost a significant amount of money and connections. The family's resources were limited, and everyone was acutely aware of how challenging it was to find work. No one was naive. Enough, Su's mother interjected, her heart aching as she saw her two sons arguing. If you decide to marry, I will buy you a sewing machine, and you need to hand over your wages. Then, where will we live? You can stay in the room with your sister. Since she is marrying soon, the third can set up a bed in the outer room. At that time, I will buy you new furniture and help you arrange everything nicely. Su Jiangwo pondered for a moment. This plan seemed feasible. Su's father nodded in agreement. After all, the eldest, Su Jiangwo, had been dating Su Duo for nearly a year, which was quite remarkable in an age where couples often married after just a brief acquaintance. Chapter 8 Marriage 2 Regarding Su Jiangwo's marriage, both parties seemed to have reached a consensus, yet no one bothered to inquire about Su Jingyan's thoughts. Su Jingyan merely listened in silence, for her voice held no weight within this household. After the lights were extinguished, Su's mother, still irked by Su Mudo's insistence on working, could hardly contain her frustration. To suggest she step aside to care for the children, what a farce! I bore 6 children in my youth and raised 4 of them, with neither my family nor my in-laws to rely on. I brought them up single-handedly while managing my job. I did more than enough. Su's mother muttered to Su's father, whoever gives birth should take care of their own. Su's father understood well, it was merely that the eldest was about to marry, and thus, a touch of selfishness had crept in. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing all too well the struggles of their younger days. Su's mother simply hadn't connected the dots, still treating her eldest as a child, believing in their shared bond. But the child had grown up. Enough, Su's father gently patted Su's mother on the shoulder. It's time to rest, you've had a long day. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, stroking her hair, now flecked with gray. You should concern yourself more with the 4th. He needs to rein in his playful spirit. After repeating the 3rd year, if he fails to pass the entrance exam for high school again, what a shame that would be. After nearly a year of tug-of-war, Su Mudo felt utterly exhausted. Upon Su Jiangwo's mention of marriage, she ultimately resolved to proceed. After all, what female protagonist is without a distinguished match? Moreover, in this narrative, every member of the protagonist's family is exceptional. The Su family was solely focused on the dowry, and as of yet, had not decided whom to marry her off to. They were merely observing. Su Mudo dared not prolong the matter any further. The Su family had a notorious reputation for being difficult, with a rather unsavory reputation. Thus, finding a family of Su Jingping's caliber as in-laws was a fanciful dream. Everyone feared becoming prey to their demands. Additionally, Su Mudo's beauty paled in comparison to Su Jingping's, Being merely demure in appearance, she was willing to accept a suitor of good standing, yet the suitors themselves were not inclined. Su Jiangwo was, indeed, her best available option. Reflecting on the recruitment at the State Cotton Mill No. 1, she had only learned of the openings through a list she stumbled upon. Regrettably, lacking a high school diploma, she could only lament not having the chance to apply. Her knowledge stemmed from her colleague Guishami, who, although only possessing a junior high school education, had a mother employed in the personnel department. Though they worked in the same group, Guishami's job was considerably easier. They shared a good rapport, and Su Muto had inquired about the number of candidates participating. Guishami's expression had shifted dramatically. After much persuasion, Guishami finally agreed to disclose the names of those who would be taking the examination. For reasons unknown, Su Muto felt an overwhelming urge to know. To earn this information, she even washed Guishami's clothes for an entire month. Yet, upon seeing the list Guishami had brought, a sense of emptiness washed over her. It felt wrong somehow. With the elder's marriage settled, the younger sister Su Jingping's nuptials loomed on the horizon. Observing Su's mother and Yang Hongbing's mother, her future mother-in-law, engaged in a relentless back-and-forth over the dowry, testing each other's limits, Su Jingping felt suffocated. She urgently sought a refuge where she could catch her breath, yet none existed, as she lacked the confidence and support to stand firm. Ultimately, the dowry was agreed upon: 2 new outfits, 10 feet of fabric coupons, 100 yuan, and a sewing machine ticket. Although Su's mother thought it insufficient, she refrained from voicing her concerns. After all, Su Jingping's job had been secured by the groom's family. She wished to negotiate for a higher dowry but did not want to sever ties. She still hoped her daughter would support her maternal family in the future. The wedding was scheduled for January 8, 1965, the 6th day of the lunar month. That evening, after bidding farewell to Yang's mother, Su's mother spoke to Su's father about the intended uses for the dowry. "Now that we have a sewing machine ticket and 100 yuan, we just need to add a bit more to purchase the sewing machine. This fabric coupon will be enough to make new clothes for the eldest and her husband. What are we planning for the second?" Su's father inquired of Su's mother. "When she departs, let's give her 10 yuan as pocket money," Su's mother contemplated. "The 2 outfits from our in-laws should be worn as she leaves. Additionally, we will buy her a new wash basin and 2 towels. She can take all her current clothing and bedding with her. Isn't that sufficient?" Su's father nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is quite generous. We should finalize the eldest's marriage in a couple of days as well, so we can take the time to tidy up the house." "I can't forget," Su's mother said with a smile as she recalled the eldest's wedding. "Soon we shall have a grandchild to hold." Su's father beamed at the thought, his face adorned with joy. Chapter 9, Book 2. A space encounter. Su Jiangwo strained to hear the faint murmur of his parents' voices from another room. Allowing himself to drift into a peaceful slumber, under the cover of night, Su Jianqi shot a glare at his eldest brother, resolutely deciding that his brother's marriage would not diminish his own prospects. Yet Su Jingping, listening to the intermittent exchanges between her parents, felt a surge of frustration that soon morphed into a sharp pain in her chest. She yearned for a transformative event, something that would empower her to hold her head high and speak boldly in both her natal and marital families. Su Jing'an, at that moment, harbored no other thoughts but to vent her anger with the announcement of Su Jingping's engagement. A sudden ding resonated in her mind. Startled at first, she soon recognized that her long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived, albeit a year late. Yet she welcomed it, for having it was better than not at all. To her astonishment, a cubic meter of space manifested in her mind, containing a book titled My Green Tea Little Wife. The protagonist was none other than the original owner's sister, Su Jingping, the second daughter. The narrative chronicled her journey growing up in a family that favored sons over daughters, detailing her faint chance encounters with the male lead, her clever correspondences to capture his interest, and her various schemes to ensnare a man of average looks but solid family background. Through her own endeavors and capabilities, she secured a commendable job before marriage, earning the respect and admiration of her in-laws, colleagues, and superiors. The myriad conflicts and challenges she faced in balancing work and family were deftly resolved by her intelligence, culminating in a tale of blissful living. As for Su Jing'an, she was the one who facilitated the protagonist's employment opportunities. After her role in the story, she faded from the narrative, only to be recalled in the protagonist's reminiscences during her later years, where it was lamented that she succumbed to illness in the countryside before reaching 30. "I'd beep. Su Jing'an was at a loss for words, grappling with a flood of thoughts. Gradually calming her breath, she pondered how to navigate this situation. To be frank, after perusing the book about Su Jingping, she felt a sense of relief. She was grateful that Su Jingping's manipulative tactics had not been directed towards her. The rationale was clearer with two sons in the Su family. Her schemes would have been in vain. Meanwhile, she occupied the lowest rung in the household hierarchy, wearing the most tattered clothing, consuming the least palatable meals, and shouldering the heaviest burdens. It was evident that Su Jingping possessed a strong sense of self-esteem, with a purpose-driven approach to her undertakings. To put it plainly, her actions were motivated by self-interest driven by ambition. She would act decisively and effectively when she sensed a favorable opportunity. The original owner had fallen victim to such a decisive strike. It so happened that the original owner was fortunate enough to learn about a recruitment examination. Undoubtedly, her sister's ambitions were well known. Su Jingping had deliberately returned to share this news with her younger sister. While aware that the recruitment was intended for the offspring of certain families, she understood that competition would be fierce. She doubted her chances of success but recognized the rarity of such an opportunity. Since her graduation, she had not encountered any job openings, and if not for her third brother's mention, she would have remained oblivious. Desperate to seize this chance, she concocted a scheme akin to Li Dai Tao Jiang, proposing that the original owner take the exam on her behalf, ultimately securing the job for herself. Behold, such brilliance was undeniable. Under the barrage of her sister's pleas and heartfelt tears, the original owner succumbed and agreed. In the end, the original owner passed the exam, yet aside from receiving a whispered "Thank you, Jing'an. You are truly wonderful," from Su Jingping, she gained nothing else. The single act of kindness was all that remained to her before her untimely demise. What a costly investment! With a month to spare, there was still time to act. The most gratifying revelation was that she had finally acquired a space of her own. The book would vanish upon completion, but the space would endure. The immediate priority was to remove the money-laden undergarments she had been wearing, hiding them in the space. For an entire year, she had been donning double-layered underwear, swapping the inner layer while re-wearing the outer one. With a crowded household and limited space, sharing a room with Su Jingping meant that their accommodations were furnished with only 3 pieces. A 1.5-meter wide bed, a nearly collapsing 1-meter long desk, and a 1-meter long, half-meter wide, half-meter high trunk. All possessions were communal, leaving no room for concealment. Moreover, money was life itself. Without securely clutching it close at hand, she felt a constant unease. Chapter 10. A month later, a few days after the month had passed, Su's mother accompanied her eldest son, Su Jiangwo, to the Su family to propose marriage, only to be met with exorbitant demands. The two families engaged in a protracted negotiation over the bride price, each side countering with their own offers. During this month, Su's mother was so distressed that she often felt a sharp pain in her chest and contemplated giving up. However, Su Jiangwo was resolute in his affection, insisting he would marry no one but her. Ultimately, Su's mother conceded a little. She surrendered the sewing machine ticket, still warm from her grasp, along with 150 yuan and 50 jin of grain tickets to the Su family. Furthermore, she privately agreed to remit an additional 2 yuan to her daughter's family every month for 2 years post-marriage. Upon returning home, Su's mother collapsed onto her bed, unable to rise. After recuperating for 2 days, she finally resumed her work. Due to the prolonged discussions regarding the bride price, the wedding date was set for February 17, 1965, the 16th day of the Lunar New Year, nearly a month later than Su Jingping's. As the school bell rang in the afternoon, signaling the end of classes, students began to file out, their backpacks slung over their shoulders. At that moment, several tall boys hurriedly entered the classroom. "Yangzi, hurry up! Jinzi is looking for someone to compete in a basketball match against Class 3. We must be quick, otherwise, we'll miss it. Damn it, I'm on duty today." Zhang Shangyang shouted, not far from Su Jing'an. "Yangzi, you can't falter at such a critical moment. We need you. Su Jing'an, you've seen it too. We're in dire need of help. You take my duty today, and I'll cover for you tomorrow." With a gesture of respect, Zhang Shangyang clasped his hands together in front of Su Jing'an. "All right, but remember, you owe me one. I have something to attend to in the morning and will arrive late, just as it's my turn to clean the blackboard. Don't worry, I won't forget." Due to the duty assignment, Su Jing'an became the last student to leave the classroom. Just as she was about to close the door, her homeroom teacher, Mr. Tang, called out to her, "Jing'an, please don't leave just yet." "Mr. Tang, is there something you need?" she asked, noticing the beads of sweat on his forehead. "Well, I just received word that there's a mathematics competition in the provincial capital the day after tomorrow. Would you like to participate?" After catching his breath, he continued, "A teacher will accompany you, but the expenses for food and lodging will need to be covered by you." As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Tang anxiously regarded her, knowing several classmates had already declined upon hearing about the extra costs. "Teacher, I will participate," Su Jing'an replied immediately, eagerly awaiting this opportunity. "Good, then prepare the necessary items when you return home. The schedule is tight, we will leave by bus at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Remember to have the introduction letter ready, as it will be needed for accommodation. The exam is at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow, and we want to have time to arrive on the same day." "I'll keep that in mind, teacher. I want to come to school tomorrow morning." "Alright, pack your things well at home and don't forget anything." Mr. Tang nodded in agreement. After exiting the teaching building, she intended to visit the restroom before heading home. As she approached the restroom door, she overheard voices inside. "Dujuan, are you also going to participate in the Factory-S recruitment exam for the children of employees tomorrow?" "Yes, I heard my aunt mention it. We can go together." Upon realizing someone was about to exit, Su Jing'an quickly stepped aside. Once they had gone, she emerged. It seemed this was indeed where the original owner had learned about the news. After a swift visit to the restroom, she hurried home. As dusk began to settle. Upon entering, she found her mother, father, and fourth sibling already at home. The eldest and second siblings were absent, undoubtedly spending time with their partners. "Why are you back so late today?" Su's mother remarked tersely upon her arrival, the stove cold and unlit. To be honest, since the third child took charge of dinner preparations, she hadn't had the chance to do so right after work for quite some time. "I forgot to tell you, Mom, I'm on duty today." Su Jing'an quickly washed her hands and went to help. "Mom, today the homeroom teacher said I'm to go to the provincial capital for a mathematics competition." "That far?" Su's mother frowned. Su Jing'an understood her mother's concern was primarily about expenses. "The teacher mentioned we'll leave tomorrow afternoon and return the day after. The school will cover. I can buy things we don't have here, which will also save face, and I won't have to pay for travel expenses." "Alright, you can go." Upon hearing this, Su's mother immediately nodded in agreement. "I'll get you the household registration book so you can obtain the introduction letter. Today happens to be the day the street director is on duty." Su's mother swiftly opened the wardrobe and handed the household registration book to Su Jing'an. Su's mother had to admit, although the third child was not as handsome as the second, he was intelligent and studious. Most importantly, he knew how to manage life, a trait she had inherited. Chapter 11. Requesting a letter of introduction. When Su Jing'an arrived at the street, the sound of the director's voice could be heard from the adjacent room, punctuated by pauses, likely indicating a phone call that had come unexpectedly. Su Jing'an glanced around, noting that the area was deserted. She swiftly entered, pulled open the drawer, tore off several sheets of specialized paper for the letter of introduction, stamped them, and placed them in her bag. After efficiently returning everything to its original position, she exited the office. She waited outside for 5 minutes before the director emerged. Upon seeing Su Jing'an, he inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Director, I am Su Jing'an, a sophomore at No. 2 High School. Tomorrow, our teacher is taking us to the provincial capital for a mathematics competition, and we will return the day after. I have come to request a letter of introduction." "That sounds like a wonderful opportunity," the director replied with a warm smile. 2 minutes later, Su Jing'an received the letter, expressed her gratitude, and hurriedly left, anxious to avoid the food growing cold. A night passed. After breakfast the next morning, she tidied up and double-checked the bills her mother had given her the previous evening. All were accounted for. "Mom, after class this morning, I will head directly from school, and I will be back the day after tomorrow. Don't wander off outside, keep an eye on your belongings." "I know, Mom." Once Su Jing'an had finished packing, her family had all departed. She took out the letter of introduction and retrieved a blank sheet of paper that had been pre-stamped the day before from her bag. She referred to it and meticulously crafted a new letter for her application to the recruitment examination. Su Jing'an tore off the stub of the letter and, after shouldering her backpack and storing everything else away, she locked the door behind her. At this hour, the streets were sparsely populated. After walking a short distance towards the school, she boarded a bus heading to the steel plant. A year passed, and she had managed to save 3 cents as her personal funds. Indeed, progress had been made. Upon arriving at the steel plant, she noticed a crowd forming in line. Su Jinghan hurried over to join them, presenting her household registration book and the letter of introduction to the staff, who handed her an application form. After completing the form, she took her household registration and letter and followed the crowd to a building where a notice was posted. It was only when Su Jinghan squeezed to the front that she learned the examination locations varied according to the positions applied for. The accounting position she intended to apply for was on the third floor of the West Building. Over 500 individuals were bustling in different directions. Finally reaching the third floor, she stated the position for which she was to take the exam, received her slip, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief as the invigilator collected the papers. You will receive notification in 3 days. The list of accepted candidates will be posted on the bulletin board, the invigilator announced. Gradually, many people exited the examination room. How did you fare? Much of it was beyond me. Why were the questions so difficult? Indeed. I saw you wrote quite a bit. Ah, just wild guesses. Su Jinghan blended into the crowd, utterly inconspicuous. At that moment, no one was willing to admit to performing well. When asked about their results, each response was more dismal than the last, with furrowed brows growing deeper. A few who appeared somewhat cheerful quickly masked their expressions, on the verge of tears, desperate to prove their incompetence. In these times, admitting inferiority was never considered shameful. Do we have so many children of workers at the steel plant? Someone asked, dissatisfied. A nearby woman sighed, who doesn't have a few relatives? That is true, my neighbor brought over her niece from her hometown. Those who are aware of the news surely have someone working here. If they aren't children of our plant, even if they pass, they can't be accepted. With so many people, competition was fierce, and no one was pleased. Su Jinghan did not linger and turned back to school. Behind the school building lay a small grove. Upon entering, she walked straight in, and indeed, the person she sought was there. A girl with 2 braided pigtails, dressed in a red top and black pants, sat against a large tree. It was class time, and both teachers and students were preoccupied. Aside from herself and the girl, there were no idle passers-by. Zhao Xiaofeng felt immensely troubled. She was at a loss as to how to break the current impasse. Her academic performance was average, and the reality of job hunting loomed near. Zhao Xiaofeng's mother had passed away 2 years prior after being ill, leaving her as her only child. Her father, through an introduction, had married a temporary worker from the same workplace. Deng Taohua, the stepmother, brought along a son and daughter, both older than Zhao Xiaofeng. Zhao Xiaofeng's biological mother, Feng Chunqiao, had been separated from her family at the age of 8 during a famine. As she entered a village with the crowd, a horse-drawn carriage approached. A maid lifted the curtain to assist the lady down, and as the delicate foot bound in 3-inch golden lotus shoes touched the ground, many rushed forward, surrounding her, pleading for a morsel of food from the kind-hearted. The landlady, having just returned from her family home, was startled and lost her balance. Feng Chunqiao seized the opportunity to cushion her fall. The lady landed unscathed, but Feng Chunqiao fainted immediately. Upon regaining consciousness, she unexpectedly found herself remaining with the landlord's family. Without hesitation, she resolved to sell herself into servitude. In the grand estate, she witnessed the squabbles of the young masters, young ladies, grandmothers, and concubines, over matters ranging from trivial needs to substantial assets. After 10 years, she transitioned from a timid maid who was often scolded and punished to a favored servant beside the lady. Yet, not a single night passed without unrest. When the landlord's family departed, Feng Chunqiao chose not to follow. She had endured enough of a life spent as a servant to others. Initially, when her health began to falter, she dismissed it, believing it would pass in a few days, for that was how she had always lived. There is no suffering one cannot endure, only happiness one cannot enjoy. This phrase had been etched in her heart since childhood. By the time she realized her health was deteriorating beyond repair, it was too late. The hospital could do nothing. In that moment, the only thing she could not let go of was her daughter, Zhao Xiaofeng. Ensuring her daughter's future became Feng Chunqiao's foremost concern. Chapter 12:3 moves. Over the course of 2 years, Feng Chunqiao spent all the money she had saved at home, along with the secret funds known only to her husband Zhao Mansong. Every single yuan was transformed into her daughter's dowry, which included a complete set of furniture crafted from quality timber, newly made cotton quilts, an array of colorful fabrics, a sewing machine, a wristwatch, and a lady's bicycle. She refrained from using this money herself, uncertain whether it would ultimately benefit her daughter. People are inherently pragmatic. While Feng Chunqiao was willing to believe in her husband's affection at that moment, she harbored doubts about Zhao Mansong's fidelity in the latter part of their lives. The modest abode spanned approximately 30 square meters, partitioned into 3 rooms, one for her daughter, another for Feng Chunqiao and Zhao Monsong, and the last designated for the dowry. A lock was added, with the key entrusted to Zhao Xiaofang. At the time, Feng Chunqiao lacked sufficient funds to purchase all the necessary items for her daughter, prompting her to request an advance on 2 years' worth of her husband's salary from the factory, while also borrowing receipts from colleagues and neighbors. This series of maneuvers undoubtedly captured the attention of the factory's leadership, co-workers, and neighbors alike. As long as the debts remained unpaid, Zhao Monsong would be unable to escape the scrutiny of the steel mill headlines. Zhao Xiaofang, too, lived under the watchful gaze of the community. What they ate for each meal and what they wore throughout the seasons were inevitably compared to the life her biological mother, Feng Chunqiao, had provided. With the arrival of a stepmother, no one dared to extend a finger or utter a harsh word the moment any discontent arose. The next day, her reputation could be tarnished throughout the entire community and factory, unless she was indifferent to her and her children's standing. If Zhao Xiaofang left the house with red-rimmed eyes, it was perceived as a sweet facade hiding bitterness. If Zhao Xiaofang's hands were damp, it would be whispered that the stepmother was secretly tormenting her stepdaughter. Before her death, Feng Chunqiao ensured that Zhao Xiaofang's high school expenses were fully paid for 3 years, tuition, book fees, cafeteria costs, etc. She also prepared several outfits and pairs of shoes sufficient for Zhao Xiaofang until she commenced work. Although Zhao Xiaofang's mother had been gone for 2 years, her father, Zhao Monsong, was still on the arduous path of repaying debts. Before taking her final breath, Feng Chunqiao meticulously outlined her arrangements and contingencies for Zhao Xiaofang, imparting her final instructions before closing her eyes. Thus, when Zhao Xiaofang's stepmother, Deng Taohua, entered the household, she was immediately confronted by Feng Chunqiao's first tactic and was left utterly bewildered. Deng Taohua had believed that marrying Zhao Monsong would grant her a home and allow him to fill the void left by her 2 children. However, the reality was entirely contrary to her expectations. The household was devoid of funds, and she was expected to contribute. Her daughter had to share a room with Zhao Xiaofang, while her son had no room at all and had to make do with a makeshift bed in the living area at night. After 15 years of widowhood, Deng Taohua sought companionship to share her life, but her son, a temporary worker at the age of 20, was merely a loader at the warehouse. Her daughter, now 16, was approaching marriage, yet the question of dowry and wedding expenses loomed large. With her son as a root and her daughter as her heart as flesh, she could not bear to slight either. The 3 of them were crammed into a rented space of merely 10 square meters. Over the years, she had exhausted herself raising the 2 children alone. Now, Deng Taohua could only accept this unfortunate reality, but she refused to endure it for a lifetime. After 2 months of supplementing the household finances, she contemplated securing a formal position at the factory that had employed Feng Chunqiao. Herself, her son, or her daughter could take the job. Zhao Monsong shook his head and informed her, before her death, Feng Chunqiao designated the factory's director Guo and Sister Li from the union as witnesses. Her job can only be taken by her daughter. No one else will be approved by the factory. The second attempt met with failure, and thus they fell into a desolate silence. Zhao Monsong and Deng Taohua were merely cohabiting, devoid of any genuine affection. The welfare of her stepdaughter and son paled in comparison to that of his own biological daughter, Zhao Xiaofang. Deng Taohua became acutely aware of this disparity, leading her to cultivate a relationship with Zhao Monsong over the past 2 years. She often casually mentioned topics such as having grandchildren and marrying off daughters, subtly impressing upon Zhao Monsong the notion that in old age, one must rely on sons, even if they are not biological. After all, daughters would eventually be married off. Gradually, Zhao Monsong ceased to inquire about his stepson's affairs and began encouraging him to find a partner and settle down. Upon learning of her stepmother's third move, Zhao Xiaofang focused her attention on the room and her dowry. Deng Taohua's children were growing older, and the time for marriage was fast approaching. However, marriage necessitated housing, dowry, and wedding expenses. It was unacceptable for a couple to conduct their intimate affairs in the living area. Zhao Xiaofang, a premature baby, had been meticulously cared for all these years. Feng Chuancao's job in the workshop was physically demanding and often required overtime. Upon graduating, Zhao Xiaofang would undoubtedly need to work. Yet, with the intense labor required at the factory, her health would likely not withstand the strain. Should she falter, she would only serve as a garment for another's wedding. Her stepsister, just a year her senior, had yet to secure employment and remained at home, showing no signs of urgency from their mother. Was she merely waiting for Zhao Xiaofang to tire herself out, allowing her own daughter to seize the opportunity? At that point, there would be no costs incurred, and both reputation and benefits would be hers for the taking. No one could dare to utter a word against them. Contemplating this, Zhao Xiaofang felt a profound sorrow. Su Jingyan observed Zhao Xiaofang for a moment before walking toward her. Time waits for no one. Class was about to end. Do you need something from me? Zhao Xiaofang had noticed Su Jingyan long before. I came to ask if you would be interested in a job. What do you mean? Su Jingyan replied, we are both in unfortunate circumstances. I understand your situation. Your stepmother is scheming against you. Though my parents are present, if I come across something valuable, the first to scheme against me would be my family. Zhao Xiaofang was not surprised that Su Jingyan was aware of her family matters. The turmoil surrounding her mother's passing had become common knowledge. From the housing complex to the school, she had long since grown accustomed to the scrutiny of others. Su Jingyan plopped down beside Zhao Xiaofang, regarding her thoughtfully. I am Su Jingyan, a second-year student. Let us forego any meaningless chatter. I have a position in the factory's finance department that I cannot take. I wanted to know if you would like it. If you accept, it would be a mutual assistance. Zhao Xiaofang, feeling helpless, replied, to be honest, I truly want it, but I have no money. I never said you needed money. Su Jingyan interjected, fixing her gaze on Zhao Xiaofang. Honestly, Zhao Xiaofang, I envy you. You had a mother who loved you dearly. As Zhao Xiaofang met Su Jingyan's sincere gaze, her eyes welled with tears. Ever since her mother Feng Chunqiao had passed, Zhao Xiaofang felt that the place was no longer her home. Watching her stepmother and her two children orbit around her father, she noticed a shift in her father's attention from indifference to newfound concern as Zhao Xiaofang understood that her father was on the brink of vanishing from her life. Chapter 13 Arrangements and Shopping. After Su Jingyan and Zhao Xiaofang exchanged their circumstances, it was evident that their relationship had grown closer. What did you mean earlier when you said you don't need money? To put it succinctly, I have a position in the finance department of a steel mill, which could fetch at least 800 yuan if sold, Su Jingyan replied. Zhao Xiaofang nodded in understanding. Since you currently have no money, why not trade your dowry with me for the job? This way, you can move into that vacant room. As Su Jingyan spoke, she regarded Zhao Xiaofang. For work, you'll need a watch and a bicycle, both of which you can use. As for the rest, just give them to me, provided you don't feel too attached. What is there to be attached to? Should I keep them for my stepmother to covet? These items aren't worth the value of the job. I also hope you can help me obtain a graduation certificate in advance. Aren't you quitting? I will continue my studies, but I want to secure the certificate early. If an opportunity for employment arises during this time, I would be able to seize it immediately. Otherwise, without the certificate, I would be unable to secure a position, thus sewing a wedding dress for someone else. Alright, when shall we formalize the arrangements? I'll come to find you the day after tomorrow. We'll go to the steel mill together to change the name. Your name will be directly posted on the recruitment notice, simplifying everything. Sounds good, I'll be waiting for you at school. It is nearly noon, shall we have lunch together? No, I have matters to attend to. I need to head to the provincial capital for a competition and won't return until the day after tomorrow. I'll be leaving this afternoon. At this moment, both felt a sense of reluctance to part. Xiaofang, what are your plans regarding the job your mother left you? I haven't decided yet. Perhaps I'll sell it for cash. Regardless, my stepmother won't get a single cent. Don't sell it outright, see if you can trade it for a room instead, primarily to facilitate your household registration transfer. What do you mean? Have you noticed? Not really, Zhao Xiaofang replied, puzzled. The educated youth going to the countryside. Are you suggesting they might enlist me? Who can say for certain? You're currently in your third year of high school, but being a year older than me, you're only 17. With a year until you reach adulthood, they might try to manipulate the situation and simply enroll you in a rural program. What would you do then? Zhao Xiaofang inhaled deeply. They could actually do something like that. That's why it's essential to keep your household registration under your control. This way, they cannot easily manipulate you. In the meantime, you can stay at home, saving your monthly earnings in a savings account. Holding onto your savings book ensures that what you possess truly belongs to you. Once your elder brother marries, children will only multiply. Having a house will provide you with a safety net. In the end, it all comes down to your marriage, Su Jingyan remarked, gazing at Zhao Xiaofang. I refuse to believe your mother didn't leave you with a backup plan. Zhao Xiaofang chuckled, there is no need for concern. My mother made arrangements. Then it seems we will endure some hardships for the next few years, but ultimately, we will be better off. As the school bell rang, the two parted ways, each heading in their own direction. However, Zhao Xiaofang appeared decidedly more at ease, her previous agitation having dissipated. After lunch in the cafeteria, she departed with her teachers and classmates, taking a train to the provincial capital. By the time they arrived at the guest house that evening, darkness had already fallen. The following morning, they had a preliminary round in the morning and a finals competition in the afternoon, with the number of... After the competition concluded and results were announced, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and no more trains were available. They could only take the train back the next morning at 10. On the third day, one of the teachers went to buy tickets early. The remaining 2 teachers stayed at the guest house to supervise the students, ensuring they didn't wander off. Su Jingyan also rose early, presenting a leave request signed by her parents to her teacher, before stepping out amidst the envious gazes of her fellow students. The merchandise in the provincial capital's department store was indeed more comprehensive and varied than that in the city. Su Jingyan purchased the items her mother had requested and, taking this opportunity, spent the tickets that were on the verge of expiration. She acquired a lady's watch, 2 sets of tops and pants, as her current clothing was patched, and she feared they might tear if washed too vigorously. She bought a pair of black leather shoes, a pair of white sports shoes, and 2 pairs of liberation shoes, for her current footwear was also patched and frayed. With only 2 pounds of cotton tickets, she managed to procure enough material for 2 thick cotton coats, as her existing coat had formed unsightly lumps. She also bought an industrial ticket for a flashlight, along with 2 batteries. Unexpectedly, she found 3 yards of fabric in different colors and selected 6 yards of each. She also picked up some snacks and food that didn't require tickets. One word could describe her current mood: exhilaration. She carefully wrapped the cotton in 2 sheets of clean old newspaper and secured it with string. The shoeboxes were discarded. The 4 pounds of snacks that required no tickets were wrapped in 2 additional layers of newspaper to prevent any oil from seeping onto her clothes. After inserting the batteries into the flashlight and testing it for brightness, she no longer needed to navigate in darkness. She placed the items her mother requested into a bag, while secretly stashing the rest in her space, which was now nearly bursting. Su Jingyan dared not linger any longer. She hurried back to the guest house, eager not to miss the train. Zhao Xiaofang enjoyed a rare and restful sleep. The next day, she took advantage of the quieter class time to locate the principal's office. Come in, Principal Liang called out as Zhao Xiaofang entered. Xiaofang, what brings you here? Is there a problem? In the past, the landlord's family had fled hastily, taking only their valuables. Feng Chenchao had secretly packed several baskets of books from her study. Many servants scrambled for food, furniture, and clothing. She had already left with her books and personal belongings via donkey cart. At that time, when the new China was just established, Feng Chenchao donated all her books to the school, which the then young Principal Liang personally received before her death. When paying for her daughter's education, Feng Chenchao encountered Principal Liang once more. She wished to ask him to look after her daughter. Principal Liang agreed to extend a favor. During this era, most teachers were enthusiastic, selfless, and responsible towards their students. However, Feng Chenchao could not leave her daughter's welfare to the whims of others' character and sentiments. Most importantly, she could not allow any debts of gratitude to burden her daughter, Zhao Xiaofang. Whether it was personal favors or interests, they were her responsibility alone. Her daughter, Zhao Xiaofang, owed nothing to anyone. She only needed to choose whether to accept or decline. Principal, I would like to ask for your assistance with something, Zhao Xiaofang stated, avoiding any roundabout pleas for sympathy. What is it? I would like to request an advanced graduation certificate. Are you certain? Zhao Xiaofang nodded. She was on the verge of graduation, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, her interactions with the school would dwindle. When would she need this connection if not now? The favor her mother left This was the perfect time. No one wished to be perpetually indebted, subject to the control of another, except for the heartless, of course. 20 minutes later, Zhao Xiaofang exited the office with her request granted. Chapter 14. Work transformed into dowry. The train swayed along its journey, and upon disembarking at the station, they took a bus back to the school. Only after reaching their destination did the teacher permit the students to return home. Su Jingyan discreetly glanced at the time. 4:10 p.m. Zhao Xiaofang had been preoccupied all afternoon, frequently casting her gaze towards the entrance. The moment Su Jingyan and the others stepped through the school gate, she was aware of their arrival. Zhao Xiaofang hurriedly requested sick leave from their homeroom teacher and stealthily followed Su Jingyan to the steel factory. Upon locating Director Guo, they acquired the list of new recruits, and there it was, Su Jingyan's name prominently displayed on the recruitment list for the finance office. Only then did Zhao Xiaofang truly feel relieved. After finalizing their employment matters, Zhao Xiaofang expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Director Guo before leaving. Tomorrow, on the job recruitment notice, her name would replace Su Jingyan's, severing any connection to him. Ding! A sound resonated in her mind, and the space around her expanded to a dimension of 10 meters by 10 meters by 3 meters. Indeed, Su Jingyan's suspicions were confirmed. Altering events within the narrative that pertained to her would yield rewards. She tucked the graduation certificate Zhao Xiaofang had handed her into her backpack, stealthily transporting it into the newly expanded space. Following Zhao Xiaofang, they arrived near her home. Jingyan, my home is just on the second floor at the entrance. Zhao Xiaofang pointed to the family building adjacent to the west wall in the first row. Tonight at 7 p.m., there will be a film screening at the steel factory. Most of the residents in the building will attend. I will inform them to wait for our classmates before heading over. You should come by around 7 to help move the belongings. Su Jingyan nodded in agreement. All right, I'll remember. For now, I'll head home for dinner first. After watching Su Jingyan depart, Zhao Xiaofang also walked home with a lighter heart. As soon as Su Jingyan entered the residential compound, she was greeted by familiar voices. Is that you, Jingyan? How did you do on the exam? What's different about the provincial city compared to ours? Is it fun there? Su Jingyan engaged in lively conversation, responding to the inquiries of her aunts and neighbors. In this era, privacy was a rare commodity. Any notable event in the community would be swiftly broadcasted far and wide. Upon arriving home, Su's mother had just stepped through the door. She was holding the items Su Jingyan had purchased, her joy palpable. The vibrant floral fabric, with patterns distinctly different from those found in the local department store, along with snacks and everyday necessities that were hard to procure here, unmistakably indicated they were not sourced locally. Su's mother was elated. This was a moment of pride for her. Su Jingyan took on the kitchen duties, hastily preparing dinner. Yet even before she could complete her tasks, her mother incessantly urged her to return the receipts and remaining change from her purchases. During the meal, Su Jiangwo and Su Jingping were evidently in high spirits. It seemed that the items brought back from the provincial city were well received by them. I heard from my classmate that there's a film screening at the steel factory at 7 p.m., Su Jingyan said, taking a bite of pickled vegetables. If you want to see it, you should go early. I'll go. Before she could finish her sentence, the youngest sibling, Su Jianxi, eagerly chimed in, lifting a large bowl to gulp down his porridge. The rest of the family hastened their pace, clearly eager to attend. After all, with so few entertainment options available, a film screening was a rare treat, making it a cherished occasion. By 7 p.m., the family had all left. Outside, the sounds of friendly banter echoed as groups made their way toward the steel factory. Su Jingyan stayed behind to tidy the house. Estimating the time, she locked the door at around 7 p.m. and leisurely made her way to Zhao Xiaofang's home. Upon reaching the entrance, she found Zhao Xiaofang waiting there. Are you here all by yourself? Zhao Xiaofang asked in surprise, noting the considerable weight of the items, which included several pieces of furniture and a sewing machine. How long would it take for a single female classmate to move all this? The commotion would surely attract attention, and although Zhao Xiaofang was unafraid, she worried about the potential rumors that might arise, complicating her situation. Su Jingyan quickly reassured her, others are coming behind me. I didn't want too many people to be seen together. Zhao Xiaofang's anxiety eased slightly upon hearing this. Once inside, she promptly closed the door and retrieved a key from around her neck to unlock the dowry room. As she opened the door, Su Jingyan noticed a cloud of dust cascading down from the doorframe. The room itself was small, crammed with items piled high to the ceiling, creating an impression that it was completely full. You start moving things, I need to make an appearance in front of my stepmother, or else she will come looking for me, Zhao Xiaofang instructed. Alright, return quickly. I'll expedite things here, Su Jingyan replied as Zhao Xiaofang was gone for over an hour, returning with beads of sweat on her forehead. Su Jingyan had already packed her belongings into the space. Inside, there was a 1.82-meter box bed, a large wardrobe with 4 doors, 4 substantial camphor wood chests, a dressing table, a basin stand, an 8 immortals table, 5 chairs, a writing desk, 1 high stool, and 6 smaller low stools. The sewing machine still bore its original packaging. The wardrobe, chests, and box bed were filled to the brim with items, among them 4 heavy cotton quilts weighing 8 pounds each, 2 5-pound quilts, and 2 4-pound mattresses. Additionally, there were 2 pink towel quilts, 2 bed sheets, a mosquito net, an array of cotton fabrics in various colors and patterns, 5 jars and urns of assorted sizes for storing grains and pickled vegetables, nested within one another. Down to everyday necessities, including a large iron pot for cooking, a steamer, a frying pan, 2 kitchen knives, a kettle, 10 bowls, plates of varying sizes, 2 thermoses, a military water bottle, and 2 jars of brown sugar. Feng Chenchao had prepared everything she could think of and purchase for her daughter. Su Jingyan also discovered that one of the jars contained a small wooden box. This box was divided into 2 tiers. The first tier held a pair of exquisite purple jade bangles of exceptional quality. The second tier contained a pair of glass-type imperial green bangles. She took out both pairs of bangles and tapped them lightly, producing a melodious sound. Inside the kettle, there were 2 pairs of gold bangles wrapped in red cloth. Su Jingyan's emotion shifted from initial astonishment and excitement to a poignant sense of discomfort that was hard to articulate. If you need any assistance, just come find me again, Zhao Xiaofang said, without saying much more, as she embraced Su Jingyan, weeping softly. Thank you, Jingyan. Su Jingyan comfortingly patted her back. I believe we are now friends, are we not? Yes, we are friends, Zhao Xiaofang affirmed, wiping her tears away. Once all the paperwork for the household registration and job was sorted, it would not be too late to move into this room. This way, they could avoid alerting her stepmother and giving her reason to be cautious. When the time came, Zhao Xiaofang planned to open a savings account, depositing her monthly salary to carry with her. It would be wonderful to eat and live at home. After some time, her stepmother would realize her schemes had come to naught. When the truth finally dawned upon her, she would have no choice but to accept it. The mere thought of her stepmother's face filled Zhao Xiaofang with an overwhelming sense of relief. After Su Jingyan departed, Zhao Xiaofang tidied up the room. All that remained was a bicycle and a watch. She locked the door and turned to seek out her downstairs neighbor, Grandma Luo. She recalled that Grandma Luo had 2 apartments, and among the 3 generations, the granddaughter had yet to secure employment, so she intended to inquire about the situation. As Su Jingyan exited the factory's tenement building, she quickened her pace towards home. She wanted to take advantage of the current solitude at home to thoughtfully consider how to better utilize the space. She pondered whether it could be divided into different rooms, potentially creating a kitchen and a bedroom. Chapter 15: The Evolution of Space. Upon returning home, Su Jingyan seized the opportunity to arrange the bed, boxes, and cabinets within the space, ensuring that both the essentials and the seldom used items were meticulously organized. It is often said that where one finds peace is home. For Su Jingyan, this space represented the sanctuary of her soul. Lying on the bed, she closed her eyes and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The year turned, and it was now 1965. The day of Su Jingping's wedding approached swiftly. On that day, clad in a brand new outfit and holding a freshly purchased basin containing 2 new towels and a complete set of clothing, Su Jingping was surrounded by friends and relatives who offered her heartfelt blessings, while children frolicked about in joyful exuberance. Bundles of old clothes and bedding were also taken away with assistance. Amidst the clamor, Su Jingping was enveloped and led out of her family home. As she walked toward her in-laws' residence, Su Jingping felt the urge to look back several times, haunted by the sensation that something had been left behind at her parental home, despite knowing that her former belongings were now irrelevant to her. Cheers and jubilant voices echoed around her, and she tightly clutched the meager sum of 10 yuan in her pocket, filled with a sense of reluctance and unyielding spirit as she ventured into her new life. The moment Su Jingping stepped outside, Su Jingyan sensed a tremor in the space. She realized her suspicions were correct. By altering the narrative concerning herself within the book, she could receive rewards. In simpler terms, it meant she was destined for a better life. That evening, Su Jingyan eagerly entered the space. The dimensions remained unchanged, yet a new 10-square-meter bathroom had been partitioned off. It boasted not only a toilet, shower, bathtub, and wash basin, but also a washing machine, along with an abundance of toiletries, everything one could need. As she turned on the faucet, warm water flowed forth. Without hesitation, she indulged in a 2-hour-long bath. Emerging refreshed and rejuvenated, reclining on her bed, she exhaled comfortably. With Su Jingping absent, she took advantage of having the room to herself and retrieved the fabric she had purchased earlier, using her sewing machine to create several new garments. Clad entirely in fresh attire, she lamented that she could not yet venture outside in them. Therefore, she donned a new cotton jacket over her old outer garments, finally experiencing warmth in the winter chill. Before Su Jiangwo's wedding, the house had been tidied, the furniture arranged, and the new bed adorned with freshly made linens. Su Jianxi, the youngest sibling, glared at these preparations and then at the smug face of his elder brother, seething with indignation. Su Jingyan officially commenced sleeping in the living room. On the eve of the wedding, she entered the room of her parents, Su father and Su mother. "Third child, is something the matter?" Su father and Su mother were taken aback, for Su Jingyan was typically a quiet presence. "However, it seems inappropriate for me, as the younger sister, to continue washing clothes after the wedding." In the Su household, every chore, from bed linens to undergarments, fell solely upon Su Jingyan's shoulders. Su mother soon realized, yes, I have been rather overwhelmed. The prospect of guests witnessing the bustling household and the ensuing gossip left her momentarily dazed. Su father interjected, "Your elder brother's marriage signifies the establishment of his own household. Their matters are not yours to manage. All right, Mom and Dad, do get some rest." Upon exiting, Su Jingyan felt buoyed by the lightness in her step. How could she not be pleased at the prospect of washing fewer garments? On the day of Su Jiangwo's wedding, Su Jingyan's space underwent yet another transformation. From the remaining 90 square meters, a 30-square-meter kitchen was delineated. It featured a gleaming set of cabinetry, storage cupboards, a gas stove, an array of pots and pans. A steamer, refrigerator, and dishwasher were all present, catering to daily needs. A dining table accompanied by 4 chairs promised the freedom to dine at will. The day after Manyu's marriage, she was abruptly roused. "You must wash your own clothes." Newlywed Manyu blushed at the sudden charge. Before she could respond, Su Jiangwo, rubbing his eyes, chimed in, "Mom, the winter water is so cold, isn't it the third sister who usually washes the clothes? You can't expect the arrival of my daughter-in-law to absolve the third sister from her duties." Manyu hesitated, glancing at her husband. Su mother looked at her eldest son and his wife. "Well, what is wrong with that? Are you not concerned about appearances? What will the neighbors think when they see the younger sister washing the elder brother's and sister-in-law's undergarments?" The implications of this statement rendered Su Jiangwo speechless, and Manyu was equally at a loss. The cramped water room, filled with numerous faucets, left no room for discretion. Anyone with a shred of dignity would be loath to engage in such a spectacle. Manyu tugged at Su Jiangwo's sleeve. "Mom, please don't be angry." Jiangwo is just a bit taken aback. "If you don't mind, I can take care of your and Dad's laundry. It is only right for a daughter-in-law to show filial piety to her in-laws." As the younger brother grew, the elder sister-in-law sought to maintain propriety, thus refraining from mentioning Su Jianxi altogether. As for Su Jingyan, there was simply no need to bring her into the conversation. Su mother, hearing this, nearly smirked. "No need for flattery, all cooking and cleaning duties fall to you." She was quick to demand Manyu's compliance while simultaneously allowing the gossip to circulate about her treatment of her daughter-in-law. "Since you are awake, do not just stand there. None of us are idle," Su mother declared before retreating to her room. Having witnessed the exchange between Su mother and Manyu, Su Jingyan, who had been sleeping in the living room, was already awake. Yet, she had no intention of assisting in the kitchen. Why should she? It was not her place to meddle. Besides, this was a battle between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Anyone who intervened would become collateral damage. Feigning sleep, she lay on her bed. Manyu quickly dressed and, in no time, prepared breakfast. For the first time, Su Jingyan savored a home-cooked meal. February 1966. A year had swiftly passed. Since Manyu's arrival in the Su household, a fierce battle of wills had ensued between her and Su mother. The matriarch, Manyu, wielded her influence over Su Jiangwo, employing cunning and subtlety, each word a precise strike. In contrast, Su's mother utilized her authority to dominate, her might shattering all opposition. Watching his mother and wife clash, Su Jiangwo found himself at a loss, often retreating to a corner, head in hands, sighing in despair. Su Jianxi, the youngest, observed with a smirk, often teasing his elder brother, only to later console Su's mother. Playing the part of the dutiful son, it was evident that the hearts of Su's father and Su's mother were gradually leaning toward their youngest. Amidst this familial turmoil, Su Jingyan found herself feeling more at ease than ever over the past year, for household chores were now being shared. She began to comprehend why so many sisters-in-law and older sisters were prone to instigating conflict. As long as the primary disputes remained at the forefront, all other issues could be conveniently overlooked. Chapter 16 Escaping to Freedom. Mother, with the intense studying in my senior year, the teacher has announced that we will start evening study sessions. Returning home late each night is quite concerning, not to mention the safety of traveling back and forth daily. Are you suggesting boarding at the school? Sister-in-law Su Duo immediately countered. What's wrong with boarding? Su's mother, initially inclined to oppose, quickly found herself in disagreement with Su Duo. This was the benefit of the tension between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Although Su's mother was reluctant to allow Su Jingyan to board due to the associated costs, she couldn't resist the impulse to retort, given Su Duo's hasty words. Guided by the principle of opposing whatever her daughter-in-law supported and supporting whatever she opposed, Su's mother promptly shot back. Su Duo lowered her head, displeased, and pouted. I intend to board. My homeroom teacher said the school would waive my accommodation and meal fees. Only by mentioning the lack of expense could Su's mother be persuaded. At that moment, Su's mother likely felt that, despite Su Jingyan's shortcomings, she was still her flesh and blood, after all. Surely, she was closer than her daughter-in-law. Wasn't she seizing the opportunity to assert her authority over Su Duo? Su's mother wanted to impose some rules on her daughter-in-law, thereby allowing Su Jingyan to evade household chores. Su's mother would undoubtedly agree and subsequently push the responsibilities onto Su Duo, hoping to temper her disposition in the process. Otherwise, even if Su Jingyan blossomed like a flower, it would be in vain. There was a risk that even if Su's mother consented to her boarding, she would still require her to return home to do chores each day. Relieved that she wouldn't have to spend any money, Su's mother regretted her hasty words as soon as they left her lips after their usual banter. Very well, you may go. Take your belongings. If you find anything lacking, return for it. Su Jingyan nodded obediently. Then I shall board tomorrow. I'll come back during the holidays. With the family's modest means, saving on one person's meals was more valuable than anything else. That night, she packed her belongings, which consisted mainly of a few old clothes and her current bedding. The rest had long been stored away. As for whether Su's mother would inquire with the teachers about this arrangement, when has anyone who benefited ever made a fuss about it? Those who make the most noise are often the ones who gain nothing. In this world, who isn't quietly enjoying their own share of the pie? Early the next morning, Su Jingyan hurriedly set off with her belongings. She had to act quickly. Su Duo was about to discover her pregnancy, and at that point, Su's mother would have no choice but to relent. The book mentioned that Su Duo experienced severe pregnancy symptoms, feeling nauseous with anything she ate, and it wouldn't ease up until the 5th month. During this period, relying on Su's mother for help would be sheer folly. Serving a pregnant woman was no simple task. If all duties fell to her, would she even survive? She wasn't just moving. She was escaping to freedom. Su Jingyan began her much-anticipated life of boarding. Though residing in a communal dormitory, at least she had a bed and was spared the discomfort of hearing the intimate sounds of the couple next door. Each evening, as she lay there, she felt an unparalleled awkwardness. This was not something she could openly discuss, otherwise, her reputation and dignity would be irrevocably tarnished. The following week, the Su household erupted into chaos due to Su Duo's pregnancy. Taking advantage of her condition, Su Duo became increasingly demanding, while Su's mother had no option but to relent. However, when it came to household chores, Su Duo had no chance of escaping. In Su's mother's words, how can one expect a smooth delivery without some exertion? Even if it seems like work now, I am doing it for her benefit. If you don't believe me, why not ask around? See if I'm trying to dupe you. Su Jiangwo, oblivious to the situation, was perplexed. Yet, life was tough. Which family with a pregnant woman wasn't bustling about? Few could afford the luxury of postpartum confinement. He had witnessed Su's mother and their neighbors during pregnancies before. They were indeed busy until the very moment of giving birth, never resting. Thus, it was settled that Su Duo would handle the household chores. Third sister, I truly envy you. I want to board at school too, Su Jinjie, the fourth sibling in his first year of high school, whined to Su Jing'an. Oh, is sister-in-law about to give birth, and you're moving out to leave the house for elder brother and his family? Su Jing'an retorted. How could that be? His intention was to return only after Su Duo had given birth. The family environment had become unbearably chaotic, and Su Jinjie was thoroughly exasperated. Then it settled. You're at a critical growth phase, so be sure to nourish yourself well during this time, Su Jing'an consoled the fourth sibling. At that stage, Su Jinjie was indeed in a growth spurt, perpetually hungry, feeling as though no amount of food was sufficient. He was always starving, he thought to himself, given that the family had stocked up on plenty of good food due to sister-in-law's pregnancy. If he left, wouldn't it all be left for elder brother? No, he couldn't allow that. He had to eat more and keep a close watch. Seeing that Su Jinjie had abandoned the idea of boarding, Su Jing'an quietly sighed in relief. If he boarded, it would mean an extra pair of eyes watching her every move, making her actions less convenient. After evening study sessions, many students remained in the classroom, diligently studying. Su Jing'an packed her belongings and returned to the dormitory. After washing up, she lay in bed, closed her eyes, and began to rest. To her surprise, in the dead of night, Su Jing'an stumbled upon a book about herself. This time, the protagonist was not a member of the Su family, but it did mention a male lead whose colleague was named Su Jinjie. The narrative recounted the events of 1968 when Su Jinjie had just graduated from high school. During that time, young people without jobs were compelled to move to the countryside. Finding work was an arduous task, and competition was fierce. With no connections, Su's mother, feeling sympathy for her son, stepped back and relinquished her job to him. When the compulsory relocation to the countryside occurred, the third sibling, Su Jing'an, who had idled at home for 2 years, was sent instead, and she was only mentioned twice thereafter. Once was when it was rumored that the third sibling had married in the countryside, prompting Su's mother to storm there empty-handed to demand a bride price. Su's mother's words were, I bore her with great effort and nourished her. Am I to suffer in vain? Ultimately, she returned with 100 yuan, a new watch, 10 feet of cloth coupons, and 10 meters of coarse cloth to facilitate her younger son's wedding. The final mention was in early 1979 when Su Jing'an passed away. When Su's family arrived, the villagers were preparing to carry the coffin up the mountain for burial. Su's mother, weeping inconsolably, insisted on seeing her daughter one last time, threatening to report to the authorities if they refused. The groom's family was terrified, and they gathered all the coffins in their household, ultimately borrowing 1,000 yuan from the village to appease Su's family. With the money, the Su family returned and purchased 2 additional houses, allowing the 2 sons to establish their own households. Life thereafter was exceedingly prosperous. Su Jing'an was infuriated, her heart aching with rage. She realized that the Su family's prosperity was built upon the graves of the original owners, feasting on their blood-soaked buns. Now that the tables had turned, she would ensure the Su family would be cast aside. Originally, she had intended to discreetly find work and secure her household registration. It now appeared that she needed to keep her distance from them entirely. Chapter 17 Leaving school. It is now March, and both teachers and students at the school are fervently preparing for the impending college entrance examination, even those seeking employment are not in such a hurry. However, once the newspaper published the notice regarding the postponement of school admissions for half a year in June 1966, panic ensued. No one is foolish. Those with a modicum of sense understand that chaos is on the horizon. The cancellation of the college entrance examination has made securing a formal job exceedingly difficult. The price of a good job is equivalent to the sum of what she earned from her previous 2 jobs, which is an astronomical figure. When the forced relocation of educated youth to the countryside occurs, friendships formed since childhood, along with kind neighbors and siblings, will resort to every possible stratagem to secure a job. Is it merely a job? It is the very essence of one's future. How could the original owner possibly find work at that time? The 2 jobs offered were never mentioned again. Consequently, all household chores fell upon the original owner's shoulders. Sister-in-law Su Mudwa gave birth to triplet sons and was quite confident. After her confinement, she returned to work, dedicating her time solely to nursing the infants, leaving everything else to the original owner. Upon returning home in the evening, she would claim to be exhausted from work and in need of rest. With sister-in-law's milk supply insufficient, the children cried out in hunger, forcing the original owner to devise a solution, with no one lending a hand. While others rested, the eldest couple became increasingly affectionate, while the original owner became increasingly weary, struggling to keep her eyes open and unable to stand straight. By the time the children reached the age of 2, capable of speaking, running, jumping, and feeding themselves, the original owner was sent to the countryside. Su Jingyan meticulously recalled the contents of the 3 books, extracting useful information and contemplating her tasks, feeling reassured that nothing was overlooked. On March 30th, Su Jingyan intentionally returned from school, announcing, "Mom, I've taken the household registration book." Su's mother, engrossed in calculating overtime pay, waved her hand dismissively. Go on, go on. I understand." Over the years, she had become accustomed to Su Jingyan occasionally using the registration book to purchase internal defect fabric. Su Jingyan pocketed the money from the table and set off to the city government office to collect the registration form. Before entering the municipal government building, she took a moment to change into her better clothes. Around the corner. After filling out the form, the clerk, Xiao Zhang, casually mentioned, "Come for the exam tomorrow at 8 a.m. Don't forget." Su Jingyan quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, I will remember." What else could she say? The mere fact that she was present indicated she had connections. Those uninformed had no idea there were job openings here. Once outside, Su Jingyan hurriedly took a bus back, exerting herself to purchase the defect fabric. Upon returning to school, she located Su Jian's class, where many students struggling academically were slumped over their desks. Su Jingyan peeked inside, and Su Jian immediately came out. "Take the fabric and the remaining money back," she instructed. Su Jian, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "Sis, you managed to buy the fabric again? Amazing." Su Jingyan cautioned, "Keep an eye on the items and head home after school." Su Jian understood his sister's intentions. "Don't worry, sis, I have never let anything slip from my hands." There was no doubt about it. Su Jingyan trusted her 4th brother in this matter. The next morning, Su Jingyan dressed early and took a bus to the exam. After waiting for 2 hours post-examination, the results were finally announced, and she had, as expected, passed. Su Jingyan felt a sense of calm wash over her. Director Han of the personnel department surveyed the 5 remaining candidates, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Tomorrow, bring your introduction letter, household registration book, graduation certificate, and file to finalize your employment." The 5 young individuals sat upright, and Director Han added with a smile, "No need to be so tense. We'll soon be colleagues, seeing each other every day." The group relaxed and exchanged smiles. Han continued, "Although your positions differ, we will start you off at the clerk's salary of 33 yuan per month. After confirmation, it will be 37.5 yuan. There is nothing else to discuss. You should return and prepare your materials." Xiao Zhang. Clerk Xiao Zhang quickly stood up. "Director, you called?" Director Han instructed, "Please issue them an admission notice so they can return to open their letters." The candidates gratefully thanked Director Han. Su Jingyan took the notice and returned directly to school. Su Jingyan, Su Jingyan. Upon entering the school gate, she heard her name being called. At that moment, she wished for the caller to vanish immediately. She continued walking without pause. "Su Jingyan, Su Jingyan. Why are you still walking away?" A tall boy, approximately 1.75 meters with dark skin, blocked her path. Su Jingyan could feel numerous eyes on her. "Why is it that every time I call your name several times, you can't hear me?" Jin Sanchun questioned, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "Is that because I don't wish to respond to you?" she retorted, struggling to suppress her irritation. "Why did you take a leave today? Are you unwell?" Jin Sanchun's inquiry was filled with concern, yet Su Jingyan felt an urge to silence him, wishing he would just stop talking. Su Jingyan had always aimed to maintain an image of being not particularly attractive, from a humble background, taciturn, honest, and academically proficient. The original owner had an average appearance, often undernourished, with a sallow complexion, a small stature, and dressed in tattered, patched clothing. She kept her head down, maintaining her silence to avoid drawing attention among the high school youth, be they boys or girls in their adolescent fervor, engaging in disputes, seeking money after school, or pursuing romantic interests. Su Jingyan felt entirely out of place. After all, such pursuits were the frivolities of those who had ample food and clothing. In contrast, Su Jingyan, with her unrefined demeanor, would hardly capture the attention of her peers. Yet, her academic excellence allowed her to represent the school in competitions, garnering the teacher's attention daily, and even in every class, she remained under the watchful gaze of her instructors, who held significant authority within the school. Moreover, she had no conflicts with anyone, thus avoiding the predicaments of campus bullying. With graduation approaching, her sole desire was to discreetly find employment and slip away unnoticed, only to be confronted by Jin Sanshun's persistent advances. Since the beginning of the semester, he had inexplicably sought her out, accompanied by several classmates who were in league with him, teasing her incessantly. Jin Sanshun was well built and came from a decent family, attracting the attention of many girls at school. Su Jingyan could already sense hostile glances directed her way from several individuals from the outset. She recognized that she should not become entangled in such matters. Associating closely with a boy like him would invite endless scrutiny and complications. If she firmly rejected him, would it not lead to resentment from the other girls vying for his attention? Would that not be a slap in their faces? Did she consider herself superior? Such troubles would inevitably follow. Fortunately, today is the last day, Su Jingyan reassured herself. I have matters to attend to. Excuse me, classmates. Hey, you haven't explained your absence. Jin Sanshun reached out to grab Su Jingyan. Are you trying to be a rogue? Su Jingyan glared at him, baring her teeth defiantly. Jin Sanshun was momentarily taken aback. Su Jingyan turned away and hurried into the dormitory. Accustomed to being the center of attention among girls, Jin Sanshun now found himself at a loss. Sanshun? How is it going? His companions exchanged knowing glances and inquired. Jin Sanshun, irritated, replied, Enough, let us go eat. Oh, time to eat, let us go, a chorus of voices called as they rushed towards the cafeteria. Chapter 18. Removing eyeliner and moving dormitories. At this moment, class had not yet concluded, and Su Jingyan hurriedly stowed away most of her belongings into her space before turning to the office of Teacher Tang. Through the window, she observed that only Teacher Tang was present. Tap tap tap, come in. Upon entering, Su Jingyan saw Teacher Tang preparing her lessons, with numerous papers filled with questions crafted by various teachers scattered across the desk. Jingyan, what brings you here? The return of students who had been on leave certainly implied something significant. Su Jingyan replied softly, Teacher Tang, has the sports school arrived yet? Teacher Tang responded, Yes, they just got here today. Does someone at home wish to enroll? Su Jingyan smiled. My younger brother is a freshman at our school. He has a tall stature but is quite mischievous. Being the youngest at home, everyone dotes on him. It would be better for him to engage in some outdoor training, regardless of the outcome. It is certainly preferable to his current state. Teacher Tang nodded in agreement. Then it's best to do it sooner rather than later. Su Jingyan continued, Teacher, I have already secured a job and will not be returning. I specifically came to bid you farewell today. Upon hearing this, Teacher Tang quickly responded in a hushed tone, That's wonderful news, Su Jingyan. If you need any assistance from me, do not hesitate to return to the school. Su Jingyan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Tang. Teacher Tang did not inquire about the specifics of Su Jingyan's job or where she would be working. Teacher Tang urged, Go and complete the necessary paperwork swiftly so you can begin your job. There will be plenty of time for conversation later. After bidding farewell to her homeroom teacher, Su Jingyan proceeded to the principal's office to greet Principal Liang. Observing the young woman before him, the principal said nothing but officially signed the documents to transfer her records. After all, it was Principal Liang who had personally issued her graduation certificate. To Su Jingyan's surprise, Principal Liang also penned a letter of recommendation. I am unsure how useful this will be for your employment. You may not need it at all, however. It symbolizes the school's acknowledgement of your efforts over the years, as well as a token of goodwill. Principal Liang spoke gently. This truly caught Su Jingyan off guard. Regardless of the reason behind the principal's gesture, she felt immensely grateful. After accepting the letter, she bowed deeply to Principal Liang before exiting. With the paperwork completed, only the most crucial step remained, transferring Su Jianxi. During lunchtime at the cafeteria, Su Jingyan seized the opportunity to intercept Su Jianxi and led him to a secluded area. Sister, what is it? Gazing at her 16-year-old brother, who stood at an impressive height of 1. 75 meters, she said. I heard that the sports school is recruiting. They will undergo a 4-month closed training, and our school can recommend 2 students. Are you interested? Every year around this time, the sports school scours junior and senior high schools for talent. Compared to many who struggle to get enough to eat, Su Jianqi's physique would surely garner admiration from anyone who saw him. What would I go there for? It sounds exhausting. Fool. Sister, why do you say that? If you train at the sports school, it represents a pathway forward. Being able to secure a good job later is far better than anything else. Su Jingyan admonished him, exasperated. And now, you won't even have to spend your own money, you'll get to learn for free for a few months. We'll benefit from it too should your physical condition improve. If you don't make the provincial team, you could still enlist in the military. Moreover, if it doesn't work out or you find it too tiring, you can always come back. With our mother's job providing a safety net, what do you have to fear? Isn't it better than spending every day in class and napping? Listening to his sister Su Jingyan's reasoning, Su Jianqi found her words increasingly persuasive. He skipped his afternoon classes and made a point to discuss the matter with their parents, recognizing the wisdom in their son's proposal and fearing that the spots might be filled by others. The 2 elderly folks promptly requested leave from work. Su's mother went home to prepare, while Su's father strongly insisted on enrolling their son in the sports school. The very next morning, he accompanied the sports school teachers. At last, Su Jingyan felt a sense of relief. That night, she stayed in the dormitory for one last evening. As her dorm mates glanced at her, they whispered among themselves. Su Jingyan's frustration grew as she realized Jean Sanshun had disrupted her previously tranquil life. She could only close her eyes and breathe slowly, gradually succumbing to sleep. On April 1st, the customary payday for workers, Su Jingyan arose early, packed the remaining items, and discreetly stowed them away in her space while the streets were still dim and devoid of people. After her mother collected this month's salary slips, she quietly returned to seek a letter of introduction from the office director and hurried to the government office. Once her employment was officially processed and she received her work certificate, Su Jingyan finally exhaled in relief. Brother Zhang, do we have dormitories available here? Su Jingyan inquired softly of the clerk, discreetly offering a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. With a flick of his hand, the items disappeared. Yes, there are a few left. I'll take you to see them. Su Jingyan chuckled awkwardly. You flatter me, I just need a place to stay. I wouldn't want to trouble you. What a joke, she certainly didn't have the audacity. Brother Zhang smiled. All right, then you can go to dormitory 305. There is an empty bed available. Su Jingyan responded briskly, thank you, Brother Zhang. I'll treat you to a meal soon. Sounds good, Brother Zhang replied without hesitation. As Su Jingyan held the key to room 305 and opened the door, she immediately realized that Brother Zhang had indeed looked out for her. The room measures approximately 4 meters by 5 meters, featuring 2 single beds positioned against opposite walls, with a 1 meter by 0.5 meter desk by the window. A layer of dust blankets both the floor and the tabletop, indicating that the occupant does not frequent this space often. It is akin to having a private room. Su Jingyan hastily set about tidying the dormitory, making several trips back and forth to organize the beds, hang curtains, and procure essential items such as a thermos and a basin, all accomplished just in time for the noon break. Su Jingyan specifically ventured to the state-run restaurant, using her newly acquired lunchbox to pack a portion of braised pork, discreetly handing it to a clerk. Xiao Zhang's smile grew even more genuine. Upon returning to the Su residence in the afternoon, she returned the household registration book to her mother. Mom, I've placed the household registration book in your room. Su's mother replied, I am aware. Why didn't you ask Lao Si to bring it back yesterday? Su Jingyan explained, Jianqi was so boisterous, I was concerned he might misplace it among his belongings. Su's mother nodded in agreement, that is certainly true. He has never exhibited a sense of steadiness. With Su Jianqi absent, the house felt remarkably tranquil. This sentiment was particularly resonant for Su Jiangwo, as he no longer faced constant comparisons and competitions. On Saturday, April 2nd, it was once again time for the family to queue for shopping. This weekend, the school granted a 2-day holiday, and Su Jingyan was set to return to work on Monday, April 4th. With the entire family preoccupied with their jobs, she became the primary shopper. After an exhausting morning, she finally returned home, her feet sore and her back aching as if it might break. Chapter 19: The Difficult Path to Confirmation. On the fourth day of the month, Su Jingyan commenced her official duties. After 2 weeks of acclimatization, she had gained a clear understanding of her fellow newcomers. It was no wonder that Director Han had raised an eyebrow that day. One was the son of the Women's Federation director, another was the niece of the fertilizer factory manager, a third was the nephew of the Public Security Bureau chief's wife. And yet another was the son born of the ex-wife of the grain station chief. The last, of course, was Su Jingyan, the daughter of fortune, who attributed her presence here to sheer luck, claiming she had fortuitously learned of the job opening. Su Jingyan felt like a chicken inadvertently wandering into a flock of cranes. Acutely aware of her conspicuousness, each time Zhang Gu encountered her, he could not help but exclaim about the significance of luck. "Xiao Su, you are indeed the lucky one." Zhang Jianjun would invariably give her a thumbs up. Su Jingyan could only respond with an embarrassed smile. "Zhang Gu, to be honest, I have never found anything in my life. Even during the New Year, when eating dumplings, I have never bitten down on a coin. Perhaps all those years of luck have been saved up for this moment." Zhang Jianjun burst into hearty laughter. The others in the office joined in the jest. "Xiao Su, you should keep banking on that luck and aim for a good match." Whether their words were playful banter or veiled mockery, Su Jingyan remained unperturbed. "I shall take all your well wishes to heart." Faced with their seasoned teasing, the group had no choice but to relent. As she grew closer to Zhang Gu, she seized the opportunity during a holiday to treat him to a meal. The table was adorned with braised pork knuckle, sweet and sour ribs, for happiness meatballs, and beef stew with potatoes, for sumptuous dishes, and 3 bowls of rice. "Zhang Gu, please take a seat. I ran around for days just to secure these dishes. Today was the only day they were available." Zhang Jianjun was taken aback. "Sister, this is far too extravagant. Many families don't even have these dishes during the New Year." The most pressing concern was the considerable investment Su Jingyan had made. How much would she need to repay to satisfy him? Zhang Jianjun hesitated to eat. After much persuasion from Su Jingyan, he finally sat down. "Sister, if you have something to say, please speak freely." "What do you need me to do? If you don't tell me, I can't bring myself to eat." Su Jingyan candidly stated. "Zhang Gu, I have 2 things to discuss. First, thank you for your care over these past days. Whether it was sharing a dormitory or informing me about the backgrounds of others, I truly appreciate it." Zhang Jianjun nodded. "And the second? Well, when can we expect to be confirmed in our positions? Is that all? Nothing more?" Zhang Jianjun gazed at Su Jingyan. "That's it." Su Jingyan replied, exasperated. "I just wanted to express my gratitude to you. It's not meant to put you in a difficult position." Only then did Zhang Jianjun pick up his chopsticks and begin to eat. Typically, there are 3-month, 6-month, and 1-year terms. However, each year has a quota, so it's unlikely that many will be confirmed in the same year. Su Jingyan listened intently, occasionally refilling his teacup. Zhang Jianjun finished 1 bowl of rice and reached for a second. "You are aware that your cohort consists of formidable candidates." After taking a sip of water, he continued, "There are still individuals from before you who have yet to be confirmed. For you, it's likely that the earliest would be a year from now, and being confirmed within 3 years would be considered fortunate." Su Jingyan gasped upon hearing this. It was no wonder the system had yet to bestow any rewards. If she couldn't secure confirmation now, the future would be even more challenging. Temporary workers could be dismissed at any time, and she might find herself sent out to the countryside. After the meal, she packed the leftover dishes into a cloth bag, while Zhang Jianjun carried it out of the private room to head home. Once Zhang Jianjun departed, Su Jingyan turned back to tidy up the table. The waitress, a young woman, was surprised to see Su Jingyan bringing the dishes over. "You don't need to do that, I can manage." "Why not? It's just a small gesture," Su Jingyan replied as she wiped the table clean and swept the floor. She finished the task in under 5 minutes. The waitress, feeling somewhat embarrassed, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much." Su Jingyan responded, "It's nothing. I've been coming to the restaurant frequently these days and have likely caused you quite a bit of trouble. When it comes to utilizing people, flattery costs nothing, but once the task is done, one should not linger." Who could be unaware of such dynamics? with current personnel stability, social relationships were also fixed, though salespeople and restaurant staff frequently interacted with a variety of individuals. To believe that some compliments could easily sway these individuals was a misguided notion. Since they had already established a connection, relationships would naturally develop over time. Upon leaving the restaurant, Su Jingyan returned to her dormitory. After securing the door and drawing the curtains, she entered her private space. She casually boiled some noodles and took a moment to contemplate her future. She understood that obtaining confirmation would not be easy, but she had not anticipated it would be this arduous. The prolonged wait could lead to unforeseen changes. It seemed prudent to opt for a second strategy. Swift action was required. Meanwhile, Han Yi was in his dormitory, troubled and deep in thought. In the past, when feeling down, he could at least smoke a cigarette. Now, he was left to tidy up his living space, clean windows, sweep the floor, and do laundry. There was no choice. He was impoverished. Han Yi hailed from a rural background and had once served in the military. After sustaining an injury, he transitioned to a civilian position. Last October, he was reassigned to the local government as the Director of Human Resources. His wife and children remained in the area where he had previously served and had not yet joined him. It wasn't that he didn't want them to come. He felt lonely being there alone and missed his family dearly. The burden of family responsibilities weighed heavily on him. He could not neglect his elderly parents, and his siblings depended on him for support. Not to mention, with over 20 nieces and nephews, he was expected to provide a monetary contribution for their weddings. When he had been on a mission, it had been agreed that those who survived would look after the families of their fallen comrades. Could he simply forget those promises? Han Yi sent half of his salary home each month. His wife had borne him 7 sons, and with the obligations stemming from military camaraderie and occasional donations, there was scarcely anything left for himself. During the famine of the 1960s, the local populace had knelt before the military barracks, pleading for food. What could the soldiers do? They had no choice but to share their rations with the civilians. Otherwise, how could they bear to witness their suffering? At that time, even the soldiers were starving. The letters from home were often filled with tears and blood. In moments of desperation, what could Han Yi do? It was only with his wife's modest salary that the children at home managed to survive. Within their household, his wife's word held more weight than his own. Now that Han Yi had transitioned to this new position, his salary was even lower than what he had earned in the military. He scarcely knew what savings were. He lived paycheck to paycheck. At times, Han Yi dared not think too much. The mere mention of the word future sent a jolt of pain through his mind. He suspected that when he had been injured in transition to a civilian role, the bullet had not merely passed through his thigh but had also penetrated his brain. The military had provided support for the spouses of soldiers. His wife, with her elementary school education, had managed to secure a decent job locally. That job had not been easy to come by, and should she choose to move here, she would have to relinquish it. However, her qualifications were too low for her to find a better job here. What would they eat if she had no job? Their sons were growing, and expenses were mounting. His wife was reluctant to spend money. The organization had also promised assistance, including job placement, yet he, as a newcomer who had just arrived, was acutely aware that countless eyes were watching him. How could he possibly voice his needs at such a moment? He feared that others might seize the opportunity to create obstacles for him, especially given the current circumstances. Things were not looking good. Chapter 20 Proposal for job change. 4 days had swiftly passed. Upon arriving at her workplace, Su Jingyan was greeted by her colleague, Sister Zhang Huan, who inquired, "Jingyan, have you heard the news?" Su Jingyan, perplexed, replied, "What news? I just got here." Director Han's wife came to visit him, Zhang Huan said, pulling her chair closer and speaking in hushed tones. Today, Director Han took the day off. It truly isn't easy for the couple. When did Director Han start working here? Su Jingyan whispered back. Last October, chimed in Wang Meili, who had been hired the previous year. That's right, during the new year, he spent it alone at the office. It was said his wife wanted to come, but he wouldn't allow it, citing the safety concerns of traveling with 7 children by train, Zhang Huan confirmed. Everyone wants to return home for the new year, but the train station is overcrowded. Su Jingyan interjected, "So, this couple is living apart?" "It's good that she can come, as it's a matter of marital support." However, arranging work becomes quite challenging, Sister Zhang remarked, pouring water into her tea mug from the cupboard across from her. Sister Jiao held her own tea mug, blowing on it gently before saying, "Thus, we are faced with 2 scenarios. To reunite as a family, one must forego work, or to cling to work, one must endure the distance akin to the cowherd and the weaver girl. For the rest of the morning, the office buzzed with discussions about Director Han and his wife. In the dormitory building, Han Yi's wife, Wat Saixia, looked at her husband with concern. "Why don't I and the children come over?" she suggested. "Look at you, you've lost weight. Are you willing to give up work?" Han Yi smiled at his wife. "It's not that I want to, but can we continue like this?" Wat Saixia placed the clean quilt cover on the drying line, while Han Yi assisted her. "The children miss you dearly. They ask every day when they can see their father," she added. Han Yi glanced around before leaning close to her ear and quietly asking, "And what about you, do you miss me?" Wat Saixia playfully glared at him, nudging his waist with her elbow before turning to enter the dormitory. Han Yi followed with a beaming smile, locking the door behind them. After lunch, Su Jingyan returned to her dormitory to fetch her meal container. As she emerged, she unexpectedly encountered Wat Saixia at the corner of the building. Su Jingyan smiled and greeted, "Are you Sister Gua?" "Yes, and you are?" Wat Saixia replied amiably. "Sister, my name is Su Jingyan. I just joined this month. You can call me Xiao Su." "Alright, Xiao Su, today the cafeteria is serving potato stew with chicken." "You should hurry." "Thank you, Sister Gua. I won't take up more of your time. I need to go get my meal. I'll find you later for a chat." Wat Saixia's brow twitched slightly, and she responded with a smile, "I'll be around these next few days. Feel free to come by any time." Upon returning to the dormitory, Wat Saixia relayed the encounter to her husband, Han Yi, who dried her hands with a towel. "Don't overthink it, we will find out soon enough," he reassured her. Wat Saixia pondered for a moment, then this evening, "I'll take a walk, you can come down later." The couple's understanding was palpable, and Han Yi nodded in agreement. After dinner, Su Jingyan stood by the window, gazing outside as dusk settled in. Spotting Wat Saixia emerging alone, she hurried downstairs to feign an accidental meeting. "Sister Gua, what a coincidence, shall we take a walk together?" "Of course, Xiao Su," Wat Saixia replied. The two strolled and chatted until they reached the playground, where not a soul was in sight. Aware of the limited time, Su Jingyan got straight to the point. "Sister, upon your arrival today, the office was abuzz with talk about you and Director Han. Everyone agrees it's not easy for you too." "Indeed, no household finds it easy these days," Wat Saixia retorted, refusing to be outdone. "When I heard about your situation, I felt as though it was fate's design." "What makes you think that?" Wat Saixia asked, her curiosity piqued. "I wish to propose a job swap with you," Su Jingyan stated candidly. "What?" "A job swap?" Wat Saixia questioned, suspecting she misheard. She thought Su Jingyan might be seeking a favor from Director Han and wanted to assess the situation, determined to keep Han uninvolved regardless of the outcome. Su Jingyan continued, "Sister Gua, it's tough for all women nowadays. Life is particularly hard for me. Whenever someone learns I possess something valuable, before anyone else can act, my own family reaches for it. My current job remains unknown to my family." Wat Saixia listened quietly, opting not to interrupt. "Thus, I wish to distance myself from them. Firstly, with fewer matters to handle, there will be fewer conflicts. Secondly, being far away means they can no longer manipulate me. Having just joined this month, I would need at least a year to secure a permanent position. 3 years wouldn't be late either. It is said that several from 2 years ago have yet to be confirmed." Wat Saixia nodded, recalling that Director Han had mentioned this before. "That's far too long, I can't afford to wait. I heard you work in the data room, which is relatively easy to IT. Seems fortuitous, doesn't it? If we swap jobs, both our difficulties could be resolved." Wat Saixia felt a surge of interest at this proposition. "You might end up at a disadvantage, as I haven't yet secured my position." "What disadvantage is that?" Wat Saixia countered, shaking her head. "Let me discuss this with Han, and I'll provide you with an answer by tomorrow." "Alright, I'll await your news." Although Su Jingyan feigned politeness, she was confident that this arrangement would come to fruition. Chapter 21 Implementation of work. The following morning, Zhang Jianjun entered the office and sought out Su Jingyan. "Xiao Su, could you kindly deliver a document to the publicity department in the building behind?" "Of course, I shall attend to it immediately," Su Jingyan replied, taking the document and stepping outside, where she unexpectedly encountered Guo Saixia. With a warm smile, she approached her. "Sister Guo, have you given it some thought?" Guo Saixia, without any pretense, responded, "Xiao Su, I shan't say more, I owe you my gratitude." Su Jingyan quickly countered, "Sister, your words suggest I am at a disadvantage, but this is a mutual benefit. It is no wonder we are fated to meet." Guo Saixia's smile was genuine. "Indeed, it is fate. Let us discuss the details further at Director Han's office during lunch." "All right, Sister Guo." Su Jingyan took the initiative to greet them, "Director, Sister Guo." Han Yihong and his wife returned the greeting, "Xiao Su, please have a seat." "Xiao Su, I must regardless, this arrangement indeed alleviates our current predicament, and I am indebted to you." Upon hearing this, Su Jingyan instinctively rose to explain, but Director Han gestured for her to remain seated. Guo Saixia smiled and said, "You are a young lady, there is no way we would let you bear the burden alone, just heed Director Han's advice." Han Yihong spoke kindly, "You will be a formal employee there, your responsibilities will be in the data room for record keeping, and your salary remains unchanged at 37.5 yuan. The work there is rather relaxed, though accommodation is scarce as there are too many workers at the steel plant. Eventually, your work relationship and household registration will be transferred. As the first of next month approaches, it will become difficult to conceal the arrangements when it comes time to collect tickets. The journey will take several days." Su Jingyan quickly replied, "So can we set off now, Sister Guo? I would appreciate your guidance." Guo Saixia eagerly responded, "Perfect timing, there is a bus at 2 p.m. Let us depart early." Han Yihong, being in charge of personnel, had already prepared the necessary documents for the job transfer. Su Jingyan returned to her dormitory to gather a change of clothes before boarding the train to H City with Guo Saixia. By the afternoon of the third day, they finally arrived in H City, their legs weary from the journey. Despite their exhaustion, neither mentioned the need for rest. Guo Saixia led Su Jingyan directly to the personnel department of the steel plant. Director Huang Xing of the personnel department was an old comrade of Han Yihong, which explained why he took special care of Guo Saixia. Without further ado, he personally signed and stamped the documents. Once the formalities were completed, Su Jingyan felt a resonating ding in her mind. "Accommodation is rather tight, there is only one bed currently unoccupied. Here is your accommodation slip, you can stay there for now, and I'll keep an eye out for you." Su Jingyan gratefully expressed, "Thank you so much, Director." Guo Saixia chimed in with a smile, "Let us have Lao Han treat you to a drink later." Director Huang chuckled, his eyes narrowing with mirth, "That would be delightful." Just afraid he might be reluctant. Having known each other for years, they were well aware of one another's habits. Even a gust of wind from the northwest made Han Yihong ponder how to save a few coins. If not careful, he might not even afford a drink before retirement. Su Jingyan stood behind Guo Saixia, feeling like an invisible presence. Guo Saixia said, "Director, I shall head home to tidy up and check on the children." Director Huang waved his hand, "You both take a couple of days to rest before returning. There is no rush." Exiting the office building, the two parted ways. Su Jingyan turned and walked out of the factory, deciding to rest for a day at the guest house. She was utterly fatigued and lacked the energy to organize her belongings. Moreover, it was currently working hours, and the dormitory was unoccupied. If she entered alone and something were to happen, it would be awkward to explain. After securely locking the door and drawing the curtains, she lay down and fell asleep within a second. When she awoke, darkness had fallen. Upon entering her space, she discovered that 3 additional rooms had been created. One was a 15 square meter bedroom, furnished with a single bed complete with bedding. Upon opening the bedboard, she found it stocked with bedding essentials, along with summer cooling mats and mosquito nets. Clothes for all seasons filled the 2 large wardrobes against the wall. The 2 bedside tables held lamps that emitted a warm yellow glow. The left cabinet contained daily medications, while the right housed everyday necessities like nail clippers and ear scoops. Another room was a 10 square meter study, featuring a desk, with pens, pencils, erasers, and other study materials stored in the drawers, a chair, and a bookcase that covered an entire wall, filled with books she had read and used in her past lives. The final room was a 20 square meter storage area. Items exchanged for work and money from her previous life were kept here, yet all traces of her past existence had vanished. The everyday items that had been left outside were now meticulously organized within boxes and cabinets. After surveying her new space, she sat down to enjoy a bowl of millet porridge, accompanied by a steamed bun and a fried egg. Anyone observing her daily life would surely commend her fortune. Having eaten her fill, she indulged in a soothing bath, feeling completely rejuvenated. Chapter 22. Purchasing a home. By the time Su Jingyan exited the space, it was nearly 6 in the morning. Most importantly, she discovered that the space had been enhanced with a search function. Without further ado, she immediately sought out any available properties for sale in the vicinity. Residing in a dormitory was hardly an option. Why not relish the privilege of living independently? The steel mill, emblematic of heavy industry, was situated in the western part of the city. Closer to the mill were the dormitories and family quarters, while further afield lay several rural areas and military encampments. The houses in this region were allocated by the organization, not available for private ownership. Despite Su Jingyan's relentless search, she was ultimately compelled to concede defeat. Turning her gaze eastward, she noted that beyond the railway lay the city center. Shopping malls, grain depots, police stations, and savings banks were all located within this bustling area, where properties were even more elusive. A significant portion of the residences belonged to various organizations, yet there were also numerous private homes. A few families were indeed looking to rent out portions of their houses, having squeezed out 1 or 2 rooms to supplement their income. However, this arrangement was hardly different from residing in a dormitory. H-City, situated in the Central Plains, boasted a dense population with scarce woodlands. Presently, transportation was inconvenient, the nation stable, and population mobility minimal. Approximately 90 of the residents had ancestral roots in the area, living there for generations. To the east of the city lay a power plant, while to the south was a waterworks facility. These locations were too distant and not within Su Jingyan's considerations. Moreover, the winter was not mild. When snow fell, it could easily accumulate to half a foot, with deeper drifts reaching up to her calves. How would she manage to commute to work under such conditions? With no other options, she redirected her focus back to the vicinity of the steel mill. The surrounding rural areas were off her radar, yet not far to the south of the mill was a police station and a commune. This area was relatively populated, and the houses, primarily constructed of brick and tile, were in decent condition. Notably, this location fell under urban residency status, while properties beyond the commune were classified as rural. Su Jingyan meticulously examined the housing situation in this locality, knocking on doors until she identified 2 households with intentions to rent or sell. With determination, she gathered her belongings, slung her bag over her shoulder, and departed from the guest house. Approaching the cluster of houses, she found that the information within the space regarding these 2 properties was even more detailed. The first property was quite spacious, yet the dwelling itself was rather dilapidated and would require considerable effort to restore. Most critically, it was exceedingly conspicuous. The second property, situated within an alley, was in better condition, albeit smaller in size. It comprised a main room, a kitchen, and a bathroom equipped for bathing and sanitation. Upon reviewing this information, Su Jingyan promptly solidified her decision. The second property aligned perfectly with her current requirements. Just as she reached the mouth of the alley, she observed a young couple emerging with 2 children in tow. Upon noticing the unfamiliar face of Su Jingyan, they inquired, "Comrade, whom are you seeking?" "Hello, comrades. My name is Su Jingyan. I have recently been transferred to the steel mill, working in the documentation department." Su Jingyan presented her work identification. "As you know, the mill is quite populated, and the dormitories are insufficient. I thought I would come to take a look here." The young couple's faces brightened upon hearing this. "Then you have indeed come to the right place. Please, come and see our home." The couple turned back and led her inside. Upon reaching the innermost part, the woman, holding her child, began to introduce herself. "I am Qin Kaifeng. Since you seem quite young, I shall address you as sister." "Then I shall call you Sister Qin," Su Jingyan replied with a smile. "Sister, this house was built 5 years ago when we got married. Though it is not large, it is more than sufficient for a single occupant like yourself." Su Jingyan took a tour around the premises and found it indeed satisfactory, appearing even more appealing than her previous mental image. "Sister, both our courtyard and kitchen are connected to a water supply, making cooking and laundry quite convenient. Additionally, you can bathe and use the restroom at home. There are drainage pipes installed, allowing for easy cleanup without having to endure discomfort outside." The 2 children, restless, tugged at their mother, eager to play. Qin Kaifeng set the children down, instructing her husband to keep an eye on them. "Sister Qin, are those twins?" Su Jingyan inquired, smiling at the two identical boys. Indeed, we had the joy of two at once, and it's quite a challenge to manage them, let alone go to work, Qin Kaifeng remarked, her words laced with playful complaint, yet her smile remained unwavering. We are relocating back to our hometown in northeast China, where our elders can lend a hand. Hence, this house is now unoccupied. What do you think? If it works out, I would buy it from you. It's much better than relying on someone else to look after it or renting it out. The distance to northeast China posed potential complications over time. Sister, I speak sincerely. I am indeed interested. What price do you have in mind? Su Jingyan was eager to settle in, while Qin Kaifeng and her husband were in a hurry to catch their noon train. Neither party had time to dally. After some negotiation, Su Jingyan ultimately acquired the property for 300 yuan. Chapter 23. Establishing a home in the 1960s, private transactions for houses were prohibited, as they were allocated uniformly by the state. In urban areas, housing was distributed by work units. Those lacking such units either had to share living quarters with family or seek rental accommodations. When Su Jingyan and Sister Qin arrived at the office, they sought out an acquaintance. Sister Qin, weren't you supposed to take the train today? You two haven't set off yet? Sister Qin, Kaifeng, pulled Su Jingyan along, stating, no matter how anxious I am to leave, I must ensure my sister is settled first. The clerk glanced at Su Jingyan, inquiring, and who might this be? Sister Qin replied, this is my cousin from my aunt's family. Our mothers are sisters, so she is indeed family. Can we simply turn our backs on her? The two had coordinated their narrative, presenting themselves as cousins, their mothers being sisters. We are relocating back to our hometown in northeast China, and my cousin has just arrived without a place to stay. Since the house would be empty, we might as well gift it to her. The staff at the office had seen their fair share of situations, yet there was no apparent breach of policy. Furthermore, Sister Qin's husband discreetly slipped 2 boxes of cigarettes to the clerk. Ultimately, the housing certificate was successfully processed. Once outside, Sister Qin and her husband accepted the money Su Jingyan offered and made their way directly to the train station. Su Jingyan turned back, hastily preparing the house for her impending departure. After all, where would she sleep that night? The weather at the end of April had warmed, with the water no longer chilly. It was said that Northeasterners were fond of cleanliness, and despite Sister Qin and her husband having 2 children, their home was impeccably tidy, with furniture, windows, and kitchen all in pristine condition. Su Jingyan organized her belongings, arranging her daily necessities and kitchenware meticulously. After a midday meal, she ventured out with a basket to purchase some vegetables. After a restful night, Su Jingyan awoke, realizing time was of the essence, and quickly got up. She hastily grabbed a few bites before stepping out. The streets were bustling with an ever-growing crowd as they made their way to the steel plant. Upon arrival, Guo Caixia was already waiting for her at the unit. Sister Guo, my apologies for being late, Su Jingyan said, eager to apologize. I arrived early. Guo Caixia waved her hand dismissively. Shall we get started? Su Jingyan immediately adopted a serious demeanor, and the two began their earnest handover. The materials in the records room were meticulously documented, and after verifying each item, both parties sighed in relief upon signing. Only then did they indulge in casual conversation. There is a girl here, 3 years your senior, named Wu Sufan. She is quite warm-hearted and cheerful, with good character. You will be responsible for registration, while she will handle storage. She is on leave for a couple of days, but you will meet her upon your return. Once their tasks were completed, Guo Caixia felt at ease to offer Su Jingyan a few more words of advice. Su Jingyan inquired, Sister Guo, when are we heading back? Guo Caixia replied, there is a train at 6 a.m. tomorrow, and I will purchase the tickets for you. Thank you so much, Sister Guo. No need for thanks. I will need your help keeping an eye on that bunch of little rascals, Guo Caixia said, relieved to have Su Jingyan accompany her with 7 children on the train. Su Jingyan made a special trip to Director Huang's office. Come in, he said. Su Jingyan entered, saying, I apologize for the intrusion, Director Huang. He looked at her quizzically, what brings you here, Xiao Su? Feeling slightly embarrassed, she explained, I was in a hurry when I arrived and need to return with Sister Qin to bring my luggage and transfer my household registration. Also, I ran into my cousin yesterday, and she has a room available. I am currently staying with her. Thank you for looking after me, Director. Director Huang replied, "That's wonderful. Staying at home is certainly preferable to the dormitory. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to reach out." Su Jingyan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Director. I appreciate your support." Huang added, "It's nothing. When you return, take your time. I will arrange for you to have a few extra days off for your safety." Upon returning home, Su Jingyan pondered what to give Sister Gui as a token of her appreciation. Since the train fare had been covered, simply repaying her seemed inappropriate. Instead, she decided to steam several pots of chive and egg buns, perfect for the journey, particularly with 7 children in tow. Surely there would be plenty to go around. Taking advantage of the warm midday weather, she prepared a large basin of mixed dough. Fortunately, the space had yeast, otherwise, she would have had to deal with making it from scratch. Each person received 3 buns, filling a cloth bag. As soon as Su Jingyan unveiled the buns on the train, the children erupted in excitement, chanting, "Buns, buns." Huo Caixia shook her head in amused exasperation. "You, child." She understood Su Jingyan's intention to avoid being indebted to anyone. Yet, the more one encountered such individuals, the more inclined they felt to cultivate those connections. Touching the still warm buns, it was evident this girl had risen early to prepare them. "Jingyan, close your eyes and rest for a moment." Su Jingyan complied without hesitation, leaning back in her seat and closing her eyes. The children instinctively lowered their voices. Throughout the journey, Su Jingyan and Sister Gui took turns sleeping and using the restroom, while the children's initial excitement shifted to impatience. As they prepared to disembark, Huo Caixia again took out a rope to secure each child. Su Jingyan and Sister Gui flanked the children as they exited the station. Fortunately, the crowd was not overwhelming at that hour. After ensuring Sister Gui and the children boarded the bus, Su Jingyan made her way back to the Su family home. Upon returning, she opened the door to find everything as it had always been, save for the absence of the bed she had used in the living room. This home had irrevocably lost its place for her. Suppressing a wave of melancholy, she entered her mother's room to retrieve the household registration book, hastening to transfer her registration. The current registration book, handwritten, had 2 perforations. A piece of string threaded through allowed for easy addition or removal of pages. After leaving the police station, she placed the page of her transferred registration into her space, returned the book to her mother, and said her farewells to Director Han and Brother Zhang. Upon hearing that she was now a formal employee with a decent salary, Brother Zhang congratulated her with a smile. Han observed the young woman, impressed by her decisive nature. "Just focus on your work," he said, his usually cheerful demeanor replaced by a rare seriousness. Su Jingyan noted it was the first time she had seen Han relaxed in his chair, his voice gentle and tone neutral. "I have 2 bottles of wine for you. Please deliver them to Director Huang when you head back to H City." Though their arrangement was mutually beneficial, Han still felt inclined to assist the young girl. Su Jingyan bowed deeply in gratitude, understanding that Han Yi's intention was for Director Huang to look out for her due to their connection. After taking the 2 bottles, she gathered her belongings from the dormitory and set off to the post office to send them. She stored the wine in her space and purchased another ticket to H City at the station. By the time she returned to the Su household, everyone was already home and having dinner, and they were quite surprised to see her. "Lao San, why are you back today?" "No one has cooked for you," her mother remarked, calculating that it was still Monday, the 25th, and not yet the weekend. She had been absent from school for several days, and no one at home was aware. This was the advantage of Su Jingyan living as an invisible presence. "Mom," Su Jingyan whispered to her mother, "I found a job." "What kind of job? How much do they pay you a month?" Her mother's eyes widened in astonishment. The entire table turned to focus on Su Jingyan. Su Duo put down his chopsticks, his attention even more rapt. "It's a job at the steel plant. I estimate around 200 yuan for the first month." "What will you be doing?" Su Duo pressed further. "I will be managing registrations in the records room." Upon hearing this, Su Duo's eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity had arisen. Chapter 24 Relocating Household Registration. Jingyan, you are capable and youthful, unlike your sister-in-law. Since I became pregnant, it has been quite arduous for me. I do not wish to take advantage of you. Let us exchange jobs. After all, you should also consider your little nephew. Many Duo gazed earnestly at Su's parents, mom and dad. My job is quite satisfactory. I have been working for several years. If it were not feasible, I would never bring this up. I must think of the child in my womb. Su Jiangwo chimed in, Mom and Dad, you have witnessed it firsthand, Duo has endured so much since her pregnancy. And with twins, her belly is so large, can she even bend down? During this time, it has caused quite a bit of suffering for Mom as well. Besides, what could possibly be more important than a grandson for our Su family? Maniduo's belly was noticeably larger than that of an average pregnant woman. Well-meaning individuals advised her to eat less, lest it complicate her delivery. Did she not know whether she had been overeating? Anxious, she had specifically accompanied Su Jiangwo to the hospital, only to discover that she was expecting twins. Thus, her condition became all the more challenging. All right, it is settled then, Su's mother declared decisively. Tomorrow, the third child will exchange positions with your sister _law.at your age. Are you really going to compete with the child? Sister, you are still young. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Your kindness has not gone unnoticed by your sister-in-law. When you marry, I will ensure your elder brother carries you away, and your sister-in-law will prepare your dowry. Su Jiangwo quickly added, I will certainly not forget your kindness, sister. If your in-laws ever mistreat you, I assure you, your elder brother will not hesitate to defend you. For the first time, both Su Jingyan and the original owner heard such heartfelt words from these so-called family members. How sweetly they spoke. The original owner had offered her job to her family not once, but twice, yet what had she received in return? Words of support for her marriage were something the original owner had never experienced until her last breath. It was evident that this family was capable of uttering kind words, provided there were benefits to be gained. Once I give birth to these little rascals, I will ensure my nephews personally thank their aunt, many Duo proclaimed, showering forth sweet words without cost. Before Su Jingyan could utter a single word, her belongings had already changed hands. No one sought her opinion, her thoughts and feelings held no significance in this household. No one cared or wished to listen. Believing the matter was settled, the Su family resumed their meal, picking up their bowls and chopsticks. Su Jingyan interjected, I doubt this will work. Third child? What do you mean by that? One must not be too selfish. Su Jiangwo exclaimed, immediately labeling her. The timid Su Jingyan dared to refuse, only to be met with a tempest of pressure. No one wished for her to stand her ground. What, have you grown wings and forgotten your family? Have we raised you for nothing? Su's father slammed his bowl down onto the table in frustration. Third child, look at how upset you've made your father. Why can't you be more understanding? Su's mother rolled her eyes in response, pursing her lips. In H City, it takes 3 days by train. Why is it so far? Su's mother furrowed her brows in inquiry. There's no choice. Jobs are incredibly hard to come by nowadays. If one is available, we cannot afford to be picky. Su Jingyan replied, her head bowed in a subdued tone. How did you come by this job? Many Duo pressed on, unwilling to relent. This month, I was the only one in our family waiting in line to buy groceries. I encountered an elderly woman who was lost, clutching a bundle. When I asked her name and where she lived, she couldn't remember, Su Jingyan recounted, having prepared her story in advance. I could only escort her to the police station, and coincidentally, her son arrived just as I did. The elderly woman had lost 4 of her 5 sons, and the trauma had rendered her forgetful. Her son asked what I was doing at the moment. I mentioned I was in my final year of high school. He offered to introduce me to a job, which I initially dismissed, yet it turned out to be genuine. Couldn't this be arranged closer to home? It seems impractical to be so far from your family when help is needed. Su Jiangwo continued to play the emotional card. The person is from H City. They came here specifically to care for the elderly woman. Their authority does not extend to our area, and there's no way around it. Su Jingyan replied helplessly. At this juncture, everyone was compelled to suppress their immediate thoughts. Within 2 minutes, Su's mother had mentally weighed the pros and cons and concluded that the third child must go. Then you shall send back 15 yuan each month. Su's mother immediately began calculating Su Jingyan's salary. Young ladies should not spend extravagantly while away, as it may lead to others taking advantage of you. Save your money, I will keep it for your dowry. From the moment Su Jingyan entered the home, a cascade of promises ensued. With her head lowered, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she meekly replied, I will heed mother's advice. The following day, as Su Jingyan prepared to depart, it came as no surprise that Sue's mother had already locked away the household registration book. She left a note for Sue's mother, informing her of the relocation of her household registration. As for the thoughts of the Sue family upon discovering this, she chose not to dwell on them. The previous day's barrage of empty words had left her head spinning. Chapter 25. Homecoming Su Jinghan meandered her way back to H-City, returning to her rightful abode after settling in. She held her personal household registration book, finally feeling a sense of relief. That night, as she prepared for slumber, she discovered that the search function had become more detailed. By the time Su Jinghan reported to work on the 28th, she took the opportunity to hand over 2 bottles of wine, as instructed by Han Yi, to Director Huang while requesting a leave cancellation. Su Jinghan sensed a newfound warmth emanating from Director Huang towards her upon returning to the data room. Her colleague Wu Sufan had already arrived. The young woman, with her round face and a height of 1.6 meters, greeted Su Jinghan with great enthusiasm. "Comrade Su Jinghan, you finally arrived. I've been here all alone, without anyone to converse with." Su Jinghan courteously replied, "Hello, Sister Wu, I just got here. I hope to rely on you for guidance in the future." Wu Sufan shook her head, saying, "Once you've worked here for a few days, you'll realize that the tasks are quite manageable." "You've come at the perfect time," she remarked while unwrapping her gloves. "Why do you say that?" Su Jinghan inquired with curiosity, offering to lend a hand. "Our factory is distributing wages today." "Don T, you think your timing is impeccable?" Upon hearing about the wage distribution, Su Jinghan's face lit up with joy. "I really couldn't have time. That's wonderful!" Su Jinghan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. In these times, having access to sugar was a rare delight. As the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, a knock at the door interrupted them with an announcement. "Time to collect your wages, hurry. The crowd is sparse now, so you can avoid the queue." In a short span, the room emptied. Su Jinghan managed to collect her half-month salary of 18.75 yuan, along with 14 jin of grain coupons and various other vouchers. Director Han had already ensured that she received a full month's salary upon her arrival. The local vouchers became useless upon her arrival in H-City, prompting her to spend them immediately. The steelworks was a large establishment, a heavy industry, and thus offered generous benefits. In addition to the monthly provision of 2 pairs of white gloves, 2 towels, and a bar of soap, this time each worker also received 2 taels of sugar and 3 taels of mung beans, along with a set of summer work attire annually. Su Jinghan specifically went to logistics to collect her onboarding benefits: 2 sets of work clothes, 1 for winter, 1 for summer, 2 tea mugs, 2 lunchboxes, 2 towels, 2 pairs of labor shoes, 4 pairs of gloves, and a thermos. To be frank, Su Jinghan was quite astonished by the generous provisions from the steelworks. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to be a worker. With so many items, she packed them all into one bag and effortlessly carried them away. Wu Sufan, noticing Su Jinghan's haul of gloves, remarked, "If you keep collecting them, you'll have enough to knit a sweater." The sweater Wu Sufan referred to was a popular trend at the time, crafted from the yarn unraveled from the white gloves. Although wool yarn was unavailable without a special coupon, the factory distributed several pairs of white gloves monthly. Clever and resourceful women would gather these gloves to knit garments. For those who disliked white sweaters, they would purchase dyes to color their creations. Some, unable to afford dye, would collect and dry pomegranate peels. After boiling the peels, they would submerge the white yarn, stirring occasionally. The resulting colors were quite stunning. Most workers wore their uniforms throughout the year, saving their Even so, it was common to see handmade knitted garments passed down and mended through the years, let alone the coveted wool coupons. Yet, nearly every worker's household boasted a few hand-knitted sweaters and trousers. Upon hearing this, Su Jinghan exclaimed, "Thank you so much, Sister Wu. I've always wanted to knit a sweater but didn't know how. I'll need to trouble you to teach me." Wu Sufan readily replied, "Oh, it's no trouble at all. We shall keep each other company." Su Jinghan then settled beside her to learn the art of unraveling gloves, and their conversation flowed easily. At noon, following Wu Sufan to the cafeteria, Su Jinghan enjoyed the large steamed buns, 4 buns costing 2 dimes per jin. She ordered 2, along with a portion of vegetables for 2 fan, totaling 12 fan and 4 liang of grain coupons. After making a round in the cafeteria, Wu Sufan returned, saying, "Jinghan, the cafeteria is serving meat dishes tomorrow. It's best to arrive early." "You have quite the inside scoop, Sister Wu." Su Jingyan admired. Wu Sufan beamed with pride. The head chef is my uncle. When you queue with me, you'll only benefit. Su Jingyan nodded, realizing the truth of her words. I knew I could count on you, Sister Wu. I've always felt just satisfied with my meals, but tomorrow I'll be completely full. When I was transitioning duties with Sister Gua, she lamented how rare it was to meet a partner like you. I didn't expect such good fortune this time. Wu Sufan chuckled heartily. It's mainly because we get along so well. I am off tomorrow, so don't forget. I definitely won't forget. Su Jingyan responded firmly. It was indeed a rare treat to enjoy meat. As the clock signaled the end of the workday, Su Jingyan gathered her belongings and set off for home. The leisurely stroll took her 20 minutes to reach the alleyway. Little Su was back, greeted her neighbor, Sister Hua. Ah, have you just returned as well, sister? Su Jingyan replied. In these times, neighbors exchanged pleasantries whenever they crossed paths, provided no prior conflicts had occurred. Within just a few days of moving in, the neighbors were already aware of her employment at the steelworks and her familial connection to Sister Qin. It could be said that everyone was well acquainted with one another's affairs, leaving little room for privacy. As the year drew to a close, Su Jingyan found her life here to be quite harmonious. The work was easy, and her colleagues were amicable. She had taken over Guet Saisha's shift and, with the discreet support of Director Huang, no one in the unit troubled her. Navigating interpersonal relationships was simply a matter of maintaining the right balance and boundaries. Chapter 26: The chaos in the Su family. In the Su household, the relentless cries of children echoed incessantly, one wail following another. The arrival of triplets transformed the initial excitement of the family into fatigue and an indescribable irritability within a mere month. It had been years since the family had welcomed a new child, and both Su's mother and father had long grown accustomed to the tranquil atmosphere of their home. The sudden uproar, especially from 3 infants, was a challenge for them to bear. Su Jiangwo had already retreated to the room of the youngest, avoiding sleeping with Su Duoduo under the pretext of not wanting to disturb his wife during her confinement. Initially, when 3 sons were born at once, Su Duoduo felt a sense of exhilaration, buoyed by the envious gazes of those around her, as if the sky had brightened and she was invigorated. It was a moment of pride, however. Upon returning home from the hospital, the heart-wrenching cries of the children left the family without a single hand to help. She was left with only her 2 hands, washing the diapers herself, let alone managing the other responsibilities. It was simply overwhelming. Though Su Duoduo felt sympathy for the children, her emotions were largely consumed by frustration and annoyance, with her anger escalating day by day. Su Jiangwo, the babies are crying. Lend a hand, she shouted in exasperation. Su's mother, feeling for her son, retorted, You've been lying around all day, hasn't he been working hard all day? Then, Mom, why don't you come and help me? Su's mother, more irritated, replied, Haven't I raised 4 children on my own? No one helped me. Why is it that when it comes to you, it's such a big deal? Are you that precious? There are countless daily chores. We are all women, all daughters-in-law of the Su family. Why should you be treated differently? Am I not busy with cooking, cleaning, and laundry? You only need to watch the children, yet you cry out for help. Su's mother, filled, You can't even produce milk. Giving birth to 3 at once sounds glorious, but how do you plan to raise them? Only by eating meat and eggs can one produce milk. I've been saving all my supply for you this past month, yet there's barely enough to go around. Should I nourish you or the children? Can you even afford formula? Even if you were willing to spend, the tickets are impossible to acquire. With the meager amount you 2 contribute, I still have to subsidize it. Useless. After venting her frustrations, Su's mother turned and slammed the door shut. Su Duoduo was left speechless, cradling her child and sobbing quietly, while Su Jiangwo remained conspicuously absent. Ultimately, Su Duoduo had no choice but to rise and feed the child some rice soup, changing diapers one by one. Seizing the opportunity while the infants slept, she washed the soiled diapers and hung them on a line by the coal stove, otherwise, they would be rendered unusable. By the end of May, as students gradually concluded their classes, school activities began to dwindle. Soon after, the sports academy also ceased operations, and Su Jianqi returned home. During the break, Su Jianqi only returned when it was time to eat. Aware that Su Jing'an had taken a job elsewhere, he refrained from mentioning her again. After days of listening to the family's criticisms of Su Jing'an, Su Jianqi had heard enough. Even he, no matter how naive, realized he had been duped by his third sister. Fortunately, she had not betrayed him. He had indeed learned something valuable at the academy. During his time at home, Su Jianqi joined the Red Little Soldiers alongside his classmates, becoming an active member. Day by day, he was filled with zeal, busier than ever. The irony was that not only was he earning no money, but his appetite was also increasing. Naturally, Su Jiangwo had his share of grievances. As dinner was being served, Su Jianqi entered the room. "Fourth, if you've enough, eldest, focus on your meal," Su's father interjected immediately. Sensing the tension, the family's disapproval of Su Jianqi's endeavors was palpable. Yet, while they could think it, voicing such sentiments was another matter. In a moment of anger, any misstep in words could become ammunition against him. He had only 2 sons, he had never complained about having too many. "Fourth, you're not a child anymore. It's time to tidy up the house, wipe the windows, sweep the floors, and wash the clothes for your father and me. While the weather is warm, dismantle and wash the comforters." Su Jianqi was nearly finished with a bowl of porridge when Su's mother's list of chores still had not concluded. He thought to refuse, but upon seeing the unwavering gazes of Su's parents, he quickly swallowed his words. Recognizing the situation, he nodded obediently. "I understand." Understanding the dynamics of the family had always been Su Jianqi's forte. In August, as students began the National Revolutionary Grand Tour, Su Jianqi wasted no time in eagerly participating. He had done enough household chores. "Travel across China without spending a dime," the slogan rang out, and the enthusiastic young students joined without hesitation. During this period, food, lodging, and transportation were all provided free of charge, and Su Jianqi could no longer contain himself, setting out with his friends. "Mom and Dad, I'm leaving." "Fourth, listen to your mother." "We shouldn't go." Despite his parents' repeated pleas, Su Jianqi dashed away, disappearing from sight. With so many people coming and going, it took less than 2 months for the national railway system to become overwhelmed and come to a halt. During this time, Su Jianqi witnessed the flag-raising ceremony at Tiananmen, climbed the Great Wall, and toured all the famous spots in the city. Yet, when he wanted to return by train, he found no available seats. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he was dismayed. At that moment, the station's loudspeaker blared, "The Red Army fears not the hardships of the expedition, traversing mountains and rivers with ease. The Wuling Mountains undulate like fine waves, while the majestic Wuming rises like a giant. The waters of the Jinsha crash against the warm cliffs, and the iron chains of the Dado Bridge hang cold. What is more, the Min Mountains are draped in snow for 1,000 miles, and the entire army rejoices after crossing. Comrades, stand tall, embody the spirit of hard work and unwavering resilience, and learn from our revolutionary predecessors. Let us personally measure the great landscapes of our motherland with our own feet." Upon hearing this, Su Jianqi felt dizzy, his legs turned to jelly, and the deafening cheers echoed in his ears. By the time he limped home from Beijing, the new year was fast approaching. After just a few days of lying in bed, Su Jianqi could no longer endure it. He had never realized how such small children could produce such loud noises. There was no moment of peace throughout the day. The chaos in the house was unbearable. Who could remain there with such turmoil? Yet, seeing his pitiful legs, he grit his teeth, pulled out 2 pieces of cotton from the comforter, and stuffed them in his ears. Then, he collapsed back onto the bed, burying his head for a deep sleep. "Mom, what if we write a letter to the third one?" Su Jiangwo suggested. During lunch times were tough. They needed someone to shoulder the burden. "What would we say, she's a white-eyed wolf?" Su's mother fumed at the thought. Initially, she had thought the third one was simple and harmless, never suspecting her. Who knew she would fly away once she left? She had promised to send her salary every month, yet that was a mere fantasy. While she had sent a letter every month, inquiring about the family's health and extending greetings, not a single penny had arrived. The letters were filled with lamentations about her hardships, eloquently penned, yet conveying one clear message: no money. If only she had a household registration, there would be no worry about the third one not returning. Who would have known that scoundrel had secretly transferred her household registration away? Thinking of this made Sue's mother even angrier. What's the point of writing? We can't even afford the postage. Then let's ask the second one tomorrow. The family is in such dire straits, the second one can't just sit idly by. Sue's father made a decisive statement. Su Jangwo observed Sue's mother's expression and tentatively said, "Mom, the unit only allows for 40 days of maternity leave. Duo will soon finish her confinement and will need to return to work. What about the baby?" Upon hearing this, Sue's mother chuckled. A temporary worker wanting to return after her confinement, given the current situation? People are being beaten senseless over jobs. Who would reserve a position for a temporary worker? Do you think your mother knows nothing? Sue's mother shouted toward Su Duo's room. That child is neither born by me nor for me. What should we do? You all figure it out, don't count on me. Su Duo clenched her teeth, not uttering a single word. Chapter 27 Introduction of Characters. Su Jingyan was an ordinary person in her previous life, and her intellect did not significantly improve upon her arrival in this new world. She harbored no grand ambitions, preferring a life of modest contentment, finding solace in her circumstances. Jingyan, it is said that this month there are supplies of sea fish and pork. Let us hasten to collect our tickets, urged Wu Sufan, pulling Su Jingyan along. In this era, one could scarcely move without tickets. Essential ration tickets for grains and oil were distributed monthly. However, certain vouchers were only issued during significant holidays, allowing for the procurement of these goods. Consequently, many establishments such as grain stores, supply and marketing cooperatives, and markets required buyers to venture far afield to acquire supplies. The distribution of tickets was contingent upon the goods procured. Requests for leave from superiors were incessant. Seizing the opportunity presented by the sparse crowd, Su Jingyan made her way to the bathhouse. The steel plant boasted its own bathing facilities, accessible free of charge to the families of workers. Thus, during peak hours after shifts, the bathhouse was as crowded as a bustling market, making movement nearly impossible. Those in her building, whose work was less demanding, took advantage of quieter times to bathe. Although Su Jingyan had the luxury of bathing at any moment in her own space, this remained a secret. In the summer, she could claim to shower at home, but in the biting cold of winter, she had no choice but to utilize the communal baths. After all, the last thing she needed was gossip about her cleanliness. On the following morning, in addition to acquiring fish and meat, she also utilized the coal tickets and the 30 yuan allocated for heating. Previously, there had been coal left by Sister Qin in the courtyard, and she had eaten in the cafeteria at noon, saving the remaining 2 meals for her personal space, an efficient way to prepare meals, though lacking in flavor. Typically, she only needed to heat water and keep warm. Thus, the days passed in a tranquil routine until 1967. After successfully knitting a sweater under Wu Sufan's guidance, their bond grew even closer. This year, Wu Sufan embarked on a quest for a partner, with family and colleagues taking turns to assist her, yet she had yet to find a suitable match. Wu Sufan confided in Su Jingyan about the unreliability of her suitors, while Su Jingyan listened quietly. In such moments, it was best to simply lend an ear, avoiding any advice, for their relationship was still in its early stages. On International Women's Day, the factory organized a tug-of-war competition for female employees. Following the event, each woman received 5 pounds of toilet paper. Afterwards, Su Jingyan reflected that she had indeed made the right choice in coming to this steel plant. In the city, men typically don zhongshan suits, work attire, or military uniforms in the spring, autumn, and winter, while summer saw many in vests, shirts, shorts, or long trousers. Women, during the summer, commonly wore floral blouses paired with long pants. A few fashion-conscious young ladies sported brightly colored garments and skirts. However, this year marked the nationwide trend of green military uniforms, primarily in the zhongshan style, adorned with a Mao Zedong badge on the chest. Women's attire became exceedingly plain overnight, dominated by shades of black, gray, and blue, emphasizing an unremarkable existence, not to mention the men's styles. Su Jingyan, too, set aside her beautiful clothes in favor of faded garments, some even patched. Since her arrival in this new world, Su Jingyan had honed her ability to adapt with remarkable finesse. After hearing Wu Sufan recount her experiences with matchmaking, it seemed as though a barrier had been lifted within their building, drawing attention to Su Jingyan, who was still single at 18. Several older women subtly inquired about the type of partner she sought, but Su Jingyan deftly evaded the topic afterward. The matter was laid to rest, and she sighed in relief. Yet, she understood this was merely the beginning, not the end. In the workplace, if a single young adult remained unmarried, their supervisors, colleagues, and even union representatives would seek to introduce potential partners. At home, family members, neighbors, and community committee members would frequently inquire about her situation. What was the reason for remaining unmarried? Many key positions required one to be married with children to be deemed suitable for promotion. This led leaders and organizations to perceive such individuals as stable in character, with a grounded family life, and possessing responsibilities that made them more dependable. Su Jingyan had no aspirations for grandeur. She merely wished to live a life of peace and safety. It appeared that she needed to identify a suitable candidate herself, lest she find herself floundering aimlessly when the time came. Chapter 28 The Selection in All Matters. Su Jingyan adhered to the principle of acting promptly rather than postponing. After finishing work that day and having a meal, she commenced her search throughout the city using the spatial search function. First round, preliminary selection 1. Single men, approximately 2. 43 million. 2. Aged 18 to 30, nearly 1. 6 million. 3. Well proportioned, in good health, and over 170 centimeters tall, around 1 million. 4. Employed, nearly 200, 0005. Minimal family burdens, 20, 0006. Married with a house, over 10, 0007. Childless, 8, 0008. Unattached to any particular woman, 2, 0009. Those of poor character need not apply. 1, 00010. Individuals with meddlesome family members, 511. Those lacking assertiveness, 312. Not the favored child in the family, 100. Second round, initial screening excellent. In the ensuing period, Su Jingyan would meticulously sift through these 100 candidates, striving for the rarest gem. She longed for a tranquil life, devoid of daily upheaval and the burden of charity. She had endured enough hardships during her years with the Su family. 3 candidates per day would be assessed, starting with photographs, followed by a review of the collected information. If a candidate appeared promising, she would then examine their family background. If all was satisfactory, she would note their names for the next round. After a month, the number dwindled to 50. Third round, semifinals. Candidates with particularly distinguished backgrounds or appearances were eliminated, not her type. Professors and teachers were also discarded. She had an allergy to animals. Those who might reside in distant counties, despite being part of H city, were also excluded. How could they possibly connect with such a distance? By the time Su Jingyan finalized her choices for the 4th round, only 10 candidates remained. 4th round elimination. By June, Su Jingyan diligently re-evaluated these 10 individuals daily, searching for overlooked details and potential issues. After a month, she discovered one candidate with a rather unusual inclination eliminated, as she did not wish to be a wife of convenience. Another, who was emotionally detached, excluded, for she desired a partner with warmth. A third, overly honest, would lead to undue emotional burdens, removed. After another half-month, she found one candidate entangled in a complicated family situation. Such a narrative was too convoluted for her limited capacity. Another, possessing considerable ambition and control over the black market, was also excluded. She did not wish to engage in that realm. A final candidate sought merely a stunningly beautiful wife. She considered herself ordinary, thus he was discarded. Now, only 4 remained. Mid-July, final round. 1. Zhou Chang'an, 30, a platoon leader in a nearby military camp. 2. Sun Xuanjun, 22, a steel factory worker. 3. Shinhe, 26, a police officer at the municipal police department. 4. Chao Ziyuan, 28, a surgeon at the city's first hospital. The first candidate to observe was Sun Xuanjun. To her surprise, he worked in the same unit. Proximity often breeds opportunity, so she would first take a closer look at him. I need to make a copy of this material and deliver it to the Quality Inspection Department, Director Huang said, placing the documents in the information room before departing. Last year, the Tianjin Experimental Factory produced nearly 700 copiers, and the steel factory had secured one, now stationed in the information room. Sister Sufan, you carry on. Wu Sufan had recently succeeded in her matchmaking endeavors and was now in the throes of romance, busy knitting a sweater for her partner. Entering the Quality Inspection Department, she knocked before entering. Hello, I was sent by Director Huang to deliver these materials. Hand it over, a middle-aged man replied. Please sign this, Su Jingyan said, presenting the form and pen. Do we really still need to sign? The man inquired, surprised, as others turned to look at her. Yes, Su Jingyan nodded, our information room handles a multitude of documents daily. We feared they might get lost or mixed up, hence we created this form for clarity. This form was indeed her initiative, one she had specifically proposed to Director Huang, who had approved it, ensuring she would not be held accountable for any mishaps. She had even prepared a copy in her space, just in case. You are quite diligent and responsible in your approach, remarked none other than Sun Chuanjun. Su Jingyan smiled in response, you flatter me. If we are to speak of responsibility, your quality inspection department truly leads the way in our steel factory. The atmosphere lightened, laughter erupted among the staff, dispelling the earlier tension. In the following period, Su Jingyan seized several opportunities to encounter Sun Chuanjun while delivering documents, in the cafeteria, or on the road. Each time they met, he greeted her warmly, maintaining a consistently gentle and courteous demeanor. She also noticed several attractive young women occasionally seeking his attention. Candidate 2 was eliminated, he seemed uninterested in her, and she lacked the charm to capture his attention. The second candidate to observe was Zhou Chang'an. After reviewing numerous photographs, it was undeniable that he was quite handsome, with commendable work abilities and a commendable demeanor. However, he hailed from W City, the men there were notoriously patriarchal. In her previous life, she had heard stories from friends who married into W, struggling to adapt to their environment, where a strong preference for sons prevailed. Women there would readily assume all household responsibilities, while men took it for granted. W City operated under a so-called engagement system, where couples would commit without formal marriage certificates, cohabiting under the guise of marriage until a son was born, at which point they would legalize their union. This was the 21st century. How many could serve in the military for a lifetime? In the coming years, there would be several rounds of military downsizing. As they aged, if they failed to advance in position, they would be discharged and returned to their hometowns. The specifics of his family situation were too distant for her to uncover through spatial search. Candidate 1 was eliminated, the local dialect was incomprehensible to her, and she could not adjust to that environment. With her fragile disposition, she deemed it unwise to venture into the unknown. The third candidate to observe was Chao Ziyuan. Taking advantage of the factory's holiday, Su Jingyan made a special trip to the first hospital. After registering, she requested a medical examination. After years of neglect, her health had significantly deteriorated. She often experienced cold hands and feet throughout the year, necessitating proper care while the good doctors were still available. After a thorough examination, it was confirmed that she had no severe health issues, just a general weakness that required herbal treatment. Su Jingyan promptly requested a half-month's supply of medicine. She needed to prioritize her well-being. After 2 months, she felt considerably better. During her hospital visits, she took the opportunity to investigate Dr. Chao's background and even inquired about his mother's situation nearby. He was a devoted son, caring for his widowed mother and placing her needs above all else. To marry Dr. Chao, one would first need to win over his mother. The bond between them was unbreakable. Dr. Chao's ex-wife had once attempted to interject herself into their relationship, only to be rejected by his mother. The son promptly fulfilled his mother's wishes and secured a divorce within 3 days. Su Jingyan mused that she would like to have such a son, but she did not wish to become a wife to such a man. The double standards were glaring. Candidate 4 was eliminated. She did not wish to spend the latter half of her life as a dutiful daughter-in-law, celebrated for her filial piety. The fourth candidate to observe was Shin He. A graduate of the police academy, he was unattached. After careful examination, she found no intolerable flaws. Thus, the champion emerged as Candidate 3. Shin He. Chapter 29 Proactive Approach. Step 1. Investigate the acquaintances surrounding Shin, including relatives, colleagues, neighbors, and friends, to identify any possible connections with oneself. After a thorough search and comparison over 3 days, it became evident that Sister Zhao from the Union is Shin's maternal cousin. She had previously mentioned her intention to introduce a potential partner to me, and she shares a good relationship with Shin's mother. Xiao Su, please help me make 5 copies of this form. Sister Zhao has arrived. Please come in and take a seat, it will only be a moment. Su Jingyan promptly rose to retrieve the form for copying and poured a glass of water for Sister Zhao. After handing the freshly copied forms to Sister Zhao, she encouraged, please sit and take a rest. Su Jingyan also pulled out a chair and sat across from Sister Zhao, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds from the drawer and He is quite a charming young man and possesses a genuine character. Would I lead you astray? We work in the same unit. Sister Zhao whispered conspiratorially to Su Jingyan. Sister Zhao, you speak as if I could doubt you. I merely fear that if he is unsuitable and does not appeal to me, it may lead to a certain awkwardness between us. Su Jingyan offered a considerate response. Why worry about that? Awkwardness can be avoided. Sister Zhao shook her head and added, as long as we communicate openly, everything will be fine. Shall I arrange for you two to meet? Sure, Sister Zhao, you take the lead. I will await your news. Su Jingyan replied with enthusiasm. Sister Zhao stood, gathered her belongings, and exited with palpable excitement. Step 2: document the recent life trajectory of this individual and seek opportunities for a chance encounter. The 26th is an auspicious day. Su Jingyan coordinated a day off with Wu Sufendai in the morning. She began her day by showering with unscented shampoo and body wash. After drying her hair, she secured it with a headband. An unforgettable first love, often referred to as the white moonlight, lingers in one's memory. A girl clad in a white dress can leave a lasting impression on a white. As September draws to a close, a white dress may be out of reach, yet a white sweater is certainly an option. Dressed and ready, she retrieved her cosmetics. After ensuring her skin was well moisturized, she applied a light foundation, followed by concealer, accentuating her long, curled eyelashes and meticulously defined brows with an eyebrow pencil. A hint of color adorned her lips, completing a pure and refreshing green tea makeup look. With an emphasis on waterproof products, she styled her hair into a centipede braid, gently loosening the fine baby hairs on her forehead. Before stepping out, she located her beloved jasmine-scented perfume from a well-known brand, applying it behind her ears, on her neck, wrists, and atop her head. Clad in black pants and shoes, complemented by a round-neck white sweater, she topped her outfit with a newly purchased gray trench coat, tucking a few pieces of fruit-flavored hard candy and white rabbit milk candy into her pocket. Upon arriving at the department store, the clock was nearing 10. Su Jingyan purchased a red scarf, 1 pound of white rabbit milk candy, and 2 pounds of brown sugar. As she prepared to leave, she heard the sales clerk announce, "Today we have defective fabric, 3 feet per person. I want some. Just moments ago, there were only a few scattered patrons, but suddenly a throng surged forth, overwhelming Su Jingyan. I don't want it. I don't want it. Su Jingyan shouted in panic, flailing her arms in an attempt to escape the crowd, but to no avail. The city police station was not far from the department store. 2 days prior, Shin's mother had asked him to bring back a pound of brown sugar. After a long day at work yesterday, he entered the office today just in time for a meeting. As soon as the meeting concluded, he stepped out without donning his uniform, making his way to the counter where he happened to see Su Jingyan purchasing brown sugar. When it was his turn, the clerk informed him that the last 2 pounds had just sold out. Brown sugar was hard to come by, and Shin's mother was in urgent need. He contemplated asking the young lady if she could spare a pound. As the crowd surged forward, he instinctively stepped aside to avoid being swept away. When he looked up to locate the girl, he saw her being carried away by the throng. Hearing her terrified cries, he felt a surge of adrenaline and rushed forward to pull her to safety. Su Jingyan, shaken by the chaotic scene and the relentless push of the crowd, clutched the stranger's arm, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, comrade." The faint scent of jasmine wafted from her. As Shin gazed at the girl before him, her hair a tousled mess, her face pale, and her eyes red-rimmed with unshed tears glistening, he felt his heart race and warmth flood his cheeks. Once outside the store, both exhaled in relief. "I am immensely grateful to you, comrade," Su Jingyan expressed her heartfelt thanks. "May I treat you to a meal in return?" Shin hurriedly waved his hands. No, I must return to work." In that case, Su Jingyan quickly offered the 2 pounds of brown sugar and 1 pound of white rabbit candy she had just purchased. "It's just a small token. Please don't refuse." Shin insisted he would not accept, but Su Jingyan had no choice but to ultimately trade him 1 pound of brown sugar. Under Su Jingyan's watchful gaze, Shin made his way down the street, turning corners until he had walked a considerable distance. Only then did he realize the events of the day. That night, a girl appeared in his dreams. Though he could not discern her features, he saw a girl amidst a cluster of jasmine flowers, her eyes crescent-shaped when she smiled. Upon waking the next morning, Shin found himself compelled to wash his underwear and bedsheets. Chapter 30 of The Bridge Effect and the Darkness Effect. After Su Jingyan watched Shin depart, she did not linger and returned home directly. After a flurry of tidying up, she transformed herself back into one among the countless ordinary workers. Upon returning to the office on the 27th, she presented the wedding gift, a red silk scarf she had purchased for Wu Sufan. Wu Sufan was particularly delighted upon receiving it. During lunch, Sister Zhao quietly approached her. Xiao Su, let's South meet at Chaoyang Park at 10 a.m. this Saturday, the 29th. I have a movie ticket for you. Don't forget. I won't forget, Sister Zhao, Su Jingyan replied. Step 3. Utilizing environmental factors in psychology. There are 3 terms related to love that suggest pursuing romance is more likely to succeed under these specific circumstances. The bridge effect indicates that one is more prone to falling in love in exhilarating environments. The ski resort magic effect suggests that a ski resort fosters the bloom of infatuation, and the darkness effect implies that dimly lit settings can significantly narrow the psychological distance between couples. On the 29th, her makeup remained unchanged, yet her hair was styled into 2 braids, with wisps of baby hair cascading down her forehead. She donned a black sweater, layered with a faux green military uniform, and completed her outfit with Liberation shoes. This time, she applied the Daring Youth series perfume, which bore a sweet aroma reminiscent of red pomegranate soap, blending a delightful fragrance of soap and tea leaves, refreshingly invigorating. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she strolled towards Chaoyang Park. After waiting for an hour without a sight of him, Su Jingyan exited the park, savoring orange-flavored hard candy as she made her way to the nearby cinema. Just as she reached the corner, a figure suddenly burst forth from within. With a loud thud, she felt herself collide with a powerful force, causing her head to spin and her body to uncontrollably stumble backward. I'm so sorry, miss, are you all right? The stranger exclaimed, urgently pulling her back and inquiring. I was in a hurry and didn't notice you, she replied. Oh, please don't move. My hair got caught. Su Jingyan tilted her head, pressing her hand against her painfully tugged scalp, feeling compelled to shout. Just as she freed her hair, a voice echoed, Quick, he just ran past here. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from afar. The stranger was panting, and Su Jingyan instinctively glanced up at him. Their eyes met, and they momentarily froze. He hastily grabbed her and darted into a narrow passageway beside them. This dimly lit path was barely 30 centimeters wide, leading to a small nook where 2 people could barely stand side by side. They squeezed in together, turning slightly to fit. Where is he? I distinctly saw him run through here. He vanished in the blink of an eye. Search carefully, I refuse to believe he just flew away. Su Jingyan held her breath, her heart racing so fiercely it felt as though it might leap from her throat. The voices outside echoed back and forth several times, and the 2 stood silently facing each other, acutely aware of the warmth of each other's breath. Let us go, we'll search elsewhere. Once the people left, neither of them moved. Indeed, after a tense 10 minutes, they returned. It seems he has truly gone. Ugh, let him escape. A crowd of people rushed past again. The 2 remained still, continuing to hold their positions. After another 30 minutes, the group reappeared. Boss, still no sign of him. Let us have our men surround the area and wait a bit longer. Yes, boss. As the immediate danger passed, Su Jingyan whispered, When can we leave? Just a little longer, Shin He replied softly. The surroundings fell silent once more. Time dragged on, and Su Jingyan felt her legs growing numb. She shifted slightly, only to accidentally brush against Shin He's leg, which made her feel immensely awkward. Today, Shin He had initially come for a blind date. Although he had hesitated and declined when he first heard of it, his mother had already coordinated with his cousin, insisting that he at least meet the girl since she had come. Who could have anticipated that he would suddenly be called in to work overtime? In his haste to take a shortcut through the alley, he had unexpectedly stumbled into an underground transaction. Faced with a group of people, he had no choice but to flee. In the chaos, he accidentally collided with a girl he had seen a few days earlier, and now, he couldn't abandon her. That would be even worse. Without thinking much, he had grabbed her and sought refuge, and now, standing face to face, the slightest movement brought them closer together. Shin He could sense the girl's tension and unease. In the enveloping darkness, their senses were heightened. The fragrance emanating from her was different from the jasmine scent he remembered. It was sweet, reminiscent of soap and tea. He could even discern a hint of the orange flavor from her breath. Su Jingyan had never felt time drag on so torturously. As she heard Shin He's breathing grow increasingly rapid and her heart raced in tandem, she instinctively wanted to retreat. However, any movement brought her right back into contact with him, causing her to freeze in place. The sound of swallowing echoed clearly in her ears. In that moment, Shin-hee suddenly realized. Although he could not see her face in his dreams, he was now utterly convinced that the girl before him was indeed the one he had longed for. Countless thoughts flooded his mind, but he had to suppress them. Even if he wished to pursue this girl, it could only happen once they were out of this predicament, not in this moment. Any words exchanged now would only serve to manipulate and exert pressure. In this situation, if he were to ask her anything, regardless of her willingness or thoughts, it would be difficult for her to refuse. As a man, he yearned to pursue the girl he liked, much like all males strive to showcase their strengths and employ every means at their disposal to win her over. Yet, he was also a police officer, a servant of the people. He had to uphold the dignity of his uniform and his conscience. She was not an enemy but someone he genuinely wished to pursue. Moreover, he possessed his own pride. He excelled in his work, came from a decent family, and was presentable in appearance. Why shouldn't he pursue the girl he liked openly? With this thought, his heart gradually settled. By the time they exited the alley, it was already afternoon. Shin-hee needed to make another trip to the park. Although it was quite late and the chance of her being there was slim, he felt compelled to check, just in case she was still waiting for him. The evening air had turned cool, and after standing outside for so long, Soo Jing-in felt her nose stuffy. She pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe it. Shin-hee watched as something fell from her pocket, and without her noticing, he bent down to assist her in retrieving it, catching a glimpse of it. Wasn't that the seat number next to his movie ticket? At that moment, he was overwhelmed with a sense of exhilaration. Hadn't he told his mother to decline today's blind date? How could this be possible? He had come here specifically for the girl in front of him. Wasn't it said that confessing today would be an act of manipulation? To hell with that. He now felt like a peacock fervently courting its mate. "Comrade, are you Soo Jing-in?" Shin-hee inquired, gazing at the girl across from him. "Yes, I am, and you are?" "I am Shin-hee, the blind date for today." Soo Jing-in looked at him in astonishment. "You ran so fast just to meet me?" "Indeed, I didn't expect to be delayed by an emergency at work." "I am sorry for keeping you waiting," Shin-hee replied with a smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Regardless, it seems we have at least met now," Soo Jing-in pondered. "So, what's next?" Shin-hee continued, "Let us grab a bite to eat and then watch a movie." With that, he produced another movie ticket from his pocket. Thus began a beautiful romance from its very first day. Chapter 31. Together a month had elapsed, and Soo Jing-in and Shin-hee had been engaging in a delightful exchange of affections, much to the amusement of Sister Zhao. Aware of Soo Jing-in's fondness for sweets, Shin-hee, whose workplace was conveniently located near a shopping mall, often took the opportunity to procure some milk candies. When one speaks of milk candies, it invariably refers to the iconic White Rabbit milk candy. This confectionery originated from the iPixie Candy Factory in Shanghai in 1943, initially adorned with red packaging featuring Mickey Mouse and named ABC Mickey Mouse Candy. It wasn't until 1950 that the design was altered to showcase the now famous White Rabbit. At that time, milk was a scarce commodity, and the primary ingredients of White Rabbit milk candy included milk and milk powder. Many families would dissolve the candy in hot water, consuming it as a substitute for milk. There was even a saying that 7 pieces of White Rabbit milk candy equate to a glass of milk. The veracity of this marketing phrase remains unverified, whether it was a genuine sentiment from consumers or merely a clever marketing strategy. Nonetheless, buoyed by the rumor that 7 pieces of White Rabbit milk candy equals a glass of milk, it became regarded as a nutritious food, accompanying the growth of an entire generation. Soo Jing-in, adhering to the contemporary custom of courtship, knitted Shin-hee a thick black crewneck sweater. Shin-hee's eyes sparkled with joy, and it became the talk of the office, with many playfully teasing him. As November drew to a close, the weather turned colder, and Soo Jing-in declined Shin-hee's offer to ride his bicycle home, opting instead for the bus. Along the way, the vegetable market and grocery stores displayed red banners, while trucks laden with on the roadside, cabbages were piled high at the alley entrance, marked with signs indicating their grade and price. People, clad in cotton jackets and clutching their ration books, formed long lines, stamping their feet against the cold while discussing the quality of the vegetables. Upon arriving at work, Soo Jing-in received notification that the steel factory was organizing a collective purchase of winter vegetables, which would have to be transported back by the employees themselves. The steel factory, with an annual production capacity of 600,000 tons, could not cater to each worker's needs individually. At this time of year, the most commonly available seasonal vegetables were limited to cabbage, radishes, and green onions. Grade 1 vegetables were rationed at 20 jin per person, while the second and third grades, though inferior in quality, had no limits and were considerably cheaper. Su Jing'an requested 200 jin of cabbage, 100 jin of radishes, and 20 jin of green onions. Most others were purchasing hundreds of jin of cabbage and dozens of jin of green onions. He received the news and rode over on his bicycle to help transport the vegetables home. Su Jing'an, meanwhile, busied herself. She sorted out the less than perfect cabbages to make a large vat of sauerkraut, washed the radishes to prepare pickled vegetables, such as soy pickled radishes, 8 treasure pickles, and 5 spice radish sticks. Pickled some salted eggs, and soaked garlic in sugar and laba garlic. Shinhi, concerned about the cold water, took on the tasks of washing and chopping the vegetables. Su Jing'an felt a pang of concern for him but continued to encourage him gently to persevere. She also sent Shinhi outside the city to collect 3 sacks of yellow soil, pouring it into several worn wooden boxes salvaged from the scrapyard. She planted garlic cloves and sowed greens and leeks beside the fireplace, covering them with straw mats. On the side of the stove, yellow soybean sprouts and green mung bean sprouts began to grow. As Shinhi watched Su Jing'an busily working alongside him, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. "Anan," Shinhi said, gazing into Su Jing'an's eyes, which were filled solely with him, bright and brimming with passion and determination. "Let us marry." Su Jing'an turned to meet his gaze, her heart swelling with affection. "Yes," she replied with a smile, her eyes also filled with Shinhi, focused intently on him. After agreeing to marry, Shinhi urged her to meet his family. Su Jing'an brought with her 2 jin of apples that she had managed to procure from the grocery store the day before. "Hello, uncle and aunt," Su Jing'an greeted them obediently, presenting the apples. "I brought you some apples. I hope you don't mind." Apples are hard to come by these days, Shen's mother exclaimed joyfully as she accepted them, pulling Su Jing'an by the hand to the table. "Please, sit down. It's quite cold in winter, have some water to warm yourself." She promptly poured a bowl of brown sugar water for Su Jing'an. Shinhi assisted by bringing out the prepared dishes. During the meal, Shen's mother continuously offered Su Jing'an food with the serving chopsticks. Shen's father spoke amiably. "How are your parents doing?" "They are well, they are in good health. We correspond every month, but it is inconvenient to visit as they are far away. The round trip by train takes 5 or 6 days, Su Jing'an replied. Shen's mother sighed. "Oh dear, that is quite a distance." Su Jing'an smiled. "My parents and older brother are all workers with jobs. My sister-in-law gave birth to triplets last year, and they are now over a year old and just learning to walk. With 3 new children, the whole family is quite busy." Upon hearing this, Shen's parents burst into laughter. "Indeed. With a new baby, it seems everyone in the household must pitch in, no one can afford to be idle." Seated beside them, Shinhi poured Su Jing'an more hot water. She continued, "And I have a younger brother who started high school last year. Now that classes are suspended, he is at home." "Yes, it is the same everywhere, we shall wait for further notice." Shen's father nodded. Shen's mother chimed in, "Your brother is quite obedient, is he managing well?" Su Jing'an chuckled, "Obedient?" Last year during the nationwide school suspension, he insisted on going out, and no one could stop him. By the time he returned, he was limping back from Beijing on crutches. At this, everyone erupted into fits of laughter. When he got home, his shoes were in tatters, just days before the new year. It has nearly been a year since he returned, yet he hasn't stepped outside since. Shen's mother laughed heartily. Children must face some hardships to grow up. Shinhi had previously briefed Su Jing'an about his family. Shen's father worked at a grain station, while his mother was employed at a bank. Shinhi's older brother, Xinyu, was still unmarried and serving in the military, with limited time to return home each year. The initial meeting between the 2 families went splendidly, with both parties expressing satisfaction. Su Jing'an felt welcomed by Shen's parents, who were genuinely warm and sincere, rather than merely putting on a facade. Su Jing'an was pleased with her future in-laws, as they were a family of workers with no burdens, and their daughter was well employed and attractive. Moreover, the match had been personally recommended by Sister Zhao, a relative of Shen's mother, who had given her approval. After all, would a person of poor character be introduced to family? As a mother, she longed for her son to settle down, yet the thought of her son marrying tugged at her heartstrings, a bittersweet sensation. However, after 7 years of urging, from the age of 20 to 26, she had mentally prepared herself for this moment. Most importantly, her second son had been washing his sheets every few days for nearly 2 months. She genuinely feared something would happen to him. Now, if anyone dared to obstruct his marriage, she would be ready to storm over with a rolling pin in hand. After all, in such cold weather, did the children not have it hard? Chapter 32. The arrival of Sue's mother. Recently, a heavy snowfall had blanketed the ground, and the biting cold wind pierced through the air. He gently wrapped a red woolen scarf around Su Jingyan, the floral fragrance of the snowflower cream wafting up to him as he bent down. With the onset of winter, Su Jingyan had begun to use the snowflower cream. Its fragrant and creamy texture nourished the skin, vanishing upon application like snowflakes, hence it was aptly named Snowflower Ointment. Sue's mother observed the sweet couple as they stepped out of the house, her mind racing with thoughts of hastily arranging the wedding date and getting everything in order through the matchmaker, Sister Zhao. Both families communicated, settling on January 15, 1968, the 16th day of the 12th lunar month, as the wedding day. Originally, He had intended to apply for a separate housing arrangement at his workplace, but Su Jingyan dissuaded him. Given the current housing scarcity, with Su Jingyan having a place in He's family also owning a home, it was wiser to remain low-key and avoid drawing attention. Besides, who would cook and look after the children if they lived apart? Su Jingyan calculated the time and penned a letter to her parents, then waited with anticipation for Sue's mother to arrive. From her readings, it was evident that when it came to dowries, even a 3-day train journey would not deter Sue's mother from making the trip. Why was it certain that only Sue's mother would come? Simply because more people meant more expenses, and with Sue's mother's formidable determination, Su Jingyan had little to worry about. She was bound to secure a favorable deal. The dowry was already prepared in Su Jingyan's space, ready to be presented after Sue's mother departed. Meanwhile, He found himself the busiest of all. He would frequently visit Su Jingyan, seeking her opinion on how the house should be arranged, what type of furniture she preferred, and so forth. Daily, he concocted excuses to see her amidst the myriad of mundane matters in life. Colleagues at work would merely tease Su Jingyan, and she would hold her breath, her face flushing crimson each time. On January 10, Su Jingyan eagerly awaited the arrival of her mother, who had hurried over after adjusting her schedule with others. Time was of the essence. Soon the daughter would be married, and it would be difficult to negotiate terms thereafter. Upon receiving the news, Su Jingyan made a special trip to the station to welcome her mother. As they reached the alley, neighbors greeted them in small groups. "Is that Sue's mother coming?" "Yes, indeed." "Your daughter is well, and her fiancé seems quite respectable." Of course, it was her superior who introduced him. Otherwise, what do young people know? Ever since Su came to this neighborhood, I have noticed she is quite a catch. You flatter her. It's also thanks to the watchful care of the neighbors. Sue's mother responded cheerfully throughout the journey, but once they entered the courtyard and closed the door, her demeanor shifted. She scrutinized Su Jingyan's home from top to bottom. "Is this what you have bought with the money you've earned since starting work, without contributing a single penny to the family?" Sue's mother plopped down onto the bed. Su Jingyan nodded. "Yes, otherwise I would have nowhere to live." "No dormitory?" "Only one bed remains, and it has already been claimed." Su Jingyan poured a glass of water for her mother. "Moreover, as an outsider, could I really afford to be a nuisance? Isn't it possible to rent a place? Renting is not so easy." "There are a couple of options, but they involve a whole family crammed into one space, sharing a room in the same compound. Not to mention, during meal times, if the neighbor's children stand by, eyes wide with expectation, will you give them food? If not, they will cry, scream, and create a ruckus. It's quite the ordeal." Su Jingyan leaned in closer to her mother. "Furthermore, what if any conflicts arise? Wouldn't the entire family unite against me? It is best that I borrowed money to purchase a small place. It may be modest, but it suffices for my needs." Sue's mother regarded Su Jingyan thoughtfully. "You're not foolish, my dear." "Very well, I won't say much more. I need to meet with the in-laws." "Meeting is fine, they are all waiting for you. Just let me know how much dowry you plan to request, so I can be prepared. From what I see, you have no intention of selling this house." Su Jingyan affirmed with a nod. "Indeed, with my family living far away, I must secure a fallback." "Well, I must say, you've proven to be the sensible one in the family. It seems you are indeed a true descendant of the Su clan. With that, Sua's mother let out a small grunt of satisfaction. Consider this house your dowry. You've witnessed the weddings of your elder siblings firsthand. I 1T demand much 300 yuan, I 1T require a receipt, it's not applicable across regions. Su Jingyan calculated, and it turned out to be precisely the amount she had needed to contribute to her family since starting her job. The following day, the two families met. Sua's mother remained all smiles, and the Shin family was equally warm and welcoming, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The 300 yuan dowry did not raise any objections from Shin's parents. Shinhe, ever modest, expressed that as long as the wedding proceeded smoothly, financial matters would be manageable. He had washed enough sheets already, and he would gladly do so again after marriage. Sua's mother had booked a train for the following day. That evening, she and Su Jingyan engaged in their very first heartfelt conversation since Su's birth. As they discussed how to navigate life with a mother-in-law after marriage, Sua's mother shared her personal experiences and insights gleaned over the years. Su Jingyan said little, instead retrieving clam oil from a drawer and gently applying it to her mother's rough hands, massaging them with care while occasionally nodding in agreement. Clam oil, colloquially known as clamshell oil, or tile oil, is derived from the shells of clams. In winter, it is common for hands and feet to suffer from the cold, leading to cracked skin and frostbite. A little clam oil does wonders in alleviating such issues. As Sua's mother felt her daughter's gentle touch and gazed at the girl who had grown before her eyes, her once hardened heart began to soften. Chapter 33. A heart-to-heart between mother and daughter. Sumu's subtle changes did not escape Su Jingyan's notice, yet she remained stoic, betraying no emotion. In contemporary households, it is a common sentiment that 9 out of 10 families favor sons over daughters. Raising a son requires meticulous care, with parents often amassing savings for him, as they anticipate relying on him for their old age. In contrast, a daughter is regarded almost as an outsider. Every extra morsel of food she consumes feels like a thorn in the eye to some. While certain families may maintain a facade of propriety, they are acutely aware of what they have provided for their daughters, primarily hoping for greater returns in the future, counting on their daughters to contribute labor, earn money, and eventually marry, bringing in a dowry. This indoctrination leads daughters to understand that their roots lie within their natal family, compelling them to prioritize their family's interests. After marriage, whenever conflicts arise in their in-laws' households, married daughters often feel a heightened sense of allegiance to their birth families. This creates a cyclical pattern of emotional back and forth. Now, Sumu, who spoke tenderly to her daughter, aimed to instill in Su Jingyan the significance of her natal family, attempting to pull back the daughter who had slipped from her grasp. Seizing the moment, Su Jingyan inquired, "Mother, how has the construction been lately?" "What else can it be, the same old story, idling at home," Sumu replied. "Is my sister-in-law and her family still busy?" "With 3 children learning to walk, there is no one at home who can afford to be idle." This was one reason for Sumu's visit. "Mother, I've received some news." "What news?" "It concerns the future of the 4th child." Sumu sprang up, grasping Su Jingyan's hand tightly. "What do you mean? Clarify." Su Jingyan smiled as she observed her mother revert to her familiar demeanor. "What's in it for me to tell you?" Sumu's gaze sharpened. "Your own brother. I just spent ages explaining this to you. Do you still care about your natal family, you ungrateful wretch?" Most individuals lack the capacity for self-reflection, which is why Sumu never seeks fault within herself. Su Jingyan withdrew her painfully gripped hand. "Mother, what you say is absurd. One must keep accounts with their own siblings." Gazing into Sumu's eyes, she affirmed, "Mother, I am your biological daughter." Sumu relaxed slightly, scoffing, "I always thought the 2nd child resembled me the most." "It seems I was mistaken. Speak up, 3rd child, what do you want, and I shall grant it." "Not much, just to dowry you, mother. Please ensure I don't enter my in-laws empty-handed." Sumu clenched her teeth. "A maximum of 100. "Not a penny less than 300, Su Jingyan replied resolutely. "Do not glare at me, mother. You wouldn't want to live under the scrutiny of my sister-in-law, would you? You know her character well. After all this time, you also understand whether my elder brother is reliable." Sumu fell silent. She was well aware of her elder son's unreliability, yet she was reluctant to acknowledge it. She needed to keep the 4th child close to maintain control over her eldest son and his wife, lest they squeeze her out when she could no longer earn or move about 150, and not a cent more. "Mother, that would render the arrangement pointless." Su Jingyan observed her mother quietly. Sumu scrutinized her daughter, who displayed not a flicker of emotion, her eyes brimming with indifference. It dawned on her that she had raised a daughter who had grown estranged from her. Until this moment, she had never truly felt that the third child had emerged from her womb. Truly, she was her flesh and blood. The atmosphere between them resembled that of two shrewd merchants, rather than a mother and daughter. Sumu suppressed the pang of bitterness surging from her heart. 300, I agree, she conceded. You better have useful news. Mother, this year, you should step down and let Jianxi take over. Otherwise, he will not be able to stay. Sumu was taken aback. Elaborate. Su Jingyan extended her hand, indicating she should first provide the money. With no other choice, Sumu reluctantly retrieved the still-cold 300 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Su Jingyan. Only after accepting the money did Su Jingyan lean closer to her mother and whisper, previously, when classes were not held, students would scatter. Isn't it harder to find work now? Classes have resumed, but how many students will graduate this year alongside those from the past 2 years? They are all crammed together, jobs are scarce, with one position for each applicant. How will such a multitude be organized? The newspapers constantly promote sending unemployed high school graduates to the countryside. They are still advocating it. If it becomes mandatory, our family will have only Jianxi left. At that point, mother, will you let Jianxi take your position? Never mind whether the people in the neighborhood approve. Just within our building, who wouldn't be envious? More trouble than it's worth. Sumu pondered. The third child was right. This matter should be addressed sooner rather than later. She would act on it immediately. Mother, if you feel it's still uncertain, perhaps you should hasten Jianxi's marriage. Su Jingyan suggested further. That night, Sumu tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Following this discussion, both understood that the already sparse bond between mother and daughter had dwindled even further, yet, Su Jingyan could not allow others to perceive this. Thus, she rose early the next morning to buy a dozen large meat buns from the state-run restaurant for Sumu to snack on during her journey, gathering an array of provisions for her mother to take along. As she escorted Sumu out, they encountered neighbors who greeted Sumu, laden with parcels. Su Jingyan watched her mother board the train without a backward glance, her expression calm and untroubled. Typically, abandoned children yearn for familial affection, and those least favored at home often crave their parents' approval, seeking validation. In truth, no matter what they offer, they ultimately receive nothing in return. Having never experienced love, they often struggle to love themselves. However, Su Jingyan was not among them. She pulled out a vibrant, fragrant moisturizer from her pocket, meticulously applying it to her hands, the scent of orchids wafting from a distance. Upon returning to her workplace, Su Jingyan expressed her gratitude to Wu Sufan, gifting her a jar of summer-preserved watermelon jam. This is truly a delightful treat, Wu Sufan exclaimed with enthusiasm as she accepted it. The day passed swiftly. Upon returning home, Su Jingyan steamed some cabbage and pork buns, along with summer-dried vegetables and tofu buns, and sweet red bean buns. Just as she placed them in the steamer, a knock echoed at the door. Opening it revealed Shinhe standing at the threshold. Observing Shinhe's frostbitten face and ears, her heart softened involuntarily. Shinhe understood that this ploy had indeed worked. Chapter 34. A marriage in winter. Darkness descends early. Shinhe did not linger, and after exchanging a few words in the courtyard, they took some freshly steamed buns and bean buns before departing. As Su Jingyan stepped outside, he immediately noticed Shinhe's nearly new black bicycle leaning against the wall. It was said that the sturdiness of this bicycle was such that even if a person were to be destroyed, the bike would remain intact. The frame was large, with a high front crossbar, making it quite a challenge for shorter individuals to mount. Countless tumbles were endured during the learning phase. For those of shorter stature, it was not merely a matter of their toes failing to touch the ground, some could scarcely reach the pedals. As they escorted Shinhe out of the alley, the biting cold wind made Su Jingyan huddle deeper into his coat. In the blink of an eye, the 15th, the day of their wedding, arrived, coinciding with a thought report meeting at the factory. All the workers sat upright, not daring to whisper a word. The couple had initially planned to seize the brief moment during lunch for their nuptials. However, following the meeting, the factory distributed 2 pounds of guoguang apples, 3 pounds of local apples, and 5 pounds of snow pears from W County to each worker. With the arrival of these benefits, all the factory employees were filled with joy. Thus, when Shinhe came to retrieve Su Jingyan, they rode the bicycle, clad in green military uniforms, adorned with bright red flowers on their chests, and with 5 pounds of apples and pears tied to either side of the handlebars. The cold wind relentlessly seeped down their necks and into their sleeves, their cheeks turning a rosy hue from the chill, and any accidental contact with the bicycle felt as though their hearts were freezing with pain, an experience that truly conveyed the essence of being thoroughly chilled. As they traveled, the couple attracted envious glances from passers-by. Upon arriving at Shin's home, before anyone could tease the newlyweds, they noticed the bounty on the handlebars. In an instant, friends and relatives were inquiring about where the fruits had been purchased, momentarily forgetting about the bride and groom. Once it was revealed that the fruits were a winter benefit from the steel plant, the envy was palpable. Hearing the praises from those around her, Shin's mother beamed even more brightly. Although she had felt displeased about her daughter-in-law's family demanding a hefty bride price, she was comforted by the substantial dowry. The house was filled to the brim with items from large furniture, a sewing machine, and thick quilts, to smaller items like flashlights, fabrics, and even a court. Despite its modest size, finding a decent house was no easy feat. It would cost at least several hundred, and the challenge lay in finding someone willing to sell. With a well-placed daughter-in-law, her family distant, and her in-laws having 2 sons and 2 daughters, all assured that their daughter would surely thrive, and with the introduction facilitated by her cousin, the son had taken a liking, and the couple had even met the understanding and caring mother-in-law. There could hardly be a more perfect match for Shin's mother than this daughter-in-law. Standing before the 8 immortals table, holding their marriage certificate in hand, they held their wedding ceremony in front of the portrait of the chairman. On the adjacent long table lay an array of gifts: precious books, badges, red notebooks, basins, towels, and fabrics, all presented by relatives, neighbors, and colleagues. The couple began by singing a revolutionary song, followed by reciting 2 sections of directives, and concluded with 3 bows, first to the leader, then to the revolutionary masses, and lastly, to each other as husband and wife. After the ceremony, they distributed sweets to the neighbors, friends, and children amidst joyous laughter and warm blessings, before parting ways to return home, each to their own affairs, as the afternoon would soon require them to return to work. The following day, Su Jingyan rose early to wash the bed linens, though a radiant smile could not be concealed on his face. Shin's mother shared a knowing smile. During the new year, the chives Su Jingyan had planted had yet to grow, but the garlic sprouts and greens were ready for consumption. Though the quantity was modest, they managed to gather a few plates of dishes. On the 15th, Su Jingyan took charge of the cooking. "What are we having today?" Shin he inquired, leaning closer to Su Jingyan. "Noodles, does that sound good?" Su Jingyan asked with a smile. "Of course, why not?" At lunch, each person was served a generous bowl of mixed noodles, with the highlight being a large basin in the center of the table filled with a tomato and egg sauce, the sweet and tangy aroma wafting through the air. "Tomatoes? My goodness! Where did those come from?" The family looked at Su Jingyan with excitement. "Where they came from is not important right now, let's eat before they cool down," Su Jingyan urged. The sound of slurping filled the room as the family indulged themselves. "Jingyan, where did you get the tomatoes? I didn't notice any before." Shin he asked. "Now we can talk about it, please tell us." Shin's mother pressed. "You wouldn't know, I made the tomatoes before we even met," Su Jingyan replied, turning to Shin's mother. "You were too busy to notice, but now you understand. I stored them in a glucose bottle." "Oh." Shin's mother finally understood. To enjoy tomatoes in winter, one needed to use glucose bottles typically employed for intravenous fluids. Summer was the season for the cheapest tomatoes, with large ones costing merely 10 cents for 5 pounds, and smaller ones going for 8 pounds for the same price. After thoroughly cleaning the glucose bottles, they would be boiled for about an hour for disinfection, then placed upside down to dry. Ripe tomatoes would be scalded in boiling water to peel them, chopped into pieces, and then packed into the bottles, ensuring they were not overfilled. The lids for the jars containing the tomato sauce would be sealed tightly with rubber caps. A sterilized needle would then be inserted into the lid, and the jars would be steamed for approximately half an hour. After removing the needle, the puncture would be sealed with wax, and once the jars cooled, they could be stored in a cool, dry place. In the depths of winter, when the only vegetables available were cabbage and radish, with perhaps a potato added, tomatoes became a rare delicacy. The whole winter was filled with dishes of pickled cabbage with boiled pork, cabbage stewed with tofu, stir-fried cabbage with meat, cabbage and pork noodles, vinegar-soaked cabbage, sweet and sour cabbage, and cabbage and pork dumplings, often merely swapping out cabbage for radish. One can only imagine how precious and delightful tomatoes were during the winter. Tomatoes are easy to procure, but glucose bottles are hard to come by. I've been saving for so long and still have fewer than 20, Su Jingyan lamented, explaining that she seldom indulged in them due to their scarcity. The family resolved to find more bottles this year, otherwise, how would they endure the long winter ahead? Chapter 35 of the arrival of offspring. After the Lantern Festival, the couple returned to the residence near the steel plant where Su Jingyan lived. The reasons were twofold. At first, Su Jingyan's workplace was nearby, alleviating her fatigue. Second, the couple desired to indulge in their sweet, intimate world together. Newlyweds in the throes of passion, they were inseparable, wishing to engage in every activity side by side. Shinhee took it upon himself to escort his wife to and from work daily. This young couple, deeply in love, often found themselves staying up late, knowing they had work the next day. The biting cold and long commutes made Shinhee particularly concerned for his wife's well-being. Shin's mother wholeheartedly approved of this arrangement, having raised her son for nearly 30 years without him lifting a finger at home. However, since the marriage, he had taken to doing laundry, cooking, and tidying up with remarkable enthusiasm. Watching her daughter-in-law dab her son's brow with a handkerchief or utter a few kind words only fueled Shinhee's determination to assist even more fervently. Despite her satisfaction with her daughter-in-law, Shin's mother found her heart heavy witnessing such scenes, while Shin's father felt equally melancholic, as his son had never washed a single sock for him. At the dinner table, when there was a delicious dish, Shinhee dutifully served his parents first, but soon, the remainder found its way into his wife's bowl. Witnessing his son's behavior day by day left Shin's father feeling quite overwhelmed. When the couple decided to move out, both parents unanimously agreed, recognizing that out of sight, out of mind would be beneficial for all. Shin's father and mother did not utter a word of dissent regarding the move, leaving Su Jingyan pleasantly surprised. She reflected that indeed, her carefully chosen in-laws were perfectly aligned with her wishes. Shinhee smiled softly, grateful for their thoughtfulness. Su Jingyan felt compelled to reciprocate their kindness. Thus, she used a sewing machine to create a new outfit for them. "Dad, Mom, I've made you some clothes. Please don't find them lacking," she said. Shin's parents received the gifts with beaming smiles, exclaiming, "What a wonderful gift, how could we possibly find fault with it, it's simply perfect." The gesture of their daughter-in-law presenting them with clothing, whether for the sake of face or genuine filial piety, signified her regard for them. Regardless of the value of the garments, even something as trivial as pickled vegetables would have been warmly accepted by them. This was not merely about the material item, it embodied heartfelt sentiment. The reciprocity in their relationship only strengthened their bonds. Receiving the new clothes, Shin's parents understood that their future in old age would rest upon their daughter-in-law, rather than their son. Shinhee, with his remarkable abilities, fostered a harmonious family dynamic, turning a kind mother-in-law and a devoted daughter-in-law into a model for the community. That evening, the couple returned to their small courtyard, immersing themselves in their intimate world. Shinhee gazed intently at her, and though the room was dimly lit, Su Jingyan felt as if his eyes sparkled with light. Lying face to face in bed, Shinhee gently stroked her hair with one hand while the other held hers, constantly rubbing it affectionately. They lay close together, the delicate scent of soap wafting from Shinhee enveloping her, and Su Jingyan felt the warmth of his breath. She wrapped her arms around his neck, prompting him to lean down and kiss her. The sweet taste of milk candy filled her mouth, as delightful as she had envisioned. A full moon hung high in the sky, casting gentle, watery light upon the earth. The winter night no longer felt so frigid. At work, there were no significant changes. Su Jingyan and Wu Sufan continued to sip tea and chat leisurely. "Could you please deliver some documents to the finance office?" "Of course, I'll head there right away." Su Jingyan promptly took the items and set off, as Wu Sufan, being pregnant, should not overexert herself. On her way back after delivering the documents, Su Jingyan noticed that since marrying Shinhee, the number of men pretending to bump into her had significantly decreased. Initially, when someone first proposed to introduce her to potential suitors, she observed an increase in the number of single men around her. There were those who had lost their wives and sought a woman to care for their children, men working at the factory whose families remained rooted in the countryside, urban bachelors with multiple siblings, lacking a stable living situation, and only children whose pampered sisters idled at home, unable to find work. To the many who saw Su Jingyan at the steel plant, she was quite the catch. Young, with a home and a job, and living far from her family, everyone seemed eager to take a bite. After all, her living conditions were comfortable, allowing her to enjoy the seasons without hardship. Managing laundry, cooking, and bathing were all conveniently within reach. At just under 20, she was still quite young, who would be foolish enough to rush into marriage. During the time she and Shinhee were meeting, the presence of young men began to manifest in the neighboring alleys. Su Jingyan found herself increasingly encountering and exchanging greetings with them on her way to and from work. One day, Shinhee, donning a uniform adorned with the national emblem, a red armband, and khaki-green attire, accompanied her home. After that day, everything around her seemed to reset, returning to its original tranquil and harmonious state. Su Jingyan's anxiety gradually subsided. 3 months swiftly passed since their wedding, and the sweet intimacy between Su Jingyan and Shinhee resulted in her pregnancy. Observing Shinhee tenderly caressing her belly, now 2 months along, Su Jingyan could sense his anticipation. Shin's mother was exuberantly thrilled upon learning the news. At 27, her second son was finally to become a father. Watching the grandchildren of their neighbors, the elderly couple felt a pang of envy. Consequently, whenever Shin's mother procured meat, eggs, or nutritional supplements, she would bring them over. On her days off, she frequently visited to check on what her daughter-in-law might need. As the weather grew increasingly warm, fruits and vegetables came into season. Yet, even amidst this abundance, long queues formed for groceries. Moreover, the selection was limited to a few staples: eggplant, potatoes, cucumbers, tomatoes, green beans, and cowpeas. Pregnant women are particularly sensitive to heat. During the sweltering days of summer, Su Jingyan would break into a sweat even when still with windows and doors wide open. Not a whisper of breeze would come through, and her hand fan was in constant motion. The only respite from her frustration came when indulging in ice pops. The moment she saw the icy treat emitting white vapors, a sense of relief washed over her. A bite revealed a refreshing sweetness that spread throughout her being. At night, the oppressive heat rendered sleep nearly impossible. Shinhee fanned his wife while also warding off mosquitoes. The mosquito netting was thick, and after a while, Su Jingyan would awaken from the heat. Each time, she would find herself utterly exhausted, only to drift off again in a hazy slumber. The heat, poor meals, and lack of sleep took their toll. Throughout that summer, both Su Jingyan and Shinhee lost weight. Once the weather cooled, Su Jingyan's appetite returned, and Shinhee finally felt a sense of relief. Throughout her pregnancy, no troublesome issues arose to disrupt her peace. The child within seemed to empathize with her, resulting in minimal discomfort. Family members showed their concern, and with no household chores to tend to, her aunt, Sister Zhao, visited daily during the later stages of her pregnancy. Su Jingyan felt naturally at ease, believing her pregnancy to be quite manageable. By the end of November, Su Jingyan sensed that her belly had dropped, accompanied by occasional cramping, signaling that labor was imminent. To ease her mind, she decided to head to the hospital without delay. If the time until delivery was still considerable, she would remain there a few extra days. Shinhee promptly requested leave from work and rode his bicycle to escort Su Jingyan to the hospital. After settling the hospitalization fee, he ensured she was comfortably placed in her ward. Shin's mother soon followed, carrying the carefully prepared bundle she had packed in advance. That very night, the baby was born. Clutching her grandson, who was tightly shut-eyed and wailing loudly, Shin's mother's eyes squinted with uncontainable joy. Chapter 36 New Year. With a towel draped over her head and sipping chicken soup, Su Jingyan was suddenly startled by a commotion outside. "Mother, what is happening? Why is it so chaotic outside?" Su Jingyan inquired. What else could it be? Every household must raise a stir over the rural assignments. Mother Shin, feeling sympathy for her frightened grandson, found herself at a loss for words of reproach. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyan understood. Time had meandered to December 1968. By the end of this month, a call had been issued for educated youth to go to the countryside and receive re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants. Thus, a wave of young intellectuals surged towards rural areas across the nation. Now, with a stable job and a family of her own, the matter of going to the countryside did not concern her. Su Jingyan reclined to continue her month of confinement, for she had a mere 40 days of maternity leave to recuperate her health. On January 10, Su Jingyan's figure had only rounded out slightly compared to her pre-pregnancy state. In the cold of winter, donning a cotton-padded jacket over her work uniform concealed her form. Moreover, she applied a darker foundation to suppress the rosy glow of her cheeks, transforming herself into one among the ordinary laboring populace. Shinhee observed firsthand how his wife concocted her foundation. At the time, he was puzzled by its purpose, but now he marveled at how, after just a brief application, she appeared utterly transformed. Before her makeup, it was evident that she had been well nourished during her confinement, having consumed ample eggs and meat. After her makeup, however, she resembled someone who had subsisted on meager rations, leaving little need for inquiries from others. Each time Shinhee witnessed this transformation, he was taken aback. The same woman, yet with the power to metamorphose into an enchanting fairy or blend into the crowd as an inconspicuous laborer, all contingent upon her mood and intentions. Subsequently, he would repeatedly take her hand, examining it with fascination. Once Su Jingin returned to her workplace, none of the employees, coming and going, dared to inquire about her well-being. In these trying times, every household faced hardships, and the expressions of women were largely uniform. The envious glances directed towards her during her pregnancy had now vanished. Most found a sense of balance. The kindness shown by in-laws towards a daughter-in-law was merely a reflection of their regard for the child she bore. Now that she had given birth, the situation was no different. Su Jingin took the opportunity to express milk, which she would bring home after work for Mother Shen to warm for the baby in her absence. Since the birth of Su Jingin's child, Mother Shen had retired. When she first mentioned this to her superiors, they readily acquiesced. Within days, the matter was settled. With a position freed up, who would not be pleased? With Mother Shen present, Su Jingin could work with peace of mind. Eradicating old customs, no holidays for the Spring Festival, holding high the great banner, advancing courageously, the slogans adorned the route from home to the workplace. Although it was now the 12th lunar month, the factory did not grant a holiday, and even family visit leave had been revoked. The festivities of lion dances and firecracker displays were but remnants of the past, leaving only the act of posting Spring Festival couplets, inscribed with battle cries like "No ceasefire on the 30th, continue working on the 1st." On the first day of the new year, the Shen family arose before dawn. After breakfast, the sounds of others reciting slogans and singing could be heard. After feeding the baby, Su Jingin handed the child to Mother Shen and hurried out the door. By the time she arrived at her workplace, the sky still bore a hint of gloom. The workshop was ablaze with light as factory leaders descended to various teams, supervising the operations. In pursuit of their tasks, workers often labored until midnight, with shifts running ceaselessly. At midnight, a bonus of 2 dimes was offered, along with a night meal from the canteen. Those who worked through the night received an additional breakfast, earning a total of 3 dimes. On this first day of the new year, 2 typical activities were observed. The first was the Bitter Memories and Sweet Reflections meal. Throughout the morning, from the factory director to the supervisors, everyone engaged in ideological education. At noon, all employees gathered to partake in this meal. What constituted a Bitter Memories and Sweet Reflections meal? There were 2 variations of one was a porridge made from wilted vegetable leaves, wild greens, rice bran, and dried sweet potatoes. The other was steamed buns crafted from wild greens, bran, and tree bark, substituting for the winter absence of leaves. The defining characteristic of these dishes was their unpalatable nature. Su Jingin discreetly surveyed her surroundings, noticing everyone with heads bowed in silence. Each person was diligently eating, grimacing, furrowing their brows, and occasionally taking sips of water to ease their discomfort. Su Jingin did not force herself. She savored her portion, then secretly stored some away. There were others, however, who, filled with enthusiasm, sought a second serving. Su Jingin could not help but admire their tenacity. The second activity was dancing with her right hand raised high, holding a red silk scarf, her left arm crossed over her chest, and her feet planted firmly, or in a half squat with her left leg, gazing up at the red silk scarf held aloft by her right hand. As soon as the musical prelude concluded, they would sing and start dancing. The dance movements were simple and easy to learn, spirited and fervent, with each gesture and step expressing a fervent devotion. From the cafeteria staff to factory leaders, participation was mandatory across all workshops and departmental groups. Chapter 37. Pregnant again amidst the fervor of those around her, Su Jingin dared not squander a single moment, joining in the chorus without hesitation. In this tumultuous era, anything or anyone that deviated from the norm became a target for contention. In the pursuit of ideological advancement, one could not be certain that the partner sharing their bed that night would not expose them the following day. Parents, who might casually mutter a few words at home, faced offspring eager to uphold justice by denouncing them. Colleagues, neighbors, and friends who had coexisted harmoniously for years might, due to past grievances or jealousy, be penning denunciation letters behind one's back. Newspapers frequently bore announcements of severed relationships. Su Jingin could sense countless eyes scrutinizing her, vigilantly observing the movements of those around her. In the face of such chaos, most hearts brimmed with unease. Yet, for those unscrupulously seeking advancement, it was an unprecedented opportunity. What progress could be made without taking measured steps? Xiao Wu, Xiao Su, here is the list of personnel retiring this year. Please extract their files and keep them separate. This is the list of this year's model workers. Ensure you register them properly and complete their documentation, instructed Director Huang. Understood, Director, Su Jingin replied, promptly diving into her tasks alongside Wu Sufan. They busied themselves the entire morning registering, backing up, and completing the necessary materials, all while organizing the files of the retirees. Working in the documentation room demanded meticulous attention, where even the slightest oversight could not be tolerated. The factory celebrated the retirees with great fanfare, presenting them with vibrant red flowers. Over 10 workers lined up, beaming as they shook hands with factory leaders, receiving certificates of glorious retirement. Should the factory prosper, they might also receive tokens of appreciation during festivals. Su Jingyan watched with envy, calculating that her own retirement was still a distant prospect. As the weather turned warm, Su Jingyan could no longer express milk for her child, as it was prone to spoilage. Instead, she had to carve out time each afternoon to return home unnursed. However, with the Shen family residing far away, the travel time was insufficient. Consequently, Shen Mu brought the child to Su Jingyan's home during the day, facilitating the feeding process. In the interim, she also introduced some supplementary food to the baby of the little one, named Shenyan but affectionately called Zhuang Zhuang, indeed thrived under Shen Mu's care. By the time the workday concluded, Su Jingyan would ride her bicycle back to the Shen household, accompanied by Shen Mu and her son. Regardless of the era, whether in the present day or 50 years hence, women invariably bore the heavier burden in domestic life. Su Jingyan resolved that she would not lead an excessively burdensome life. Upon returning to the Shen residence, she found that Shen He had already prepared dinner. Shen Fu eagerly took his grandchild into his arms, having missed him dearly throughout the day, allowing Shen Mu a well-deserved rest. The grandfather and grandson chattered away, when Shen Mu remarked, "By the way, our eldest has written." "Did he mention when he would be home for a visit?" Shen Mu inquired, rubbing her arms, weary from holding the child. "He said he would bring his partner home by the end of this year," Shen Fu replied, his eyes lighting up. Their son was now 29, finally on the brink of marriage. Shen Mu, wearing a broad smile, asked, "Did he mention what his future daughter-in-law does?" "Not specifically, we'll have to wait for him to return to inquire," Shen Fu mused, recalling that their son had merely mentioned it in passing, without elaboration. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu's brow furrowed, and her heart sank. Something felt amiss. Having lived through such experiences herself, she understood all too well what it meant for young people to be in relationships. Without delving into the past, she could not forget how their second son had navigated his courtship and marriage, which was all too fresh in her mind. That night, as Su Jingyan lay in bed, she recalled Shen Mu's mention of Shen Yu bringing his partner home for the new year. To soothe her anxiety, she decided to search for information through her contacts, but the distance proved too great, yielding no news. In such uncertain times, the fear of unexpected changes loomed large, and Su Jingyan could only momentarily set her worries aside. As her child grew, Su Jingyan felt her milk supply dwindling. The milk powder vouchers she had received at the child's birth were now being utilized. Observing that the baby was thriving on the formula, Su Jingyan resolved to wean him off breastfeeding when Zhuang Zhuang reached his first birthday. The little one showed no signs of distress, adapting quickly to the change. Shen Mu, fearful that her grandson might protest, smiled and remarked, "You are quite resilient, my dear, easy to raise." Zhuang Zhuang, thinking his grandmother was playing with him, beamed back at Shen Mu, continually calling out "Daddy, Mommy, Grandma, Grandpa." Since Zhuang Zhuang's arrival, it felt as though the elderly couple had regained a few years of youth. Their spirits lifted. As long as the child was awake, laughter echoed throughout the house. Shen He, observing this, remarked with feigned bitterness, "Wife, it seems I've been completely eclipsed in my mother's heart." "Well, what do you propose? Are you planning to compete for her affection?" Su Jingyan replied, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Perhaps we should consider having another child, otherwise, she might spoil him beyond redemption," Shen He whispered conspiratorially. Su Jingyan shot him a playful glance. "Isn't that you she's doting on? All right then, I shall endeavor to win your favor." The couple busied themselves until the early hours of the morning. February 1, 1970. Su Jingyan had been feeling unwell for the past few days and, after some contemplation, suspected she might be pregnant. She made a special trip to the hospital for confirmation, discovering that she was nearly 2 months along. Upon receiving the test results, Shen He looked at the pregnancy confirmation with a grin that lit up his entire face. The elderly couple and the Shen family were overjoyed. Despite the difficulties many families faced, most welcomed the prospect of adding a new member to their household. Su Jingyan, who had occasionally prepared meals at home, found herself relieved of even that duty now. Chapter 38. Shen Yu's family visit. On February 4, the day before New Year's Eve, Shin He picked up Su Jingin from work. As they reached the entrance, they were greeted by the lively sounds of conversation from within. "Hurry, I think elder brother is back," Su Jingin urged, giving Shin He a gentle nudge. Upon hearing this, Shin He quickened his pace and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he spotted a man in military uniform conversing with Shin's father. "Elder brother, you have finally returned," Shin He exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Shin Yu. Clapped Shin He's shoulder affectionately, gazing with pride at the more mature version of his younger brother. "It's been years, you've grown up, second brother. Brother, let us have a drink later," Shin He proposed eagerly. "All right." "Greetings, elder brother," Su Jingin stepped forward to offer her regards. "Is this your sister-in-law? Have you just finished work?" Shin Yu inquired warmly. "Indeed, we just got back. You sit tight, I'll go help mother," Shin He replied, then turned to Su Jingin, saying, "You've had a long day too. Go rest in the room." "Go take a break," Shin mother announced as she emerged from the kitchen, handing the child over to Shin father. "You're not needed here." Returning to the room, Su Jingin lay on the bed, feeling the tension in her back ease. As she listened to the chatter outside, she initially wondered why she hadn't seen Shin Yu's companion, but soon succumbed to sleep. That evening, the family gathered for a reunion dinner, with Shin father and Shin mother overflowing with joy. The two brothers engaged in spirited conversation, and after several rounds of drinks, Shin mother asked, "Didn't you say you would bring your partner back? Where is she?" The entire family paused, their chopsticks hovering in anticipation as they turned their eyes toward Shin Yu. With a smile, he replied, "I arrived at the train station around 4 p.m. today. I've settled her in a guest house, and she will come over first thing tomorrow." After all, they weren't married, so it was inappropriate for her to stay at Shin's home overnight. "How old is she? What does she do? How long have you been together? What are her family circumstances?" Shin mother bombarded him with questions, eagerly awaiting his answers. Su Jingin recognized that this was a private matter for her elder brother, making her presence as a sister-in-law somewhat awkward. "Mother, I've finished eating. I'll head back to rest," she said as she stood up to take the child from Shin mother and retreated to their room. Shin Yu glanced at her departing figure and felt a sense of relief wash over him. Although the second brother would undoubtedly share the details with his sister-in-law later, at least it wouldn't be as awkward to discuss it face-to-face. When Shin He returned later that night, Su Jingin noticed his hair was damp. She understood that he likely feared the scent of alcohol would linger on him, prompting him to take a shower. Turning around, she fetched a fresh towel and meticulously dried his hair. Shin He grasped her hand, insisting, "I'll do it, you should rest." "Don't be so delicate," Su Jingin replied, finishing the task before casually hanging the towel up. "You should sleep, it's quite late." "Yes, I'll be right there," Shin He said, removing his clothes. He glanced at their sleeping child, then pulled his wife into his embrace, reflecting on how fortunate he was to marry the one he loved. Neither Shin He nor Su Jingin broached the subject of Shin Yu's partner, as she felt she understood the situation better than he did. From the moment she laid eyes on Shin Yu, she recalled a book titled The Happy Life of a Reborn Military Wife, wherein the female protagonist, Gu Panpan, was indeed Shin Yu's intended spouse. Su Jingin felt a pang of sympathy for Shin Yu. He had been unfortunate in both lives. Throughout the narrative, it seemed he had never truly held affection for Gu Panpan. It was a stroke of bad luck when he merely intended to visit his comrade's elderly mother in the countryside, only to be confronted by a local girl who pressured him into marriage. Reluctantly, he had agreed, but the idea of accompanying her in military life was out of the question. After several years of delay, by the time he reached the age of 35 without children, he felt compelled to acquiesce. However, just before his deployment, he suffered an injury that cost him a leg, leading to his discharge from the military. Gu Panpan, the female lead, was not pleased either. Throughout their marriage, she remained in the countryside, working hard while her husband sent her a mere 5 yuan a month for living expenses. After enduring years of hardship, she finally had the opportunity to accompany him, only for him to retire. With her dreams shattered, she found herself caring for a disabled husband, prompting her to seek a divorce and start anew with someone else. During the divorce proceedings, Gu Panpan demanded financial support, but Shin Yu maintained that while he was open to the divorce, he would not part with a single penny. Otherwise, they could continue their marriage as it was. Enraged, Gu Panpan left, hurling insults at her former spouse. In truth, after leaving, she did not attain the life she had envisioned. In her final moments, she saw on television that her ex-husband had become successful, leading her to feel as if she had missed out on a fortune. Consequently, upon her rebirth, she resolved to cherish her discarded ex-husband, aspiring to provide him with a complete family and to raise children together, envisioning a harmonious and fulfilling life. Such a clutch detail unfolding in her midst left Su Jingyan feeling rather helpless. The narrative had only briefly mentioned her own story twice. The first instance occurred when the protagonist visited after her rebirth. With Shin Yue's family quarters being insufficient, she could not accompany him. Not wishing to toil in the countryside, the protagonist sought to take over Shin Mother's duties, only to discover upon arrival that Shin Mother had already retired. Finding another job was not impossible, but Shin Yue's intentions had already been made clear, and the Shin family naturally had no interest in her. Ultimately, she returned to the countryside and endured several years of hardship. Over 5 years, she persistently wrote letters and sent care packages to win Shin Yue's heart, employing a slow and steady approach that ultimately bore fruit. Just before his next deployment, Shin Yu consented to allow her to accompany him. The army was aware that Shin Yu was nearing 35 without children, and the couple had not seen each other since their marriage 5 years prior. With his wife finally able to join him, they ensured he wouldn't be sent on the next mission, thereby preserving his leg. The second mention of the protagonist's story came when she became pregnant, prompting Shin Mother to care for her in the military district for 3 years. During that time, she inquired about the situation at home. Shin Mother replied that there was no need for concern, as the second daughter-in-law was present. Su Jingyan observed the plot, feeling it bore little relevance to her own life, given the distance between them. Likewise, she felt no joy, only annoyance. This family had been her own careful choice, and she couldn't help but ponder the hardships faced by those without any advantages. She mused that perhaps it would have been better to remain single. Chapter 39. The protagonist Gu Panpan. The following day, Su Jingyan encountered the protagonist Gu Panpan, who was clad in a somewhat worn black and red checkered top and blue trousers, with 2 withered, yellow braids cascading down her chest. It was evident that the young woman before her was not faring well. Mother Shin did not utter much, yet warmly invited the young lady to partake in tea and sweets, offering her some pastries. Although this girl did not meet her expectations, she had to be considerate of her eldest son's feelings. Gu Panpan, with a seemingly obedient and bashful demeanor, was overwhelmed with emotions internally. This was her first encounter with her in-laws across 2 lifetimes. In her previous life, Shin Yu had never brought her home until after their divorce. She had returned only after falling ill during a diving incident. Shin Yu was visiting her family this time under the pretext of executing a mission while also checking in on a comrade's parents. In her past life, she had focused solely on compelling Shin Yu to marry her, from persuading him to agree, to submitting applications, and finally obtaining their marriage certificate, all of which took over 10 days. Afterward, he had coldly turned on his heel and returned to the army. During their divorce, she learned that he had not seen his family for several years, as he had initially planned to visit them at the year's end, but had used his leave to marry her instead. This time, rather than cling to Shin Yu and prevent him from leaving, she chose to trust him, allowing him to return to the army to submit another application, with the understanding that they would obtain their marriage certificate when he visited home at the year's end. This approach would save time, and she intended to take advantage of his home visit to return with him. Upon hearing her words, Shin Yu's expression softened slightly. At noon, during lunch, Mother Shin prepared an abundance of dishes, just as she had when Su Jingyan first visited. She had also set out communal chopsticks. "Come, enjoy more of the braised pork," Mother Shin said, using the communal chopsticks to serve Gu Panpan. "Mother, that is quite enough," Gu Panpan quickly replied. Su Jingyan noticed Shin Yu's hand pause for a moment as he served himself. "Well then, feel free to serve yourself whatever you desire, don't be shy," Mother Shin remarked politely before turning her attention to feeding her grandson some egg custard, lest it grow cold. After their meal, Su Jingyan took the child to their room to coax him into an afternoon nap. He assisted Mother Shin in tidying up and followed Su Jingyan back to the room. "What are your plans?" Father Shin inquired. Gu Panpan turned her hopeful gaze toward Shin Yu. He set down his teacup, looked up at his father, and said, "Father, there is no need to fuss, we will leave tomorrow due to time constraints, and we still need to obtain our marriage certificate." They needed to go to the bride's registered residence for that. "Is there any way you could transfer your position to me?" Gu Panpan's request momentarily stunned Mother Shin, who instinctively glanced at Shinyu. Shinyu's expression darkened. Mother has already retired. Retired? When did that happen? Gu Panpan asked in astonishment. In her recollection, Mother Shin had retired right after the Lantern Festival in her previous life, otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to inquire so directly why had it happened so early this time. Mother Shin's countenance soured as well. Retired personnel received a monthly pension. If a family member took over the position, it would essentially mean a loss of that pension, and their household registration would need to be altered. This meant that Gu Panpan would become an urban resident, while Mother Shin would be registered as a rural resident, resulting in the loss of all her benefits, including ration tickets and supplies. Anyone who could take over their parents' position was undoubtedly the most favored child in the family. Taking over was no trivial matter. How could a new daughter-in-law, particularly one who had schemed to marry into the family, win over her mother-in-law? Initially, Mother Shin had shown patience and courtesy for Shinyu's sake, but that kindness evaporated. Moreover, she could see that her eldest son was oblivious to the situation. This woman was far too calculating. I retired early, over a year ago. Mother Shin thought even less of Gu Panpan and no longer felt compelled to extend her hospitality, casting a sidelong glance at Shinyu. Observing the look in his mother's eyes, Shinyu rose. Mother, let us go for a walk. Very well, it's stifling in here. You young people can hardly stay put. I won't keep you, Mother Shin readily replied. Eldest, take your wife out for a stroll. It's a rare visit. You should check out our people's park, the Qin River, and climb Tai Huang Mountain. Shinyu nodded, appreciating that it was free and less crowded. He took Gu Panpan by the hand and exited the house, determined to visit all the places that Mother Shin had mentioned. Su Jing'an, overhearing Mother Shin's words from the room, couldn't help but chuckle. Shinyu pinched his wife's nose playfully. What's so funny? Isn't it good to be active? If you're tired, just speak less. Gu Panpan spent the afternoon being led around by Shinyu. Although she attempted to initiate conversation, Shinyu offered no replies. As night fell, he simply returned her to the guest house. Rest early, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow, he stated before departing. Exhausted, Gu Panpan could scarcely utter a word. Stumbling back to her room, after a day of walking, her legs ached, and her feet burned as if they were on fire, making them unbearable to touch. That evening, the Shin family enjoyed a lively reunion dinner, with no one mentioning Gu Panpan even once. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, snowflakes danced outside as Shinyu rose early to bow and pay respects to his parents. After enjoying a bowl of dumplings, he stood up and, under his parents' reluctant gazes, stepped out of the house. With tears glistening in her eyes, Mother Shin bid farewell to her son. She turned back into the room and instructed Shinhee, "Second, send these items to your brother at the army." Mother Shin gathered milk powder, sugar, homemade mushroom sauce, meat sauce, chili sauce, salted duck eggs, frozen dumplings filled with chives, along with a new sweater and long underwear she had knitted for Shinyu, placing everything into a large bag. Shinhee hoisted it onto his bicycle and rode off to the post office. Su Jing'an suspected that these items had initially been intended for Gu Panpan and Shinyu to take with them upon their departure. However, given Gu Panpan's scheming regarding Mother Shin's job, Mother Shin decided to send everything directly to her eldest son in the army instead. The Shin household returned to its tranquil routine, resuming work and daily life. Meanwhile, Gu Panpan sat on the train, filled with regret, gazing at Shinyu, who sat across from her with his eyes closed and not uttering a word. She realized that she had acted too hastily this time. Although it was inappropriate to bring up the transfer of positions during their first meeting, she had thought that, considering the limited time and Shinyu's influence, Mother Shin might acquiesce. Little did she know, unlike her previous life, Mother Shin had already retired. Her surprise had rendered her momentarily speechless, causing her to miss the opportunity to explain herself to both Mother Shin and Shinyu in a timely manner. There was no remedy. She had suffered enough from rural life before her rebirth, which was why she had gone to great lengths to marry Shinyu after her second chance at life. She could hardly tolerate the thought of enduring another 5 or 6 years of hardship in the countryside. Now, after finally making some progress in her relationship with Shinyu, it seemed she was back at square one, possibly in an even worse position. Gu Panpan sighed inwardly, lamenting that she had returned too late. Her previous tactic of using diving as a means to force a marriage had been overly simplistic and direct, causing Shinyu to harbor strong resentment towards her. She was still too young and had not thought things through adequately. It seemed she needed to calm her heart and employ a more gradual approach to win Shinyu over, adopting the philosophy that constant dripping wears away the stone. In the future, she must not rely solely on memory but strive to gain a thorough understanding of matters at hand. Chapter 40. Giving birth to a daughter. Gu Panpan subdued her reborn pride and lofty spirit. Su Jing'an could foresee Gu Panpan's future life without needing to guess. Living with a man who harbors no feelings for you means his heart will remain distant and indifferent. Moreover, being coerced into marriage is a humiliation for a capable and ambitious man. Consequently, one must contend with his seemingly ironclad heart. In the absence of external factors, considerable time, energy, and effort must be expended to alleviate conflicts and bridge emotional chasms. In the original narrative, Gu Panpan spent 5 years helping Shenhe to release his emotional burdens. This is why, after initially selecting Shenhe, Su Jing'an sought to create opportunities for chance encounters rather than directly meeting him for an arranged marriage. She needed Shenhe to genuinely like her from the depths of his heart, not merely tolerate her. Mom Zhuangzhuang stretched out his hands and rushed towards Su Jing'an. Be careful, Jing'an, don't let him kick your belly, Shen's mother cautioned anxiously. Don't worry, Mom, I'm being careful, Su Jing'an replied, playfully bumping heads with her son, eliciting peals of laughter from Zhuangzhuang. Observing her son's smooth little head, Su Jing'an felt a tumult of emotions within her. In H City, it is customary not to shave one's head in the first month of the lunar calendar, as it is believed to bring misfortune to one's uncle. Whether rooted in folklore or superstition, this belief has persisted through the ages. The validity of such notions has become irrelevant. The populace has embraced this rationale wholeheartedly. Consequently, as the new year approaches, barbershops become particularly bustling. From dawn until dusk, the lines of waiting customers only seem to grow longer. By day's end, the master barber's hands ache from fatigue. During the festive season, as one wanders through the streets, it becomes evident that all the boys sport increasingly shiny foreheads. After all, with less haircut, it grows back quickly, necessitating further expenditure. If Su Jing'an were to lose even a shred of her rationality, she might have resorted to shaving her son's head again on the first day of the new year. However, now that her intellect was intact, she could only regretfully set the matter aside. In 1970, Su Jing'an felt that this year's celebrations were more comfortable than in previous years, as the steel mill's leadership had recruited numerous veterans. The security personnel patrolled incessantly, and the gate checks had become more stringent, effectively keeping many unstable elements outside the steel mill's gates. This entrance created a divide between the mill and the outside world. While the external sphere expanded and thrived, the workers inside the mill toiled diligently, leading a stable and harmonious existence. Once they stepped out of the steel mill, however, the workers reverted to their subdued and silent demeanor. This tumultuous wave could easily sweep someone away, thus, everyone had to remain vigilant. On September 28, Su Jing'an gave birth to a girl named Shen Tian, affectionately nicknamed Dodo. The name Dodo was inspired by Zhuangzhuang, who noticed a round little black mole on his sister's leg. With thick hair, bright eyes, and rosy skin, the child drew compliments from all who beheld her. Shen's mother, gazing at her granddaughter, who bore the virtues of her parents, smiled so broadly that her eyes nearly closed with joy. With both a grandson and a granddaughter, how could she not be delighted? Leaning against the bed while sipping sweet red sugar and egg millet porridge, Su Jing'an was interrupted by Shenhe's entrance. "How is it? Is the little cart ready?" Su Jing'an inquired eagerly. "I spoke with Wang Gang. He said it's finished. He told me to retrieve it tomorrow," Shenhe replied. Wang Gang, having his own work commitments, had dedicated over half a month to completing the cart. After returning to work, Su Jing'an needed Shen's mother to help care for both children in their residence near the steel mill for the sake of convenience during nursing. At that time, it would be rather inconvenient to transport Mother Shen and the two children on a bicycle. After discussing with Shen, they decided to enlist someone to construct a wooden cart measuring 110.5 meters. The top of the cart would be removable, to be fitted on during rainy weather. Consequently, Su Jing'an could ride her bicycle while towing the cart, ensuring safety. Upon hearing this idea, Shen found it quite agreeable. Their neighbor, Wang Gang, possessed carpentry skills. The following day, Shen brought along a pound of pork belly and paid him a visit. Once the cart was returned, the family gathered around to admire it for quite some time. The cart was fashioned from old furniture, with its base supported by two used bicycle wheels. Although the wooden cart lacked aesthetic appeal, its surface was meticulously polished to a smooth finish. Zhuangzhuang, fascinated by the novelty, played on it incessantly, even having his meals inside the cart. The neighbors, upon witnessing it, expressed their approval, leading Wang Gang to receive 5 or 6 orders. After her confinement period, Shen generally relied on him for deliveries during her free time. However, due to recent tasks at the bureau, Su Jing'an had to manage alone. Early one morning, she set off on her bicycle with Mother Shin and the children in tow. Along the way, they attracted the attention of many passers-by. Zhuangzhuan leaned over the side of the cart to gaze outside, while Dodo slept in Mother Shin's arms. As Su Jingyan pedaled diligently, she suddenly heard her son exclaim, "Mama, Mama, look quickly." Following her son's pointing finger, she lifted her gaze to see an ox cart approaching. The driver, an elderly man, met her eyes with curiosity, surprised to encounter a fellow cyclist in the city. As they passed each other, the driver lightly flicked the ox with his whip, calling out, "Giddy up!" Zhuangzhuan, upon witnessing this, excitedly shouted, "Giddy up! Giddy up!" Su Jingyan lost her footing momentarily, missing the pedal. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. Mother Shin quickly pulled her grandson down to sit properly. In early January of 71, Dodo had surpassed 100 days, and as per tradition, Su Jingyan went to the hospital for a routine checkup to assess her recovery. If the results were as anticipated, the couple would resume their intimate life that evening. However, after giving birth to 2 children in 3 years, she now had to be vigilant about contraception and focus on her recuperation. Exiting the hospital, she discreetly tucked 2 condoms into her pocket. Do not underestimate their significance. In 1955, China had only established its first condom factory, which soon faced official criticism for being too thick, too brittle, tearing easily, causing great concern. By 1965, the production of condoms had transitioned to full mechanization, yet during that period, most domestic rubber was allocated for national defense needs, necessitating that condoms yield to the imperative of national security. At that time, condoms, referred to as insurance devices, were quite thick, requiring cleaning and the application of talcum powder for preservation, allowing for multiple uses. Su Jingyan harbored fears that a condom might inadvertently fall out, leading to undesirable attention, so she decided to store them securely in her space, ensuring their safety. Chapter 41. As Su Jianjie goes to the countryside. Not long after Su Jingyan emerged from the hospital, she heard voices exclaiming, "Put it on, and hurry, put it on," as someone waved a qipao in the air. A group of individuals adorned with armbands gathered, continuously shouting, while onlookers flocked to witness the commotion, causing the crowd to swell. "Don't put it on, strip her! Strip her bare before dressing her!" A cacophony of cries ensued, and after a while, the crowd dispersed. In the center, a middle-aged woman with a face marred by bruises was relentlessly shoved forward, clutching a large gong. She weakly shouted, "I am," when someone yelled, "Teach her a lesson." A throng surged towards her, raining down punches and kicks, spitting and hurling stones. Her hair was yanked, matted with spit and even phlegm, as she bled profusely, isolated and helpless, beginning to parade through the streets. Su Jingyan, terrified, scurried along the wall, pedaling her bicycle with fervor. By the time she reached the banks of the Qin River, her legs felt weak. She dismounted and sat on a stone bench to catch her breath when she heard faint groans nearby. Startled, she sprang to her feet and searched around until she discovered an elderly man lying behind a large tree. He appeared to be over 70, his disheveled gray hair framing a face that was yellowed and slick with sweat, clutching his waist in evident agony. Su Jingyan noticed the dirt on his knees. He had likely hidden here, fearing his family would be distressed by his condition. Watching the old man in such a state filled her with unease. Having left home without a bag to carry anything, her hands were empty. Thus, whether out of sympathy or discomfort, all she could do was feign retrieving 3 painkillers, 2 Anacin tablets, and 5 large white rabbit candies from her pocket, placing them beside him. The elderly man, gritting his teeth against the pain, wept, "Thank you, young lady." Su Jingyan did not respond. Without a backward glance, she mounted her bicycle and departed hastily. She pedaled relentlessly until she arrived home, drenched in sweat. Su Jingyan and Shen He had entered a blissful phase of their marriage, their affection palpable, as if a brief separation had rekindled the flames of their love, continuing for half a month. However, with the arrival of Su Jingyan's menstrual cycle, they began a short period of respite. As April commenced, a telegram from the Su family shattered Su Jingyan's tranquil existence. "Su Jianjie has gone to the countryside, and to H city no less?" Su Jingyan was taken aback upon reading the telegram. Initially, she had traded 300 yuan of her dowry with Su's mother under the pretense of preventing Su Jianjie from going to the countryside. They had mutually agreed to cease all communication, and not even a single letter had been exchanged during Su Jingyan's pregnancy and childbirth, let alone any telegrams or phone calls. Thus, it was no wonder Su's mother sent her a telegram. She must be seething with anger, perhaps even blaming Su Jingyan for the turn of events. At that moment, Su's mother was beside herself with rage. No one anticipated that Su Jianjie, while employed, would be sent to the countryside, especially as the eldest son's wife. After hearing the third son's words, Su's mother pondered throughout the night, concluding that there was indeed some truth to them. When ordinary individuals are uncertain of what to do, they tend to observe the actions of leaders and the astute, simply imitating their methods. The current trend dictated that those with connections were arranging for their children to find jobs. Previously, there had been many unmarried young men and women who had reached the appropriate age but remained unwed, primarily seeking partners with favorable conditions and good character. Yet now, as soon as one met the basic criteria, many were wed by the time they came of age. This month alone, Su's mother had indulged in 6 wedding candies, while old Su had given gifts for 8 weddings at the factory. Reflecting on this, she inhaled sharply, and the following day, with the face project provided by the third son a large burden, she hastily boarded a train home. Upon her return, she discreetly shared the news with Su's father and the fourth son, and the next day, she took over Su Jianjie's shift. Although Su Jiangwo and Su Duoduo were displeased, they understood that the job was intended for the fourth son. Furthermore, Su's mother had always been unequivocal about this position belonging to Su Jianjie. Once everything was arranged, Su Jianjie began his job seamlessly. 6 months later, he was converted to a permanent employee, which slightly eased Su's mother's worries. When the national call for educated youth to go to the countryside arose, proclaiming, "We too have 2 hands, we will not eat idly in the city," the neighborhood committee notified every household that those without jobs must go to the countryside, except for those already employed and only children. Upon hearing this, Su's parents felt an immense sense of relief. Others in the building sought to transfer their jobs to their children, but the committee insisted that each family must have at least one member go to the countryside, excluding those already employed and only children. Once this condition was set, many parents could only watch helplessly as their sole unemployed child was sent away. Although parents wished for their children to take over the family business, the leaders denied their requests. They could only hope to bring their children back from the countryside in a couple of years, but as time passed, uncertainties grew. No one could guarantee success in that endeavor. The Su family remained low-key, speaking kindly to others, fearful of any ill intentions. Su Jianjie, being slightly younger than Su Jing'an, had only just turned 20 in October 1971. Initially, Su's mother wished for her son to marry young, both to secure a good match before he was a permanent employee and due to his insufficient age. Shortly after her son's transition to permanent status, the notice for him to head to the countryside arrived, and more people began to scrutinize their family. After all, in their entire building, only 5 families had the fortune of not sending any children to the countryside. Su's mother dared not seek to change Su Jianjie's age, fearing repercussions if she were caught this year. As Su Jianjie finally reached the appropriate age, Su's mother busily arranged for him to find a partner, yet no one anticipated the treachery from Su Duoduo lurking behind the scenes. Chapter 42, Support for the Northwest. Upon receiving the notification regarding Su Jian's rural assignment, Su Mu's indignation was palpable. Su Jian, upon learning of this, was also thrown into a state of panic. Su Fu and Su Mu hurriedly gathered their funds and sought to intercede on their son's behalf. However, they were informed that it was too late. The list had already been finalized, and the notifications dispatched. With no other recourse, the couple implored for Su Jian's assignment to be relocated to H City. Initially, they suspected jealousy as the motive behind this predicament, but upon discovering that it was orchestrated by their eldest daughter-in-law, their exhaustion, both mental and physical, deepened. Su Mu suppressed her anger, soothing her youngest son to ensure he continued his work while she busied herself preparing supplies for her son's rural endeavor. Once everything was in order, Su Mu returned to her workplace to hand over her responsibilities to her son. Indeed, she would reclaim her job. Was not the eldest daughter-in-law's cunning plot merely an attempt to remove her eldest son? Did she truly desire this position? Nonsense, such dreams were fanciful at best. Since Su Mu had ceased working, both she and her daughter-in-law had been cohabitating at home. Their daily interactions led to an increase in friction. Su Mu, reflecting on her current life, found herself discontented. The minutiae of daily existence seemed to drain her of all vitality. Caring for 3 mischievous sons was enough to diminish even the most spirited of women. This was not the life she had envisioned. Was there any fundamental difference between her present circumstances and her prior life with the Su family? It was merely a change of residence. Would she truly spend the latter part of her life buried beneath an endless pile of household chores, engaged in ceaseless quarrels with her mother-in-law? She needed to step outside, to work, in order to explore alternate possibilities. Furthermore, with the departure of her youngest son, the household would consist solely of the 2 of them and their 3 children. Eventually, the elderly couple's anger would subside. After all, they would ultimately rely on each other for their twilight years. Their possessions were not to be easily relinquished to others. Moreover, within the family quarters, there were envious onlookers who occasionally stoked the fires of discord between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. There were those who had keen eyes and ears, privy to secrets, yet they remained silent, perhaps relishing the unfolding drama. After conferring with her husband, Sumu registered Su Jian for the assignment, taking their household registration book with her. In the following days, fearing repercussions, the couple took their children to Su Mu's maternal home. They even paid 5 yuan for accommodation to the Su family. Their intentions were noble, but upon their return with the children, they discovered that Su Mu had already resumed her job. Although Su Mu felt a pang of disappointment, she reassured herself at least her mother-in-law was no longer in the house, and they would not have to confront each other daily, allowing their tensions to ease. However, barely half a month later, Su Jian received a notice of job reassignment. He was left bewildered. What was happening? How had their family become recognized as exemplary citizens, fervently requested to contribute to the development of the Northwest? Although they remained workers with unchanged salaries, their work environment had shifted dramatically. Now, their family was destined to plant trees in the desert for reforestation. The street committee presented them with a letter of intent, ceremoniously delivered with much fanfare. It was purportedly penned in blood by both of them. How could he have been unaware of this? Reporters from several newspapers came to interview them and take photographs. The head of the street committee personally led a delegation, presenting the couple with a large red flower. At that moment, Su Mu contemplated divorce, wishing to abandon Su Jian and the children. The letter bore both their names, gazing at the imposing banner declaring, "As we enter the sand, it retreats. If the desert does not turn green, we shall never return." Su Mu felt as though the world around her was fading to black. The Su family had become famous. To be precise, Su Jian and Su Mu had risen to prominence. Now, they found themselves propelled into a situation from which they could not extricate themselves. If they dared to voice their reluctance to go, no one would entertain such a notion. They could only grit their teeth and accept their fate. Both understood that this was an act of retribution. The instigators were none other than Su Jian and Su Jingping. After all, only the second and fourth children could have mimicked their handwriting to compose that letter. Su Fu and Su Mu were barely literate, let alone capable of writing. Su Jingping's involvement was unexpected for Su Mu, yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Since their marriage, Su Mu had frequently urged Su Mu to solicit benefits from Su Jingping. The proximity of their families in the city facilitated this. Moreover, she could not escape the entanglements of her own family. Why should Su Jingping be any different? With the third son, Su Jing'an, having flown the nest, Su Jingping felt an even greater need to hold on tightly. Su Jingping, much like a protagonist from another narrative, was not someone to be easily manipulated. She excelled at seizing opportunities and delivering decisive blows. Though her current life did not mirror the meteoric rise depicted in the original tale, she had crafted a more favorable existence than most through her diligence. Once the news of Su Jian's rural assignment surfaced, she sensed something amiss. Upon discovering it was the eldest couple responsible, she recognized her chance. Would her advantages be so easily relinquished? Everything she had claimed must be returned. She promptly conferred with the fourth child on how to deal with them. Otherwise, would Su Jian depart quietly without protest? Such behavior was not characteristic of the Su family. This included the third child, Su Jing'an, who had ventured far from home. Perceiving the dire situation, Su Mu quickly began to gather their belongings. From this point forward, their family would never return. Once everything was packed, she would send it ahead. Anything that could not be transported would either be sold or exchanged, leaving nothing behind for the Su family. She had come to realize that this family was filled with ruthless individuals. In the days that followed, Su Mu took leave from work to keep a vigilant eye on their possessions, vowing not to allow the eldest daughter-in-law to pilfer a single thread. While the eldest couple had ostensibly acted with good intentions, at least Su Fu had been promoted to team leader and Su Mu was soon to secure a more manageable job. Their situation left Su Mu seething with indignation. She quietly returned the borrowed hammer and screwdriver she had stealthily acquired. Chapter 43 Su Jingping's revenge. On the morning before their departure, Su Duo and Su Jiangwo stepped out of their home, train tickets in hand and heavy bags on their backs. Just as they exited the family compound, they were intercepted by Su Jingping. Humph! Su Jiangwo, unable to contain his anger, deliberately pretended not to see Su Jingping as he walked past her. Su Duo remained silent, not uttering a word. "Are you really just going to leave like this, elder brother and sister-in-law?" Su Jingping inquired gently. "What more do you want, second sister?" Su Jiangluo shouted at Su Jingping. Sister, we have lost this round. We have bowed our heads in defeat and said nothing. Surely, this cannot go on forever. Su Duo interjected, restraining Su Jiangluo and turning to respond. Su Jingping smiled slightly. Sister-in-law, I meant to say, are you truly going to abandon your 3 children without a word and slip away quietly? Su Duo and her husband stared at Su Jingping in astonishment. Did you think that by changing your train tickets and leaving a day early, you could do so unnoticed? Su Jingping scrutinized the couple before her. What do you want, second sister? State your demands. Su Duo felt compelled to ask. The conditions in the Northwest were dire. How could she possibly take 3 small children with her? What would happen if they fell ill? How would they attend school, find work, or seek partners for marriage? Were they to simply follow their parents, learning to plant trees, only to grow up and randomly marry local girls, starting families and planting trees? Those are still my nephews, I care for them. But what of the benefits you've extracted from me over the years? Have you not drained me dry? Su Jingping asked coldly. How much are we talking? 300 yuan, not a cent less. Su Jingping fixed her gaze on them. Are you not afraid that using my money for your wedding will result in your teeth being knocked out? Her words dripped with disdain. Isn't it common for families to use the dowry from daughters to marry off sons? Why should you be any different? Su Jiangluo could no longer contain his outburst. Not with me. Su Jingping shot back defiantly. You are marrying a wife, not me. Why should I spend my money? You. Su Jiangluo was left speechless with rage. Even so, that is still a significant amount, Su Duo chimed in. Then consider it a fee for the troubles you have caused me, Su Jingping replied. Su Jiangluo understood well what kind of person Su Jingping was. She might not deliver on promises made, but what she desired was impossible to obstruct. Reflecting on this, Su Jiangluo felt a twinge of sympathy for himself. What kind of family was this, with parents who showed no favoritism, and siblings who lacked humility? It seemed that even when their parents claimed to love their grandchildren, they were eager to offload the responsibility onto him and his wife during crucial moments. He realized that he could rely on no one. Regardless, the 2nd and 4th siblings had at least accomplished something. They had included his wife in the letter. Otherwise, he believed he would have been greeted by Su Duo's divorce papers. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Jiangluo surprisingly felt a profound sense of sibling affection. Ugh, he groaned, shaking his head to dispel his fanciful thoughts. The couple exchanged glances, realizing they were left with no options. As parents, they could not bear to watch their 4-year-old child follow them to the Northwest to suffer in the sand. Reluctantly, Su Duo turned to Su Jiangluo, retrieving the money from her clothing pocket, counting out 300 yuan, and handing it to Su Jingping. Su Jingping accepted the money, her face once again softening with a gentle demeanor. Brother, sister-in-law, I wish you a safe journey. Should anything arise, remember to send a telegram. I will certainly assist as much as I can. In matters of social conduct, Su Jingping had never faltered. It was merely a question of her willingness. Yes, I will write to the family when I arrive. Please take care of the household matters. Su Duo responded with calm politeness. Jingping, we must hurry, Su Jiangluo interjected. Su Jingping accepted the elder brother's gratitude as a matter of course. If only the eldest brother were to venture to the Northwest alone, his survival would be uncertain. After all, he was her own brother, and she had never wished for his demise. With Su Duo accompanying him, she felt no further concern was necessary. As she watched the elder brother and his wife hastily continue on their way, Su Jingping understood that their grievances had finally reached a resolution. If Su Jingping had calculated the elder brother's parental love, then Su Mother, leveraging her inherent advantage of status, boldly employed her own tactics. That evening, at 9 o'clock, when the elder brother and his wife had yet to return, Su Mother sensed something amiss. She forcefully pushed open their room door, only to find several bundles strewn across the floor. Upon inspection, she discovered them to be the children's clothing. Su Mother smirked, having anticipated their escape. From her pocket, she produced a letter of authorization from Su Jiangluo's supervisor at the neighborhood committee. It stated, due to Su Jiangluo and his wife going to support construction in the Northwest, their 3 children are too small to accompany them and will be cared for by Su Jiangluo's parents. Su Jiangluo will send 20 yuan monthly as child support. This document bore the supervisor's signature. Allegedly, arrangements had already been made with the authorities in the Northwest, ensuring that the funds would be sent directly each month, with the remainder allocated to the elder brother and his wife. The following day, with Sue's mother and Sue's father both returning to work, they decided to send their grandchildren to the daycare at their workplace. Sue's mother even took out another ledger to meticulously record every expense incurred for the grandchildren, intending to present it to the elder brother later. Little did the elder brother and his wife know that while they faced the relentless desert sands, they would soon discover Sue's mother's cunning maneuvering. In fact, she had solidified these arrangements even before they boarded the train. The couple was infuriated, feeling powerless in the face of the overwhelming situation. Had it not been for the risk of choking on sand, they would have cursed their way through the accounting office all the way back to their humble abode. Sue Duo was equally exasperated, questioning how she had ever ended up in this nest of misfortune. Had she chosen a different family, she certainly would not have found herself in such dire straits. Su Jiangwo also felt that had he been in another situation, with his intelligence and audacity, he would not have faded away so quickly. One would expect exceptional circumstances to warrant such a swift disappearance. Being born into the Su family did not allow him to stand out. Su Jianqi traveled by train, rattling and clattering, until he reached H City. While other educated youth stayed in hostels, he sought out Su Jingyan's address. Chapter 44 Su Jianqi's journey and observations. Su Jianqi sat aboard the train, his luggage in hand, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of what lay ahead. Upon arriving in H City, his sole reliance would be on his third sister, Su Jingyan. In the past, he often regarded her as foolish and overly honest, as she was perpetually busy at home. Little did he know that, like a bolt from the blue, she had escaped the troubles of the Su household. By the time he pieced everything together, he found that no one in the family could restrain her. The distance was formidable, and the information asymmetry vast. While the family knew little of the third sister's life in H City, she was well informed about their circumstances. Both sides had their own commitments and constraints, and being family complicated matters further. Unity in prosperity and adversity, he thought, realizing that many strategies would be futile. After all, no one lives solely for the day at hand, nor can they simply pack up and leave. Reputation and dignity must be preserved. If matters escalated, and confrontations ensued, no one would emerge unscathed. Besides, it was not as if survival was at stake. Such trifles were hardly worth the trouble. Su Jingyan wrote to him monthly, each letter brimming with concern for the family, demonstrating the utmost filial piety. Su Mu's complaints were silenced in the face of her daughter's devotion. From that moment, he recognized that his third sister was indeed the wise one. Her decisive actions left her in an unassailable position. After he was selected for rural service, his second sister proactively approached him, offering her assistance. He had always known her to be shrewd, but witnessing her methods of dealing with the eldest sibling made it clear that she was a force to be reckoned with. Despite the initial provocations instigated by his sister-in-law, who sought to manipulate their mother for personal gain, it appeared that they might return empty-handed, or worse, suffer losses. It dawned on him that the entire Su family was far from naive. Those who lacked clarity of thought had long been drained dry by familial entanglements, particularly his two sisters, who had inherited their mother's cunning. The train compartment was filled with young intellectuals, all of whom were weary from their rural endeavors, yet it was astonishing to witness rivalry even amidst their exhaustion. Across from him, two young women vied for the attention of the young man seated beside him, offering him braised pork and dumplings. What distinguishes him from the fellows beside him? I am taller and more handsome. Why has no one ever fought over me? Su Jianqi felt a pang of bitterness. A day later, the young intellectuals across from him disembarked, and Su Jianqi silently exhaled. He feared he might lose control over his envy, having nearly uttered something bitter on several occasions. Fortunately, he maintained his composure. Out in the world, one must tread carefully and avoid making enemies. Whenever he found himself at a loss, he would ponder how his two sisters would act, and clarity would ensue. Why not contemplate the eldest's actions? A failure has little to contribute. However, before he could relish his good fortune for long, a throng of young intellectuals surged onto the train. The seats across from him filled once more, and the train resumed its journey. This time, it was a scene of intense competition, with several young men surrounding a beautiful young woman, showering her with sweets, water, and canned fruits. Su Jianqi's eyes burned with envy. Why was he not a woman? If someone could take his place in rural service, regardless of gender, he would gladly bear their offspring. The young men across from him appeared to be rather self-satisfied, oblivious to the futility of their efforts. Beauty alone could not satisfy hunger. he himself was not unattractive. The young woman exuded an air of confidence, reminiscent of another second sister, her every utterance likely rehearsed in her mind. From her demeanor, it was clear she was adept at enticing others. Such tactics were reminiscent of the second sister's past endeavors. Though her skill was still unmatched, the second sister had always conducted herself in a manner that left no room for doubt. Otherwise, how would her suitors and job opportunities have materialized? Exhausted from the day's toil, he questioned the utility of a beautiful woman. Such fleeting pleasures would hardly be worth the daily grind. Su Jianqi's heart brimmed with indignation towards the young men and envy towards the young woman, compelling him to shut his eyes, striving for peace of mind. In these trying times, could they not encounter some reasonable individuals? As he failed to find any normalcy, Su Jianqi alighted at his station. The young woman across from him sighed in relief, feeling as though the gaze of the recently disembarked young man had been unnervingly intense, as if it could ignite flames. Such a gaze, often directed towards fellow women, had inexplicably emanated from him. Good heavens, what a terrifying realization! She felt the need to consume another can of food to calm her nerves. A new round of fishing commenced. Upon exiting the train, Su Jianqi shouldered his belongings towards the designated gathering point for young intellectuals. Along the way, several young women sought his assistance with their luggage, but he chose to ignore them. Was he not burdened with his own luggage? Did his strength come without cost? Were the grains from his family free? After a long journey, he was weary. Though tall, he was physically frail. No one should expect to take advantage of him. His two sisters had already set a precedent. Not even their mother could extract a penny from the third sister, yet the eldest had managed to benefit from the second sister through their mother, only to find themselves later sent away empty-handed. This notion was beyond his comprehension. Upon hearing the call for rural service, he was left only with anger and anxiety. Was the second sister's goodwill truly so easily obtained? He suspected the eldest would soon be regretting her choices. He, too, was a Su, born of the same parents. How could he fall far behind his sisters? As dusk began to settle, the staff responsible for receiving newcomers instructed everyone to find accommodations for the night, with plans to gather at the city's young intellectual office for distribution the following day. At that moment, Su Jianqi approached a staff member and said, "I have relatives in the city. I would like to stay with them for the night. Would it be acceptable for me to join the others at the young intellectual office tomorrow?" The staff member, taken aback, did not object, replying, "Just be sure to arrive early tomorrow. Don't be late." "I will remember, thank you, comrade." With that, Su Jianqi hurried outside, aware that nighttime would complicate his search for the address. Chapter 45 Shopping. Su Jingyan opened the door and beheld the towering figure of Su Jianqi, suppressing a sigh within, though her countenance remained composed. From the moment she received the telegram, she had known that trouble was unavoidable. "Come in quickly, I was just about to have dinner. Make sure to rest well tonight. You needn't worry about anything else." "Everything is arranged," Su Jingyan urged, pulling Su Jianqi inside. Mr. and Mrs. Shin greeted him warmly. "So this is Jianqi, come, sit down and have something to eat, you must be exhausted." Su Jianqi, not one to stand on ceremony, lifted his bowl and began to eat heartily. After consuming 2 steamed buns and 2 bowls of porridge, he finally quelled the gnawing hunger that had plagued him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he remarked, "Uncle, Aunt, I hope I haven't caused you any embarrassment." "Starved, are you?" "There's no question of embarrassment here, this is home. There's no need for formality." Mr. and Mrs. Shin quickly reassured him, since their daughter-in-law had married into the family and given the considerable distance between the two households, this was the first time her family had come to visit. It would have been remiss not to provide a warm welcome. As they conversed, Shin he returned home from outside. Su Jingyan hurried over to take the items from his hands. "When did Jianqi arrive?" Shen he greeted his brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law, I just got off the train this evening," Su Jianqi replied. "I've already eaten. Aunt's cooking is truly exceptional, you should eat too." Su Jianqi employed the sweet words he often used to coax Aunt Shin. Sure enough, within moments, Mr. and Mrs. Shin were laughing heartily, and Shin He's gaze towards him grew increasingly affectionate. Zhuang, hearing the commotion, emerged from the room, rubbing his eyes. "Mom, my sister has woken up and she wet herself." Su Jingyan promptly returned to check on her daughter and found the little darling happily playing on her own, unfazed by her wetness. After tidying her up, she carried her out. She was playing by herself, completely cheerful, not a single cry, Su Jingyan said as she handed the child to Aunt Shin. Su Jianqi was busy entertaining Zhuang, who was calling him uncle, and the two were thoroughly enjoying themselves. After Shinhe finished his meal, Su Jingyan busied herself with cleaning up. Today, Shinhe had run back and forth several times on behalf of his brother-in-law and was indeed quite fatigued. As the old couple prepared to leave, they casually took the child with them, leaving Shinhe and his wife with Su Jianxi. "I've found you a place, it's in Shaozhuang, HD County, east of RH City," Shinhe said, sipping water as he continued. "Tomorrow morning, I will take you there directly. There's no need to visit the youth office. I've already spoken with the person in charge. Your sister suggested that you live separately from the other youths. This will help reduce conflicts. What do you think?" "Listening to my sister is always wise," Su Jianxi replied without hesitation. Shinhe smiled. Su Jingyan observed her younger brother, puzzled. "Why are you so obedient? In the past, it took a long time to persuade you to do anything." "Sister, I've grown up and know right from wrong. My mind may not be the sharpest, but I'll heed your advice," Su Jianxi flattered. Su Jingyan looked at her dear younger brother, her heart swelling with affection. "Regardless of anything, as your sister, I always wish for your well-being. There are many young people in the youth program. Everyone has their own opinions, and living together daily will naturally lead to more conflicts." Su Jianxi nodded. Having observed his mother and sister-in-law's lives, he was well aware of this. "I found a house. Though small, it will suffice for you. The roof and walls have been repaired, and since it's already furnished, there's no need to build anything yourself, lest you draw too much attention. The rent is 5 yuan per year," Shinhe continued. "That is fine. Brother-in-law, that price is quite reasonable. I won't be staying long here. When the time comes to visit home in a couple of years, I can take over my mother's responsibilities. Even if I built a house, I couldn't take it with me." Su Jianxi understood fully. Every youth has a piece of land for personal use, which provides all the vegetables they need. "I've arranged for someone to plant a vegetable garden behind your house. Just take care to water it occasionally," Shinhe advised. Su Jingyan took the lead. "I'll also visit tomorrow to see if you need anything else. Your brother-in-law will make an appearance in the village to support you, but fourth brother, if others ask for your help or if a girl seeks your assistance, don't get involved." Su Jianxi readily agreed. "Rest assured, sister, I understand." As long as he could manage his own affairs, he had no capability to assist others. He was always the one in need of help. Being a good person rarely led to a favorable outcome, and he simply lacked the means for it. Moreover, the bond between him and his sisters was rather tenuous. Despite the current warmth in their words, should he err even slightly in his actions, the third sister would readily cast him aside. If he acted foolishly and implicated his brother-in-law, the third sister would swiftly sever ties, using him as a stepping stone. He understood these two sisters all too well. Thus, anyone seeking to exploit him was courting disaster. His current predicament was already unfortunate enough. He certainly did not wish to offer himself as a sacrifice. Having emerged from the same familial lineage, who among them would be an easy target? Shinhe and his brother-in-law went together to bathe, and during their time, it was unclear what they discussed. The next morning, it was evident that they had grown significantly closer. As dawn broke, the three boarded a bus to the county, then transferred to another vehicle to the town. The condition of the roads left much to be desired, bumpy and uneven. The ride was nearly unbearable. The bus was crowded, and the odor was indescribable. When they disembarked, it felt as though they had been reborn. The air was refreshingly crisp. First, they visited the post office and discovered that the package had arrived. Shinhe turned to find 2 ox carts, and they loaded the items. Next, they went to the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing all the necessary daily items for which they had tickets. A thermos, an iron pot, a large chopping knife, 3 large locks, 2 small locks, a large water jar, 2 medium jars for grain storage, 3 jars for pickled vegetables, a ceramic basin for kneading dough, bowls and chopsticks, a cutting knife, sewing supplies, and a pound of hard candy. They then visited a second-hand goods repurchase station, acquiring 2 nearly new large wooden boxes, a set of somewhat worn dining tables, and the remaining 2 chairs, along with several makeshift benches. The rest had to be new: 2 large wooden spoons, 1 for frying and 1 for serving, a large wooden basin for washing clothes, 2 small wooden basins for washing faces and feet, wooden lids for several jars, 2 buckets, a carrying pole, a cutting board, 2 large and 2 small baskets for carrying items, 2 scoops for flour and water, and a grass mat for the kong, a traditional bed. Su Jingyan meticulously checked the shopping list, ensuring everything was accounted for before finally feeling at ease. All these items fit snugly into 2 carts. The 3 of them squeezed in and once again set off, swaying all the way to Shaozhuang. Chapter 46 Settlement. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they spotted Accountant Wang waiting there. Several individuals hurriedly exited the vehicle to greet him. Shinhee offered a cigarette, inquiring, "Uncle Wang, have the educated youth arrived yet?" Wang accepted the cigarette, choosing not to smoke it but rather placing it behind his ear. "Not yet, they are numerous, so they are bound to be delayed. I estimate they will be here shortly, just a matter of moments apart from you all." Shinhee pulled over Su Jianxi, patting him on the shoulder. "This is my brother-in-law, Su Jianxi." "Jianxi, this is Uncle Wang, the village accountant." Su Jianxi quickly responded, "Hello, Uncle Wang. I appreciate your assistance in the future." Shinhee continued, "Uncle Wang, let us chat later. We need to settle in promptly. It will be even more inconvenient once the crowd arrives. Go on. If you find yourselves lacking anything, just come to me," Wang urged. As it was the work hour, the three promptly took advantage of the lull in activity to deliver their belongings to the newly rented house. They each handed the driver a 30-cent coin and expressed their gratitude multiple times. They circled the courtyard, noting the 2-meter-high walls. The main house was divided into two sections: a kitchen, a firewood shed, a toilet, and a newly installed 2x2-meter Kong. Su Jingyan retrieved a large stack of newspapers and a bottle of glue from his backpack, directing the two to cover the walls adjacent to the Kong with newspapers. They then laid down a layer of newspapers on the Kong, followed by a newly purchased straw mat, and finally arranged the bedding atop it, with two large wooden boxes positioned at the foot of the Kong, thus reducing the space significantly. A grain jar was placed against the wall in the inner room, while the table and chairs occupied the outer room, with the thermos and tea jar set atop the table. The water jar, water bucket, and pickled vegetable jar were placed in the kitchen. Shinhee sought someone to fetch firewood, while Su Jianxi went to draw water. Su Jingyan took a small piece of pork skin from his bag to help prepare the pot. He boiled water, filling the thermos to the brim. Next, he arranged the bowls, chopsticks, knife, and cutting board beside the stove. Several baskets of varying sizes and wooden basins were set in the kitchen corner. After Su Jianxi returned with water, he handed Su Jingyan the receipts for the items purchased, the cost of repairs, meal expenses, and travel expenses, adding an extra 50 yuan. His third sister's expression softened as she counted the money. It took 5 trips to fill the water jar, not because it was exceptionally large, but because Su Jianxi had never drawn water before. Water splashed along the way, leaving him with barely half a bucket. Upon his return, he had to walk exceptionally carefully to retain that much. The effort of fetching water had nearly exhausted Su Jianxi. Having completed the water fetching, he dared not rest, for many items remained to be organized. After the water boiled, Su Jingyan poured some for himself and Shinhee into their tea jars, then moved a small stool to sip his drink while enjoying the breeze. Su Jianxi was busily bustling about, avoiding any glance towards his third sister. Would he dare ask for her assistance? Absolutely not. Such a thought would never escape his lips. Su Jianxi busied himself unpacking, carefully arranging seasonal clothing, blankets, flashlights, malted milk powder, sugar cubes, and other miscellaneous items, placing the money inside as well. After a moment's thought, he snatched a few sugar cubes for his pocket and finally locked the 2 large boxes. A few kilograms of white flour, cornmeal, and noodles were packed into the grain jar, which he then sealed. He proceeded to the kitchen to organize the condiments and cookware. Su Jingyan seized the opportunity to exchange for a large basket of vegetables and 20 eggs, placing the eggs into a small basket filled with wheat straw. Little Fourth was quite helpful, willing to lend a hand with minor tasks. Meanwhile, Shinhee led the others in stacking firewood in the shed. Only after seeing off the villagers could the three finally sit down to rest. "Can you cook?" Su Jingyan asked Su Jianxi. Su Jianxi replied, "Yes, mother taught me at home." Su Jingyan regarded his younger brother gently, feeling no emotional stirrings. "Your brother-in-law and I can only assist you to this extent. Should you find yourself in need later, you'll need to procure what's missing on your own. After we meet with the team leader and exchange pleasantries, we shall take our leave. Once we're gone, ensure you sign the rental agreement and have them affix the official seal. With our connections here, they should not dare to mistreat you. If your brother-in-law remains present, it may give an impression of intimidation. This is, after all, Saojia village, and you must cultivate good relations unless absolutely necessary. Do you understand?" Su Jingyan explained. At just 20 years old, Su Jianxi was merely a year younger than Su Jingyan and fully comprehended the implications. "I understand, third sister," he replied earnestly. As they spoke, a commotion arose outside. Su Jing'an surmised that work had concluded. Shall we go out and see if the other educated youth have arrived? Shin He set down his tea jar. Yes, let us hurry to meet the village head. Jianqi, sign the rental agreement, check on the village's grain distribution and subsidies, and meet the other educated youth. It's important not to feel too estranged. Even if you don't live together, you can still be good neighbors. Su Jianqi nodded obediently. Sister, brother-in-law, I understand. It was essential to maintain a balance, neither too close nor too distant. The group exited, heading straight for the village office, where the current village head was referred to as the team leader. Chao Zhenlin had just settled down to take a sip of water after a busy morning when he heard a knock at the door. Assuming the educated youth had come with yet another inquiry, he wondered why they were always knocking first. Come in. As Shin opened the door, team leader Chao stood up with a cheerful smile. Officer Shin has arrived. And this must be the educated youth, Su? Shin stepped forward to shake his hand. Team leader Chao, thank you for your assistance. This is the young man I mentioned. Given our distance, I appreciate your extra concern. Rest assured, I understand completely. Team leader Chao said kindly as he regarded the newcomer. I have work to attend to, so I cannot linger. Please contact me should you require anything. No need to worry, transportation here is inconvenient. I will have old Lu take you back in the ox cart. Su Jing'an and Shen He expressed their gratitude to the team leader profusely before departing in the cart. After seeing off his sister and brother-in-law, Su Jianqi hurried to sign the rental agreement with the village committee, stipulating that the house would be rented solely to him for the next 2 years. He paid 10 yuan in rent, received the stamped agreement, and collected his grain subsidy, a bag of 30 jin of sweet potatoes and 20 jin of cornmeal, before returning home. Once Su Jianqi had everything organized and had eaten a bit, he took a nap before heading to the educated youth point. It was not until around 4 in the afternoon that this batch of educated youth finally arrived. When he approached to greet them, he found them in a state of disarray, complaints echoing through the air. In less than 10 minutes, a verbal altercation erupted among the female educated youth, quickly escalating into physical altercations. This rather unconventional welcome ceremony for the new and old educated youth left Su Jianqi wide-eyed. Truly, his third sister had made a wise decision. Moving out was indeed a stroke of good fortune. The raucous atmosphere was somewhat overwhelming for him, prompting Su Jianqi to quietly slip away, resolving to maintain a distance in the future. Chapter 47 Return. Shaking off Su Jianqi and departing from Caozhuang, Su Jing'an felt as though she had undergone an invigorating mental spa, a sensation of unparalleled comfort enveloping her being. Shin, gazing at his wife whose demeanor was emblazoned with the words "I am exceedingly happy," chuckled softly. After spending such a significant time together, he had come to know his wife quite well. At the age of 26, when he married, he had already discerned the unspoken dynamics between men and women. What was there that he did not understand? Moreover, he possessed an appealing appearance, a commendable family background, and worked in law enforcement, attracting the attention of many young women. Even during his school days, he received notes and treats from admirers. Some stunning girls even feigned chance encounters with him, employing the strategy of indirect pursuit, seeking to win over his mother first, while others planned to ensnare his heart through the age-old tactic of love blossoming over time. Yet, he had never been swayed by any of them. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, he was young and had no thoughts of marriage. Secondly, none ignited within him that profound, unforgettable spark. Additionally, he had an elder brother who was still single, which further alleviated any pressure he felt. Thus, even at 26, while many of his peers were already marrying and starting families, he remained unperturbed until the day he encountered Su Jing'an. Upon seeing her, with her wrinkled clothes and disheveled braids, her tear-streaked eyes stirred something within him, causing his heart to flutter. The next time they crossed paths, he realized that the girl who had occupied his restless thoughts was right before him, and she was his matchmaker's choice. At that moment, he felt a singular sensation, a destined connection spanning 1,000 miles. As the years of marriage unfolded, Shen He became acutely aware of his wife's aversion to complications and her profound lack of security. Thus, he endeavored to handle all domestic affairs, work responsibilities, and the recent matters concerning his brother-in-law, striving to ensure that his beloved wife experienced happiness. After all, she was the girl he cherished. Su Jing'an, perplexed by Shen He's sudden emotional display, could only gaze into his fervent eyes. Though uncertain of the reason behind his unexpected sentimentality, she did not hesitate to respond to his emotional needs, immediately reaching out to clasp his hand tightly. By the time the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, the couple finally returned home. After a brief moment of respite, the sounds of a heated argument erupted from the neighboring house, accompanied by the wails of children. "This life is unbearable." Wah wah. Upon hearing the commotion, Shin's mother swiftly closed the door, anxious not to awaken the two sleeping children, before turning to venture out and witness the spectacle. "Are you going?" Su Jingyan prodded Shin He with her finger. Shin He seized her mischievous digit and replied, "No, it's evident that it's merely a trivial domestic squabble. If I were to intervene, what began as a minor issue would escalate into a significant one. If they truly require my assistance, they will reach out." Despite the clamor outside, with Shin's parents absent and the children asleep, Su Jingyan and Shin He relished their rare moments of intimacy. Shin He casually inquired, "Are you feeling rested now?" Su Jingyan replied, "I'm alright, not as fatigued anymore. With the house empty, shall we take this opportunity to engage in some exercise?" Shin He declared, pulling her close and pinning her beneath him, kissing her with fervor and urgency. Their warm breaths mingled in the air, their whispered words swallowed by the fervent embrace. Half an hour slipped away unnoticed. By the time they composed themselves, Shin's mother returned, still brimming with excitement. The children had awakened by then, prompting Su Jingyan to rush over to nurse her daughter, while Shin He entertained their son with water and snacks. Curiosity piqued, Su Jingyan inquired, "Mother, what is happening outside?" Though Shin's mother had arrived late, she was well versed in the events that had transpired. "It's about the two grandsons from the Chun family. They got into a fight over a mere egg. Which parent wouldn't be concerned about their child? The eldest and second daughters-in-law quarreled, leading to the sons fighting over their wives and children. Now both sides are clamoring for a division of the household." Observing the spirited demeanor of Shin's mother, Su Jingyan couldn't help but reflect. It was fortunate that Shin Yu and Shin He lived apart, as otherwise, she couldn't guarantee that she and Gu Banban wouldn't be embroiled in daily conflicts. Upon further contemplation, she recalled Gu Banban's cunning nature. She was shrewd and never one to be taken advantage of. Indeed, it seemed both women held disdain for one another. The likelihood of bickering and physical altercations was alarmingly high. Should such a scenario arise, it would be others who would gather, munching on sunflower seeds while watching the Shin family drama unfold. With that thought, she swiftly reined in her wandering mind, silently invoking Amitba, thank you, Holy Mary. After listening to Shin's mother's account, Su Jingyan refrained from further commentary. After all, in these times of scarcity, most families found themselves in similar predicaments. Furthermore, with an entire family living under one roof, the potential for conflict only multiplied. Misunderstandings were inevitable. Shin's mother pondered for a moment before stating, "Sigh, it's all due to poverty." This sentiment echoed sentiments Su Jingyan had frequently heard. It seemed that all familial discord stemmed from financial hardship. She remained non-committal on this perspective. Those who uttered such phrases often did so from a vantage point of detachment, viewing matters from a lofty perch. They believed the objects of contention were trivial and inconsequential. The significance of an item varies vastly depending on its context and timing. Typically, if someone offered you a steamed bun, you might respond with a simple thank you, or even pass it along to someone else, as it held little value in your eyes. However, if you were on the brink of starvation and someone presented you with a bun, you would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with gratitude. At that moment, you would not easily part with it, and anyone daring to snatch it would face your fierce resistance. In such circumstances, it transcended mere sustenance, it embodied your hope for survival, your very means of existence. Similarly, the Chin family's quarrel over an egg was not solely about food. They were contending for the resources of the household, the foundation upon which their future well-being depended. Once prosperity was attained, disputes over trivial matters would likely fade. However, the conflicts that would arise would pertain to property, land, vehicles, savings, and beyond. As wealth accumulated, the stakes would escalate to include villas, traditional courtyards, luxury cars, stocks, and shares in companies. Numerous individuals would find themselves embroiled in disputes, both physical and legal. At that point, how many would still casually remark, "It's all due to poverty," and how many would possess the standing to voice such opinions? For Su Jingyan, she certainly could not, nor would she ever be able to. Chapter 48:2 Years rebirth never increases intelligence. Su Jingyan possesses nothing more than experience, life lessons, and opportunities compared to others. Upon her arrival in H City, she felt a blend of relief at escaping the Su family and anxiety about navigating an unfamiliar environment. When she discovered that her golden finger had a search function, she was overjoyed. Securing a home of her own instilled a sense of stability within her. However, it wasn't long before she pondered, with the current prevalence of spies, alongside those guilty of corruption and poor character, wouldn't it be beneficial to expose them and send them away to consume peanuts, thereby contributing to the nation's welfare? If her special ability was indeed so formidable, she could amass a trove of hidden treasures, gold, antiques, jade, emeralds, and jewelry with no ties binding her. If life became untenable here, she could always venture abroad or to Hong Kong. Anywhere would suffice, yet, the outcome was unexpectedly disheartening. Over the course of a year, as her search parameters expanded to encompass the entire urban area and surrounding counties, her golden finger grew stronger, yet she remained unable to locate the information she sought. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Frustration began to consume her. As she felt she had squandered billions, she cursed incessantly, lamenting the ineffectiveness of her ability. Then one evening, a dream transported her back to her former life, where she relived the mundane existence of a mere supporting character. Suddenly, Su Jingyan experienced an epiphany. Human desires are insatiable, and her greed had blinded her. Without her golden finger, she struggled to enjoy even her current life. She had always been an ordinary person, and thus, she resolved to continue living as one. Those who are excessively greedy seldom meet with favorable outcomes. In their quest for everything, they end up with nothing. In the blink of an eye, over 2 years had elapsed, bringing her to 1973. The family was bustling with activity. Aside from the children growing day by day, life remained largely unchanged. Su Jingyan was content with her situation. On May 1, Labor Day, the factory organized singing, dancing, and choral competitions. Participants donned tidy, uniform attire, while some even brought cosmetics. Vanity is an innate human trait, yet in the current environment, no one dared to dress or adorn themselves in a distinctive manner except during performances. Everyone accepted that performers on stage could wear striking makeup and vibrant costumes of this era, influenced by classic model operas like Cuckoo Mountain and Harbor, so rouge becoming the norm and makeup. Faces were painted a stark white, adorned with bold blush. Su Jingyan gazed at the alarming sight of her own white face, flushed cheeks, and dark, heavy brows. Repeatedly declining to join in during the competition, she insisted on standing at the back, squeezing herself into the crowd. Otherwise, her lack of makeup would be even more conspicuous. Just as Su Jingyan believed everything had returned to normalcy, a resounding bang erupted, akin to a thunderclap. Before she could comprehend the situation, she heard numerous voices shouting, "Explosion," as people rushed towards the exit. She hurried to the window, peering outside to witness a mushroom cloud rising in the southwestern sky. A group of security personnel had assembled in the square, 90 of whom were veterans. Upon hearing the explosion, they instinctively rushed out. Shortly thereafter, the factory's loudspeaker announced, "Lock the gates, no one is to leave without special circumstances." Everyone was ordered to return to their posts, and department heads were held accountable. The security personnel split into 2 groups, one intensified patrols while the other conducted a thorough inspection of the facility. The atmosphere in the factory grew tense, and Su Jingyan sensed the palpable anxiety in the air. Wu Sufan pulled Su Jingyan along to inspect the data room meticulously, leaving no corner unchecked. "Sufan, I didn't even register it was an explosion at first. This is the first time I've witnessed something like this in my life." Su Jingyan conversed with Wu Sufan while diligently working. "Our steel plant requires vast amounts of coal for smelting iron. Wherever a steel mill is established, there are bound to be many coal mines nearby." Wu Sufan, being a local, had more knowledge than Su Jingyan. She whispered, "Coal extraction, quarrying, and mountain blasting all depend on explosives. The Fengfeng mining area has several coal mines quite close to us. It's not impossible for someone with ill intent to pilfer some explosives." Su Jingyan nodded in understanding, suspecting the source of the explosion to be near the steel plant, likely from the waterworks in the southwestern suburb. When the lockdown order was issued, the procurement officer returned with supplies just in time for lunch. The cafeteria managed to provide a meal. After all, the security team conducted a comprehensive search of the premises. They uncovered several instances of aging electrical wires and caught a few workers pilfering scrap materials. Those caught at such a critical moment were summarily dismissed by the factory leadership and faced fines for damages, followed by a 10-year stint in the Northwest for reformation. The workers were taken aback by this swift justice, and only a handful of the more unscrupulous characters reined in their mischief. At 4 p.m., the lockdown was lifted, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. As anticipated, Shenhe did not return that evening. The following day, whispers circulated that the glass of the waterworks dormitory and office had been completely shattered. With no exceptions, the scene was harrowing. as rescue and law enforcement personnel, along with soldiers, carried out numerous injured individuals, including a pregnant woman. A week later, the investigation results were made public. Lu Mao, a farmer from Phongphong, had caused a catastrophic explosion at his wife's workplace due to a marital dispute, resulting in the immediate deaths of 20 individuals, with 8 critically injured and 17 others wounded. Lu himself perished in the blast. Reports indicated that several innocent passers-by were struck by flying debris. In a nearby residence, a woman in her 7th month of pregnancy was so startled that she went into premature labor. Truly a calamity. Listening to these accounts, Su Jingyan could hear gasps of disbelief echoing around her. 7 days later, as night fell, the elderly and children had already drifted off to sleep. Shinhe, disheveled and weary, with wrinkled clothes reeking of smoke, quietly entered the home. Su Jingyan, alerted by the sound, quickly rose. With Shinhe absent recently, she had been too anxious to sleep soundly. As she opened the door, he stepped inside. She hurried to fetch water for him to wash his face and helped him remove his coat. She ladled out a large bowl of chicken soup from the stove, adding generous portions of cooked chicken, cracking in 2 eggs, and sprinkling some cilantro just before serving. Then she presented him with a stack of freshly made flatbreads. Shinhe ate without lifting his head, and Su Jingyan felt a pang of sympathy. After consuming 3 flatbreads and a bowl of noodles, he finally felt revived. These past few days had been so hectic that he hadn't even had time to eat or drink. As he watched his wife bring over a large mug of malted milk, his heart swelled with sweetness. Chapter 49 of the life of the Su family. Since the departure of the eldest and the 4th from the family, the Su grandchildren initially struggled to adapt, crying daily in search of their mother. However, after a week, their pleas began to diminish. With the passage of 2 to 3 months, if not reminded explicitly, the children seldom recalled their absence. Each afternoon, either Su mother or Su father would take turns picking up their grandchildren after work. This routine afforded the couple a nostalgic sense of returning to their youthful days. Back then, they would be picking up their own children, whereas now they were collecting their grandchildren. Over the years, memories flooded back of their early courtship, when they would shyly hold hands while strolling through the park, unable to utter a single word, their faces flushed with bashfulness. Now, the elderly couple seemed to have returned to their honeymoon phase. In the afternoons, Su father would specifically go to fetch Su mother from work before bringing the grandchildren home. Their lives were filled with sweetness and affection. In the vast northwest, Su Duoduo had learned to squint her eyes at the first gust of wind in the desert. It was essential to do so, lest grains of sand invade her eyes. Su Jiangwo occasionally spat, pot, indicating that sand had found its way into his mouth. The abrasive sensation of sand striking his face felt like needles. Su Duoduo touched her sunburnt cheeks with her rough hands. Jiangwo, I miss our son. I think about him so much that I can't sleep at night. We cannot remain here forever, we must find a way to leave. Who doesn't wish for that? I do too, Su Jiangwo sighed. This time, our actions have not been discreet, and I never anticipated that mother and the 2nd and 4th would be so ruthless. He felt a pang of unwillingness at having left home in such a manner. This time, we may be outmatched, but who can say we will not have our moment of resurgence? Su Duoduo declared resolutely. Duoduo, share your thoughts. When we first came here, we were contributing to the nation's development, not being exiled for labor reform. We have our personal freedom. Moreover, who can say this isn't an opportunity for us? Continue, my dear, Su Jiangwo encouraged, eager for her insights. Firstly, back in the city, you were the sole breadwinner. Now, I can earn a salary too. We have no place to spend it, so we can save it. Secondly, you were just an ordinary worker with a middle school education, and we had no connections to help you advance. It was nearly impossible to rise above, but here, as long as we are willing to work hard, we need not worry about finding opportunities to stand out. When that time comes, we will be adorned with honors, and returning home will be a natural progression. We have contributed our youth to the nation, how could it possibly neglect us? By then, we will return, laden with the wealth we have accumulated over the years. Who could dare speak ill of us? Yes, Su Jiangwo exclaimed, elated by his wife's words. And isn't it merely planting trees? What could be so difficult about that? Su Duoduo clenched her teeth. Let us resolve to toil diligently for 10 years. It is far better than being trapped here for a lifetime. Gazing at Su Duoduo, who radiated vitality, Su Jiangwo felt as if he were seeing the captivating girl he fell in love with before their marriage. My dear, we will surely carve out a path for ourselves. Furthermore, if we encounter others who have been sent here, we can lend a helping hand. I have come to understand that one must never underestimate anyone. Who knows which cloud might bring rain? Su Duoduo concurred with her husband. Indeed, as long as it doesn't implicate us, it is wise to be kind to others. 10 years later, through sheer determination and resilience, they devoted immense energy and effort to cultivate vast forests. Su Duoduo and Su Jiangwo, adorned with bright red flowers, accepted interviews from reporters, proudly exiting the great desert with their certificates of honor. Chao Village. During the quiet noon hour, Su Jianqi arrived at the riverside with a bundle of dirty clothes, but before he could wash them, he heard a loud splash. Without hesitation, he grabbed his belongings and attempted to leave, only to be halted by an elderly woman before him. With a resigned sigh, Su Jianqi understood that this time he could not easily brush her off, for she had invested significantly in this situation. Su Jiqing, don't go, my granddaughter accidentally fell into the river, please, you must save her. The anxious Granny Sun implored, her hair a stark white. Granny, I understand that saving a life is as urgent as putting out a fire. Rest assured, I will call for help, Su Jianqi replied, his own anxiety mounting. Su Jiqing, you are right here, only 3 meters from the river, why look for someone else? Isn't that just wasting time? Granny Sun grasped Su Jianqi's wrist firmly, pulling him toward the riverbank. Though Granny Sun was elderly, her strength at that moment was astonishing. Su Jianqi found himself unable to extricate his arm from her grip. Granny, you're pulling one T. Help, I cannot swim, he explained, but Granny Sun was not in the mood to listen. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Su Jianqi abandoned his laundry basket and clutched a nearby tree for dear life, shouting, help! Help! Granny Sun, witnessing Su Jianqi's desperate cries, felt a surge of resentment towards his cunningness. As long as she pulled harder, he would continue to shout for help. They remained locked in this standoff for half an hour until the distant murmur of voices reached Granny Sun's ears, prompting her to reluctantly release him. Su Jianqi seized his belongings and dashed away, not pausing for a moment. The girl had struggled in the water for over half an hour, exhausted and breathless, ultimately swimming to the surface on her own, as the prolonged struggle had drained her strength. If a tragedy were to occur, she wouldn't even be able to cry. It was one thing to endure hardship to marry a good man, but risking her life was not worth it. Grandma, help is coming, let us go back. The girl, drenched, appeared not far behind Granny Sunday. If the villagers caught sight of this, rumors could tarnish their reputations. Many had sought to marry Su Jiqing but had failed to succeed. Some things could be done but not spoken of. Everyone understood this unspoken truth. Granny Sun spat in disdain. Useless wretch, how could you not know how to swim? In her village, few men lacked the ability to swim, as they often bathed in the river during hot weather. Su Jianqi jogged back, slowing his pace only as he reached his doorstep. Oh dear, Su Jiqing, lend a hand. Su Jiqing, ignoring the woman's cries behind him, he swiftly entered his home, turning to secure the door bolt in one fluid motion. With practiced ease, Su Jianqi admired his own efficiency. Who would have thought that the female pursuit he rarely encountered in the city would be so prevalent in the rural countryside? What a strange twist of fate. He wondered who had leaked his potential return to the city. Ever since that revelation, he had been besieged by women, those who fell at his feet, those who offered to help him tidy his home, those who brought him shoes and food, and even those who sought to discuss ideals with him. Some proposed partnerships in the black market, each with their own schemes to ensnare him. These individuals, whether seeking to exploit his work connections or aspiring to marry him for a city life, were merely trying to siphon his resources. Was Su Jianqi the type to sacrifice himself for others? He was never cut from that cloth. During his 2 years in the countryside, Su Jianqi had gained insight. He couldn't fathom why these women, if they truly wished to avoid labor, had not taken action sooner. Why wait until they were in the countryside to marry? Was it not possible to do so while still in the city? They were of age, and their backgrounds posed no issues. Marrying into the city meant at least securing an urban household registration to receive rations, which was far superior to rural life. In the city, there were countless job opportunities, while in the village, only a few could break through, and many were vying for those limited spots. What baffled him further was that some were eager to marry the 5 black categories. After a military wife drowned, she suddenly clashed with another girl from her village, despite having no prior interaction. He had also heard of young intellectuals being bullied by local villagers, some engaging in affairs with local officials and revolutionary committees, all in the hopes of returning to the city or securing spots in agricultural worker universities. If Su Jianqi were to speak his mind, he would argue that if one were truly willing to take risks, wouldn't opportunities in the city be greater than in the countryside? At least then, one could secure a job. Last year, a 16-year-old female intellectual had arrived with her 5-year-old brother. Upon her arrival, she spent extravagantly on building houses and purchasing furniture, suppressing news of her advantageous circumstances, thus dominating the headlines in Chao Village. Many young men were stirred to action. Su Jianqi typically exchanged mere greetings with the young intellectuals from the commune, maintaining no contact, regardless of gender. He never allowed them entry into his home, conducting all conversations outside. He was on high alert. His greatest grievance with the young female intellectuals was their inflationary impact on prices. Previously, he could trade a piece of hard candy for 3 large bundles of firewood. Now, he could only secure 1 bundle in exchange. The appetites of the village chief's wife had grown insatiable, rendering even a couple of ounces of brown sugar insignificant. Had it not been for his brother-in-law's connection, he would have been supplanted in his role managing the agricultural tools in the warehouse. Anyone who drew near him sought to take advantage. Those who could elevate his status remained at a distance. Su Jianqi was well aware of this. Chapter 50. Su Jianqi returns to the city 2 months prior. A new group of educated youth arrived here. After observing them for a few days, Su Jianqi discerned that this cohort was not lacking in financial resources. Among them, a male youth named Zhang Mingyang stood out as the individual he sought. He was well off. After all, not everyone could afford to dine frequently at state-run restaurants. He was no fool with his money. He preferred to spend on meals at these establishments rather than purchasing meat to prepare at the educated youth station, knowing full well that he would soon be surrounded by eager hands asking for a share. He neither took advantage of others nor spoke indiscreetly. He was shrewd and calculated. The following morning, seizing the opportunity when Zhang Mingyang came alone to retrieve farming tools, Su Jianqi approached him, saying, "Do you have a moment, Zhang? I wish to discuss something with you." Zhang Mingyang regarded the renowned figure who had ventured independently from the educated youth station and replied, "What is it, Su? If it won't take long, please go ahead. If it requires more time, we can talk during lunch after work." "Very well, let us converse after your shift. You may return home a bit later." Su agreed. As the clock signaled the end of the workday, the weary laborers hurried home for their meals. Fortunately, it was not the busy farming season, allowing them the luxury of a brief respite. Otherwise, there would be little time for such errands. When Zhang Mingyang sought Su Jianqi after finishing his work, Su was prepared. "Zhang, if you wouldn't mind, let's step inside and speak a moment," he suggested, aware that the outside was fraught with risks and prying eyes. Zhang Mingyang understood the need for discretion and responded, "All right, Su, let us be swift." They arrived at Su Jianqi's home, with Su swiftly securing the door after they entered. Zhang Mingyang's gaze flickered at the action. Once inside, Su poured 2 bowls of water from a thermos. Zhang Mingyang, not one to stand on ceremony, drank heartily. "Zhang, I shall dispense with any unnecessary pleasantries. I am planning to return to the city," Su stated. Zhang Mingyang looked at him in astonishment. "Congratulations, Su. What brings you to me today?" "When I first arrived, this house was in disrepair, utterly devoid of furnishings. It was my brother-in-law who arranged for repairs to the roof, the column, and the courtyard wall. Once I leave, the brigade will reclaim this vacant house, rendering my initial investment a waste. Wouldn't you agree? Thus, I wish to inquire, Zhang, have you ever considered moving out? What do you think of this house?" Su continued. Zhang Mingyang had not anticipated such a fortunate opportunity. Hesitation was unnecessary. "That would be splendid. I have had my fill of living at the educated youth station these past couple of months," he exclaimed. Truthfully, this was his first realization of what it meant to struggle. "Allow me to show you around so you can assess what items might be of use to you. All that is here can be counted as part of the deal. Should you find anything unnecessary, I shall take it with me, as I had invested in these belongings. Would you like the work points as well? If not, I shall exchange them for grain to take with me." Su Jianqi aimed to clarify matters in advance to avoid any future misunderstandings. Zhang Mingyang understood perfectly. Money was not easily acquired, and procuring these items had not been a simple task. After a brief tour, he discovered that aside from Su's personal belongings like clothes and a basin, he found everything else to be quite useful. From large items such as water jars and tables to smaller necessities like chopping boards and knives, all were essential for daily living. Moreover, he would not be returning to the city anytime soon, at least not for another 2 to 3 years. With mutual understanding and intent, they quickly settled on a price. Su Jianqi retrieved the rental agreement from his trunk and led Zhang Mingyang to the brigade leader's residence. Brigade leader Chao accepted the cigarette Su offered without further comment. swiftly drafting a new rental agreement for Zhang Mingyang and collecting 20 yuan for 4 years' rent. Chow, could you also issue a note transferring my work points to Zhen? Su requested. Brigade leader Chow took a deep drag from his cigarette, releasing swirling clouds of smoke, and then prepared a transfer note, stamping it with the official seal before handing it to Zhang Mingyang. Zhang Mingyang understood that he had settled all matters with Su. After securing the documentation, they exited the brigade office. Su, you are leaving? Brigade leader Chow inquired, observing the young man. I am grateful for your care over these past 2 years. Su expressed his appreciation. Though it was largely due to his brother-in-law's influence, he had nonetheless benefited from the kindness shown to him. The fact that his relative worked in public security had afforded him certain protections. While villagers may have harbored envy, none dared to act against him. Even those who might have plotted to entrap him were cautious. Chow did not linger, efficiently completing the necessary documentation. Then let us proceed swiftly. We must avoid any last-minute complications. I am feeling a bit overwhelmed. Su Jianqi placed a cigarette on the table and stepped outside. He immediately spotted Zhang Mingyang standing beneath a large tree. When do you plan to leave? Zhang asked. I shall depart now. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. I hope you can keep this confidential for the time being. You may move in tonight, Su replied, eager to avoid any lingering troubles. Despite his brief stay of just 2 months in Chow's village, Zhang had heard enough about Su's situation from others to understand his urgency. Then you should hurry. I wish you safe travels. Zhang encouraged. Su nodded in gratitude, handing over both the regular and spare keys to Zhang Mingyang. Upon receiving them, Zhang's admiration for Su increased significantly. Yet he realized he too must adopt Su's meticulous and prudent approach to matters. Su Jianqi quickly returned home, packing his remaining clothing, a pair of shoes, a bedsheet, mosquito net, towel, basin, tea jar, lunchbox, toothbrush, and toothpaste, filling only half a sack. The rest of his belongings, including quilts and clothes, had already been sent back the day he received a telegram from Su's mother. Seizing the moment when there were fewer people around and news had yet to spread, Su took a shortcut and hurried to the town. He handled the household registration transfer at the police station, then took a bus to the county seat, and changed to another bus bound for the city. By the time he arrived at the train station, dusk had settled in. He purchased a ticket for the 8 p.m. train and prepared to depart. It was only when the train left H City that he felt a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, he felt akin to a startled bird, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. In those moments, he found himself cursing his older brother and his spouse, wishing that they would dine on nothing but the harsh winds and yellow sands of the northwest thrice daily. Chao Village. After Su Jianqi's departure, Zhang Mingyang turned to Brigade Leader Chow to request an afternoon off. By the time he arrived at the educated youth station for lunch, everyone had already finished their meals. Fortunately, a bowl of rice had been set aside for him. Zhang Mingyang did not complain about the small portion. He devoured it eagerly before collapsing onto his bed for a rest. Once everyone else had gone to work in the afternoon, he gathered his belongings and moved into the newly rented house. Each individual was responsible for their own grain, and there was no need for division of possessions. Upon the return of his peers in the evening, a simple greeting would suffice. Zhang Mingyang, filled with anticipation for his new life, looked forward to the prospect of having a room all to himself. Chapter 51. In Su Jianqi returns home. Zhang Mingyang, who initially intended to merely exchange pleasantries before departing, found himself ensnared by the individuals at the youth station. By the time he emerged from the gathering, he had not yet reached his own doorstep when he beheld flickering flames from a distance. As he drew closer, a cacophony of voices reached his ears. Su Jianqi, come out. Damn it, hiding away, are we? Is it true? What's going on? Unclear. It's been ages, there hasn't been a peep from him. Is he not at home? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Zhang Mingyang maneuvered through the throng, exclaiming, make way, and upon recognizing the youths, the crowd parted to grant him passage. Auntie, what is the meaning of this gathering? He inquired, weary from a day of toil and yearning for rest. Aunt Sun, having failed in her plans the previous day, felt increasingly resentful and had returned today. Yesterday, my Lingling fell into the water. Zhang Mingyang immediately sensed trouble and swiftly interrupted, Auntie, you've arrived too late. Su Jianqi has already left. Aunt Sun's words faltered as she was cut off. What, he has gone, where to? Upon hearing this, Sun Lingling no longer feigned ignorance. A dozen eyes turned towards Zhang Mingyang, awaiting his response. He took a deep breath. Yes, he left this afternoon. He has returned to the city. This house is now mine. As long as he had not divulged the entire truth, there remained room for maneuvering. This Ant Sun faltered, unsure how to proceed with the ruse. Really gone? So soon? What about the Sun family? The murmurs intensified among the crowd, with some eager souls leaning in to catch a glimpse of the Sun family's misfortune. The Sun family had arrived in full force, their intentions clear. They were determined to achieve their goals, yet no one had anticipated Su Jianqi's departure. All preparations were in place, but the wind had shifted. How would the Sun family conclude this matter? Ant Sun swallowed her initial desire to blame Zhang Mingyang and found herself grateful for his timely interruption. Yesterday, Lingling accidentally fell into the water, and it was Su Jianqi who came to fetch me. I thought it only right for the whole family to come and express our gratitude. We shouted for ages, yet he did not emerge nor respond. I assumed the city folk looked down upon us. I grew a bit anxious. This was my fault. I'm getting old, and my temper has worsened. Ant Sun, with her wealth of experience, quickly shifted the narrative. I always said Su Jianqi was a good man. Otherwise, why would he have good-heartedly called for help? We misunderstood the situation. Sun Lingling fervently defended herself. To marry Su Jianqi and secure tangible benefits was paramount. Momentary pride was of little consequence. Yet with Su Jianqi gone and no profit to be gained, all previous aspirations crumbled, leaving her to mitigate the fallout and ensure no damaging remarks lingered. The Sun family sought reputation, and their daughter still desired to wed. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. It is getting late, everyone should return home and rest. Zhang Mingyang began to disperse the crowd. As the Sun family departed, the onlookers lost interest and followed suit. After a long day's labor, fatigue settled over everyone. Zhang Mingyang exhaled, knowing that henceforth, there would be no further news of Su Jianqi in Chao village. After all, life must go on. Unbeknownst to Su Jianqi, he had narrowly escaped a predicament. As he boarded the train, he noticed a familiar face seated across from him. Yuan Jinjin appeared somewhat surprised to see him. Isn't this the comrade who envied and resented me the last time we traveled by train? She had always felt that the man across from her regarded her with an unusual gaze, only later realizing it stemmed from envy. Many women, despite their unkind words, secretly harbored jealousy towards her. Now even men began to envy her. Had she truly reached such heights? Su Jianqi observed the Sea King before him, clad in a somewhat worn military uniform, her hair noticeably dry and brittle. Her skin had darkened and roughened. As she lifted her water cup, the calluses on her hands were unmistakable. 2 years had passed, and the arduous life in the countryside had left its indelible mark on Yuan Jinjin. It was evident that her circumstances were far from favorable. The art of fishing might work temporarily, yet over time, the truth would inevitably surface. Moreover, living in close quarters at the youth station, one would eventually discern the true nature of any fade. Each individual possesses their own way of surviving, and Su Jianqi refrained from passing judgment. We are all adults, responsible for our own words and actions. With his feet resting on a burlap sack, arms crossed, Su Jianqi leaned against the train compartment, his eyes fluttering shut as sleep overtook him. Upon witnessing Su Jianqi's slumber, Yuan Jinjin felt a quiet sense of relief. Despite their silence, she sensed that he somehow understood everything. His gaze seemed to penetrate the carefully concealed vulnerability she had sought to hide. Taking a mirror from her pocket, she scrutinized her reflection, searching for clues. While hardship was a shared experience among those in rural life, the expression on her face, more specifically, her eyes, betrayed her struggles to those who had seen her before. The sparkle that once illuminated her gaze had vanished. For the past few days, Yuan Jinjin had often adjusted her expression while peering into the mirror. As she disembarked, luggage in hand, she managed to retrieve a semblance of her former self in her eyes. Su Jianqi, observing the transformation in the young woman across from him, smiled softly, wishing her a future filled with success and happiness. After enduring another long day, he finally arrived in his familiar hometown. Without pause, he gathered his belongings and boarded the transport home. Su Mother eagerly calculated the time of Su Jianqi's return, her heart brimming with joy, though she dared not express it outwardly. She had intended to discuss the transfer of work upon his visit, yet unexpectedly, the fourth child had no leave for family visits during his first year in the countryside. Furthermore, With Su Jiangwo and his spouse venturing toward the northwest, the Su family had become a focal point for scrutiny. Su father and Su mother were hesitant to act carelessly. By the time Su Jianqi returned home, it was already 10 in the morning. His room had been meticulously cleaned, and the packages sent back had been received by Su mother and placed in his room. Su Jianqi swiftly organized his belongings, simultaneously preparing lunch. When Su mother returned from work, her joy at seeing her son after 2 years rendered her speechless. Once lunch was finished, before Su mother could extend her hand, Su Jianqi instinctively gathered the dishes and took them to wash. The efficiency with which her son worked tugged at her heartstrings. In the afternoon, Su mother accompanied Su Jianqi to handle work transfer procedures and address household registration matters. With everything settled, Su Jianqi's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, gradually found peace. Starting tomorrow, he would resume his former life as a worker. That evening, Su father returned from work with 3 grandchildren in tow, and the family joyously celebrated together. Su mother busied herself with the daily tasks of picking up her grandchildren, grocery shopping, and cooking, all while starting her search for a suitable partner for her youngest son. Chapter 52 Pregnancy. Again, savoring the fragrant soybean milk accompanied by the crispy, golden fried dough sticks in the morning was an unparalleled delight. The 2 little ones drank with such fervor that they scarcely lifted their heads, while Su Jing'an's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Su Jing'an found herself unexpectedly pregnant once more, a surprise that shattered her meticulously crafted plans for the future. Recently, her appetite had waned, and she struggled to eat, but for reasons unbeknownst to her, she developed an insatiable craving for soybean milk, consuming it consecutively for 5 days. Soybean milk is a local delicacy, not made from bean flour but rather crafted from millet flour. Its origins are said to be linked to the legendary figures Bo Yi and Shu Qi of the Shang dynasty. The records of the grand historian recounts, after King Wu quelled the tumult of Yin, the world revered Zhou, yet Bo Yi and Shu Qi shunned it, refusing to partake of Zhou's grain, retreating to Shouyang Mountain, foraging for wild vegetables to sustain themselves. Millet is ground into flour, then cooked with yellow beans, peanuts, and shredded noodles, with optional additions of seaweed and tofu, contingent upon available resources. Just before serving, finely chopped spinach is added, and when ladled into bowls, a sprinkle of sesame salt elevates the dish's aroma to heavenly heights. It is the only meal Su Jing'an can consume without feeling nauseated. Now, the entire family is eager to reserve millet flour for her and the 2 children. Calculating the time, it had been over 5 months since she last wrote to her parents. Su Jing'an retrieved a sheet of carbon paper, placing it beneath her writing paper, and composed a letter to her father and mother. In the steel mill, there was only one copying machine, and individuals resorted to carbon paper for personal copies. Carbon paper, a type of duplicating paper, is made from a thin, resilient base coated with a mixture of wax and pigments. By placing it beneath the writing paper, the inscribed words transfer to the sheet below. Writing on carbon paper requires a ballpoint pen or pencil, and with sufficient pressure, one can create clear imprints on 3 to 4 sheets, yet carelessness leaves one's hand stained blue, which is notoriously difficult to wash off. She preserved a copy, wary that her parents might later accuse her of being unfilial. Before her marriage, she wrote a letter each month filled with sweet words and lamentations of poverty, a monotonous routine. After marriage, she reduced her correspondence to once every 6 months, ensuring no one could claim she neglected her parents or failed to be filial. After all, the source of all evils lies in lust. One should judge actions, not intentions. Among all virtues, filial piety takes precedence. One should judge intentions, not actions. By the end of August, Su Jing'an welcomed another baby boy, named Shen Kan, with the affectionate nickname Mao Mao, chosen by his siblings. In September of 1975, Zhuang Zhuang began the first grade of elementary school, while Mao Mao, now 2, was already running about. Shen Mu stayed home to care for Dodo and Mao Mao. The older sister, Dodo, and her younger brother, Mao Mao, painted together a green sun, a red house, and a sky adorned with vibrant hues, as they colored their drawings with their favorite shades. Upon returning home, the 2 children proudly presented their artwork to their grandfather, father, and mother. Su Jing'an showered each of her 3 children with kisses, exclaiming, "Wonderful, Zhuang Zhuang starts school today. Study hard." Mao Mao and Dodo painted beautifully today without causing any mischief. Let us commend these 3 little comrades. The entire family erupted in warm applause for the children, who beamed with excitement, their chests puffed out proudly. In mid-December, old Shen, the eldest, has written. What does it say? Shen Fu inquired with concern. Shen Mu's smile was so broad it was impossible to conceal. The eldest daughter-in-law is pregnant. That's splendid news. Shinfu replied, equally exhilarated. After all these years, it seemed the eldest had finally embraced a change of heart. He would soon have an heir. With Shinyu serving in the military, the elderly couple often worried about him. Parents surely know their son's temperament, don't they? Shinyu, with his steadfast character, never easily relinquished his goals. He had declared his ambition to join the army back in first grade, excelling in his studies and consistently training his body through running. Few could maintain such dedication over the years. Ultimately, he successfully gained admission to a military academy and became a soldier. It could be said he grew up receiving accolades from others, and who among his acquaintances didn't give a thumbs up when discussing Shinyu? Such a proud individual, yet he was pressured into marriage. The daughter-in-law he begrudgingly accepted was one who calculated too much. How could Shinmu not worry? Their personalities clashed so evidently that it seemed her son would forever be burdened with regret. She had never used her status as a mother to coerce her son into marriage. It was merely out of love for him. A soldier's life is perilous enough. She wished for her son to marry a woman he loved and lead a more fulfilling life, never thinking it to be wrong. Indeed, this was the first time in 5 years that the letter mentioned the eldest daughter-in-law. Regardless of the circumstances, the prospect of the eldest having a child was indeed a cause for celebration. After dinner, the family convened to discuss that once the weather warmed after the new year, Shinmu would visit Shinyu. She would assist during the postpartum period before returning home. Gu Panpan gently caressed her barely noticeable belly, finally feeling at ease. For nearly 5 years, she had written a letter every week and sent a parcel every fortnight. She prepared meat sauce, fried crispy pickled vegetables, preserved vegetables, gathered wild fruits to make jam with sugar, and in winter, she made frozen dumplings packed into a wooden box. Any wild chickens or rabbits she encountered were made into cured meats, while larger fish were transformed into crispy fish, and smaller fish into spicy dried fish. She steamed white buns and baked them into dried buns, made summer shorts, and fashioned new shoes from leftover fabric, crafting insoles as well. It could be said that every month, the 5 yuan she received and the meager grain she earned from working the fields, along with foraged items from the mountains, were all sent to Shinyu without her tasting any of it. For nearly 5 years, she persevered through gritted teeth. Initially, the villagers mocked her, spreading gossip, but over time, most began to sympathize with her. Throughout these years, she had gained a certain notoriety in the military. Shinyu's superiors and those around him knew she had been compelled into marriage, and initially, they pitied Shinyu for being unable to appreciate her. Yet now, who didn't envy Shinyu's wife for her unwavering concern for him, sending letters and packages frequently? Whether it was her dedication that touched Shinyu's heart, or the passage of time leading him to desire a child, or perhaps the pressure of public opinion compelling him to bring her into his life for the sake of appearances, Gu Panpan had achieved what she desired. She had finally escaped the rural confines, and remarkably, her circumstances had improved earlier than in her previous life. As long as she did not falter, Shinyu would be unable to rid himself of her. A good life was rightfully hers, and no one could contest her claim, including the child she carried, which she had calculated the timing of. Who would believe it? Despite being married for so long, Shinyu had never laid a finger on her. In her previous life, at least Shinyu had acknowledged her. This time, however, after the marriage was arranged and the wedding held in their village, he left that very night. It seemed that once Shinmu arrived, she would have to be even more dutiful. She would need to speak sweetly, offer more kind words, and demonstrate her ability to read the room, ensuring her reputation for being filial and well-mannered was firmly established. Furthermore, Shinmu's visit was to care for her and the child. With the second family's children already grown, she needed to seize the opportunity while her mother-in-law was present to bear more children. Otherwise, managing alone would be too exhausting. Chapter 53. Gu Panpan's pregnancy. Upon receiving the letter, Su Jing'an took advantage of her time at home to thoroughly wash the clothing and diapers that could no longer be used by the 3 children, boiling them in hot water before drying and storing them away. Observing his daughter-in-law's flurry of activity, Father Shin could not help but exclaim, "The cleanliness of this laundry surpasses even that of a face towel. Wasn't this how gauze was washed in hospitals?" He had never witnessed such meticulousness in washing diapers. It was peculiar to his daughter-in-law alone. During the War of Resistance, medical supplies and pharmaceuticals were in dire scarcity. Even the 8th Route Army had to reuse gauze and sterilized cotton balls. The shortage of professional surgical instruments, anesthetics, and painkillers was even more severe. During amputations, carpenter saws and even kitchen knives had to be employed. The conditions were so harsh that they were difficult to behold. Many soldiers who were wounded succumbed to infections due to bacteria. After washing his hands, Shinhe joined in to assist, saying, Dad, you are mistaken. The method of reusing gauze requires the 13 methods of sterilization invented by Dr. Bethune. While folding diapers, Shinhee jested with his father. Used gauze must undergo 13 procedures: washing in clean water, soaking in lime water, sun exposure, and boiling in hot water, among others. Your grandson is still not receiving the treatment he deserves. Shinmu brought out the children's old bottles and toys, preparing to wash them and boil them as well. Can we even compare the present to the past? Conditions have improved, and the children's treatment should reflect that, shouldn't it? Father Shin could not help but sigh. You have a point. After all this effort, it feels fundamentally different, much more reassuring. Indeed, when it comes to newborns, one can never be too cautious. Su Jing'an, seeing that someone was handling the diaper folding, approached to assist Shinmu. Mom, don't fuss with the bottles. They already have cracks. Where? Su Jing'an pointed out the blemishes, and Shinmu scrutinized them closely before realizing, indeed, this must be due to age, we should simply buy new ones. The children, upon seeing the yard filled with drying diapers, joyfully exclaimed, oh, as they dashed back and forth, fortunate for their short stature, lest they get dirty too soon. Su Jing'an admonished, hey, don't touch them with your hands, understood? We know, echoed the chorus of voices, young and old alike, straining their necks to shout. Little Mao Mao was particularly enthusiastic, mimicking the others closely. The elderly couple beamed with joy as they watched their grandchildren frolicking in the yard. Later that evening, after the couple had completed their labors, they leaned against each other, sharing tender words. Now that Zhuang had grown, he had long since moved out to sleep on his own. Mao Mao and Dodo were still young, sleeping ever more soundly. Otherwise, the two of them would not have dared to engage in their activities for over half an hour. Leaning against Shinhee, Su Jing'an said, tomorrow, could you check at your workplace to see if you can exchange some fabric ration tickets and milk powder tickets? It wouldn't be proper to only give old items to your elder brother and sister-in-law. Sure, how many milk powder tickets do you need? The more, the better. I estimate you'll need at least 2 or 3. What defines a leading lady? Surely, it must be one who gives birth to twins, triplets, or even quadruplets. Someone like her, who only had one child in a single pregnancy, is merely an ordinary person. With more children, the milk would surely prove insufficient, necessitating appeals to various relatives and acquaintances just to secure nourishment for the little ones. Su Jing'an calculated that it would take several more years to manage the milk powder tickets. A month later, the family finally managed to gather 3 milk powder tickets. Besides purchasing the milk powder, Su Jing'an also took the liberty of acquiring 2 new bottles. She recalled how, during her pregnancy with Zhuang, she had contemplated buying 2 bottles to prepare. The first time she went to buy bottles, Su Jing'an was truly enlightened. Who would have thought there existed glass bottles shaped like birds and fish? She was utterly astonished upon seeing them. It is often said that people during this era dressed conservatively, yet in the realm of baby bottles, there had been such innovative breakthroughs. Nevertheless, she ultimately opted for the conventional upright bottles, as the other shapes were somewhat beyond her acceptance, exceeding her comprehension. Regardless of the shape of the baby bottle, all adhered to a standard caliber of 3.5 cm. There are 2 notable drawbacks. One is that the narrow mouth of the bottle makes it difficult to pour in milk powder. The other is that glass products are prone to shattering, particularly when the cold glass comes into contact with hot water, resulting in a higher likelihood of breakage. This is especially prevalent during winter, posing a risk of injury, thus necessitating heightened caution during use. After Su Jing'an had tidied up the prepared items, she added 2 newly purchased pieces of fabric. One was a light purple adorned with white plum blossoms, and the other was a pale blue dotted with white polka dots. After all, the female protagonist is expecting twins, a boy and a girl. She sent 3 bags of milk powder and 2 baby bottles. On February 14, 1976, coinciding with the Lantern Festival, the family naturally gathered to enjoy the glutinous rice balls. Su Jing'an had always believed that Tangyuan and Yuanxiao were interchangeable terms, simply differing in nomenclature between the north and south. It was only after arriving at the steel factory that she realized the distinction. Yuanxiao has a thicker skin, while Tangyuan boasts a thinner one. The broth of Yuanxiao is murky, whereas that of Tangyuan is clear. Although she still found Tangyuan delectable, it did not detract from her enjoyment of the sweet delicacies at present. After all, they were a yearly indulgence, and who could resist the delightful taste of black sesame filling? Each of the 3 children clutched 2 bowls, engrossed in their meal, their heads scarcely lifting. Mommy still wants to eat. Dodo tugged at Su Jingyan's leg, raising her chin, smeared with black sesame filling, to gaze up at her mother. Su Jingyan smiled and held up her bowl for Dodo to see. Did you see that? Mommy is eating even faster than you. Dodo exclaimed in disappointment upon seeing the empty bowl. Come quickly, Grandma has some. Mother Shen swiftly offered a few of her own glutinous rice balls to the children, eager to prevent any tears. In this region, as soon as the 12th month of the lunar calendar arrives, a plethora of taboos surfaces. Utterances such as "there's none left," "it's over," or "it's finished" are strictly prohibited. Have all the household chores been completed? Is everything in the house in order? All tidied up denotes the completion of tasks, while "it's getting there" implies that work remains unfinished. When eating noodles, one must not stick chopsticks upright in the bowl, as this is an act reserved for offerings to the deceased. Knives must not be placed in a basin, as this is only permissible in the presence of death within the household. If a family is experiencing improved fortunes, one might say that so-and-so is thriving. Hence, when steaming buns before the new year, one might inquire, have the buns risen yet? Regardless of whether they have or not, most will respond, they have risen, they have risen. Some might even say, not yet, but it will be soon. Moreover, breaking items is strictly forbidden, and those with a full set of teeth are discouraged from crying. From the onset of the 12th month until the 15th, very few households discipline their children, as they seek to avoid any sounds of weeping. In the evening, the children, with their red paper lanterns lit by tiny candle stubs, ran amok throughout the yard. Before long, they slipped out of the house to join neighborhood friends in play. Zhuang, with small firecrackers collected during the festive season, attracted a throng of children around him. After dinner, Shen went to the police station for duty. Their unit could not afford to relax during holidays, let alone during the new year when no breaks were permitted. As night fell, Father Shen, uneasy about the children, followed outside to check on them. Chapter 54 of The Return Gift. After tidying up the dining table, Mother Shen busily calculated the cash, grain ration book, side dish book, and industrial tickets in her hands. Su Jingyan picked up the grain ration book emblazoned with Chairman Mao's directives of the issue of saving grain must be taken seriously. Rations should be determined per person, eat more during busy times and less during idle periods. During peak times, consume dry food, while during quieter times, alternate between semi-dry and watery meals, supplemented with sweet potatoes, greens, radishes, beans, and taro. This matter must be given utmost attention. The household registration of the Shen family was separate from that of Shen father and mother, although they purchased items together each month. The grain books, side dish books, and other tickets were individually managed. Mother, is there anything else we are missing? I am calculating how much fine grain we can gather. After saving for several months and factoring in next month's allocation, we can manage to obtain a maximum of 20 jin of white flour and 5 jin of millet. That's insufficient. I still have a little here. If not, shall I borrow some from my workplace? Su Jingyan tentatively inquired of Mother Shen. No need for that, this is already quite a lot. Besides, how much can the children grow? They still need fine grains to nourish them. Having these provisions is better than what many others have. If the eldest daughter-in-law is not content, let her speak to the eldest son. She needn't bring her grievances to me. Mother Shen replied without hesitation. Mother Shen refrained from meddling in the relationship and exchanges between her eldest and second sons, especially during joyful occasions when gifts were exchanged. Despite the eldest son working early hours, the money he sent home each month was kept separate by Mother Shen. She never used the eldest son's earnings for the second son. Similarly, the second son and his family lived with her and her husband, and she never took from the second son's resources to support the eldest, even when the eldest son finally welcomed a child at the age of 35. The couple believed in supporting their children as much as they could, but if they lacked the means, it was a reflection of their own limitations as parents, not the children's fault for having less fortunate circumstances. They never played favorites among their children, nor did they allow their parental authority to overshadow any sibling. There were boundaries between parents and children, and between siblings, which preserved genuine affection. Disrupting this balance would only lead to dissatisfaction on both ends, creating a sense of injustice in everyone's hearts. Each individual must strive to live the life they desire and become the person they aspire to be. Parents do not disdain their less capable children. To be frank, when a child is born, parents primarily wish for their well-being and health. As long as the parents are alive, they can provide basic sustenance, but beyond that, they cannot expect more. Their capabilities are limited. In March 1976, as the lunar February began, Mother Shin packed the quilt and clothes she had prepared for her future grandchild, bringing along her personal belongings as she boarded a train to the military base. With her departure, the three children became a concern. With no one to look after Mao Mao and Dodo, and no one to escort Zhuang Zhuang to and from school, it was decided that Shin father would take responsibility for Zhuang Zhuang's school runs. Su Jingen's workplace had a nursery for a fee of 2 yuan a month, and she took charge of the other two children. The little cart they had ordered previously was once again put into service. Each day, Su Jingen would pull the two children along to work and return with them after her shift. Shin he was a mobile worker, assisting with school runs during quieter times at the unit. This arrangement continued for over 3 months. When Mother Shin called, she informed them that Gu Panpan had given birth to twins. "When will you come back?" Shin father inquired. With 2 more children added at once, the eldest daughter-in-law clearly cannot manage alone. "I will wait until the children are a bit older," Mother Shin replied, initially intending to return after assisting her eldest daughter-in-law during her confinement. She now had to postpone that if she didn't help, it would only become more burdensome for her son. The eldest son's absence during missions was undoubtedly dangerous, and even within the military camp, he was perpetually busy, leaving him no moments of respite. Mother Shin felt for her son and wished for him to have some relief. She believed it best for her daughter-in-law to cope with the children when they grew a little older, allowing her to depart. Counting on her fingers, she estimated she would have to wait another year. Although Shin father missed his spouse, he was happier for his eldest son. Concerned for Mother Shin's well-being due to her age, he refrained from saying much, simply hoping to find someone to craft a baby stroller. While there was a small stroller at home, it had become quite worn from being used by the 3 children. Having a new one would certainly ease the burden of childcare. This person was Wang Gang. Over the past few years, Wang Gang had honed his craft. "Gangzi, are you home?" I'm here, Wang Gang replied, emerging from the house, still dusted with wood shavings. "Busy lately?" Shin father asked as he passed him a cigarette. Wang Gang accepted it, lighting up and exhaling a puff of smoke. "Busy? Not really, you know my skills, Uncle. I can't handle large furniture, only small jobs. Besides, once these items are in your hands, they'll last 7 or 8 years, won't they?" Indeed, the quality of goods was unquestionable. Anyone who produced subpar items would ruin their reputation. Shin father nodded. "That is true, being made of wood, they must be sturdy." "Uncle, is there something you need?" Wang Gang was eager for the opportunity, hoping to earn a few extra yuan to buy his children some treats. In recent years, the Shin family had commissioned 2 different styles of carts from him. Many had seen them and requested to have theirs made in the same fashion as the Shin family's. Shin father wasted no time. "I received a call from the military today. My eldest son suddenly has 2 more children. Your aunt is there helping out, but given her age, I thought to ask you to make a small stroller to send over, so at least she can have a bit of a break." Upon hearing this, Wang Gang immediately congratulated Shin father. "Uncle, that's wonderful news." "Congratulations, don't worry, I'll work on it promptly, it won't delay you." Shin father handed over the design for the stroller and left without further ado. Wang Gang examined it and found it quite simple, nearly 2 single strollers converted into a double. With an added basket for storage, he estimated it would take about half a month to complete. If he worked quickly, he could manage to provide enough for the children to enjoy some meat. With that thought in mind, he quickly got to work as soon as dawn broke. 10 days later, Shin father received 2 finely crafted strollers. As was customary, Shin he sent Wang Gang half a gene of pork as a token of gratitude. Su Jingen took out 2 gene of brown sugar, 3 gene of millet, and Shin he arranged for 4 bags of milk powder to be sent along with the strollers. Acquiring that brown sugar and milk powder had taken half a month due to a mysterious shortage. Su Jingen's attentiveness towards Gu Panpan stemmed from the support Shinyu, as the eldest brother, had provided when she married Shin he and bore 3 children, sending tickets to assist them. As a soldier, Shinyu sent military tickets that were universally accepted. The 3 children each possessed small airplanes, tanks, and sailboats made from bullet casings, crafted by their beloved uncle. Though Shinyu had not returned in years, the children's longing and admiration for their uncle never waned. Zhuang Zhuang, in particular, would clutch his creations for a while before sleeping, refusing to let anyone else touch them. She and Shin he cherished Shinyu's kindness. The children belonged not only to Gu Panpan but also to Shinyu. For Shinyu's sake, they felt compelled to do their utmost. Mutual exchanges between the two families were essential for lasting connections. Chapter 55 Life with the troops during the summer vacation. Zhuang Zhuan was eager to enjoy his time off, while the other two children clamored to play with their older brother, refusing to attend daycare. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jingyan entrusted all the children to Xinhe throughout the summer. It was Xinhe who pedaled his bicycle, ferrying the three children to and from work. At this moment, there were over a dozen children in their office, and with the addition of his own three, the lively chaos was amplified. Many families now had both parents working, and at times, it became overwhelming, leading to a significant number of employees bringing their children to the workplace. Colleagues were understanding of the situation. Zhuang Zhuan, Mao Mao, and Daodu accompanied their father to the office, where they quickly found delightful companions. Within 3 minutes, they had joined a throng of children, enthusiastically playing on the grass behind the office building. By the end of the summer, much of the grass had turned barren, with the exposed yellow earth transitioning from damp to dry. The remaining blades of grass lay flat, and it was not until over a week into the school term that the children finally stood upright again. In June of 75, within the military family compound, the eastern section consisted of a single-story house area, comprising 10 courtyards. Each household was equipped with 2 main rooms, a kitchen, a toilet, and a storage room. Although the courtyards were modest, they were supplied with water and electricity, as well as sewage systems. Behind each home lay a small vegetable garden, which meant that many families opted to grow their own produce rather than frequent the service station for purchases. Gupanpan, newly arrived, was unsure of whom to approach for assistance. She feared encountering those who might take advantage of her naivety. Causing a scene would be undesirable, yet remaining silent could make her seem easily bullied. The house Xinyu applied for was the one located at the very back of the compound. In the morning, as she bid farewell to Xinyu, who was heading off to the military camp, she felt a bittersweet sense of accomplishment. 5 years, it had taken nearly 5 years for Xinyu to finally agree to her request to accompany him, allowing her to leave the countryside. Every woman yearns to be beautiful and lead a refined life, does she not? In her previous life, she had indulged herself. The money Xinyu sent her, along with her own earnings and rations, was all spent on her own well-being. She pampered herself with face creams and hand oils, avoiding arduous labor. Her parents were sympathetic to her desires. Even though her sisters-in-law expressed discontent, they still reserved meat, fine grains, and fabric coupons for her use. Fearing sun exposure that would darken her skin and roughen her hands, she was disheartened to find that when Xinyu returned from his service and first laid eyes on her, he frowned, failing to see the beauty in the delicate, fair-skinned young woman before him. At that time, she felt that with Xinyu's substantial monthly salary, the 5 yuan he allocated for her seemed insufficient, leaving her with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. In this life, Gupanpan still felt that money was scarce, yet she would not demand it. As long as she could earn Xinyu's acceptance, he would eventually place both material goods and money into her hands. When a man holds you in his heart, there is no need for words. Whether trivial matters or significant ones, he will ensure everything is arranged with meticulous care. When Xinyu visited the train station to see Gupanpan, he observed her sun-kissed complexion and roughened skin but said nothing. Instead, he willingly assisted her with her luggage, fetched her meals, boiled water, washed clothes, and handed her his recently received salary. That night, as they lay in bed, Xinyu caressed Gupanpan's calloused hands, kissed her forehead, and repeatedly stroked her back. His hands were rough yet strong, encircling her waist, and they embraced one another time and again. After their intimate moments, he would hold her close until sleep claimed them. She felt fortunate to have chosen this path, one that could only be traversed with sincerity and heartfelt devotion. Sister-in-law, this is the package that Commander Shen asked us to deliver. An 18 or 19-year-old comrade placed the items down, ready to leave. Gupanpan quickly called out to him, pulling a hard candy from her pocket. Thank you, young comrade, please don't rush off. It's not much, just a few sweet candies. Sister-in-law, there's no need, the young comrade protested, waving his hands. Take it. There's no need to be polite at Commander Shen's home, Gupanpan insisted, swiftly handing the candy to him. The young man's suntanned face turned a shade of crimson. Sister-in-law, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. All right, let your commander treat us next time, she replied. The young man dashed away. Gupanpan realized that the items she had sent from her hometown had finally arrived. Many of them had been impractical to carry, so she had opted to mail them instead. She quickly turned to tidy up the house and organize her belongings. As there were numerous tasks awaiting her, she also needed to find time to consult Xinyu about establishing connections in this new environment, to navigate her relationships with other military wives, lest she find herself in an awkward position. Upon unwrapping the package, she placed the most essential item, a well-used iron pot, into the kitchen, next to the new pot Shinyu had prepared. It took her an hour to set the house in order. As both she and Shinyu hailed from the north, they decided to have steamed buns for lunch. As time was of the essence, she rose to retrieve the old sourdough starter and mixing bowl, commencing the dough-making process. Once the dough was ready, she covered it and relocated it to a sunny spot to rise. With money in hand and a basket slung over her arm, she turned toward the service station at the military base. Upon her arrival, she found the station bustling with people. Glancing up at the large clock, she noted it was already 9:30. "Ma'am, why are there so many people at this hour?" Gupanpan inquired of a woman in front of her, dressed in a gray top and black pants, with her hair neatly arranged. "Dear girl, you seem unfamiliar." "Are you new here?" the woman, son, responded. "Yes, I just arrived yesterday. There are usually many people, but today is particularly crowded. They say there's unallocated cloth available today, a special benefit requested for military families. We've been waiting quite a while, yet it hasn't arrived." Son whispered, though everyone was already aware of the news. "Ma'am, I must go buy some vegetables. I need to get them cooking." Gupanpan seized the opportunity while the crowd was occupied with the cloth purchase and headed off to procure her vegetables. She bought 2 pounds of chives, 1 pound of fennel sprouts, 3 pounds of cucumbers, 3 pounds of tomatoes, 2 pounds of eggs, and 1 pound of vermicelli, filling her basket to the brim. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard the vendor call out, "The cloth has arrived, please form a line. We also have pork available today, by ticket only." Those farther away could not hear the announcement clearly, while those nearby hesitated, torn between purchasing cloth or meat. Some who wanted meat but lacked tickets had to dash home. The meat stall was conveniently located next to the vegetable stand, and Gupanpan was the first to reach it. "I'll take 2 pounds of pork belly and 3 pounds of fat meat," she declared, relieved that she had remembered to bring all her tickets when she left home. Opportunities to buy meat were rare. If having a ticket was all it took, then how had Shinyu managed to accumulate so many meat tickets? Seizing the moment while the crowd was sparse and the meat plentiful, she made her purchase swiftly. The meat vendor was evidently experienced, collecting the money and tickets before expertly cutting the meat, 2 pieces weighing precisely 1 pound and 2 ounces. Gupanpan quickly tucked the meat into her vegetable basket and hurriedly turned to leave. By this time, the area was already swarming with people. She walked briskly toward home, knowing that lingering would be a mistake. Should she encounter someone who didn't manage to buy meat, they might insist on sharing. Upon entering her home, she promptly shut the door. She rushed to the kitchen, igniting the stove to cook the vermicelli, then set about making mung bean soup. Next, she cleaned and washed the chives and fennel sprouts, and took out the fat meat to render some oil. She also prepared the new pot by adding a bit of water and slowly melting the fat meat cut into small pieces. Once the oil residue was ready, she poured it into a large bowl and transferred the oil into a container. Taking advantage of this oil, she scrambled 2 eggs, adding the chives and chopped vermicelli, mixing them thoroughly with the fennel sprouts and oil residue finely chopped and combined. She seasoned it with salt to perfect the flavor before beginning to knead the dough. A pinch of baking soda was added during the kneading process to prevent souring. Chapter 56. Life in the army. The green bean soup in the pot was ready, so it was ladled out to cool. The dumplings were shaped into 2 distinct forms and placed in the steamer, where they would require a vigorous 13 minutes of steaming. 2 pots of vegetarian dumplings filled with chives and eggs, alongside 1 pot of meat dumplings infused with fragrant oil and pork, each dumpling boasting a slightly golden skin the size of a palm. Half of the dumplings were made with whole grain flour, resulting in a darker hue and a firmer texture compared to those made with white flour. Just as the dumplings were emerging from the steamer, Shinyu returned home. Upon stepping through the door, he was greeted by the enticing aroma that filled the air, causing his stomach to involuntarily rumble. Gupanpan smiled at him. "Quick, wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Shinyu devoured 4 of the white flour dumplings and drank 2 bowls of green bean soup before regaining his composure. Once he had eaten his fill, Gupanpan inquired, "Should I send some to our neighbors?" Shinyu nodded. "In our area, I haven't heard of any family disputes." Of this indicated that their relationships were rather ordinary and not particularly close. "The families in front of and to the left of us, I get along with their husbands reasonably well," suggesting they often crossed paths and were somewhat familiar. "However, those with whom I have a stronger rapport and with whom I frequently interact do not reside in this vicinity. Should we invite them over for a meal?" Gupanpan asked. Indeed, tomorrow or the day after, whenever you prefer. Let us go with tomorrow. Today, I was fortunate enough to be the first in line at the meat stall. I purchased 3 pounds of fatty pork for steaming the dumplings, and I have 2 pounds of pork belly left for tomorrow, as it would spoil if kept for too long. All right, I'll inform them this afternoon, then I'll deliver the dumplings first. Later, we can finalize the dishes and estimate the number of guests so I can prepare accordingly. Do you want me to accompany you? Not necessary, this is merely a casual neighborly gesture, a simple introduction. Your presence would seem too formal. Gu Panpan promptly declined. She took a large bowl and filled it with 2 vegetarian and 1 meat dumpling, along with 3 whole grain dumplings, making 2 trips to deliver them to the neighbors. Xinyu observed the distinctly different dumpling skins but refrained from commenting. In these times, one must be discreet about their possessions. Relationships were built on reciprocity. When you offer something that far exceeds what the other can reciprocate, it places them in a difficult position. If they respond with something of equal value, it becomes a burden for them. If the return is of lesser value, it could lead to discomfort on both sides. Over time, such dynamics can sour relations. As the saying goes, a great favor is akin to a great grievance, which encapsulates this principle well. Upon returning, Gu Panpan found no empty bowls left, as one neighbor had gifted her homemade sauce, while another provided pickled vegetables. After half an hour of discussion, they tentatively settled on 9 dishes of braised pork with potatoes, sauerkraut fish, 3 fresh vegetables, a medley of peppers, eggplant, and potatoes, pan-fried pumpkin cakes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold spinach and vermicelli salad, stir-fried celery with pork, spicy green beans, and smashed cucumbers. Gu Panpan asked, "Is this enough? How many can we expect?" "I'll add a soup to make it 10, Xinyu replied. "For 6 people, this quantity will suffice. Here, we typically only invite the men, not their families. Otherwise, who could afford to feed a whole entourage of wives and children?" Gu Panpan noted, "The 2 pounds of pork belly I bought today should be sufficient. We can adjust based on what we find at the market tomorrow. Also, remember to purchase some steamed buns or rice at the cafeteria for the main course, depending on their preferences. It would be too rushed to prepare the staples tomorrow." The availability of fish was uncertain. They might need to substitute ingredients. At dinner, Gu Panpan had 2 dumplings, while Xinyu consumed 8. She was aware that soldiers generally had large appetites, but she had not anticipated such voracity. Her jaw dropped in astonishment. As Xinyu departed, he took the remaining whole grain dumplings in a clean cloth bag. A dinner consisted of congee paired with dumplings, and once again, Xinyu polished off 8 dumplings in one sitting, leaving her to enjoy the final dumpling herself. The following morning, Xinyu and Gu Panpan set out to the villages surrounding the military base to procure supplies. They managed to gather a variety of vegetables but had yet to find any fish. On their return, they encountered someone catching small river shrimp and purchased half a bucket for a mere dime. Xinyu returned to the barracks to continue his duties while Gu Panpan completed the remaining preparations. She washed and chopped the vegetables, then stewed the 2 cold dishes, the pumpkin cakes, and the braised pork, ready to quickly cook everything once the guests arrived. Estimating that the time was nearly right, she ladled out a portion of the braised pork and added the potatoes, with more potatoes than meat, of course. She brushed oil in another pot to fry the pumpkin cakes. Once the pumpkin cakes were ready, she proceeded to make the 3 fresh vegetables, followed by the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy green beans, and finally substituting the sauerkraut fish for stir-fried river shrimp with chives, concluding with stir-fried celery and pork, using the previously set-aside pork. As Gu Panpan drizzled the sauce over the cold dishes, she heard a lively group entering the room, chatting and laughing. "Sister-in-law, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. The aroma reached us from afar." "Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law." Gu Panpan greeted everyone with a smile, allowing Xinyu to take over the hosting duties. The table was laden with a generous array of dishes, notably in plentiful quantities. Instead of regular serving plates, they used large enamel bowls typically meant for serving rice and soup. "Wow!" exclaimed the group, taken aback by the abundance prepared by Xinyu's wife. Following this meal, the phrase "Xinyu and his wife are genuinely down-to-earth" began circulating in the barracks. Having fasted through the morning, everyone eagerly seized steamed buns and dug in heartily. After bidding farewell to the guests, Xinyu took it upon himself to clean the house, kitchen, and wash the dishes, insisting to Gu Panpan, "Don't bother cooking tonight. Rest this afternoon, and I'll bring something back from the cafeteria." Gu Panpan lay on the bed. "All right, I am indeed rather tired." After resting for 2 days, Xinyu tilled the garden for planting vegetables and constructed a bathing area in the yard. Gu Panpan began mingling with other military wives, gradually integrating into their community and embarking on a new chapter of her life. Their relationship blossomed, becoming increasingly sweet and evident to those around them. By October, Gu Panpan discovered she was pregnant. Shinyu was overjoyed upon hearing the news, and those around them expressed understanding and congratulations. At 35 years old, Shinyu was often remarked upon by others, acknowledging the challenges the couple had faced. It was not until the 12th month that they received a letter from Shinyu's mother, revealing she would only be able to visit after the new year. After the new year, Gu Panpan received a package from her sister-in-law containing clothes, hats, knitted shoes, diapers, and swaddling blankets for 3 children. All items were impeccably clean and neatly folded, carrying the fragrant scent of soap and sunshine. It was evident that her sister-in-law had taken great care in washing them. As Gu Panpan examined these items, she realized the past had been put behind her. She reflected on how her mother-in-law was caring for the 3 children of the second son's family. From what Shinyu had mentioned, it was clear that the second son had married and started a family, and Shinyu, as the elder brother, had been supportive. Now, with 2 growing within her, Gu Panpan considered the balance of fairness. Furthermore, it was unrealistic for her mother-in-law to remain with her perpetually or to return each time to assist with the births. Thus, the only solution was to hasten the arrival of another child. Chapter 57 Life with the Troops, Part 2. Mother Shin arrived at 5 in the afternoon. Gu Panpan was nearly 6 months pregnant. Concerned, Mother Shin asked her son, "Have you taken her to the hospital? Why is her belly so large?" Shinyu reassured her, "We've had it checked, the hospital says it's twins." "You should have called me so I could come sooner," Mother Shin said, turning to Gu Panpan. "Panpan, what would you like to eat? Let me prepare something for you." Gu Panpan hurriedly replied, "No need, Mom, I'm not hungry yet. You've just gotten off the train, please take some time to rest." Given her age, Mother Shin was indeed tired after sitting on the train for several hours. "All right, I'll lie down for a bit. Remember to call me if you need anything, Panpan." Mother Shin's arrival finally eased Shinyu's worries. With his wife's belly so large and no one else at home, he felt uneasy despite having informed the neighboring families. Gu Panpan was now quite restricted in her movements, and with twins on the way, her trips to the restroom had become increasingly frequent. It was a great relief to have her mother-in-law there to care for her. After a restful night, Mother Shin awoke in the morning to prepare breakfast, tidy up the house and the vegetable garden. She then took some money from the drawer to buy groceries for lunch. After lunch, she took her daughter-in-law for a stroll to get some fresh air. They rested whenever fatigue set in, resuming their walk after a brief respite. Mother Shin did this out of concern for her daughter-in-law, fearing that she might lack the strength needed for childbirth. Gu Panpan understood her intentions and silently endured, even breaking a sweat in the March weather. After 2 hours of exercise, Mother Shin took her daughter-in-law back for a 2-hour afternoon nap. During this time, she washed clothes and prepared some steamed egg custard, fruits, or snacks for when her eldest daughter-in-law woke up. By 6 o'clock, Mother Shin was busy preparing dinner, and after Shinyu returned home, he took over caring for his wife. On June 5, Gu Panpan gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Mother Shin gazed upon the 2 small children, their rosy skin and features bearing a resemblance to Shinyu. The military base was situated far from the town, making it inconvenient to procure supplies, especially the scarce ones that were simply unavailable. If not for the milk bottles and formula sent by her sister-in-law, the 2 children would have gone hungry. Over the past 3 months, Shinyu had made 8 trips to town but still could not find any formula, and the supply store had no milk bottles either. When the twins reached a month old, they received a package from Su Jing'an and Shinhee containing brown sugar, formula, and beautiful floral cloth, each a significant gift in this era. The little stroller was particularly striking. Gu Panpan's heart skipped a beat upon seeing it. She eagerly asked, "Mom, where did you buy this? I've never seen anything like it." Mother Shin wiped the stroller with a cloth. "Where could we afford to buy such a thing? I had it made by our neighbor. When I was watching Zhuang, your father, worried that I would tire, came up with this idea. It took over a month, with revisions to the design, before we found someone to make it." "Your father cares for you." Gu Panpan sighed with relief after hearing this, jotting down the gifts received for the twins' 1-month celebration, calculating the items Shinyu had given to Shinhee, and realizing they were at a disadvantage. Primarily, they had only 2 children, while the other family had 3. She thought it best to focus on recuperating her health, planning to have another child when the twins turned 1. This way, Mother Shin would be less likely to bring up the idea of leaving, allowing her to feel a bit more at ease. Before long, it was the 12th lunar month, and on the day of the spring festival, the children turned exactly 8 months old. Eldest son, the new year is approaching. I plan to return home for a visit before the holiday to see your father, Mother Shin said, anxious after not having seen her husband for over a year. All right, when do you plan to leave? I will book the tickets for you, Shin Yu replied, equally concerned for his father. Mother Shin responded, perhaps in 7 days. However, 7 days later, Mother Shin was unable to return as Gu Panpan was pregnant again. Seeing her eldest daughter-in-law suffering from nausea and vomiting, Mother Shin had no choice but to stay and celebrate the new year at the military base. Relieved that Mother Shin had abandoned her plans to return home, Gu Panpan felt a sense of ease. It was unlikely that her mother-in-law would come back after this visit, and with her advancing age and the impending implementation of family planning policies, if she wanted to have more children, it was crucial to act quickly. After becoming pregnant, Gu Panpan's already insufficient milk supply dwindled further, prompting her to wean her children. The initial months had been unstable, but now that the pregnancy was stable, the twins were at the stage of learning to walk. Mother Shin had to not only care for the 2 children but also find time to tend to her daughter-in-law. The close spacing of the births had left Gu Panpan's body in need of recovery, and this pregnancy was evidently more challenging than the last. Ugh, wah wah. Each day, Mother Shin awoke to the cacophony of these sounds. The moment Gu Panpan stirred, the sound of her vomiting filled the air. The difficulty of this pregnancy had exceeded her expectations. She could not keep anything down, and even drinking water would induce retching. Now, she felt utterly drained, relying on the walls for support just to reach the restroom. Eating was a challenge, and her legs felt as weak as noodles. Observing her eldest daughter-in-law in such distress, Mother Shin realized she could no longer delay action. Eldest son, take your wife to the hospital for a checkup. Her morning sickness is severe, and the doctors here aren't specifically trained in gynecology. Panpan, don't heed the advice of those old women around. Not everyone is the same. By now, Gu Panpan could barely lift herself and needed assistance to rise. Even the slightest movement caused her vision to darken. She no longer resisted going to the hospital. Initially, she had thought morning sickness was trivial and that it would pass in a few months. Who could have anticipated it would become so severe? Her stomach had developed a conditioned reflex, making swallowing increasingly difficult. Moreover, each bout of vomiting tightened her abdominal muscles, and she distinctly felt discomfort and pain in her lower abdomen. Shin Yu took a leave of absence and drove his wife to the hospital in the city. Upon arrival, the doctor had no remedies to offer, only noting signs of a potential miscarriage. For now, the only option was to admit her for observation and provide 4 glucose for nutrition. Mother Shin felt a sense of relief at her daughter-in-law's departure. The 2 children had kept her extremely busy, and adding to that the responsibility of caring for her eldest daughter-in-law felt overwhelming. As she watched her 3 little grandchildren grow, she had never felt this fatigued before. Physically exhausted, she harbored a faint sense of frustration. The relentless cries of the 2 children added to her agitation. The 1-year-old twins needed formula and solid food, and if she neglected them for even a moment, they would wet their diapers. Not to mention, it was also the phase when they were learning to walk, leaving Mother Shin's back in constant discomfort. Without the stroller gifted by her daughter-in-law, she felt she might have collapsed from exhaustion. In the past, the 2 children would sleep with their mother at night, but now, Mother Shin was solely responsible for them around the clock, leaving her no time to catch her breath. Her eldest daughter-in-law's knack for calculating things only deepened Mother Shin's annoyance. However, no matter the circumstances, the eldest son's family was desperately trying to have more children, and she felt she could not voice her frustrations. Moreover, understanding her eldest son's difficulties, she was more than willing to lend a helping hand. Chapter 58 Hospitalization. With the news of Gu Panpan being hospitalized for pregnancy preservation and expecting twins, the military wives and elder women in the family compound flocked to congratulate Mother Shin whenever they saw her. Congratulations, Auntie! You're about to welcome 2 more grandsons. This was a heartfelt congratulation. Auntie, do you think you can manage all of this? Would you like me to lend a hand? This was an offer to Moonlight. Look at how exhausted you are. This was a provocative remark meant to stir up some drama. What does your daughter-in-law eat? What are her hobbies or taboos at home? This was an inquiry seeking any secret remedies. Every time Mother Shin ventured out, she would invariably encounter a few acquaintances eager to chat. Consequently, she had no choice but to minimize her outings, and when she did find it necessary to go out, she aimed to do so during quieter times. Now, she would directly fetch meals from the cafeteria. With no time to cook for herself, she resorted to ready-made food. Shinyu took 3 days off, but after Gu Panpan's condition improved slightly, he hurried back to the army. He could not afford to be absent for too long. Knock, 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 come in. Hello, Dr. Wang, I am a family member of Bed 6. Dr. Wang set down the medical records and looked up at the man in military uniform with a respectful demeanor. Please, have a seat. What can I do for you, comrade? With limited time, Shinyu got straight to the point. Doctor, I have little time, I'll be returning to my unit this afternoon, please take extra care of the patient in Bed 6. Dr. Wang assured him, rest assured, we will do our utmost to take good care of her. Thank you very much. Shinyu turned and left, purchasing 2 bottles of malted milk essence, a pound of brown sugar, and 2 pounds of hard candy. He placed the malted milk essence and brown sugar on the bedside table and took a pound of hard candy to find the head nurse. Comrade, what brings you here? Nurse Tang, nearing 50, had never raised her voice when speaking to patients or their families, regardless of her exhaustion. I only have 3 days off, and I'll be leaving shortly. I am quite worried about her being here alone, so I hope you and the nurses can keep an eye on her. Here is my contact number, please reach out to me if anything arises. Shinyu handed over his contact information. Comrade, you can rest assured caring for patients is our duty. I've seen many doctors and nurses so busy they barely have time for meals, sometimes feeling faint and dizzy from hunger. When you can't take the time to eat, please suck on a piece of candy to take the edge off, don't hesitate. After saying this, Shinyu offered the candy. This is our responsibility. You needn't be so polite. Nurse Tang quickly declined. This is nothing extraordinary, please accept it, as it gives me peace of mind. Fearing that ongoing refusals might draw unwanted attention, Nurse Tang ultimately accepted the candy. Seeing her accept it, Shinyu said nothing further and briskly left to catch his ride back. How is Bed 6 feeling today? Dr. Wang conducted rounds twice daily, meticulously examining Gu Panpan each time. Gu Panpan's complexion had notably improved since her arrival, much better, I've been feeling more energetic these past few days. After 5 consecutive days of glucose infusions, her pallor faded, otherwise, I still struggle to hold back nausea. With the reduction of morning sickness, coupled with the pregnancy preservation medication, the discomfort in her abdomen had subsided, and the pain had eased. It seemed the pregnancy was temporarily stable, Dr. Wang advised. Let us keep it that way. For now, refrain from eating solid food, you may drink malted milk essence, brown sugar water, honey, soybean milk, or rice oil, whatever is available, just sip a little each day. Don't overdo it, start with a mouthful and gradually increase, nourish your stomach first, then you can eat. If your appetite improves and the nausea dissipates or lessens, then you'll be in the clear. Gu Panpan nodded obediently. She no longer dared to rely on past experiences or theories, she chose to heed the doctor's advice. When it came to professional matters, she would trust the professionals. Shinyu called frequently to communicate with the doctors and nurses, relieved to learn that his wife's health was gradually recovering. A month passed before Shinyu could visit the hospital again. He stayed for less than 20 minutes before turning back. Another half-month elapsed before he returned once more. Gu Panpan felt a warm sensation in her heart as she observed her husband, who had noticeably lost weight over these days. After completing the discharge paperwork, Shinyu drove her home, not pausing for a moment before returning to the military camp. After over a month in the hospital, Gu Panpan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort as soon as she lay down in her own bed. Turning her head, she noticed that the 2 children seemed somewhat shy upon seeing her. Although she understood that they were young with poor memories and forgetfulness, it still left her feeling unsettled. This inevitably reminded her of her children from her previous life, none of whom remembered her fondly or treated her with filial piety. No matter, once they began to form memories, her mother-in-law would have passed away. As long as she firmly held onto money with one hand and Shinyu with the other, she would never again endure a life of hardship. Once Shinyu completed his military service, he would be able to earn for her. Even if he did not, she could still move into the military district compound, securing a position of status and power. After giving birth to this child, she would have 4 children, a mix of sons and daughters. As long as she did not err, Shinyu would be unable to shake her off. Moreover, he was a responsible man, for the sake of the children, he would not easily speak up unless absolutely necessary. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Panpan felt at ease and focused on resting and nurturing her pregnancy. Upon returning to the army, Shin Yu had his own lounge. He opened the cabinet beneath his desk, revealing a red box. Inside lay the letters Gu Panpan had sent him over the years, neatly arranged in chronological order. Each month formed a bundle, each year a stack. Shin Yu opened each letter one by one, reading attentively from start to finish. Closing his eyes, he let out a scoff. This was still the Gu Panpan he knew, with no fundamental changes. The only difference was that she had donned a layer of beauty. The relationship between them had never altered. He alone was the one who had opened his heart. He opened the drawer to find 2 bankbooks. Over the years, he had sent half of his earnings to Mother Shin, while the remainder, aside from social expenditures, was saved. One of the bankbooks contained funds from monthly allowances and performance bonuses. Since Gu Panpan had accompanied him in the military, Shin Yu had ceased saving his monthly allowances. He directly sent half of the money to Mother Shin each month, keeping the rest for home. Originally, he had planned to hand over the bankbook containing his allowance to Gu Panpan when Mother Shin returned, as their family would then consist of just the 4 of them during the new year. However, it seemed prudent to maintain the status quo. After all, they were merely cohabiting to get by. There was no need for deep feelings. Keeping a hand in reserve was something everyone did, wasn't it? Chapter 59. The Qing's sister-in-law Gu Panpan, distracted by her pregnancy, lacked the keen perception she once possessed. She remained oblivious to the subtle changes in Shin Yu, while Shin's mother was acutely aware of her eldest son's discontent. As an active military officer, his insight should not be underestimated. Unless he instinctively excludes you from suspicion, he would harbor no defenses against you. Moreover, this individual is none other than the person with whom she shares her life. Gu Panpan sought to wield the love and sincerity she had meticulously crafted as her weapon to win over Shin Yu, hoping to penetrate his life and heart. Yet, falsehoods are readily discerned, and any misstep would be immediately felt by the other party. Thus, when Shin Yu realized he had been played, his self-mockery was eclipsed by a profound anger towards Gu Panpan. The humiliation of being toyed with, while he unwittingly reveled in it, churned violently within him. After incinerating all their correspondence, the evidence obliterated, he regained his composure. Shin Yu severed ties with those embarrassing memories, even if he was the sole keeper of such secrets, firmly closing his heart once more and swiftly altering the nature of their relationship. For over 30 years, Shin Yu had never erred twice in his professional domain. Yet, with Gu Panpan, he stumbled not just once but twice. Such blunders were intolerable to his pride and self-esteem. By the time Gu Panpan had regained her strength and vitality, a month had already elapsed. There was no trace of any telltale signs from Shin Yu. However, Shin's mother felt a gnawing apprehension. She sensed that her son's emotional ties had diminished further. For those engaged in perilous professions, such bonds become essential. They require love and warmth. With her younger son Shin Yi, she might occasionally fuss or lightly grumble about trivial matters, but with her eldest, she spoke with more caution. Even her offhand comments could leave an indelible mark on her son's heart. As a mother, her sole desire was to protect him, even though he now towered over her in strength. Once Gu Panpan recognized the predicament, no matter how hard she endeavored, she could not amend the chasm in their relationship. Their emotional positioning remained immovable. In her meticulous retrospection, she repeatedly discerned that the collapse of her persona had led to this misstep. She had fallen into the same impatient folly she had exhibited upon her rebirth, a flaw she had long carried. Despite her self-warnings to remain vigilant, she found that even the slightest lapse would allow chaos to ensue. Gu Panpan, feeling utterly defeated, contemplated that if love was an impassable path, she could still traverse the avenues of maternal affection and warmth. With this thought, her spirit was reignited with determination. This summer, after entrusting the children to Shin Yi, Su Jingyan felt an unusual lightness. As usual, she took the opportunity to chat with her colleagues while waiting to clock out. To have such a daughter-in-law is a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes, Wu Sufan passionately agreed. Who are you talking about? Su Jingyan felt somewhat out of sync upon returning from washing her hands. Who else could it be but a Qing's sister-in-law? Wu Sufan exclaimed with indignation. Her mother-in-law bullies her mercilessly. If I were a Qing sister-in-law, I would have kicked that mother-in-law and her entire family out long ago. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyan immediately recognized the subject of their discussion. A Qing sister-in-law referred to a female worker from the second workshop, Lu Qing. Her husband had passed away early, yet she was known for her warmth and diligence, always working hard. earning the admiration of everyone around her. It could be said that she was well liked and had a vast network of friends. Since the model opera Xia Jiabang gained popularity, many in the factory began to affectionately refer to Lu Qing as a Qing's sister-in-law, and the name gradually caught on. While a Qing's sister-in-law was admirable, her mother-in-law harbored a persistent disdain for her. The more praise Lu Qing received, the more scrutinizing her mother-in-law became. In her eyes, no matter how competent a Qing's sister-in-law proved to be, she would never be deemed a worthy daughter-in-law. Firstly, she had not borne a son. After 10 years of marriage, she had only given birth to a daughter. Secondly, she was blamed for the death of her son, Qindong, who tragically drowned in a frozen pond during the winter of 1960. This calamity befell him when he went fishing at Lu Qing's behest to prepare for the New Year's feast. Chen's mother directed all her pent-up resentment towards her daughter-in-law, and the bitterness lingered for years. Since last year, matters had escalated, with her mother-in-law enlisting the help of her estranged younger son's family to further torment a Qing's sister-in-law. Many advised her, seek the union, consult the Women's Federation. The factory will advocate for you. Yet, for reasons unknown, the typically astute a Qing's sister-in-law had become muddled in this matter. Disregarding all counsel, the onlookers could only express their sympathy for her predicament. Life is so difficult now. She even buys donkey meat for Chen's mother. Eating meat twice a month is already a challenge, yet she goes out of her way to inquire about donkey meat, all to nourish Chen's mother, scouring the entire city. Now that is truly filial. Indeed. As the discussion swirled around her, Su Jingyan sensed something amiss, but despite her contemplation, she could not quite grasp the anomaly. Subsequently, she chose to dismiss it, as it ultimately did not concern her. In August, with the sweltering heat unbearable, the factory made special provisions to deliver mung bean soup to the workers daily to ensure their well-being. Today, it was Su Jingyan's turn, along with the kitchen staff, to visit the second workshop. Upon hearing that the mung bean soup had arrived, the workers exclaimed, "Everyone, take a break. The soup has just been drawn from the well, it's still cool, quickly, drink up." The 10 buckets of mung bean soup were quickly depleted. Is there anyone who hasn't had their fill of mung bean soup? Has everyone been served? Su Jingyan asked, wiping the sweat from her brow. In such heat, she was determined not to overlook anyone, lest a good deed turn sour. Su Jingyan, ever cautious, consulted her list and inquired with each individual. "Su, you take your work far too seriously," the workshop director remarked every time he spotted her. No one else was as meticulous. Su Jingyan smiled. Ever since I had a child, my mind hasn't been as sharp. I tend to forget things, which is why I'm compelled to be so thorough. A Qing's sister-in-law, come up here. A chorus of voices erupted, and the director chuckled, scolding, "You rascals." A Qing's sister-in-law stepped forward without hesitation. "All right, I'll go first. Lu, your speech is quite biased. Who says women are inferior to men? Men fight at the borders, women weave within the home." A lively exchange ensued during their break. As Su Jingyan observed the confident demeanor of a Qing's sister-in-law, a sudden realization struck her. The truth had revealed itself. A Qing's sister-in-law hailed from southern Hunan. Although she had resided in this city for many years, her speech occasionally bore a trace of her regional accent. Customs varied from region to region. For instance, in Baoding, Hebei, they relished donkey meat pastries, while in Yangyan, City, they enjoyed donkey meat sausages and wraps. Thus, the local populace bore no disdain for donkey meat. Moreover, there exists a popular saying, "Heavenly dragon meat, earthly donkey meat," underscoring the esteemed reputation of donkey meat. The acclaim for donkey meat is attributed to 2 primary factors. Firstly, its exquisite flavor. Donkey meat is known for its delicate texture and optimal fat-to-lean ratio. Secondly, its high nutritional value. It is reputed to be beneficial for combating arteriosclerosis, coronary heart disease, and hypertension. It not only helps to delay aging and enhance beauty but also serves to invigorate the body, nourish the blood, and replenish vitality. Especially in this era, obtaining meat is no small feat. Chapter 60. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. A Qing's sister-in-law hails from southern Hunan. The locals there are known for their peculiar saying, "Eating donkey meat invites old ailments." This old ailment refers to chronic conditions, and it is said that if one bears lingering injuries or past illnesses, even if they have long since healed, it is best to refrain from consuming donkey meat, as it may easily trigger these old maladies. The reasoning behind this belief lies in the notion among the local populace that donkey meat is a stimulant. This is documented in the renowned medical treatise on dietary therapy by the famous Qing dynasty physician Wang Shixiang, entitled Dietary Compendium of Suishi Residents, which states donkey meat is sour, neutral, and toxic. It stirs wind, consuming it alongside scazzonpata can be fatal. A daughter-in-law celebrated for her filial piety insists on serving her mother-in-law donkey meat every month, revealing her deep-seated animosity towards her. Upon returning to the resource room, Wu Sufan is engaged in sewing shoe soles. This task is typically done during the cooler months. However, with a large family to support, her husband and 4 children eagerly awaiting new shoes, Wu Sufan finds herself in a predicament. Moreover, she leaves her children at her parental home for assistance and, each year, apart from her purchases, lovingly crafts 2 pairs of shoes for her parents, as the bought ones do not suit their preferences. With her own work commitments, she can only sew whenever time permits. In this sweltering heat, her hands quickly become drenched in sweat. Wiping them on her clothes, she resumes her task. Sufan, my dear, Su Jingyan offers her a teacup filled with mung bean soup. When I went to the second workshop, a Qing's sister-in-law even sang a segment from Mulan. I must say, she was quite impressive. Indeed, such a remarkable person, yet her mother-in-law remains unimpressed. Tell me, how long has a Qing's sister-in-law been purchasing donkey meat for her mother-in-law? It has been several years. Su Jingyan remarked, after consuming donkey meat for all these years, doesn't her mother-in-law ever express gratitude? Otherwise, what can we say? A Qing's sister-in-law is truly wasting her efforts. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Jingyan returned to her own tasks. It is now 1977. And she still hesitates over whether to take the college entrance examination. With urban residency, a good job, and a harmonious family life, she feels little need to endure 4 years of university before entering the workforce. Although her decision remains unmade, it does not impede her pursuit of knowledge. Over the past few years, she has kept her textbooks close at hand, seizing any opportunity to review them. Having built a solid foundation in high school, she focuses on maintaining her knowledge and reinforcing what she has learned. As October arrives, news comes that a Qing's sister-in-law's mother-in-law has fallen ill. Su Jingyan thinks to herself, here it comes, precisely as she had anticipated. Lu Qing listens to the lamentations emanating from her mother-in-law's room, bowing her head in silence. Chen Lanyang, in her youth, was quite a beauty. She had fled famine to Qin village, marrying her husband there. However, one fateful day, her husband was taken by the Japanese to repair fortifications, and he never returned. Alone, she raised 2 sons, swallowing her hardships in silence. Whenever she watered the fields, she was always the last to finish. Before sleeping at night, she would press a kitchen knife beneath her pillow. She forbade her sons from quarreling with others, for their mother had no means to bolster their confidence. As she aged, whenever she felt unwell, she attributed it to the sacrifices made in her youth. Ever since hearing from neighbors that donkey meat was nourishing, she has relentlessly pressured her eldest daughter-in-law to procure it for her. Lu Qing retrieves some donkey meat, which she had arranged to acquire, from her cloth pouch and heads to the kitchen to prepare a stew, adding some rehydrated shiitake mushrooms. Her movements are swift and practiced. Sister-in-law, with mother unwell, why are you not by her side caring for her? Do you truly consider yourself filial? Xian Shanqing leans against the doorframe, directing a sharp retort at Lu Qing. In the Chun household, Lu Qing has always stood at the bottom rung. Is the meat ready yet? Are you deliberately delaying, hoping for my demise? Chen Lanyang, growing impatient, inquires. As the meat is served hot from the pot, Chen Xing, along with her own child, Chen Xingshan, gathers eagerly around the pot. Lu Qing hastily fills a bowl and brings it to her mother-in-law. Once her sister-in-law departs, Chen Xing, Chen Xia, and Chen Xingshan swiftly devour the remaining meat. Mother, should we not consider taking you to the hospital? Relying solely on meat whenever you feel unwell is hardly a solution. Lu Qing gently urges Chen Lanyang. What, are you unwilling to spend a little on meat? Chen Lanyang, realizing her eldest daughter-in-law's reluctance, glares in frustration. Lu Qing, hearing her mother-in-law's grievances, quickly defends herself. Mother, that's not what I meant. Not what you meant, I believe it is precisely that. What, do you aspire to take over my household now? Mother, I would never dare. What you say is law. Lu Qing lowers her head, wiping away her tears as she exits. She carries 2 steamed buns back to her room to share with her daughter. Neighbors peer over the wall, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Having not seen her daughter all day, Lu Qing's first concern upon returning is for her. Xiangxiu, have you completed your homework? Mother, I finished it at school. Do not worry about me. You should rest. Xiangxiu quickly replies, having toiled all day, Lu Qing feels a pang of sorrow as her family remains idle, awaiting her service. Mother, may I assist you with the laundry, tidying the house, or preparing a meal? I am grown now, I can manage. No need, Xiangxiu, listen to your mother. Household chores can wait until you are older. For now, focus on your studies. Do not extend your hand prematurely. Once you start, it will be difficult to stop. Xiangxiu, sensing her mother's seriousness, nods earnestly. I understand, mother. I only wish to ease your burden. Mother knows, my daughter is filial, but you must realize that these people will take advantage if given the chance. You are your father's only legacy. Did you not eat enough tonight? Have some more. Lu Qing pulls 2 boiled eggs from her waist. Mother, you should eat too. I cannot, my dear, I am allergic to eggs. You enjoy them. That evening, even after a hearty meal, Chen Lanyang continues to moan in discomfort. Lu Qing lies in bed, listening to the sounds from the adjacent room, yet finds them strangely melodious. Lu Qing, originally from southern Hunan, recalls how the Qin brothers, Chen Dong and Chen Xia, came to work at her family's estate for a living. The Lu family held a reputable standing in the community, known for their righteousness, always extending a helping hand to those in need, and their kindness, historically charging only a third in rents. Otherwise, they would not have shown compassion towards the Chen brothers, as they were outsiders. However, 2 years later, those same men returned with bandits, robbing the Lu family. The fire they set consumed everything in a single night, illuminating the dark sky. After years of receiving kindness from the Lu family, not a single soul stepped forward to assist, not even to call for help, let alone offer to extinguish the flames. It was utter silence that night. Lu Qing, who had snuck off to play on the mountain that afternoon, had twisted her ankle and took her time returning, only to find the world shrouded in darkness. Chapter 61. The blood debts must be repaid in blood. Yet she beheld the 2 brothers of the Chen family brandishing torches, encircled by a throng, surrounding the Lu household. At that moment, Lu Qing sensed that something was amiss and hesitated to advance. Soon after, she was met with horrifying screams and witnessed a conflagration engulfing the premises. She stealthily concealed herself upon the mountainside, too fearful to reveal her presence. The bandits dug to the depths of the earth, absconding with any riches they could unearth, yet Chen Dong and Chen Xia remained undeterred. They understood that the Lu family must have concealed their wealth elsewhere, simply beyond their reach. Armed with torches, they meticulously searched through every lifeless body within the estate, only to discover the absence of the third Miss, Lu Qing. Consequently, the following day, the brothers, accompanied by their men, circled the Lu residence once more. Ultimately, they found Lu Qing, who had been trapped in a pit on the mountainside. The Qin brothers feared that Lu Qing might uncover the truth, especially after a villager disclosed having seen her ascend the mountain the previous afternoon. With their worries alleviated, they took Lu Qing with them. Upon descending the mountain, Lu Qing was confronted by the sight of the collapsed entrance and the charred walls of her home. The yard was littered with bodies, their features rendered unrecognizable by the flames. Her father, elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother, and young nephew, 6 members of her family, leaving her as the sole survivor. Lu Qing wept inconsolably. Chen Dong and Chen Xia took it upon themselves to sell the house and land to the local villagers. With the proceeds, they purchased coffins to lay the Lu family to rest, while the remaining funds were never mentioned again. In the aftermath, the brothers brought Lu Qing back to the village, proclaiming her as the Chen family's child bride. Although Chen Lanyang's family was impoverished and lacked influence, once the daughter-in-law entered their home, she was determined to assert her authority over her mother-in-law. At merely 10 years of age, Lu Qing was already toiling incessantly, managing the household and the fields. The frequency with which she endured beatings and scoldings was impossible to count. Each time she was subjected to Chen Lanyang's harsh treatment, Chen Dong would comfort her upon his return from the city. The more she suffered, the more he lavished kindness upon her. Initially, she could not comprehend the underlying motives, but after being bedridden from beatings on several occasions, the realization struck her: this was a trap. Was this not the age-old adage of slapping once to offer a sweet date? It was a tactic akin to training a hawk or disciplining a dog. From that moment forth, she displayed an extraordinary attachment to Chen Dong. Every casual remark of his was regarded as a decree, etched into her heart, she heeded his every word when the new China was established, announcing the abolition of the custom of child brides. The Qin brothers, who were working in the city, hastily returned to the village to confer with Chen Lanyang overnight. The following day, a wedding was held in the village, and 13-year-old Lu Qing was wed to 23-year-old Qin Dongdai in 1956. After Lu Qing became pregnant, the entire family relocated to the city. Today, with a day of respite, Lu Qing rose early to tend to her extended family. Once those off to work and school had departed, she retrieved her ledger to record expenditures, simultaneously reviewing the mental account in her mind. A life for a life. Elder brother, Qin Dong, perished in the winter of 1960, drowned in an icy pit. Young nephew, Qin Xinghai, Qian Xing's eldest son, struck unconscious while foraging in the mountains in 1959, subsequently fed to wolves. Something terrible has happened. Li Lanhua rushed into the Chen household, exclaiming, "Qian Xing, Qian Xing." Rubbing her eyes, Qian Xing inquired, "What is it, Lanhua? Why such a ruckus? Your Qin Xia has met with an accident." Li Lanhua lamented, slapping her thigh, her loud voice drawing the attention of curious neighbors. "What happened?" Qian Xing grasped Li Lanhua's arm in a fit of anxiety. "They say your Qin Xia fell into the steel furnace." Li Lanhua regarded her friend with sympathy. "What?" Upon hearing this, Qian Xing fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, Chen Lanyang, who had been lying down, sprang to her feet in alarm upon hearing of her son's misfortune. And her agitation, her chest, which had been constricted for months, suddenly became unbearably tight, and her limbs convulsed. The instinct for survival compelled her to struggle and tumble to the ground. A loud thud echoed from within the house, amidst the chaos outside. "Qian Xing, Qian Xing," Lu Qing incessantly slapped her face in an attempt to rouse her. "If she won't wake, pinch her acupoint." The surrounding neighbors, unwilling to merely spectate, offered suggestions. Lu Qing exerted all her strength, firmly pinching the acupoint. Meanwhile, a kind-hearted individual fetched a damp cloth to wipe her face. After a considerable time, Qian Xing finally regained her senses, her eyes fluttering open to find a crowd gathered around her. "This is not the time for grief," Lu Qing urged her. "Hurry to the factory and see what has transpired." "Right, Qian Xing, quickly go to the factory." Qian Xing let out a cry and scrambled to her feet, sprinting towards the steel mill. Lu Qing, filled with worry for her sister-in-law, suddenly realized, "Oh no!" She dashed towards the main house. "Why hasn't Chen Posey emerged yet? I believe I heard a noise from inside just now. Let us lend a hand. Go! Mother, wake up! What's wrong with you?" Lu Qing shook Chen Posey for an extended period, but there was no response. With reddened eyes, she knelt before the crowd, pleading, "Aunties, please help me take my mother to the hospital." As the concerned neighbors approached to lift her, they discovered Chen Posey's pallid complexion, lips turning purple. She had already drawn her last breath. "Lu Qing, you must bear this sorrow. The Chen family is in dire straits." "How tragic." Mother Lu Qing's anguished wail filled the air, her sobs rendering her breathless, while the surrounding neighbors, too, felt their eyes welling with tears. Humanity is endowed with compassion, and together they aided in arranging the funeral. Lu Qing wept as she washed her mother-in-law, retrieving a freshly made outfit from the chest to dress her. The assisting aunties marveled at the sight of Chen Posey, resplendent in her new attire, and who could not commend Lu Qing's filial piety. She was indeed blessed to have a daughter-in-law. Father, Chen Lanyang, October 1977, succumbed to a heart attack. Chen Xia's occupation involved pushing a cart to dispose of scrap steel and iron into the furnace. Today, he felt unwell, having visited the restroom twice without improvement. "Chen Xia, how are you?" "If you're unwell, you should visit the infirmary," the team leader inquired with concern. "It's merely a case of diarrhea, nothing serious. I'll go after I finish this load," Chen Xia replied, not dismissing the other's goodwill. He intended to complete this final cart before taking a leave to see the nurse. However, as he disposed of the waste, he felt an unbearable twisting sensation in his abdomen. Distracted for a moment, he fell into the steel furnace, instantly reduced to ashes. The other team members, in a panic, quickly called for help, while the team leader was left in a daze, thinking, "This is it. If someone dies, all bonuses will vanish. He'll surely be dismissed." With the nation facing a scarcity of resources and a high demand for steel, the factory had been working overtime to boost production. Moreover, the authorities had imposed particularly stringent quality requirements for this batch of steel. Any impurities would compromise its integrity. It was unacceptable for even a single person or a bird to fall into the molten steel. This batch of steel was ruined. Who would be held accountable for the loss of national assets? Director Wei of the workshop stormed into the area upon receiving the news, exclaiming, "The factory has repeatedly emphasized the importance of safety, yet no one takes it seriously. They simply disregard it. Is a human life trivial? When an incident occurs, it becomes a major issue." That afternoon, factory leaders convened to deliberate and issued a notice. First, medical personnel from the infirmary will conduct daily inspections in the workshop. Second, anyone feeling unwell is prohibited from working while sick. Third, during the summer, the factory will provide daily benefits. In addition to mung bean soup, each worker will receive 2 tickets for cold drinks. Employees may use these tickets to claim popsicles or ice-cold beverages from the ice room. Fourth, workers who did not receive their mung bean soup previously, or whose medical personnel neglected their duties, may report to the organization and lodge a complaint. Upon hearing the announcement over the loudspeaker, others, including Su Jingyan, felt unconcerned. Chapter 62 Blood debts must be paid in blood. Qian Xing wandered around the factory, but Chen Xia's remains had long since turned to ash. With the absence of her husband, there was nothing left, not even his clothes. She could only take his tea mug and other personal items to avoid leaving empty-handed. As she gazed at the crimson steel furnace before her, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. How would she navigate life from this point forward? The number 2 furnace in the workshop had already ceased operation, and the workers, unsure of what to say to Chen Xia's wife, remained silent. Director Wei approached Qian Xing and said, "Please accept my condolences. None of us wished for this tragedy. We will discuss the specifics later." Qian Xing wiped her tears and followed him out of the workshop. Director Wei offered no further platitudes, stating, "Arrangements for Chen Xia's funeral and compensation will be discussed by the leadership team, and you will be informed afterward. Please return home and await further news." Director Qian Xing was reluctant to concede, eager to advocate for herself. "The factory will certainly take care of you and your son. You won't be left without support. Everyone is busy right now. Please go home," he said, waving his hand dismissively. He understood her unspoken plea but was acutely aware that following this accident, all prospects of awards, bonuses, and promotions had vanished. Moreover, he might have to bear the brunt of the fallout, leaving him at a loss for how to confront the bereaved family. Reluctantly, Chen Xing made her way home, where she encountered neighbors whispering with downcast eyes. Assuming they were merely discussing her husband, she thought little of it. Upon reaching her doorstep, she discovered the gate ajar, and a mourning canopy had been erected in the yard, housing 2 coffins. Her sister-in-law knelt on the ground, sobbing, "Mother, how could you leave us?" It was then that Qian Xing realized her mother-in-law was also gone. The thought of her husband, now nothing but ashes, overwhelmed her with grief. "Oh, the head of the family, mother could not bear to let you go alone." Chen Xia, 1977, perished in the steel furnace, remains unidentifiable. Meanwhile, the high school students, Xiang Xiu and Xing Shan, rushed home upon receiving the news. As they entered the house, they fell to their knees before the coffins, wailing uncontrollably. Representatives from the neighborhood committee and local offices arrived. With tears in her eyes, Qian Xing gathered her husband's clothing from his lifetime and placed them in the coffin. With October's chill settling in, the body could not be kept for long. The police had already visited to verify and confirm the cause of death. Thus, early the next morning, they transported the coffin out of the city to Jiaowangchang. On the 3rd day, Lu Qing visited the police station to obtain the death certificate and simultaneously deregistered the couple's household. Chen Xing received a notification of compensation from the steel mill and went directly to the director's office. Director Wei got straight to the point. After discussion among the factory leadership, Chen Xia's position will be taken over by your son, Chen Xingshan, along with a compensation payment of 200 yuan. Here is the work-related death compensation form. If you have no objections, please sign and fingerprint it. Qian Xing examined the compensation form, which stated that Chen Xia's death was due to negligence caused by illness, leading him to fall into the steel furnace. The factory had specific regulations regarding compensation, and the 200 yuan was a fixed amount, without any additional compensation or deductions. Qian Xing signed and fingerprinted the document, handing it back to Director Wei. He continued, "Later, please collect Chen Xia's salary for this month. Next month, have your son come to work directly. He's still young, I will ensure he is properly arranged for work," Director Wei said. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing was moved and bowed deeply to him. In the Chen household, Chen Qingshan had been at home these days, enjoying the absence of school and work. "Auntie, the sweet soup with eggs should be sweeter. Add more sugar," he requested. Lu Qing replied, "Don't worry, your aunt knows you love sweet things, she won't get it wrong." Being the only son in the family, he was indulged even more each day. His meals consisted of either eggs or meat without interruption. All the family's finances were in Qian Xing's hands, allowing her to generously provide for her son. The family's monthly quota for eggs had been consumed entirely by Chen Qingshan the previous day, prompting Lu Qing to venture into the countryside to trade for more. She returned home late at night, carrying over 20 eggs. Xiang Xiu had been away at the farm learning agricultural skills for half a month. With her absence, Lu Qing found it strange to sleep alone. Chen Qingshan's insatiable sweet tooth had grown increasingly pronounced. The same bowl of sweet soup with eggs that previously required only a spoonful of sugar now demanded at least 3. However, sugar had become scarce, leading people to seek out saccharin for a taste of sweetness. With the household sugar supply exhausted, Qian Xing, concerned for her son, enlisted someone to procure a pack of saccharin. "Xinger, my work shift is starting. When the eggs are done, please serve them to the child." Lu Qing hurriedly left the house without time to eat. "If you know you'll be late, why not get up earlier? So lazy." Qian Xing grumbled. "Qingshan, come quickly, the poached eggs are ready, I made 6. Chen Qingshan dashed out, plopped down, and took a bite before putting the bowl down. "Auntie, you really skimp on the sugar. I keep saying to add more, but it's not sweet at all." Upon hearing this, Qian Xing rushed into the kitchen, searching for the sugar jar, but found it empty. Suddenly, she remembered the saccharin she had bought yesterday and handed it to her son. Without hesitation, Chen Qingshan poured it in. The steaming broth vanished as the saccharin dissolved instantly. He consumed bowl after bowl until all 6 eggs were gone, leaving him satisfied. After resting for a while, he expressed his desire to go. "Don't wait for me at noon." Qian Xing, her head down as she washed the dishes, replied, "All right, I understand, just remember to come home early." Chen Qingshan had already disappeared from sight. By noon, Chen Xing found herself alone at home, preparing a bowl of egg noodles for herself. After eating, she slept through the afternoon. When Lu Qing returned from work and prepared dinner, Chen Qingshan was still missing. "Xinger, why hasn't Qingshan returned yet? Dinner will grow cold. Did he mention where he was going?" Qian Xing, now uneasy, replied, "He said he was going boating with friends and wouldn't be back until evening. Shall we go look for him?" Lu Qing suggested, filled with concern. Qian Xing's anxiety deepened. "Yes, let's go ask around." Just as they stood up, 2 police officers entered. "Excuse me, is this the home of Chen Qingshan?" "Yes, what is the matter?" Lu Cheng and Qian Xing exchanged worried glances. Neighbors, noticing the police's arrival, gathered around, encircling the Chen household. "We discovered a male corpse in the river at Chaoyang Park today. Upon investigation, we learned that he is named Chen Qingshan. We need you to come and identify the body." The officer's words struck Qian Xing with a force that sent her collapsing to the ground. Lu Qing, equally devastated, sank to the floor, powerless to rise. The once quiet crowd erupted in a buzz of shock. "Good heavens! What has happened to the Chen family? Is this fate conspiring against them? With Qingshan gone, there is no hope left. How will they carry on?" Chaos ensued. Xinger, my unfortunate sister, please awaken." Lu Qing held Qian Xing, weeping uncontrollably, pounding her back with desperate urgency. Tears streamed down her face, dripping onto Qian Xing's elder sister-in-law. Chen Qingshan, October 1977, died from egg saccharin poisoning and drowning. Those witnessing the scene were left with reddened eyes. The Chen family had faced unrelenting misfortune, their luck utterly depleted. They were seemingly cursed by fate. Chapter 63 Revenge fulfilled. A throng of concerned citizens trailed behind Lu Qing and Qian Xing as they made their way to the police station, where they beheld the lifeless body of a man sprawled on the ground, his form grotesquely swollen, limbs contorted, and abdomen distended. The two, overwhelmed by trepidation, hesitated to approach. Ultimately, urged by the officers, they stepped forward to unveil the white cloth shrouding the deceased's face, their trembling hands struggling to lift it. With a surge of resolve, one of them yanked the cloth away, revealing the visage of Chen Qingshan. The illusion of self-deception shattered, and both collapsed in grief, weeping uncontrollably over the corpse. Even the seasoned officers, accustomed to such scenes, felt a pang of sorrow, yet the procedural inquiries could not be overlooked. Please, remain calm. Can you confirm that the deceased is indeed Chen Xingshan? They nodded. Yes, it is he. Upon examination, we have determined that the deceased succumbed to drowning after having been poisoned. Poisoned? Who harmed my son? Chen Xing nearly lost her sanity upon hearing this. What did the deceased consume today? Eggs, 6 poached eggs, Lu Qing promptly replied. I cooked them myself before going to work. Did you cause my son's demise? Chen Xing glared at Lu Qing, her eyes ablaze with fury, ready to strike. Lu Qing, panicking, retorted, No, officer, can poached eggs be poisonous? He eats them every day. Poached eggs are not poisonous, the issue lies in what was added to them. Added what? Lu Qing's mind blanked in his panic. Do not panic. Think carefully. Xingshan loves sweetened poached eggs, but that day we ran out of white sugar. I added a bit of something else and then left for work. Saccharin, you added saccharin. The child said it wasn't sweet enough, so I gave him a packet of saccharin. We still have plenty at home, Chen Xing recalled. Who purchased the saccharin? I did. I asked someone to buy it for me. Chen Xing looked confused at the investigating officers. Could the saccharin be the problem? Precisely. To be specific, eggs should not be heated with saccharin, as it produces glycosylated lysine, commonly known as arsenic. Arsenic? While many were unfamiliar with various toxins, most had heard of arsenic. The minute amount consumed by Chen Xingshan would not have been lethal. It would merely induce nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, and bloating. With timely medical intervention, he could have been saved. However, during his struggle against poisoning, he inadvertently fell into the water, leading to his drowning. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing was left in a state of shock, unable to fathom that she had inadvertently caused her son's death. Lu Qing could only wipe away his tears and beckon neighbors to assist in lifting Chen Xing, while they prepared to return Chen Xingshan's body. Xinger, we must send Xingshan off with dignity. Yes, I must take care of my son. It was only upon hearing this that Chen Xing mustered the strength to rise. Along the way, whispers of the Chen family's misfortune echoed among the crowd. Xingshan adored sweetened poached eggs, yet now sugar is so hard to come by. I bought him saccharin. Who could have known it would be toxic when mixed with eggs? I didn't know, I truly didn't. Chen Xing's mind began to fray under the weight of grief. As the funeral unfolded, Chen Xing relied solely on Lu Qing to manage the arrangements. The following day, as they prepared to carry the coffin outside, the young men struggled to lift it. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. What was amiss? The bearers of the coffin were now frightened. It was their first encounter with a coffin that refused to exit. Though superstitions had been officially denounced, the majority of the populace still held such beliefs. Given the string of calamities that had befallen the Chen family, who wouldn't wonder if they had invoked some malevolent spirit? Now, with the coffin stuck, anxiety rippled through the crowd. Lu Qing, struck by a thought, dashed into Chen Xing's room. What is happening? Where has she gone? Is she looking for Chen Xing? Indeed, with their son departing, why isn't Chen Xing here to bid farewell? At that moment, Lu Qing emerged, her face a mask of despair, and pointed to the coffin. Chen Xing could not bear to part with Xingshan. She has followed him into the afterlife. My heavens! The murmurs of the crowd grew louder, and some hastened to the police station for assistance. The officers arrived promptly, exclaiming, No wonder it was so heavy. Could the weight of 2 bodies compare to that of one? An investigation revealed that Chen Xing had ingested pesticide before crawling into the coffin. But where did the pesticide come from? An officer retrieved a pesticide bottle from within the coffin. Isn't this the one I lost last time? Li Lanhua exclaimed in astonishment. The crowd turned their gaze toward her, awaiting an explanation. My family hails from Sun Village, which is quite far from our city. Last month, due to our team being recognized for excellence, I was granted permission to purchase pesticide. I returned home late that day and stayed here overnight. Yes, that is true. Her brother and the village captain came with a bullock cart. I saw that too. That indeed happened. Many neighbors chimed in, recalling the event. Seeing this, Li Lanhua continued, I have a good relationship with Qian Xing and often visited. That day, she came to speak with me. I was busy cooking, and after a while, she left. My brother later discovered that a bottle of pesticide was missing from the corner. I suspected Qian Xing had taken it and went to confront her, but she denied it. We ended up arguing. She insisted my brother was mistaken, and we didn't speak for several days. Li Lanhua licked her lips. We hadn't spoken for over half a month. It was only after Qian Xing offered Lanhua half a pound of sunflower seeds that they reconciled. Yes, that day, Qian Xing wore a newly made blue checkered coat. The crowd continued to exchange information. Is there anything else you wish to add? An officer observed Li Lanhua, who appeared hesitant to speak. Taking a deep breath, Li Lanhua replied, "At that time, I didn't believe her, but she swore to the heavens, saying that if she had taken it, she would drink it." A collective gasp echoed from those nearby. She truly did drink it. We will conduct further investigations and inform you accordingly. The officers collected the bottle and proceeded with their inquiries. 5 days later, a conclusion was reached: Qian Xing had taken her own life. In the blink of an eye, the Chen family was left shattered and bereaved. Lu Qing sought assistance in procuring a second coffin, and the neighbors helped carry it beyond the city limits. This time, they bore 2 bodies, Qian Xing in the lead, followed by Chen Qingshan. 30 years prior, the Chen brothers had buried members of the Lu family, and now, 30 years later, Lu Qing bid farewell to the Chen family. On the 7th day of mourning, Lu Qing made a special trip to pay her respects, carefully wiping the tombstones with a clean cloth. Years of caution had become second nature. Even now, having avenged her grievances, Lu Qing never spoke of it, not even in the desolation of the wilderness, where she found herself alone. With tear-stained eyes, she leaned against her husband's gravestone, softly uttering words of longing. By the time she returned, night had already fallen. Shortly after Lu Qing departed, a plainclothes officer descended from a nearby tree. Xiang Xiu returned from the farm, having received her diploma and gone directly to work at the steel mill. This employment at the steel mill had originally been procured by the Qin brothers with money from the Lu family, and now, it had come full circle back into the hands of Lu Qing and her daughter. Chapter 64: Divergent Fates. The tragic fate of the Chen family evoked a sense of compassion even among the factory's leadership. Upon learning of it, ultimately, they resolved to assign Chen Shangxiu to a position in the factory office as a clerk, where she would assist with various errands and tasks. After all, she was the sole surviving member of the Chen lineage, and it would be remiss of the factory not to extend its support. It was reported that both the Women's Federation and the Labor Protection Department had paid her a special visit to offer their condolences. Su Jingyan initially paid little heed to this news, considering it irrelevant to her own life. However, she was soon to be proven wrong. "Su Jia, this is a document that the Political Affairs Department requires you to photocopy. Could you please make 20 copies? Chen Xiangxiu entered the document room, speaking with polite formality. Over the years, Su Jingyan had managed to earn the title of sister from the newcomers. While she was unaware of the dynamics involving others, she had never intentionally made work difficult for anyone, nor had she ever had a quarrel with anyone. Throughout these years, her direct superior, Director Huang, had consistently looked out for her welfare. The staff within the building understood the underlying currents of their workplace. Unless there were power struggles among higher-ups that affected factional alignments, ordinary employees remained largely insulated from such conflicts. As long as Director Huang remained unscathed, no one would seek to undermine Su Jingyan. Based on Su Jingyan's observations, Huang Xing was currently in a remarkably stable position. In this era, the landscape was such that few pathways for advancement existed, and few dared to stand out. Moreover, whether one worked diligently or not, the financial return remained constant. Who would still strive for more? When Su Jingyan raised her gaze and encountered Chen Xiangxiu, a ripple of recognition occurred after 7 years of separation. "Alright, Xiangxiu, please wait a moment, it will only take a few minutes." Su Jingyan calmly accepted the documents, and 10 minutes later, she returned the neatly stapled copies to her. "Thank you, Su Jia." Chen Xiangxiu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. It was said that Su was meticulous and considerate in her work, and it appeared that this reputation was well-deserved. Once Chen Xiangxiu departed, Su Jingyan leaned over her desk, contemplating the unfolding narrative. She couldn't help but marvel at the capriciousness of fate. the tale recounted in the years of tranquil beauty centers on Chen Shangxiu, wife to Xinyu, or more accurately, his wife from a past life. After Gu Panpan's departure, Xinyu returned to H City. Xin's mother found herself in a quandary, torn between sorrow and relief upon seeing her son, who had lost a leg. The thought of the sympathetic gazes from those around him pained her, yet, the mere fact that her son had returned alive, humbling himself to meet her, filled her with a sense of gratitude as a mother. What more could she desire? In the depths of his despair, Xinyu encountered Chen Shangxiu. Through several interactions, this gentle and thoughtful young woman found her way into his heart. Chen Shangxiu was like the misty rain of Jiangnan, subtly enveloping him with countless threads that intertwined with his very being. In her presence, Xinyu rediscovered a long-lost tranquility, a sense of ease and belonging that was profoundly alluring for someone who had just left the military. Those engaged in the perilous profession of soldiering often bore the scars of post-traumatic stress, commonly referred to as war's aftereffects. Although he had completed his mission, only 2 members of his unit had returned alive. He, with a missing leg, and another, with a lost arm. Rest had become a luxury he could no longer afford. Chen Shangxiu, while gentle and nurturing, possessed an inner strength. Ultimately, their bond blossomed into love and marriage. Xinyu, already proud by nature, intensified his efforts to care for his wife, embarking on a venture into business. Lu Qing even unveiled a portion of the Lu family's hidden wealth, alongside connections from Chen Shangxiu's father and Xinyu's network cultivated over the years, culminating in the man that Gu Panpan had once envisioned. Indeed, Chen Shangxiu was not a child of the Chen family. In 1956, Lu Qing suffered a miscarriage after being struck by Qianxing, losing a 6-month-old male fetus that had moved slightly upon birth. Though Lu Qing had not initially desired a child, witnessing the premature infant's demise before her eyes left her heart heavy for a prolonged period. However, for Lu Qing, the notion of remaining childless was untenable, particularly as she could not allow the Lu lineage to perish. By chance, she discovered Chen Shangxiu's father, a solitary man nearing the end of his life. After 2 years of nurturing her health, she sought a means to conceive. This marked the beginning of a tale akin to that of Dao Baifeng. Xinyu was the type of man who needed to hold his wife even while sleeping. Chen Shangxiu had grown up without the presence of a father. Xinyu's character, decisive, resolute, and his unique affection for her, captivated her. Chen Shangxiu yearned for a husband who could provide her with a sense of security. It could be said that the current Gu Panpan was but a simulacrum, crafted in the image of the former Chen Shangxiu. Even if her fate crumbled, Gu Panpan felt no guilt. Without her, Xinyu would have long since lost his leg. Would he still be able to stand in the military and converse with her? Xinyu's leg was the equivalent of the exchange for their marriage. Different lives, disparate fates. Su Jingyan dared not ponder how Xinyu would choose if he were to know the truth. On October 21st, major media outlets announced the restoration of the college entrance examination. Who could have anticipated that after so many years of the down to the countryside movement, the examination would indeed return? This was a moment poised to alter destinies, as everyone aspired to leap over the Dragon Gate and ascend to greatness. The postman was busier than ever, with many either receiving or sending mail. With the examination looming and materials lacking, coupled with the demands of daytime work, many chose to gather in the evenings to study. This presented a golden opportunity for criminals. After registering for the exam, Su Jingyan also devoted her nights to review. Why are you back so late? Su Jingyan set down her pen and glanced at the clock. Midnight had arrived. How about frying some sliced steamed buns and boiling some noodles? That works, just make a little. He removed his hat, shed his uniform, and proceeded to wash up. By the time he completed this routine, the meal was ready. The golden fried egg and bun slices, accompanied by a generous bowl of tomato noodle soup, left Xinyu so satisfied that he could hardly lift his head. Su Jingyan then prepared some water for foot soaking. Once Xinyu finished his meal, the water was heated. Seizing the opportunity while he soaked his feet, they conversed to deepen their bond. How is the case progressing? Xinyu leaned back in his chair. The perpetrator hasn't been found yet. There are quite a few people returning home at night, and inevitably, a few wander off alone, giving him the chance he needs. However, the recent victims, aside from being young women, share another commonality: red. Each person has some element of red on them: clothing, scarves, hair ornaments, the red leather shoes worn by yesterday's escorts, and today, the lipstick. It seems that the emotions of this assailant are progressively spiraling out of control. Xinyu regarded his wife with a serious expression. I've been swamped lately and can't accompany you from now on. Regardless of the circumstances, do not return late, even if it means foregoing work. Also, stick to well-traveled routes, no matter the reason. Do not deviate from your usual paths. First, no matter the amount of unexpected money encountered on the road, do not touch it. The children are not solely your responsibility. They have a father. I have plans for their future expenses, whether for education or marriage. Second, if anyone seeks your assistance, regardless of whether you know them or not, even if it is within your capacity, refuse if it deviates from your daily routine. With that, Shinhee remained uneasy, rising to retrieve a dagger from his treasure chest. This is a Type 65 army dagger, remarkably compact, with an overall length of 25.8 centimeters, a blade length of 15.2 centimeters, a blade thickness of 0.4 centimeters, and a blade width of 2 centimeters. Shin gently held Su Jingin's hand, guiding her on how to insert and withdraw the dagger. The hilt is black, the sheath made of iron, featuring a double-edged blade that emits a barely audible sound when drawn or sheathed. He also assisted in securing the dagger at Su Jingin's waist, stating, "This dagger is equipped with a resilient locking mechanism in the handle. Once inserted into the sheath, it locks in place to prevent accidental release, so you need not worry about injuring yourself. When in use, simply thrust. It is not particularly suited for slicing. Practice diligently during the quiet moments of each day." Under the dim light, Su Jingin gazed at her husband, who was so attentively concerned for her well-being, and the affection that lingered in her heart surged with overwhelming intensity. Chapter 65 Case Progress. The self-awareness of Kennen father Su Jingin awoke early in the morning and meticulously examined her attire once again while dressing. To be candid, she was genuinely moved by Shinhee's, yet, fear loomed larger. Drawing from her past experiences with films and novels, she was acutely aware that even when cognizant of the situation, some individuals might still unwittingly breach taboos. Su Jingin conducted a thorough inspection of herself, leaving no detail unexamined. Well, there was no red, not even the hair tie binding her braids, nor the insoles of her shoes. As she prepared to leave, a flicker of unease crept in, prompting her to conceal a hammer from her home within her waistband before stepping out. In recent days, she had refrained from purchasing anything red while grocery shopping, opting instead for green peppers. During the past few days, Su Jingin had been secretly practicing with the dagger at home, enlisting Shin's father to procure some black paint to coat the blade. The dagger possessed admirable qualities, yet its excessive shine was a drawback. With Dodo now in elementary school, Su Jingin only needed to take care of Mao Mao each day. Over half a month had passed, and whispers had surfaced the criminal had been apprehended. Shinhee had not returned home for 7 consecutive days, as the brutality of the case had instilled widespread anxiety. Furthermore, with the incident occurring in the lead-up to the college entrance examinations, all eyes and pressures from the province to the city were fixated on this case, intensifying the scrutiny on the Public Security Bureau. As the official announcement from the police had yet to be released, Su Jingin felt an unsettling urge to retrieve a laundry bat from her home, slipping it into her grocery bag. Observing his daughter-in-law's escalating preparedness, Shin's father quickly interjected, "Jingin, I'm taking the day off today, you may leave Mao Mao at home." "Alright, but remember to lock the door, and don't let Mao Mao out to play." "Rest assured, Dad knows." "But could you possibly set down that kitchen knife? We also need to eat something for lunch, don't we?" Su Jingin pondered for a moment. "Dad, how about we just have some noodles with an egg for lunch?" "That's too troublesome to prepare, especially with the child in tow." "If you want something better, wait for me to return in the evening to cook. If all else fails, we can borrow from the neighbors." Shin's father had never felt more acutely aware of how much his daughter-in-law valued her life. Reluctantly nodding, he replied, "All right, be careful on your way." Su Jingin hurriedly mounted her bicycle toward her workplace. Fearing tardiness, Mao Mao awoke and, upon seeing his grandfather at home, realized he wouldn't be going to daycare that day. Ecstatically, he dashed over to play with his grandfather. At noon, when picking up his grandchildren from school, Shin's father was asked, "Grandpa, what are we having for lunch?" "Noodles with eggs." Zhuang Zhuang chimed in, "Are we having noodles again? It's been half a month." Dodo added, "Exactly, Grandpa, can we have something different?" "Don't worry, Grandpa has already arranged for another kitchen knife to be bought. If it arrives today, we'll eat something else for lunch." Mao Mao inquired, "Grandpa, is one knife enough?" Shin's father replied, "Whether it's enough depends on your father. If he can solve the case promptly, we won't need to spend extra." The children nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth. Just look at how terrified their mother had become. the corners of her clothing were even pinned with 2 needles. Meanwhile, Shen He, who was reprimanded for his incompetence, endured the leader's roaring alongside his colleagues at the bureau. In the conference room, the room was shrouded in smoke, with piles of cigarette papers and matchsticks scattered before everyone. These men, who had been away from home for several days, bore unkempt beards, wrinkled clothing, and expressions of utter exhaustion. Were it not for their uniforms, one would hardly suspect them to be officers of the law. What use are you all? How can we not solve this case after such a prolonged effort? Director Chiao, flustered, paced in circles. During this sensitive period, the scrutiny from all levels is. I even witnessed a woman too frightened to purchase red peppers. At this rate, how can we justify our positions? How do we deliver an explanation to the victims' families and the public? What about the students preparing for their college entrance exams? How can they study in peace? This is their chance to change their destinies. Who will take responsibility for that? Is the criminal investigation team merely idle? Do you expect me to report to the province for external assistance? Director, there's a call from the province. Deng Xiushi rushed in to interrupt the director's tirade. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fengchen turned and exited the conference room. With Director Qiao gone, the captain of the criminal police unit, Ren Jiahua, took the floor. Let us review the case from the beginning. We currently have 8 victims, sharing the following commonalities. First, each possessed red items. Second, they were all under 30 years of age. Third, they returned home after 8 in the evening. Fourth, they all succumbed to sexual homicide. The differences are as follows. First, the locations of their deaths vary. This map of our city shows that the incidents occurred in the north, east, south, northeast, and southeast directions. Second, the methods of murder differ. While all were sexually assaulted, some victims died quickly, while others exhibited signs of severe torture, with multiple injuries across their bodies. Director Chiao, drenched in sweat, entered, visibly burdened by pressure. Now, let us pool our thoughts and discuss the case further. Summarize everyone's perspectives. Zhou Luer, the head of the criminal investigation team, remarked, from the methods of operation, it does not appear to be the work of a single individual. From the timing of the crimes, our city is not small, and there wouldn't be enough time to commit 2 crimes in the same time frame. Regarding the crime scenes, some were the primary sites of the murders, while others were merely locations for disposing of bodies. Thus, our analysis leads us to conclude that the perpetrator is likely not one person. Xiao Fengchen nodded. Any other findings? Shen He, please share your thoughts. Shen He gazed at the case analysis chart on the wall. Based on the discovered bodies and the identified crime scenes, it appears that no crimes have yet occurred in the western area. There are only 3 possibilities. First, the criminal is far from here, making it inconvenient for them to travel back and forth. Second, the criminal has yet to enact their plan but is already plotting it. Third, the western area could serve as the criminal's hideout, and they are subconsciously avoiding detection. At this point, a wave of anxiety washed over Shen He, yet he had no time to contemplate the implications as he was urged to participate in the ongoing discussions about the case. Zhou Luer continued, let me update you on the case's progress. First, through interviews with the victims' families, neighbors, and friends, as well as investigations at the crime scenes, we have deduced that the likelihood of an acquaintance being the perpetrator is minimal. Second, after days of tracking and investigating, we have identified 8 suspects present at the crime scenes, but they cannot provide substantial alibis. Third, we cannot approach these 8 suspects for questioning as we have in the past. Primarily, there is a lack of direct evidence. Secondly, their identities are sensitive. Among them is a military widow. 3 are candidates preparing for the college entrance examinations. 2 are recently returned youth, and 1 has connections to higher authorities, while another is currently employed at the municipal government. Old Officer Guo Tian remarked, it would be ill-advised to summon any of them. Ren Jiahua added, now, let me outline today's task assignments and deployments. First, I have spread word that we have apprehended the criminal. Hopefully, this will confuse them. Second, I have requested a female officer from the military. She will wear a red coat tonight to see if we can lure the perpetrator out. Third, the location will be in the west. There are numerous large factories, increasing the likelihood of the criminal making an appearance. We must take the initiative. The rest should continue with their surveillance and inquiries, ensuring nothing is overlooked. Fourth, from now on, we will rest and act at night. During this period, no one is allowed to leave or contact anyone to prevent information leaks. Once you leave the room, you cannot act alone. Fifth, individual arrangements will be managed by each squad leader, who will coordinate accordingly. Sixth, squad leaders will collect their assignments from me, and the director will oversee the overall arrangements. Meals will be provided. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 66. Struggling for survival. Upon arriving at her workplace, Su Jingyan felt an unsettling sense of anxiety. Drawing from her extensive experience of reading novels and watching films, she anticipated the emergence of unforeseen events. Seizing the quietude of the morning, she addressed her colleague, Sister Sufan, "Please cover for me for a moment, I need to find Master Zhang." Turning on her heel, she descended the stairs and made her way to the bicycle shed. "Is Master Zhang here?" Yes. Master Zhang, upon hearing his name called, hurriedly limped out from within. Once a frontline worker at the steel mill, Zhang Liang had become a cripple after suffering an injury to his heel. To accommodate his condition and due to his skills in bicycle repair, the factory assigned him to oversee the bicycle shed. It was this very expertise that had spared him from losing his job over the years. "Master Zhang, do you have a moment?" "I do, it's been quiet since morning. Could you assist me in repairing my bicycle?" "Is it the ladies' model?" "Yes." "What seems to be the problem?" "I can't quite pinpoint it. It simply feels uncomfortable when riding. Perhaps you could disassemble it for a thorough inspection?" "Very well, I shall take care of it." With that, Zhang Liang adeptly commenced his work. This was no small task, and he feared it might not be completed in time. Su Jingyan observed as Master Zhang dismantled the bicycle for an extensive overhaul. The findings revealed a myriad of issues. The wheel spring was slack, the front and rear brakes were unresponsive, the chain was loose and prone to falling off, the pedals were stuck, and a thorn had punctured the tire. After 2 arduous hours of labor, considering Zhang's mobility challenges, everything was finally repaired. As he inflated the tires, Su Jingyan was cautious not to overinflate them, fearing they might burst. "Master Zhang, how much do I owe you?" "Just 50 cents, he replied, wiping the grease from his hands. Su Jingyan pondered for a moment, then suggested, "In that case, Master Zhang, I will give you a whole yuan. Please ensure my bicycle is well guarded today. No one should touch it, let alone borrow it." Hearing this, Zhang Liang readily agreed. "Just lock it up in the shed behind my room." Out of sight, out of mind. Upon returning to the document room, Su Jingyan encountered Wu Sufan exiting the director's office. "Jingyan, you arrived just in time. I must leave, my mother has been suddenly hospitalized. I won't be in for the next few days, so here are the keys to the cabinet." "Take your time, Sister Sufan," Su Jingyan reassured her. As she watched Wu Sufan hurriedly heading out, a thought struck her. "Sufan, did you perhaps give me the wrong keys?" Upon hearing this, Wu Sufan glanced at the keys in Su Jingyan's hand and smacked her forehead. "Oh dear, how forgetful of me. Those are the keys to my home." With a chuckle, Su Jingyan returned the keys and methodically unlocked and relocked each lock. "Now it's correct. Did you leave anything in your drawer?" Wu Sufan opened it once more, finding nothing amiss, but extracted a stack of documents. "This is what Sister He from the Union gave you while you were out this morning. She wants 30 copies for her records and will collect them when she finishes work." After careful consideration, it was clear she had indeed forgotten nothing. Wu Sufan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Jingyan, I'm so flustered today. My mind is all over the place." Su Jingyan replied, "We all have our moments, just take care on your way." Wu Sufan's concern stemmed from Sister He's notoriously meticulous nature. In every organization, there are always 1 or 2 individuals who stir the pot. They leap about, convinced that the world owes them something. Often, they resort to petty complaints or subtle criticisms behind the scenes. Should Su Jingyan forget to copy Sister He's documents, she would be in for a long, arduous evening. Offending Sister He would mean a turbulent future in the workplace. She promptly printed 35 copies and, to be safe, an additional 40 to store. During lunch, Su Jingyan opted not to join the cafeteria crowd. Instead, she savored the vegetarian meal she had prepared in her own space. "Sister Jingyan, why aren't you in the cafeteria? They're serving braised pork today, and people are going wild for it." Chen Xiangxiu, noticing Su Jingyan washing her lunchbox in the water room, approached her. "I brought my own lunch." With Sister Sufan occupied at home, I'm the only one in the document room, so I decided to stay in, Su Jingyan replied gently. Please do come by for a chat sometime. Go on, Sister Jingyan. Chen Xiangxiu understood that Su Jingyan had to remain vigilant. In the afternoon, an unexpected announcement echoed through the factory. Tomorrow, officials from the province will be inspecting our work. All departments and workshops must prepare their relevant materials. Revolutionize and boost production. How many things must be attended to, and always in a hurry. As time passes, we must seize every moment. This heralded the onset of overtime. Throughout the afternoon, the building bustled with activity, as numerous colleagues sought her out for documents or copies. Su Jingyan tirelessly searched, opened and closed cabinets, and meticulously logged everything. It was only around 4:30 that the chaos began to subside. Not daring to take a break, she gathered the documents needed by Sister He and made her way to the union. Is Sister He in? Ive brought the files. Su Jingyan announced as she entered, eager to save time. Ah, Xiao Su, let me see, Sister He replied, taking the documents and scrutinizing them thoroughly. Only after confirming everything was in order did her demeanor soften. All is well. Xiao Su handles matters impeccably. Throughout this exchange, Su Jingyan maintained a warm smile. I must attend to other matters now. Please continue your work, Sister He. On her return journey, she inquired with various departments, from directors to clerks, checking if they required any materials or copies. To her surprise, there were quite a few requests. Having just completed the necessary copies, she distributed them accordingly. Sun Chuanjun from the Quality Control Department approached her. Xiao Su, I must trouble you once again. Could you provide a backup of our department's documents from 5 years ago? Ours seem to have gone missing? His face flushed, revealing the urgency of his dash. Su Jingyan opened the cabinet with her key, rummaging through it but found nothing. However, she remained unperturbed and retrieved the backup she had in her own space. Sun Chuanjun expressed his gratitude and hurried back to his department. Su Jingyan glanced at the clock, noting it was 5:30, and turned towards the restroom designated for the leadership upstairs. Upon entering, she squatted down only to find it quickly filled with others, resulting in a line forming outside. Why are there so many people here? They say the braised pork from lunch was not fresh. The restroom downstairs is out of order. The flushing pipe is broken and is currently under repair. Emerging from the restroom, Su Jingyan returned to the document room, preparing herself for the evening. She tightened her belt, secured her shoes, and neatly tied her hair back. A dagger rested at her right side, accompanied by a hammer, a baton, a kitchen knife, and a brick stored in her space. Having completed her preparations, the clock read 5:50. Xiao Su, Xiao Su. Sister He from the union burst through the door. What is it, Sister He? I accidentally dropped the documents you gave me into the basin. They are soaked through. Sister He, recalling the incident, felt a surge of frustration, wondering how she could have placed the basin beneath the shelf. Don't worry, Sister He, just wait a moment, Su Jingyan replied, pulling out a backup to print. Unfortunately, the printer malfunctioned. Power was on, but it refused to operate. Seeing Sister He's anxious expression, she promptly handed over her surplus copies. At 6 o'clock, as the office closed promptly, Su Jingyan pushed her bicycle out to find several individuals waiting for Master Zhang, who was busy with repairs. Master Zhang, I'm leaving. After exchanging pleasantries, she mounted her bicycle and pedaled vigorously. Chapter 67 is Struggling for Life, Part 2. It is now mid-November, and the northern sky has darkened at this hour. The stretch of road leading from the factory is illuminated by streetlights, bustling with a throng of people. Beyond the factory area, the light gradually fades into obscurity. Su Jingyan unfastens the flashlight strapped to her bicycle handle. The road conditions are poor, with streetlights few and far between, and many are afflicted with night blindness, navigating their way in the dark. This is the peak hour for commuters, and the crowd is considerable. Su Jingyan slows her pace, wary of exhausting her strength. As she approaches the city center, she catches sight of the distant glow of streetlights. Just as she begins to feel a sense of relief, she hears a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoing from a nearby alley. Wei Zuilian, having returned from the countryside after 3 years, is now of an advancing age. This year, her family finally secured a job for her, bringing her back for an arranged marriage. However, shortly after her return, news of a college entrance examination emerged, followed closely by a murder case. Consequently, her wedding plans have been postponed. In recent days, she has heard that the perpetrator has been apprehended, and she eagerly dons her newly purchased red coat to visit her old friends. When she left, she was in a state of disgrace. Now, she has a respectable office job and is engaged to a cadre's son. How could she not show off to her friends? It would be a shame to keep such a transformation hidden. She visited one friend in the morning and two in the afternoon, reveling in the experience of lifting her spirits. On her way home, Wei Tzuilian joyfully sang a song, yet, gradually, an unsettling feeling crept over her. She sensed that someone was following her. She quickened her pace, and the figure behind her matched her speed closely. Suddenly, she veered towards the nearest intersection. Within 10 meters, she spotted a source of light. The pursuer closed in, and she could only run desperately towards a passerby. It was then that Wei Tzuilian noticed Su Jingyan on her bicycle. Despite being a woman, she felt no hesitation. "Help, help," she cried, rushing towards her. Su Jingyan calmly halted and steadied her bicycle. From the moment she heard the footsteps, the spatial search function had automatically retrieved information about the two individuals. Without needing to examine further, she knew this matter entangled her, and it could not end well. Seeing Su Jingyan come to a stop, Wei Tzuilian reached out, attempting to pull her behind her. Su Jingyan regarded the approaching Wei Tzuilian with a cold stare and swung the club fiercely towards her face. With a resounding bang, Wei Tzuilian fell, unable to utter a sound before collapsing onto the bicycle, unconscious. Su Jingyan did not relent. She struck her 2 more times with the club, cursing under her breath, "You can flaunt your red coat, but can you handle the consequences? Why drag others into your mess?" What a pitiful state she was in herself. Turning, she spotted the man pursuing Wei Tzuilian. He stood about 1.7 meters tall, donned glasses, and appeared slender rather than robust. Su Jingyan confronted the man with one hand on her hip and the other brandishing the club, glaring fiercely. "What's the deal? Are you two here to pull a scam on me?" The man, taken aback by Su Jingyan's defiance, faltered momentarily. "Don't think that staying silent will let you off the hook. I assure you, this isn't over. Damn it, I was riding peacefully when you tried to steal my bicycle, shouting for help. I heard you from a distance. If you truly wanted to apprehend her, why take so long?" The man, who had intended to relish the thrill of preying on his victim, fell silent. "Look at your couple's faces. Isn't it obvious you two are in cahoots? Do you think I'm a fool?" Su Jingyan shouted, pointing at herself. After trailing them all day, he could not discern whether he resembled the woman in the red coat, yet, he could clearly sense the scorn she held for his intelligence, even in the dim light. Not wishing to escalate the situation further, the man asked, "What do you want? Are you blind? Do I need to spell it out for you? Pay up. Your wife is currently sprawled on my bicycle, and I can't let my ancestral bicycle go to waste. What if it gets damaged? How will my son marry a wife? Am I to let you two take advantage of me for nothing? After all this banter, am I merely wasting my breath?" Su Jingyan approached him, the club in her hand wavering ominously. "Go ask around. Who doesn't know Li Haitang? I'm the kind of person who weighs an egg lightly. Even a sparrow that flies by would lose a feather if I had a hand in it. You two think you can exploit me?" Su Jingyan leaned slightly, raising an eyebrow, one hand on her hip and the other thumping her chest, mocking him. "How much?" "How much? At least $10. The man fell silent for a moment, rummaging through his pockets to count out a handful of coins. Su Jingyan tossed the club aside and moved closer. As the man relaxed, he muttered, 80 cents, 90 cents, with a sudden bang, he collapsed to the ground. Su Jingyan seized a brick and struck him on the face and head twice. Upon confirming he was utterly silenced, she retrieved a hammer from her spatial storage and mercilessly struck his kneecaps and elbows. The man briefly regained consciousness, only to fade out again. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jingyan stuffed a filthy rag into his mouth, ensuring that even if he awoke later, he would remain incapacitated. Dragging his body into the shadows, she trembled as she filled her mouth with a piece of candy to steady her nerves, standing up cautiously, wary of remaining vigilant. Someone was approaching. Su Jingyan concealed her brick, club, and hammer. Turning to her bicycle, clutching the club, she placed the brick and hammer on the rear seat. The beam of her flashlight was dim, illuminating the figure of a man in a grass-green uniform approaching from across the way. Before 1966, police uniforms consisted of white tops and blue bottoms. After 1966, the upper garments became green while the lower remained blue. The grass-green police shirt bore a striking resemblance to military attire, the only distinction being that the Army's insignia featured a 5-pointed star, while the police wore the national emblem. Thus, one could not discern at a glance whether the figure was a soldier or a police officer. "Comrade, what is the situation? How can I assist you?" the man inquired, producing his identification for Su Jing'an. "I'm Ren Jiahua from the Criminal Police Unit." "Comrade Police, your arrival is quite fortuitous. There's nothing amiss other than a couple attempting to steal my bicycle, which I managed to thwart. They should have inquired about my reputation. The name Iron Hand Tang wasn't earned lightly. I have never lost a battle nor allowed anyone to take advantage of me." The police officer, observing Su Jing'an's air of self-satisfaction, remarked, "Comrade, we must first ascertain the details of the situation. You need to accompany me to the police station to make a statement. I want to check on their injuries first. If it's serious, they need to be sent to the hospital." "That's not possible. I know my limits, they've merely been knocked out." Su Jing'an waved her hand dismissively. The police officer glanced at the weapon in Su Jing'an's hand but chose not to comment. "Say, comrade, are you trying to extort money from me after all this chatter?" Su Jing'an glared. "Show me your badge." The police officer's patience waned as he handed over his identification. Su Jing'an discarded the club she had been holding and extended her left hand to receive it. Suddenly, the man seized her wrist, pulling her towards him forcefully, attempting to choke her. At the same time, Su Jing'an thrust the blackened dagger sharply between his legs. Chapter 68. Who was the murderous maniac? With a swift stroke, blood was drawn, and in that instant, Su Jing'an's hand went limp. The man curled up, clutching his abdomen tightly. At that moment, he felt darkness enveloping him, dizziness clouding his vision, and he could hear nothing. He was unable to utter a sound, let alone call for help. He could scarcely draw a breath. The excruciating pain had long surpassed his threshold of endurance. He yearned to struggle to his feet, yet found himself utterly powerless. Su Jing'an surveyed the fallen man, who appeared significantly more robust than his bespectacled counterpart. To ensure his own peace of mind, he wielded a hammer, shattering the kneecaps of the man's legs. After all, television and films had depicted scenes of individuals, having been stabbed or shot, still managing to sprint several kilometers. Given the enmity that had developed, it was imperative to eliminate the threat entirely and leave no opportunity for escape. Wei Zuilian lay on the ground, paralyzed with fear, too terrified even to weep. She feared that any sound might attract the attention of Iron Hand Tang, leading to her own demise. Her mother had often said, "Keep the meat buried beneath the rice," a sentiment she had scoffed at in the past. Now, however, she grasped its meaning entirely. Had she not been so conspicuous today, she would not find herself in such dire straits. Earlier, she had finished dinner and leaned back in her chair, idly chatting with her family. Her once blissful life now teetered on the brink of catastrophe. When she had rushed out to seek help, had it been an adult male, she would not have pushed him aside. To her dismay, she found herself confronted by an ordinary woman. In her desperate bid for survival, she had used the other woman as a human shield, feeling no guilt whatsoever. Yet, who could have anticipated that the woman would prove so formidable? As Su Jing'an argued with the man pursuing her, more accurately, as he launched a one-sided verbal assault, Wei Zuilian had already regained consciousness. Little did she know that the man who instilled such fear within her would soon succumb to the grasp of Iron Hand Tang. The sounds of heavy blows and the man's anguished cries echoed in her ears, leaving her unable to discern who the true murderous fiend was. She wished fervently to become invisible, her breaths so muted they were almost imperceptible. With the police inept, who could come to her aid, caught him after so many days, we finally have him in the act. Shinhe, accompanied by a group of officers, surged forward to encircle the two criminals who had assaulted the female soldier. He seized one by the forearm and pushed on his shoulder, causing him to lose his balance. Guo Tian produced handcuffs to secure them, promptly conducting a search before escorting them back to the police station. As the director, Xiao Fengchun, had not eaten dinner that night, anxiously awaiting news in his office. If this case remained unsolved, he honestly believed he could not endure it any longer. Old Zhao rushed into the office, elated. Director, they're back, they've brought the criminals. Xiao Fengchun sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Haha, good. Tell the kitchen staff to prepare an extra meal, 1 egg for each person." "Understood." Old Zhao dashed off to the kitchen. Director, as Ren Jiahua and his team returned, they intended to report to Director Qiao first. Before they could reach him, they discovered Xiao Fengchun already waiting in the conference room. With urgency, Xiao Fengchun inquired, "How did it go? Was it smooth?" After listening to Ren Jiahua and the team's account of the case's resolution, he nodded. Since we apprehended the suspects, expedite the interrogation and finalize the case report. Xiao Fengchun was aware that once the case was solved, he would have reported to higher-ups without delay. After all, he had received 3 phone calls that evening. Fortunately, he could now relax and look forward to a good night's sleep. Ren Jiahua led the police officers in saluting the female officer, Lu Hongyan. "Thank you for your assistance, Comrade Lu, we are truly grateful." Lu Hongyan quickly waved her hand. "No need for such courtesy, it is the duty of a soldier. To be honest, I have never feared the daily training. Yet today, the constant shopping and walking left me utterly exhausted. If I hadn't seen a female colleague supporting me, I might not have been able to persevere. At this thought, Lu Hongyan felt a sense of admiration. Every time she had felt she could not go on, that colleague appeared in her mind. Was she, Lu Hongyan, the type to easily concede defeat? He suddenly sensed something amiss. "Colleague? Which colleague?" Lu Hongyan was also taken aback. "Which one? Didn't you request another female officer?" Ren Jiahua realized something was wrong. "No, we only applied for you." "Why do you say that?" Lu Hongyan replied gravely. "Earlier today, while I was fishing outside, I encountered a female officer in a red coat several times. Her style was identical to mine." After a moment's reflection, she added, "Moreover, our hairstyles are similar, and our heights are comparable. I assumed you were concerned about safety and had requested an additional backup." At that moment, Director Qiao felt relieved he had refrained from making a hurried phone call, otherwise, he would have been guilty of misreporting the situation. "Report, come in." The head of the criminal investigation team, Zhou Luer, along with veteran officer Guo Tian, entered. "Director, they confessed." "What did they say?" "Keep it brief," Zhou Luer explained. "They operated as a gang but split into 2 groups. These 2 directly murdered after assaulting, while the other group would first torment, then assault, and finally brutally kill." Guo Tian added, "Most importantly, one of them posed as a police officer. If an unexpected situation arose, such as a victim attempting to escape or encountering a well-meaning bystander, he would present himself as an officer. Then, under the pretense of investigating the situation at the police station, he would incapacitate and abduct them." Xiao Fengchun immediately turned to Lu Hongyan, urging, "Comrade, where did you encounter this? When was the last time, and what location?" Lu Hongyan pondered carefully. The first time was around 10 in the morning at Songtai Park, the second was at Jiaodu Shopping Mall in the afternoon. The last time was in the western part of the city, nearing the outskirts. "What are we waiting for? Everyone mobilize." The group hastened once more toward the western suburbs. He felt a tremor coursing through him, his heart pounding as if it might leap from his chest. After years in the force, he was experiencing the sensation of weak knees for the first time during a mission. He had thought the operation foolproof, yet a fish had slipped through the net. Now he could only pray fervently to the heavens, despite never having believed before. Su Jingyan found herself at a loss, contemplating what to do next. With all 3 criminals sprawled on the ground, what should she do? Leaving them there felt precarious, yet taking them away was inconvenient. She had known when He approached that someone was coming for her. Now that help had arrived, she felt no need to burden herself further. When a large contingent of police arrived at the scene, they found Su Jingyan collapsed on the ground, her hands stained with blood. She was utterly worn out, her body devoid of strength. He immediately spotted his helpless wife and rushed over to check on her. Upon seeing He, tears streamed down Su Jingyan's face as she clung to him, sobbing uncontrollably. Witnessing his wife in such distress, He felt his heart break. Tears welled in his eyes as he embraced Su Jingyan, continuously patting her back to comfort her. Ren Jiahua and the other officers looked at the criminals, now resembling dough on the ground, and at the blood-soaked victim weeping pitifully, suddenly at a loss for words. Initially, they had intended to rescue the victim and apprehend the criminals for severe interrogation, but now the priority had shifted to getting the criminals medical attention before bringing the victim to the station for questioning. Chapter 69 Iron Hantang. As the public security officers procured 2 bull carts from a nearby village, they hoisted the dough-like forms of the 3 individuals onto the vehicles and transported them directly to the first hospital. One might wonder why Wei Zuilian feigned unconsciousness despite having regained awareness. After all, her face bore the marks of violence while her legs were unscathed. What would she do if she had to walk back in such darkness? Moreover, Iron Hantang was still at large. If she were to encounter him and recall the grudge from being used as a shield, wouldn't she be inviting trouble? She was hardly foolish. Observing Su Jingyan, who was now weeping with exhaustion and drowsiness, He placed her on the bull cart as well. Wei Zuilian's muscles immediately tensed. Just look at what she had said. How embarrassing it would be if she were awake now. Her face had taken a blow, and who knows how swollen it might become. did she even cry out in pain? Ren Jiahua addressed Captain Zhou. Today, your criminal investigation team must endure a bit longer. Ensure the scene is secured, the lighting is poor, and we shall conduct a thorough investigation tomorrow. Zhou Lu readily agreed, rest assured. He was eager to crack the case, but what if any unexpected events arose? Wouldn't Director Qiao have his head for it? One team rushed the injured for urgent medical attention, while another, comprised of Shen He and a few others, took Su Jingyan to the bureau, taking with them the cloth pouch from her bicycle handle. Upon reaching the fork in the road where the two teams parted ways, Su Jingyan had already regained her composure. She disembarked the bull cart and settled into the back seat of Shen He's car, returning to the Public Security Bureau. As they arrived at the entrance, Xiao Fengchun was already informed of the unfolding events. Shen He needed to maintain plausible deniability, and at least 2 law enforcement officers were required to conduct the inquiry. Thus, Ren Jiahua was the one questioning her, old Zhao was taking the notes, Xiao Fengchun supervised, and Shen He stood guard at the office door. Upon entering the Criminal Investigation Team's office, Su Jingyan produced an array of weapons. A dagger from her right waist, a kitchen knife from her lower back, a hammer from her left waist, and from the cloth pouch, she extracted a club and a brick. Ren Jiahua, having served as the team leader for many years, had witnessed many scenes, yet he was momentarily taken aback by this female colleague. What kind of environment had she grown up in? The public's awareness of self-defense had evidently become so heightened, no one wished to waste time at such a late hour. Please state your basic information and the events of this evening, he prompted. My name is Su Jingyan, and I work in the data room of the steel plant. The story must begin from the beginning. Su Jingyan recounted the events of the past period without embellishment. Did you get all that down? Xiao Fengchun inquired of old Zhao. Old Zhao, an experienced officer, replied, not a word missed, Director. Please review it. He handed the notes to Xiao Fengchun, who then passed them to Ren Jiahua. After a thorough examination, Ren Jiahua found no omissions or logical inconsistencies, nodding in approval as he set the notebook aside. Comrade Su Jingyan, when did you start preparing all of this? Ren Jiahua asked, gesturing toward the array of weapons laid out before them. I'm rather timid. With the case unresolved, I felt a constant sense of fear, hence, I began carrying more and more tools with me. Su Jingyan expressed, attributing her paranoia as a stroke of fortune that kept her from becoming a victim. This female colleague is indeed timid. I can vouch for that, Director Qiao remarked, acknowledging his awareness of her disposition. She is the one who wouldn't dare purchase red chili peppers. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Director, the suspect has regained consciousness. Deng Qiushi, monitoring the phone, promptly notified Xiao Fengchun of any updates, anxious about potential unforeseen incidents. The suspect has awakened? How is their condition? What did they say? Xiao Fengchun fired off 3 questions in quick succession. Upon hearing this, Deng Qiushi glanced at Su Jingyan. The victim in the red coat was already conscious upon arriving at the hospital. She has a nasal fracture and a displaced cheekbone, though the bleeding is minimal and not severe. The perpetrator sustained a severe blow to the head and side of the face, resulting in a head injury and a fractured zygomatic bone. Additionally, there are comminuted fractures to the elbow and knee. The other perpetrator suffered a stab wound to the groin, with only the epidermis remaining intact. Their kneecap is also fractured. It is said that upon regaining consciousness, both kept shouting for help. Deng Qiushi concluded, unsure how to articulate the information. Comrade Su, given how dim the lighting was at that time, we had only exchanged. How could you be certain that the individual was a false officer and not the genuine article? Ren Jiahua felt compelled to understand the reasoning behind her actions. If she had acted against a false officer, that would be one thing. But if she had attacked simply because the name Ren Jiahua was uttered, that would be unacceptable. Su Jingyan rarely visited the bureau to see Shen He, typically only accompanying him when he was free to pick her up from the steel plant. The colleagues at the bureau were familiar with Su Jingyan, and they merely exchanged pleasantries, lacking any deeper connections. Of the interpersonal relationships were maintained by Shen He, while Su Jingyan remained uninvolved. Su Jingyan smiled, although we don't meet often and have exchanged few words. The dim lighting indeed concealed faces. However, he was wearing a 66-style police uniform top. Though we may not know each other well, I am aware that team leader Ren is a person of discernment. During such a busy time of solving cases, as a team leader, you certainly wouldn't don an outdated police uniform. The current police uniforms had indeed been updated, and it was absurd for criminals to attempt to deceive others by wearing an old style. Nowadays, police uniforms were navy blue for both winter and summer. The winter attire restored the 55-style police cap design while retaining the soft-style Liberation hat, all in navy blue with the hat insignia was a red-painted circular emblem with the national emblem embossed at its center. Summer attire consisted of white tops and blue bottoms, with male officers donning blue wide-brimmed hats and female officers wearing blue no-brim hats, complemented by white caps. In 1975, female officers' summer uniforms were upgraded to include skirts, with a white top and blue bottom. Upon hearing this, Ren Jiahua understood. I only wore an old military uniform once recently, just a few days ago. I went to my mother-in-law's house in Huiche Alley to move some coal balls. With that, Ren Jiahua promptly stood up. Director, I shall head to Huiche Alley immediately. I suspect their recent hiding place may be nearby. Very well, Xiao Fengchun replied, concerned about any further oversights. If you need anything, send someone back to inform me. I shall await you in the office. Be thorough in your search for additional evidence of criminal activity, and above all, prioritize your safety. Xiao Fengchun patted Ren Jiahua on the shoulder. Yes, rest assured, Director. After Ren Jiahua spoke, he exited with a group of officers in tow. Xiao Fengchun turned to Su Jingyan, a broad smile on his face. Thank you immensely for your help tonight, comrade. Get some well-deserved rest. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you will soon be able to enjoy whatever culinary delights you desire. I shall take charge and grant Shenhe a 3-day leave, Xiao Fengchun stated to Shenhe outside. Shenhe, your wife has been quite startled tonight. Be sure to comfort her well. Thank you, Director. Her timidity has indeed left her frightened. Shenhe expressed his gratitude. Upon hearing the phrase timid, Xiao Fengchun's expression momentarily faltered. The Public Security Bureau was ablaze with light that night. Chapter 70. Following the route, Su Jingyan inquired, Director Qiao, may I take the items on the table with me? Xiao Fengchun replied, these serve as evidence and cannot be removed until the investigation is concluded. Su Jingyan persisted, surely I can take the kitchen knife? I have not used it. Xiao Fengchun nodded, watching as Su Jingyan and Shenhe departed. Before turning back to the office, observing the blackened dagger, she couldn't help but admire the caution exhibited by her female colleague. When Shenhe escorted Su Jingyan back home, the elder and the children were fast asleep that night. Su Jingyan developed a fever. Although Shenhe was exhausted from several sleepless days, he dared not succumb to slumber. As soon as he felt the heat radiating from his wife, he realized something was amiss. He poured a glass of water and reached for the antipyretic medication on the bedside table. Wife, take your medicine. Wife, it's time for your medication. Upon awakening, Su Jingyan was aware of her fever and, seeing the medicine brought to her, was about to take it. Wait a moment, hand me the medicine. I will take it myself. Please fetch me a piece of candy, or it will be too bitter. Shenhe, charmed by his wife's playful demeanor, smiled as he stepped out to retrieve the candy. Once he had left, Su Jingyan scrutinized the medication in her hand, which she had placed on the bedside before sleeping. The markings on it remained unchanged. Only then did she take it. In the dead of night, calling for her medication, she understood the situation yet felt a shiver of anxiety. The following day, Su Jingyan's fever subsided, and she was once again vibrant and full of energy. Life resumed its tranquil rhythm as she returned to work and home. Daddy, are you at home? The children exclaimed upon awakening to find Shenhe preparing breakfast. Yes, Daddy is taking a few days off, he replied. What are we having for lunch, Daddy? Asked Mao Mao. As long as it's not noodles, added Dodo. Shenhe cheerfully responded, how about braised pork? Oh, we want to eat meat. The children cheered joyously. During these restful days, Shenhe took charge of cooking and ferrying the children, as the family joyfully relished dishes of shredded potatoes, dumplings filled with scallions and meat, and hand-pulled noodles with tomatoes and eggs. They indulged in everything that required a knife. Now, only Mao Mao remained sleeping with the couple. That night, Shenhe devotedly comforted his wife for 3 consecutive days. As he prepared to leave for work, he distinctly felt a weakness in his legs. In the conference room, Xiao Fengchun asked, have all the investigations been completed? Ran Jiahua affirmed, everything is clear, the scene examination, autopsy, time and place of the crime, tools, motives, means, and the physical evidence found at their residence is all completely aligned with their accounts. The evidence is irrefutable, and they have all confessed without reservation. They have also been taken to identify both the crime scene and the location where the body was disposed of. We can now close the case. Xiao Fengchun smiled with satisfaction, then everyone should take a good rest. I grant you all 3 days off, go enjoy yourselves. Zhou Lier, you stay behind, Xiao Fengchun called to the head of the criminal investigation team as he prepared to leave. Director, do you have any instructions? Tomorrow, take 2 people by train to visit Shen He's wife's hometown. Investigations and visits rely on you. Pay attention to every detail, and keep an eye on her family, bring the report back for my review. Zhou Lier replied, understood, Director. Xiao Fengchun cautioned, until you return, do not complicate matters. Understood. Xiao Fengchun gazed silently at the black dagger. Zhou Lier selected 2 individuals, and they departed by train the next day. Upon arrival at the local police station, he presented the introduction letter along with the address Su Jing'an had initially filled out. It quickly became apparent that further inquiries were unnecessary, as they had uncovered the reason, hereditary traits, following the roots. After Su Jingping married in 1965, she continued to work in the workshop of the National Cotton Mill No. 3. Yang's mother had suggested she retire once she had a grandchild, however, that had yet to materialize. Su Jingping was unwilling to allow Yang's mother to hold that over her head. She labored in the workshop for 6 months. Academically, Su Jingping struggled, but when it came to navigating social situations, none could rival her. With many women working there, they often gathered to engage in idle chatter, gossiping incessantly. Any news that surfaced in the factory would spread like wildfire in no time. Though the others might merely speak in passing, Su Jingping took it upon herself to jot down every piece of information she heard, regardless of its veracity. After 6 months, she had compiled a list of both leaders and workers, noting their names. In her reflections, Su Jingping identified her breakthrough opportunity, becoming the director of the factory's Women's Federation. Their family had traditionally passed down only one son, and her grandson was now 8 years old, enjoying summer days splashing about in the river. Adults often overlooked the dangers, and it was even more perilous for children. Drownings typically occurred among those who could swim. She only needed to remain vigilant. After 2 years of diligent observation, Su Jingping had also honed her swimming skills. During this period, she gave birth to a daughter. Seeing that it was a granddaughter, Yang's mother, who had initially spoken of retiring to care for the child, ceased to mention it again. After Su Jingping completed her confinement, she refrained from discussing children with her mother-in-law. It was only in the presence of her husband, Yang Hongbing, that she tearfully confided, Hongbing, the environment there is poor, what shall we do with such a small child? Yang Hongbing, witnessing his wife's helplessness, felt tears welling up in his eyes. He resolutely promised to let his mother take care of the child. Mother is getting older, can she manage the strain of childcare? Su Jingping inquired with genuine concern. She is in good health. Besides, her job is light, and the environment is pleasant. Who better than her to be a grandmother? That won't be easy. Balancing work and childcare is a challenge. If she finds it burdensome, she could simply retire and care for the child instead, Yang Hongbing suggested, pleased with the idea. He promptly handed the baby to his mother, returning half an hour later with a troubled expression. What happened? Is mother facing difficulties? Difficulties? It's just her preference for grandsons over granddaughters. Her mindset is problematic. Mother is elderly. We must understand her feelings. When this month's salary arrives, you should buy her a new piece of clothing to comfort her. Wife, you have such a kind heart. Yang Hongbing was the type who would forget to ask his mother a single question even after gorging himself on braised pork. Thus, when payday came, he handed over the full amount to Su Jingping without hesitation. Yang's mother was infuriated. In this round of Su Jingping versus Yang's mother, Su Jingping emerged victorious. Each summer for the past 2 years, she had crossed the riverbank with her green backpack. Finally, the opportunity arose as she observed the Women's Federation director's grandson floundering in the water. Without hesitation, she sprang into action. As Su Jingping approached, she noticed the director rushing over with others. Overwhelmed, her legs buckled, and she staggered to the ground. The family wailed as they surrounded the grandson. Feeling it was time, Su Jingping rose and retrieved a jacket from her backpack. The summer fabric clung to her upon contact with the water, leaving little to the imagination. She slipped it on to avoid any scandalous gossip. The Women's Federation director grasped Su Jingping's hand, repeatedly expressing gratitude. 3 days later, Su Jingping was transferred to the Women's Federation, becoming an official staff member. Chapter 71. Rooted. After Su Jingping was reassigned, she became even more well-informed. Over the span of 5 years, her notebook had been continuously updated, now comprising 5 volumes. Within its pages lay not only information about her superiors but also details concerning their family members. She meticulously documented everything, from preferences and attire to habits and taboos, and would occasionally peruse her notes. The Women's Federation at the factory was comprised of individuals with established connections. From the moment Su Jingping took on this role, the personal relationship with the Federation director had been exhausted. Aspiring for advancement would require an additional 30 years of perseverance, so she set her sights on the Municipal Women's Federation. Although Su Jingping had given birth to another daughter, her mother-in-law had little ground to boast, as Yang Mu had herself borne 3 daughters before finally giving birth to Yang Hongbing. This fact was also one of the reasons for selecting Yang Hongbing initially. Moreover, as long as Su Jingping stood tall and demonstrated exceptional capability, who would dare look down upon her daughter? In 1973, while Su Jingping was in the hospital delivering her son, she encountered Zhang Fengxia, the daughter-in-law of the district committee secretary, who was undergoing a routine checkup alone. After observing her for 6 months, she took the opportunity to assist Zhang Fengxia during a rainy day when she had fallen, escorting her to the hospital. From that point onward, she finally formed a connection with the daughter-in-law of the district committee secretary. It took 3 more years of catering to her preferences to strengthen their bond. By 1976, their relationship had grown increasingly close. Yesterday, upon hearing that the Municipal Women's Federation had seen 3 resignations this year, Su Jingping contemplated the timing and decided it was opportune. Thus, she brought a bottle of wine and a jar of preserved food as a gesture of goodwill. Upon Su Jianjing's return, he exhibited noticeable growth, often remembering to bring gifts for Su Jingping. Initially, when Su Jingping had sent Su Jiangluo and his wife to the northwest, it had also served as a subtle reprimand to Su's parents and Su Jianjing. Since then, the elder couple had refrained from visiting to beg for favors. Instead, whenever they procured meat or prepared delicious dishes, they would proactively send them to their daughter. Their families exchanged visits more frequently, forging a closer relationship. In Su Jingping's words, no matter where you wish to thrive, apart from your innate abilities, you must also reveal your claws. Otherwise, many will forever struggle to discern the nuances and boundaries of interacting with you. If Su Jingyan were to continue as the original character, like a stubborn old ox, only knowing to toil away, then her fate within the Su family would be one of endless labor, ultimately leading to her demise. However, once she brandished her claws, the Su family realized they were not facing a lamb destined for slaughter, but rather a wolf that feasted on flesh. Everyone understood the necessity of maintaining a harmonious coexistence, adhering to the established rules. Su Jianzhang was acutely aware of one truth: suffering losses in the presence of his sister was inconsequential, as any advantage gained would come at the cost of his own life. Upon seeing Su Jingping with the offerings, he thoughtfully inquired, "Sister, is this enough? I have more tickets here." Su Jingping smiled upon hearing this. Her brother's thoughtfulness prompted her to share a few insights. Old 4. When requesting favors, one must assess the circumstances. When relations are amicable, one should not offer extravagant gifts when soliciting assistance. Otherwise, it appears insincere, leading to discomfort for both parties regardless of the outcome. If the request is fulfilled, the relationship may become distant. Affection can only diminish with use, and it may seem as though you harbor ulterior motives. Although this may indeed be the case, one must not display such intentions. If the request fails, it places both parties in opposition, making further interaction even more challenging. Su Jianzhang listened intently, determined to remember every word his sister imparted. Su Jingping paused before continuing. Thus, when approaching someone for assistance for the first time, do not adopt an overly formal demeanor. Use casual conversation to gauge their willingness. They will provide you with a clear answer. A person with good intentions will naturally convey their readiness to help. If they do not, then let it go. Treat the matter as if it never occurred, for otherwise, the relationship will be irreparably damaged. Offering lavish gifts conveys an implication of coercion. If the matter is successfully resolved, then the next visit should focus on further concerns, or perhaps additional gestures afterward may be appropriate. Ultimately, these gestures hold little significance for them. It is primarily a matter of attitude. What fosters friendship between individuals? Compatibility. In essence, it boils down to comfort and ease. When you engage with someone, if your interactions and discussions resonate well, a friendship will naturally blossom. Offering extravagant gifts to those with whom you are not familiar is a transaction. With acquaintances, it relies on goodwill. Su Jianjing nodded vigorously. In 1977, Su Jingping was indeed transferred to the Municipal Women's Federation as a staff member. Su Jingyan is diligent. When she was at home, she kept everything in meticulous order. The neighbors attest to this, there is no doubt. She is a genuine person, particularly courteous. Whenever she enters or exits, she never fails to greet others. She is filial. Although her work is far away, she sends a letter home every month. After her marriage, she still manages to send 2 or 3 letters annually. Sending gifts, I haven't heard of that. Nowadays, life is tough for everyone. With children living so far apart, it is even more challenging. As ordinary citizens, parents do not hope for much. A child's filial piety surpasses everything. However, when she got married, her mother visited. Can a mother return empty-handed? I heard she came back carrying a hefty bundle. The youngest son in their family went to the countryside, and it was Su Jingyan who tirelessly assisted him. What is their relationship like? They are family, after all. It cannot be lacking. It certainly is not. She excels academically. Had it not been for the suspension of the college entrance examination, she would likely be attending university by now. On Saturday, after gathering information about the Su family from the local police station, he proceeded to interview the neighbors and residents in the area. Finally, he arrived at the Su household. Upon stating his purpose, the entire Su family reacted in a manner that took him by surprise. He had expected that upon hearing about Su Jingyan's encounter with a murderer, her family would be anxious and concerned for their daughter's safety. While there was indeed some concern, the predominant sentiment was curiosity, as if they were listening to an intriguing tale. When he recounted how Su Jingyan had managed to turn the tables on the criminal, Su's mother first expressed astonishment, then pride, ultimately wearing an expression that suggested, "Of course it should be this way." Su's mother chuckled, "Just like me." Meanwhile, the youngest son, Su Jianzhong, was left in a state of shock, grappling with the realization that with both of his sisters exhibiting such remarkable prowess, how had he and the eldest brother found the audacity to disregard them? Ultimately, it was an older police officer from the station who revealed the backstory to Saturday. The officer recounted that in his youth, he had resided in the same area as Su's mother. He shared, before the founding of the nation, a kidnapper attempted to abduct Su's mother, but on the way, they encountered the Japanese. Su's mother seized the opportunity to send the kidnapper to the Japanese to help construct their watchtower and mine. She managed to beg her way back home. After visiting and gathering information, Saturday concluded that Comrade Su Jingyan possessed a meticulous mind, cautious yet decisive in her actions, traits inherited, woven into her very being. A remarkable woman, rooted in her identity. Chapter 72. The old monk observes the dowry. Not long after life returned to tranquility, Father Shin received a phone call from Mother Shin. The eldest son's wife had given birth to another pair of twin boys. Father Shin was genuinely elated for his eldest son, yet he harbored deeper concerns for his wife. Caring for the previous pair of dragon and phoenix twins was already a considerable challenge. Now, with the added responsibility of looking after his daughter-in-law during her confinement and the 2 newly arrived infants, how overwhelmed would Mother Shin become? Even if she were to be split in 2, it would scarcely suffice. The more he pondered, the more anxious he felt, prompting him to personally call Shin Yu once again. Father Shin, son, with 4 children now, do you think your mother can manage? Shin Yu rubbed his temples. He had recently been promoted to deputy regimental leader. The current regimental commander was 42 years old, and if Shin Yu did not ascend to the position of deputy division commander in the coming years, he would likely face reassignment. In other words, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would smoothly assume the role of regimental commander before turning 40. He needed to seize this opportunity while he was still young and physically capable, accumulating missions to earn military merit. Otherwise, he too would find himself transitioned out of service eventually. Compounded by the recent birth of Gu Panpan's children, his energy had been stretched thin with all the back and forth. Dad, I understand your concern. There's a recently retired head nurse at the municipal hospital who specializes in obstetrics. She can lend a hand. She is currently at the hospital assisting, while my mother watches over the twins at home. I've already spoken with the head nurse and arranged for her to help for a while. I won't let your mother wear herself out, so don't worry. Once things settle down, I'll have my mother return home. It's not good for the two of you to be apart for so long. She has been thinking about you constantly. Upon hearing this, Father Shen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Are you feeling worn out lately? Do you still need to go on missions? The sound of his son's voice over the phone immediately indicated that Shin Yu was indeed fatigued. Father Shen wished he could lend a hand, but he himself would not retire for another 2 years. Unless something unexpected happens, I'll need to go on another mission soon. Be sure to rest and stay safe. Father Shen cautioned, his concern evident. Dad, I'm mindful of that. Nothing else? Then I'll hang up. After Su Jingyan returned, she learned of Gu Panpan's childbirth. She estimated that Gu Panpan's breast milk would be even less reliable this time, meaning the 2 newborns would need formula. She instructed Shinhe to send over the formula and brown sugar they had prepared during this period. Su Jingyan's workdays were long and demanding, leaving this task solely to Shin Gong'an. That evening, after indulging in some sweet moments with Shinhe, Su Jingyan closed her eyes to rest. Do you think we should ask Dad to take a leave to see Mom? Shinhe opened his eyes, looking at his wife. What prompted this thought? Su Jingyan gazed back at him. The two of them have been apart for so long. It's not quite right. They must miss each other greatly. Having Dad visit could be beneficial. He might even help with grocery shopping. It's indeed inconvenient without a man around the house. However, once Dad leaves, it'll be up to Shin Gong'an to shuttle the children back and forth. My wife has a kind heart. The tenderness in Shen He's eyes was palpable. Since their marriage, Father and Mother Shen had treated her exceptionally well. Wasn't it only right that she reciprocate their kindness? With this thought, Su Jingyan turned over and continued. At dinner, Dad relayed what our eldest brother said. I gathered from his words that he'll likely have to undertake more missions in the coming years. That's to be expected. Once a man reaches 40, his physical capabilities change drastically. Shinhe had been acutely aware of this lately, especially since he still had a few years left before hitting that milestone. Moreover, every position in the military has an age limit. For frontline combat unit officers, there's only a few years of leeway before they must make way for the younger generation. He gently squeezed his wife's hand. If one cannot advance, they must step aside and allow youth to take the helm. With the college entrance examinations now available, a large number of qualified military academy graduates will soon be waiting for assignments. In terms of age and ability, many current military officers can no longer keep pace with the times. Just wait, a significant reshuffle is on the horizon, and large-scale troop reductions aren't far off. The military cannot afford to age. It requires the vitality of youth. Su Jingyan had initially intended to say a few words before sleeping, but as their conversation unfolded, she found herself increasingly invigorated. She continued in agreement with Shinhe. If there is no certainty of promotion in the next few years, it would be wiser to transition out of service sooner rather than later. Otherwise, when the time comes, there will be a rush of individuals vying for limited positions. Shinhe observed his wife, her eyes wide with realization, and understood her fatigue had dissipated. Easier said than done. How many can decisively withdraw? Until the end, few are willing to let go. Since you're not tired anymore, let us occupy ourselves with something else. With that, he rolled over, pinning his wife beneath him. The following morning, Shinhe awoke early. He brought up his wife's suggestion to Father Shen. Father Shen regarded his son with a hint of disdain. That notion surely came from your wife, didn't it? I knew it. Expecting you to show any concern for us old folks is as futile as an old monk observing a dowry, an impossible dream. He shot Shinhe a sidelong glance, scoffing as he turned to leave. As he walked away, he mused, a quick visit to see his old companion and then he would return. He could not entrust the grandchildren to the youngest son. Upon arriving at his workplace in the morning, Father Shen promptly requested leave. He then gathered his belongings, purchased a ticket, and boarded a train that very day to visit Mother Shen. At the municipal hospital, Gu Panpan was in the delivery room, while Xinyu, clad in military attire, leaned against the wall outside, waiting anxiously as the seconds ticked by. 4 hours passed. Family of the patient in bed 12, please come forward. The doctor hurriedly emerged from the room. I'm here. Shin Yu immediately perked up and rushed over. 2 baby boys. One weighs 4 pounds and 3 ounces, the other 4 pounds and 5 ounces, both mother and children are safe. Thank you, doctor. Shin Yu expressed his gratitude earnestly. No need for thanks, the mother will be out shortly. Please prepare yourselves. The doctor handed the 2 infants to Shin Yu and returned to the delivery room. Mother Shin hurried over, carrying a large bag of items. How did it go? Was it smooth? The doctor said everything is fine. She'll be out soon. Hand me the babies. Nurse Tang, who had recently retired, had been enlisted by Shin Yu to assist for a while. When Gu Panpan finally awoke, it was already the following day. She clearly felt overwhelmed by the ordeal. Perhaps having become pregnant too hastily had taken its toll on her health. Shin Yu sighed as he observed Gu Panpan, pale and exhausted in her hospital bed. Despite any grievances he had harbored, he found it impossible to utter harsh words to the woman who had just risked her life to bring his children into the world. Noticing that Mother Shin and Nurse Tang were busy, he seized the opportunity to step outside for some fresh air. Love can be a beautiful thing, but it can also endure without it. Countless families across China managed their lives without romantic ties. What troubled him was Gu Panpan's deception regarding their relationship. As he chain-smoked, Shin Yu ultimately resolved that they needed to have an open and honest conversation. Chapter 73 Open and Honest. When Shin Yu finally regained his senses, he realized that the passers-by around him were casting glances in his direction, particularly the envious and sympathetic gazes from the men, which he could perceive even from a considerable distance. Initially puzzled, he only comprehended the situation when the burning cigarette but seared his hand. Damn, the cigarette he had intended to savor for a month was now reduced to nothing in mere moments. Heartbroken, Shin Yu hastily extinguished the remaining half of the cigarette and tucked it into his coat pocket. If he wished to ascend further in rank, it would require not only an enhancement of his professional skills but also a sense of stability, the stability of his support system. Following this promotion, if he wished to remain in the military, he would need to exert himself once more in the coming years. He faced the dilemma of either persuading Gu Panpan to leave the military district with the children or reaching a mutual understanding with her. Wiping his face, he ascended the stairs. Mom, you should head back. The children are still young and cannot be separated from someone, and they cannot always stay at someone else's home, Shin Yu urged his mother as he approached her. Shin's mother, who had been managing quite well, replied, All right, I'll return then, the little ones will only fuss when they cry. After bidding farewell to his mother, Shin Yu returned to find Tang Huichi busily attending to matters. Having served as the head nurse in obstetrics and gynecology for many years, she was accustomed to caring for postpartum women and newborns. With her presence, Shin Yu felt assured. Tang did as you can see, I am truly overwhelmed here, Shin Yu confided in her. My mother visited earlier, but she wasn't this frazzled when she first came 2 years ago. He ran his fingers through his hair and continued, Now her hair has turned white, and there is little I can do to help. I need to step out for a while in the coming days, so I must trouble you. Tang Huichi waved her hands dismissively, There's no need for such formality, I haven't been idle. Besides, when I retired last month, I initially thought I would finally have some leisure time. Yet, within half a month, I found it unbearable, my heart feels so empty, she added. Once you mentioned it, I couldn't help but agree, Tang Huichi chuckled in response. Shin Yu took her words lightly. At her age, everything she did revolved around her children and grandchildren. He had learned that her youngest son aspired to enlist in the military. As long as she could diligently care for her wife and children, she would find a way to facilitate that. However, he merely accepted her kind words without further thought. Tang did I have time to spare, I'll go back and freshen up, then return to relieve you tonight, Shin Yu said, feeling dirty and hesitant to sit on the nearby beds. Quickly return to rest for a bit. Your eyes are red, I've worked in this hospital for so many years, and I know the doctors and nurses well, you can trust me. Once Shin Yu stepped outside, Tang Huichi became even more attentive, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the children. The ward was frequently visited by others, engaging in idle chatter, but Tang Huichi paid them no mind. Her sole focus was on ensuring the tasks at hand were executed flawlessly, adopting a proactive approach rather than waiting for others to ask for help. The next day, only Gu Panpan remained in bed 12, as all the others had departed. Despite the bustling noise of the previous day, it had failed to rouse her from her exhaustion. "How do you feel? Is it any better?" Tang Huichi inquired as soon as Gu Panpan awoke. "Better," she replied, her voice somewhat hoarse. Xinyu brought her a cup of warm brown sugar water, which she gulped down eagerly. "What would you like to eat? Would millet porridge and an egg be all right?" Gu Panpan nodded in agreement. Tang Huichi closed the ward door and headed to the cafeteria to fetch food. Xinyu pulled up a chair and sat by the bedside, observing his wife, who appeared more spirited yesterday. "I consulted the doctor about your condition. Although you had a safe delivery, the blood loss was considerable, but fortunately, it was promptly managed. You still need to rest well and nurture your health," he continued, exhaling a heavy sigh. "Now that you've hastily given birth to these 2 children, do they provide you with a sense of security? Was this truly worth risking your health and putting yourself in such jeopardy? I understand that you fear my mother might not return to help, especially since our parents have been raising 3 children for the second family, and you feel a sense of resentment." Listening to Xinyu's words, Gu Panpan's eyes reddened, tears welling up. Indeed, no one wishes to suffer losses in this world. But Gu Panpan, you must realize that one cannot navigate through life calculating every detail and holding grudges at every turn. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to come, he cannot claim to have never made sacrifices or faced losses. Must you always concoct situations that leave others feeling utterly perplexed and disgusted? Do you not realize that your clever schemes and manipulations are easily seen through? Others are left feeling embarrassed on your behalf. If one lacks the ability and acumen, it is best not to provoke anyone lightly. At the very least, when speaking of you, one could still describe you as honest and straightforward." Upon hearing this, Gu Panpan's face flushed crimson. In her previous life, had she truly possessed intelligence and cunning, she would not have ended up in such dire straits. Gu Panpan had to admit, while her life had changed, her mentality had not. "Is this what you've created? Is this a home? Must we engage in a game of wits every time we return home?" Xinyu could not help but acknowledge his own luck. Had he known that a simple visit to a comrade's mother would lead him to such a wife, he would have severed ties with his comrade and even broken both legs to avoid it. "Could you consult me when you make plans? If you can live independently, why cling to me so tightly? Since you intend to share your life with me, could we not negotiate our way through? Must every issue be escalated to an unmanageable level? Just like this pregnancy, you impulsively put yourself in this position. Do you not value your own life?" Having begun this conversation, Xinyu decided to lay everything bare. If it still did not work out, he would consider divorce, even if it meant shedding his military uniform. "You have not truly fallen for me. Where does your confidence to earn my sincere affection come from? No one is a fool. There are countless people in this world, each family living their own unique life. Without love between us, can we not simply live earnestly? Is that not sufficient? This is life, it is not a story." Gu Panpan's face flushed with embarrassment, her heart filled with regret. Truthfully, since their relationship had crumbled, they had not communicated much. She had made efforts to mend things, but Xinyu no longer trusted her. However, Gu Panpan had lived until the age of 76 in her previous life, suffering from stomach cancer before her death, enduring tremendous hardship. In this life, she had awakened to the reality of forcibly pulling Xinyu into marriage. For someone who had lived a full life, love was not something easily won. She no longer sought that elusive thing and focused solely on the tangible. Xinyu was neither an inexperienced youth nor was Gu Panpan a brilliant beauty with exceptional cunning. Gu Panpan had attempted to manipulate Xinyu with something she herself did not possess, and naturally, it had backfired spectacularly. Chapter 74 of The Wife's Glory and the Husband's Wealth. Gu Panpan understood that Xinyu's conversation today was both a first and a last. Should any further complications arise, it was likely that their relationship would become irreparably strained. She had no intentions of pursuing a divorce, so she suppressed her inner discontent and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall communicate my thoughts and plans with you henceforth, without acting unilaterally." Gu Panpan made her promise. Upon hearing this, Xinyu did not offer any further remarks. Ultimately, whether he could truly change remained uncertain. However, when a marriage encounters difficulties, one must navigate through such processes. If he failed to engage in meaningful dialogue with his wife, to foster the basic communication that a couple requires, then should any misfortune befall them, he would undoubtedly be the first to bear the blame. Alright, since we've cleared the air, let us live our lives well. As you can see, with you in confinement and 4 children to care for, your mother is overwhelmed on her own. I have enlisted the recently retired nurse Tang to assist you. You met her during your last hospitalization for the preservation of the pregnancy. Additionally, there will be Sister Lan, who is efficient and meticulous, though she has returned to her hometown and will arrive a few days later. When Sister Lan arrives, she will help with housework and assist your mother in caring for the twins. If anyone in the compound inquires, we shall say that she is a relative your father brought over from his hometown to lend a hand. Do not let anything slip. Gu Panpan replied, I assure you, I will be discreet. You need not worry, I understand the gravity of the situation. She was not foolish enough to invite unnecessary trouble upon herself. Hearing her assurances, Xinyu felt a sense of relief, albeit it was merely a casual reminder. After all, they had not divorced, their fates were intertwined, one's honor and dishonor reflected upon the other. I have been quite busy these days, and I must return to the army for a brief period. I will come to fetch you from the hospital tomorrow. As he departed, Xinyu produced a paper package from his pocket and handed it to Gu Panpan. Let us consider our past grievances settled. We shall not revisit them again, please rest well, and should anything arise, seek out Sister Tang. After Xinyu left, Gu Panpan opened the paper package, only to find, as expected, 2 condoms. She tossed them into the hospital room's trash bin without a second glance. Well aware of the pinholes punctured in them, she hadn't anticipated Xinyu would discover them. The meal is ready. Eat while it's hot, said Tang Huichi, who entered after Xinyu had left for some time that evening. The hospital room was enveloped in silence. Gu Panpan, however, found herself unable to sleep, as she needed to contemplate her future course of action. It seemed that with age, one becomes increasingly obstinate. By the time of her death at 76, she had been embroiled in the machinations concerning her husband's affairs and his illegitimate child, a burden that had become deeply ingrained in her existence. In her previous life, she had aspired to escape the confines of rural life, and Xinyu had represented her sole avenue of escape. In this life, she remained resolute in her decision to cling to Xinyu, not merely for his status, but for the man himself. As long as he was present, all she desired would be within reach. If her only goal were to escape the countryside, given a few favorable policies, Gu Panpan could have achieved that through her own hard work. She desired a good life and had never shied away from toil. When she encountered Xinyu, she was already 19 years old. Though her family adored her, they, along with the entire village, deemed it high time for her to marry. But to whom should she wed? A young intellectual, after years of hardship. When it came time for them to take university entrance exams, how many would return to take a rural bride with them? A farmer, word would spread through the countryside, and how many could claim not to abuse their wives? With endless labor in the fields and at home, children would come in droves. A lifetime spent catering to a mother-in-law, living under scrutiny, and if the family remained undivided, she would possess not a single cent to her name. Would she engage in daily quarrels with her sisters-in-law over a mere egg? Some might argue that they could struggle together. Struggle for what? In her previous life, it was she who endured hardship alongside men, yet when life improved, was she the one to spend the money? Not to mention, the saying the first sword upon reaching the shore is to slay the one you love. Where did that originate? Every year, there were countless young and beautiful women, employing every means to win men over. The high-end clothing, imported cosmetics, and limited edition handbags Gu Panpan could not bear to purchase were freely given to others by men. Moreover, women bearing children would come to their doors. When one sibling in a rural family prospered, all relatives would expect to benefit from both her natal and marital families. They would swarm like leeches, eagerly seeking to reap the rewards of another's labor. Had she not lived a life of indignation in her previous existence? Her husband had the audacity to reproach her, saying, "Why can't you be less petty and more magnanimous?" She wished she could. But how could she not take stock of her situation? How could she possibly accept that? She had labored all her life for her children, enduring their disdain. Xinyu was responsible, capable, and came from a well-off family with few relatives. More importantly, as long as he remained ambitious and did not seek to shed his military uniform, she had no fear of him straying. Gu Panpan reflected on her actions since her rebirth and could not help but acknowledge her missteps. She had never felt so profoundly that this was her new life. When Shin's father arrived, Shin Yu had already departed on a mission. He immediately noticed that Shin's mother had more gray hairs than when he had last seen her. It was evident that his spouse had been toiling here, aging more rapidly than in the past 2 years. Suppressing his feelings of concern, Shin's father said nothing and took a basket to assist with purchasing groceries, preparing meals, washing diapers for the newborns, cleaning, and caring for the twins. With assistance at hand, Shin's mother finally felt able to catch her breath, collapsing into bed for a much-needed day of rest. Shin's father's leave was limited. Before departing, he awaited the arrival of another military spouse arranged by Shin Yu. 5 days later, he boarded the train, his heart heavy with worry. Recently, Shin He had noticeably sensed a change in the way Director Chow regarded him. Each day, he would greet him with, "Shin He, have you eaten?" In meetings, he would occasionally inquire, "Shin He, what are your thoughts on this?" During discussions, he would ask, "Shin He, how do you view this matter?" Shin He had grown numb to it all. In the past, being so favored by the director would have drawn envious remarks from 1 or 2 colleagues. However, ever since his wife had made an appearance at the bureau, such comments had vanished. To be precise, it was only when the director valued him that no one dared to speak ill of him. Previously, there had been occasional rivalries between the criminal police team and the investigation unit over cases. Yet, it seemed that one day they had reached an unspoken consensus, and rarely did they witness heated arguments. In the entire city, even incidents of domestic violence had seen a decline. Initially, Shin He had not grasped the situation. It wasn't until their team cracked a case involving the illicit trade of antiques in the black market, and he overheard someone exclaim, "Who do you think you are?" Tai shout on, that he realized a legend had emerged in the city. His wife had carved out a place for herself in the world. At that moment, he understood that he was not simply being valued by the director. It was indeed a case of the wife's glory brings honor to the husband. Chapter 75. Preparations after the Gaokao. Grandpa, the children, having not seen Father Shin for quite some time, were filled with longing. Every day, they would inquire, "When will Grandpa return?" Seeing his grandchildren gathered around him, Father Shin could not help but smile broadly. "Grandpa, when will Grandma come back? I miss her so much." Dodo, always sweet-tongued, was favored by Mother Shin, who had no daughters. Soon. It was likely that once the eldest daughter-in-law completed her confinement, his beloved partner would return. "Are the younger siblings behaving?" Mao Mao, feeling that he was no longer the youngest, emulated the question he often asked, "Was Mao Mao good today?" to inquire about his younger siblings. "Oh, they only know how to cry now. They certainly aren't as well behaved as Mao Mao." Zhuang chimed in, "Grandpa, I ranked first in this exam. The teacher gave me a notebook. I'll give it to you." Father Shin and Mother Shin's accounting notebook was nearly full, so Zhuang had memorized the entries. Good. Father Shin affectionately patted each child's head, feeling immensely content. That evening, the family gathered joyfully around the dinner table, with the children under Father Shin's care. Shin He felt a sense of relief just before bedtime. Su Jingyan suddenly recalled, "Did you bring back my things from the bureau?" Shin He replied, "I did." "What made you think of that?" He pondered. The past few days had been calm with no incidents. Su Jingyan remarked, "Is there no acknowledgement from your bureau regarding my contributions? After all, I did help eliminate threats to the public and contribute to your police work, right? You can't ignore me just because I am a family member of the police." There were 4 criminals in total, and she single-handedly dealt with 2 of them. Such accomplishments should not be overlooked. Su Jingyan vividly recalled Xiao Fengchuan's appearance and manner of speaking, feeling that he did not seem like a petty person. Shin He chuckled softly. Typically, they would issue a certificate of commendation and offer a token. At most, they might arrange a job for you, but you lack for nothing at the moment. After the case was resolved, Director Chow did mention this matter a few days ago. "Weren't you busy with the Gaokao? I told him to wait until you finished before discussing it." Since his wife lacked for nothing, it was better to take things slowly. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyan leaned against Shin He and planted a kiss on his forehead. "Only you understand me, Shin He." Her eyes sparkled with delight. Shin He tightened his grip around her waist and glanced at Mao Mao. The little one had raised his hands to either side of his head, indicating he was already surrendered to sleep. Turning to his wife, he whispered, "Let us try a different position tonight." Su Jingyan felt his hands around her waist tighten like iron bands, and by the time she wanted to escape, it was too late. Not long after Father Shen returned, the Gaokao arrived as anticipated, due to the absence of a unified curriculum or teaching guidelines nationwide in 1977. The examination papers were prepared independently by each province, city, and autonomous region, resulting in varying examination dates. That winter, 5.7 million candidates entered examination halls, but only 270,000 would experience a life-altering change. On average, only 1 out of every 29 candidates would gain admission to university. There were a total of 12 graduating classes from 1966 to 1977, plus a few outstanding students from 1978, equating to 13 classes of candidates participating. Su Jing'an entered the battlefield clutching a flimsy slip of paper, a rudimentary black and white examination permit. Almost all examination venues displayed a banner reading, "Motherland, please choose us." During the Cultural Revolution, the quota for university admissions for workers, peasants, and soldiers was scarcely attainable for ordinary people. In rural areas, and even in factories, many were merely recommended by local officials to secure spots in these universities. Such practices were hardly fair, although workers may not have voiced their concerns. The fact that the Gaokao was taking place filled every household with joy, regardless of whether they had a candidate among them. As Su Jing'an rubbed her hands together and completed her exam paper, she noticed others leaving the room in tears long before the time to submit had arrived. Outside the examination hall, numerous relatives waited anxiously for their loved ones. At such a crucial moment, Shenhe was not a source of support. The larger the crowd, the busier the police would be, and their duties would take precedence. 3 days swiftly passed, and upon exiting the examination hall, Su Jing'an sought out Director Qiao Fengchun. "What? You want to learn how to shoot?" Qiao Fengchun's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at the woman before him. Su Jing'an nodded resolutely. "Yes, Director Qiao, I don't wish to learn about the automatic or semi-automatic rifles used by the military. I want to learn how to handle a pistol, one that is convenient to carry and can be encountered in everyday life." Upon hearing this, Qiao Fengchun understood Su Jing'an's intent. Military rifles were rarely encountered in civilian life, and even if one did, their size made them difficult to conceal and likely to raise suspicions. A handheld pistol, which could be easily hidden, posed a more immediate threat to life. From his previous interactions with Su Jing'an and the investigations conducted, Qiao Fengchun had learned that she was a cautious yet diligent individual, known for her attentiveness. Had it not been for these qualities, she would not have survived an encounter with a murderer. However, this was the first time he faced such a determined Su Jing'an directly. One must always prepare for the worst and be proactive. "How long do you plan to practice?" Qiao Fengchun inquired, adjusting his expression. Su Jing'an replied, "At least until the end of the year. I can take leave from work then." Acquiring ammunition was not an easy task, and she intended to make the most of this rare opportunity. "All right, wait for my news." Although her request was somewhat unconventional, it was not beyond fulfillment. The majority of the police force comprised veterans who had emerged from real combat situations. That evening, Shenhe brought good news to Su Jing'an. He presented documentation and a letter signed by Qiao Fengchun. "Director Qiao has coordinated with the military, and I can take you directly tomorrow." The following day, the two visited the military base. After presenting their credentials to the guards, they were soon greeted by a female soldier. The instructor for Su Jing'an was none other than LV Hongyan, the external aide invited by the police department previously. Su Jing'an followed LV Hongyan to the shooting range, which had already been prepared. "Comrade, I've heard about your situation. No need to say more. You are remarkable." LV Hongyan gave Su Jing'an a thumbs up. Su Jing'an responded, "Please don't mention it. I was so scared that my legs turned to jelly. I had a fever of 39 degrees Celsius and was completely out of it." "I appreciate your assistance today." LV Hongyan asked, "What type of firearm do you want to practice with?" Su Jing'an replied, "Something that is commonly found on the market." Chapter 76. The burden of the waste. L. Hongyan nodded. "Currently, the public security forces are equipped with firearms, particularly the local police stations. They possess a plethora of outdated handguns, including Mauser pistols, submachine guns, revolvers, and various other models. Additionally, some local government agencies are also equipped with Type 56 semi-automatic rifles." Su Jing'an replied, "Then today, let us begin with the Type 54. L. Hongyan, without wasting words, picked up a Type 54 pistol from the table and began her explanation. The Type 54-7 62mm pistol is a product of our country's imitation of the Soviet TT 1930-1933 pistol, finalized in 1954, hence its designation as the 5.4 pistol. She continued, the original intention behind the design of the 5.4 pistol was to eliminate targets with utmost efficiency and thoroughness. Consequently, it possesses tremendous power, but also significant recoil. Thus, the accuracy of the second shot is severely affected after the first bullet is fired. Upon finishing her words, El Hongyan drew the pistol, disengaged the safety, chambered a round, aimed, and fired. Bang! The entire sequence of actions took merely 2 seconds. Su Jingyan gazed at the woman before him with sparkling eyes. El Hongyan turned her face seriously towards Su Jingyan, stating, to excel in marksmanship, your first task is to understand the weapon. Su Jingyan listened intently, captivated by the young woman's speech. Today, we will first practice firing and reloading, a process known as disassembly and reassembly. As she spoke, El Hongyan began to dismantle the Type 54 pistol. This is the barrel cap, the slide stop, the recoil spring guide, the firing mechanism, the magazine, and the sighting device. In no time, the pistol was reduced to a pile of parts. With a good memory, Su Jingyan observed a few times before starting to work with her hands. El Hongyan only needed to offer 2 prompts, and soon she was able to reload and fire the pistol independently. After 2 hours, El Hongyan held Su Jingyan's hand, guiding her on how to shoot. Remember the 3 essential elements of shooting. First, hold the gun steady, ensuring that the sight and the notch are aligned on the same horizontal plane. Second, apply firm pressure to the wrist. Third, focus on visual recovery, ensure that the sight is clear while the target remains blurred. Following El Hongyan's guidance, Su Jingyan fired her first shot with a resounding bang. Do not be nervous. You may be unaccustomed to the gunfire initially, but practice will help. The empty shell casings that ejected were scalding hot, bouncing against her face and arms. The unexpected sensation startled her. Bang bang after each shot, Su Jingyan would pause to regain her composure. When fatigue set in, she would fire and reload. Once she had gathered her strength, she continued shooting. El Hongyan also led Su Jingyan through physical training, including a 3,000-meter run. By the time she cycled home, her legs felt weak, and her arms were numb, unable to lift. Yet the day was not over. She still had to complete sit-ups and frog jumps, even consuming an extra bowl of rice. That evening, Shinhee returned home, concerned for his wife. He offered massages and hot compresses, and before bed, he applied some medicinal oil to her muscles. After this routine, Su Jingyan was already fast asleep, completely unaware. For over half a month, Shin's father had been restless, feeling that this scene was somewhat familiar. Early one morning, he pulled Shinhee aside. Son, can we focus a bit more on our work? Shinhee, puzzled, looked at his father, not comprehending his words. Dad, why do you say that? I haven't taken a break all day. He had been working tirelessly, feeling as if he were a mere dog, so how could his father perceive him as idle? He had been extremely busy lately. His wife was exhausted from her daily exertions, and he had no time to accompany her, merely watching with concern. At times, he wondered if it was because she had married him, feeling insecure at crucial moments when she could not rely on him. Recently, Director Chow would occasionally seek him out privately, asking, Shinhee, has Su Jingyan considered changing jobs? Shinhee, Su Jingyan has recently received commendations from the military, praised for her resilience, quick reflexes, and improving marksmanship. Shinhee, Su Jingyan, they had barely left the city, and she was already practicing shooting. If she were to switch to a more dangerous job, there would be no time for rest. How could they continue living like this? Wouldn't his wife be too frightened to even close her eyes? Shin's father gestured, with Jingyan exerting herself like this, can you truly say there is nothing wrong? Shinhee turned and saw his wife practicing military boxing, visibly exerting herself with each punch. A few curious children watched her sweat. The 9-year-old Zhuang, now more perceptive, said, Mom, quickly wipe your face, handing Su Jingyan a towel. After accepting it, Su Jingyan smiled and ruffled Zhuang's hair, saying, oh, my son is the best. Daodu, filled with curiosity, asked, Mom, what made you want to practice boxing? As Su Jingyan paused to wipe her sweat, she reflected. If given the choice, she would prefer not to. She held no lofty ambitions, merely wishing to live well and lead a stable life. Because Mom is preparing for a new map. I am not fully aware of the details, but if I don't put in the effort to prepare, I fear that I might miss even the chance to put on a brave face when the time comes. Perhaps these preparations would be unnecessary, but at least they offered her peace of mind. She could clearly feel her stamina improving, and the flesh around her waist had tightened. While he was aware of what other college students prepared before the start of school, Shinhee dared to say that few could match his wife's resolve. At times, he found it perplexing what kind of upbringing could instill such a sense of insecurity in his wife. Mao Mao, filled with wonder, asked, "Mom, if you can fight well, can you become a grandparent?" Shinhee, sensing the conversation veering off course, quickly interjected, "Time for dinner, dinner is ready." Su Jingyan continued her training until the 25th of the 12th lunar month. From the turtle shell to the Type 54 pistol, she could now disassemble and reassemble it proficiently, and her accuracy had markedly improved. On the day she completed her training, Xiao Fengchun received a call from the military. He even made a point to have a brief conversation with Shinhee. "How have things been lately?" Shinhee replied, "What do you mean? Work is going quite well." "Nonsense, do you think I am unaware of work matters?" Xiao Fengchun glared. "Then what are you referring to?" "I just received a call from the military, and I won't delve into the praises." "Have you asked Xiao Su if she wishes to change her specialty or job?" Shinhee pondered for a moment and decided to dispel any misconceptions. "Director, do you perhaps hold a misunderstanding? My wife is already timid as it is, would you truly want to frighten her further?" Having known her for this long, his wife had only worn leather shoes twice. At the time, he had been puzzled and asked why, to which she replied, "I can't run fast in leather shoes." Xiao Fengchun, exasperated, waved his hand. Su Jingyan was indeed a wonderful comrade, albeit overly timid. That evening, as Shinhee caressed his wife's abdominal muscles, he thought he couldn't go to the military for a while, and she would likely struggle to adjust. No, he needed to put in more effort. On February 3, 1978, the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, on the very day Shin's mother returned home, Su Jingyan finally received her admission notice from Peking University. Chapter 77 vanished as soon as Shin's mother stepped through the threshold of her home. She had yet to revel in her daughter-in-law's achievement of gaining admission to university. Instead, she was met with the sight of her grandchildren huddled in a circle, counting excitedly. 5, Mommy. Just a little more effort, and we can complete 10 sets. Su Jingyan gritted her teeth and managed to squeeze out 2 more push-ups, but exhaustion overwhelmed her, and she had no choice but to concede. Huff huff, lying on the ground, she gasped for breath. What on earth is happening here? Shin's mother was perplexed by the scene unfolding before her. Sweat beads cascaded down her daughter-in-law's face, plop, plop, plop. The delicate, gentle figure of her daughter-in-law she had left behind had seemingly transformed into a formidable woman of strength. What could possibly have prompted such a change? Could it be that her youngest son was proving inept and unreliable? The thought widened her pupils in alarm. Nana, Nana! 3 children rushed towards her, clinging to her legs, wrapping their arms around her waist, and tugging at her arms. You're back! I've missed you so much. Nana, Mommy saved some candy for you. Nana, despite the fatigue from her journey, Shin's mother beamed with delight, her smile so wide it seemed she might burst with joy. Good, good, good. Oh, my precious grandchildren, all is well, all is well. Each child received affectionate attention in turn. All right, you little rascals, go play for a bit, Nana needs to rest. Su Jingyan quickly intervened, for if this conversation continued, darkness would descend before they knew it. Mom, take a moment to rest and drink some water. I'll whip up a bowl of noodles for you in just a few minutes. Eat and then lie down for a bit. Su Jingyan hurried to the kitchen to prepare a meal for her mother-in-law. 20 minutes later, Shin's mother was sound asleep in bed. Su Jingyan swiftly tidied up the dishes on the table. Upon her return, Su Jingyan keenly observed the increased strands of white hair atop her mother-in-law's head. It was evident that Shinyu had not been treating her well that evening. The family gathered for a jubilant reunion dinner. The following day, after a restful night, Shin's mother set out with a handful of sunflower seeds. It had been ages since she had caught up with her close friends over gossip. She had to make up for lost time, lest they think she had withdrawn from their circle. For 3 consecutive days, Shin's mother was busily engaged, hardly pausing for breath. She drank 2 pots of water daily, yet her lips grew parched. Seeing the rosy flush on Shin's mother's face, her voice raised in excitement, and her energetic movements, the family finally felt reassured. News of Su Jingin's acceptance into university had spread through the neighborhood in the steel mill before the new year. At the farewell gathering for retiring employees, Su Jingin's name was even mentioned among them. Standing amidst a throng of older colleagues, she basked in the applause of the crowd, her smile nearly slipping from her face. She couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of the person who had thought up such an idea. They were truly a rare talent. During the event, the factory director presented Su Jingin with a water bottle, a lunchbox, and an envelope, which she presumed contained money and coupons. The factory leadership had always been generous towards its employees. "Comrade Su Jingin, congratulations on your university admission. You may not return to our factory after graduation, but you have brought honor to our workers. Wherever you go, you will contribute to our nation. Keep striving forward." The director whispered, "During your university years, our factory will continue to pay your salary." Upon hearing this, Su Jingin immediately expressed her gratitude to the director and the factory leaders. "Thank you for your support. No matter where I go, I am always a part of this factory." Su Jingin could swear that her gratitude was heartfelt and entirely genuine. This year's New Year's celebration saw Shen's father indulge in a couple of extra drinks. During this time, Su Jingin even made a special visit to Director Huang's home to extend her New Year greetings. It was clear to her that the arrangement for her salary while attending school must have involved Director Huang's influence. Without his intervention, would the factory leadership truly consider the needs of an undergraduate? Peking University commenced its term on February 22, necessitating early train ticket purchases. Su Jingin secluded herself in her room, diligently consulting the almanac. The most auspicious days for travel are the 16th and 18th. The 16th is a bit early, and Beijing isn't too far. "Have you settled on a date?" Shin He inquired, as his wife had been poring over the calendar for nearly half an hour. Initially, Shin He had planned to buy tickets 2 days in advance, but he hadn't anticipated that his wife would consult the almanac for such a matter. Such meticulousness was rare among their generation, and many of their elders no longer adhered to such practices. After a careful examination, Su Jingin finally declared, "All right, we'll leave on the 18th. Remember to buy the tickets." They packed up the larger items that were inconvenient to carry and sent them off via the post office. Money and tickets remained securely tucked within her undergarment's pocket, while she kept her train ticket and 2 yuan handy on the evening of the 17th. Fearing she might oversleep the next morning, Shin's mother prepared a hearty meal. "Jingin, here. I made meat sauce, steamed buns, and dumplings for you to eat on the train. We mustn't skimp on provisions, so I'll also pack some snacks and eggs." In no time, she had filled a large bag. Su Jingin hurried to stop her. "That's enough, Mom, this is already plenty." Shen's mother replied, "When have we ever been unable to eat at home?" Su Jingin quickly added, "Mom, please pack more cornbread and whole grain buns. There will be many people on the train, and I can't subsist solely on fine food." Shen's mother understood immediately. On a crowded train, it would be unseemly for her to indulge in white steamed buns while everyone else consumed cornbread. Even if others were aware that what they ate was none of their concern, could she truly feel comfortable? While it was wise to travel frugally, it was equally prudent to avoid drawing attention to oneself. Turning back to the kitchen, Shen's mother gathered several cornbreads, whole grain buns, and pickled vegetables, adding them to the bundle. On the morning of their departure, just as dawn broke, the two rose from bed. Su Jingin donned a slightly worn green military uniform and liberation shoes. Striving to blend in with the crowd, she retrieved the snacks, dumplings, buns, and meat sauce her mother had prepared, placing them into her luggage. The cornbread, whole grain buns, and an egg were stowed in her green backpack, filling it to capacity. How long would they be on the train? The journey from Kunming to Beijing would take about 5 or 6 days. Missing a good meal wouldn't be the end of the world. The weather was cold, and they were close to Beijing, so they would arrive in no more than 2 days. The key was to avoid causing any trouble. Before leaving, she ultimately tucked a stick into her luggage and secured a knife to her right waist, for she felt an inexplicable sense of incompleteness without it. Seeing that his wife was all set, Shin He mounted his bicycle, ready to depart. They were careful to leave late, fearing that the children might see them and start to cry. As they approached the train station, Shin He grasped Su Jingin's hand tightly. He looked at her with concern. "Wife, let us make this clear. Once you leave, you cannot forget about me or find someone else." Su Jingin gazed into the eyes of her husband, who was no longer in his youth. Though still relatively lean and tall, she could see the beginnings of a small belly. His hair was noticeably thinning, and his hairline had receded. The fine lines at the corners of his eyes were a testament to his late nights spent working. Yet none of these changes could diminish the undeniable truth of his love for her. He was a good husband and father. She had chosen him from millions, following her heart. No one else in this world could make her feel as secure and close as he did. His eyes remained fixed on Su Jing'an, eagerly awaiting her response. With a gentle smile, Su Jing'an's eyes sparkled with affection, as if she could reach out and grasp the love within them. "I could never forget my dear Shen Gong'an." In that moment, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling the unease that had lingered in his heart in the days prior. Chapter 78 The Contest. The platform of the train station was teeming with people. Toot, the train has arrived, it's here, it's here. As soon as the train came to a halt, the crowd surged towards the doors and windows like a swarm of bees, desperately vying to squeeze into the carriages. At that moment, turning back was utterly impossible. The throng behind would not allow it. Some even hurled their luggage through the windows to secure a seat before scrambling aboard. Others deftly climbed through the windows to claim their places, leaving friends and family to pass bags and children through the openings. Nowadays, many trains lack designated seat numbers. It's a race to claim a seat first. "This is my seat." Just because you claim it's yours, does it magically become so? Does it respond to your shouting? The time for boarding was limited. Each passenger recklessly jostled to get on, fearing they might miss the train. Those disembarking often found themselves whisked away to the next station. Thus, at the train doors, the two sides frequently clashed, resulting in physical altercations. This chaos necessitated the intervention of conductors to maintain order, yet even they were soon lost in the sea of humanity. He, one hand carrying luggage and the other protecting Su Jing'an, dashed into the sleeper carriage. Once aboard, after locating their seats and settling his wife, he finally disembarked. In such a bustling atmosphere, it was hardly the moment for tender words. They waved goodbye. He had to rush to work, while Su Jing'an needed to keep an eye on their belongings during this tumultuous time. This hard sleeper ticket was procured with the help of Director Chow.as for soft sleepers. Those were a distant dream. One had to reach a certain rank to be permitted to purchase them. Rumor had it that each soft sleeper carriage even boasted its own restroom. TSK, Su Jing'an shook her head, unable to compare. She lay on the upper bunk, closing her eyes to rest. In no time, the carriage was filled to capacity. Toot toot, the train was in motion. When Su Jing'an awoke, it was already time for lunch. Just as she reached for an egg, she heard, "Grandma, I want to eat an egg, I want meat." The hard sleeper compartments, lacking doors, offered no privacy. Everyone could see what others were doing and what each passing passenger carried. Alas, the quintessential troublesome child and the opportunistic grandmother, characters essential to any era's literature, had made their appearance. Nonetheless, Su Jing'an remained unperturbed, stashing the only egg from her bag into a nook and retrieving a whole grain bun to eat with pickled vegetables. Thanks to her son's fortune, Anchu was experiencing her first train journey in a sleeper. Upon boarding, she scrutinized every individual in the compartment. There were 6 bunks in total, 4 occupied by men and 1 by a sleeping woman. Targeting the robust men for her schemes proved unwise. After all, this was not her village. She was outnumbered. With her grandson in tow, she could only set her sights on the bashful young single woman. Surely, someone who could afford a sleeper ticket couldn't be poor, right? Who didn't indulge in a little luxury when traveling? Surely there would be eggs or peach crisps, at the very least. Since Su Jing'an awoke, Anchu had been discreetly observing her. To her surprise, the woman was munching on whole grain buns. No matter, Anchu was determined that this woman couldn't possibly be so frugal as to eat nothing but that for several meals. Yet, after a day and night had passed, the woman had not eaten a single lavish morsel. Anchu found herself unable to seize any opportunity to take advantage. Anchu and her grandson occupied the lower bunk. Su Jing'an rested above. When Anchu and her grandson feasted on white buns and eggs, Su Jing'an savored her whole grain bun. Anchu chewed on her whole grain bun. Su Jing'an began nibbling on a cornmeal cake. Just as Anchu opened her mouth, gnawing on the last of her few remaining teeth, Su Jing'an had already started sipping water and relishing her pickles. For over 30 years, Anchu had ruled the village with her reputation for being shrewd and opportunistic, but today, she had met her match. Staring at the woman on the upper bunk, Anchu begrudgingly admitted her defeat. It seemed this battle was lost. By noon the next day, Anchu departed with her grandson, grumbling all the way up. Someone in the compartment couldn't hold back a laugh, and the remaining passengers began to chuckle. The old lady and her child were unmistakably a handful. Consequently, while voices from other compartments echoed through the train. Theirs remained unusually quiet. How could Su Jingyan not have sensed the elderly woman's constant scrutiny? She had been acutely aware of it. Thus, when she ate, she intentionally made her meal seem less appealing, thwarting any attempt by the old lady to engage her. With so many people below, Su Jingyan had little choice but to drink water, use the restroom, and lie quietly on her upper bunk with her eyes closed. Each time the train stopped, it required refilling water, and with fog rolling in, they had to yield to other trains. Arriving in Beijing by midnight, at that hour, aside from the bustling train station, the streets outside were dark and devoid of life. Venturing out alone was perilous, and remaining at the station was equally fraught with danger. Those who preyed on the unsuspecting, or engaged in human trafficking, were ever-present threats. Su Jingyan turned towards the police station at the station for assistance. "Comrade, hello. I urgently need your help. Comrade, please share your difficulties." The police officer responded without hesitation. Ultimately, the officer personally escorted Su Jingyan to a guest house. The following morning, she returned to the station and boarded the school bus, which safely took her to Peking University. In her dormitory, there were 8 residents, 3 studying literature, 1 journalism, 2 history majors, herself studying English, and another in computer science. "My name is Zhang Xiehong, I am 18 years old, a local of Beijing. I am Zhao Lanying, 25 years old, married, from Hunan. I am Su Jingyan, 29 years old, with 3 children. The remaining residents hailed from Jiangxi Wulanji, from Guizhou Wangmewa, from northeast China Zhang Xiaoqiao, and 2 from Hunan Yu Xiaomai and Dongzhu." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiehong beamed with delight. "My father is a railway soldier. Wherever the railway is built, our family follows." The 4 siblings were born in different places. My eldest sister in Jiangxi, second sister in Hunan, I was born in Guizhou, and my younger brother in Shaanxi. Good heavens! Everyone in the room listened intently. "We are quite fated." Zhang Xiehong laughed. "Indeed. My father even remarked that if you connect the birthplaces of my siblings and me, it nearly traces the route of the Red Army's long march." Dongzhu inquired, "Does that mean you had to move and transfer schools constantly?" Zhang Xiehong replied, "Due to my father's job, our family of 6 often found themselves apart. The work of a railway soldier is particularly demanding. Sometimes I couldn't stay in one place for even half a year before having to change schools." In no time, the group became acquainted. The youngest in the dormitory was the journalism major, Zhang Xiehong, at just 18 years old. The eldest was 29-year-old Su Jingyan. Each of them had experiences and wisdom from their lives, whether working or in the countryside. None were without their share of knowledge. They were all university students, and each valued their dignity and reputation in their interactions. Thus, a harmonious atmosphere prevailed among them. Su Jingyan herself detested unnecessary drama, and the overall ambience of the dormitory was delightful. Nowadays, university students cherished this hard-won opportunity, eager to reclaim the lost time from the Cultural Revolution. Everywhere on campus, one could see students walking, lining up for meals, or riding buses, all while clutching their books. In their dormitory, there were no late-night gossip sessions. Those still awake at midnight were found with flashlights under their blankets, studying. After all, the stories of others held little relevance to their own lives. Listening during their spare time was one thing, but for them, what they truly lacked was time. Chapter 79. Keeping a distance. At 5 in the morning, Su Jingyan rose as per her usual routine. After 30 minutes, she completed her daily 5 kilometers around the playground. While wiping her sweat with a handkerchief, she noticed a number of people already jogging on the track. Upon returning to the dormitory, she found her roommates awake and engrossed in their books. Several ropes were haphazardly strung across the room, adorned with towels and garments from yesterday's wash that had yet to dry. The packages that had arrived were neatly arranged from the previous day. Su Jingyan announced, "I will head out to mail a letter after breakfast. Who would like to join me?" "I'll go." "I will too." As soon as her words fell, the girls in the dormitory clamored to accompany her. Thus commenced their first collective activity as a dormitory, a trip to the post office located in Yen Garden. By the time they arrived at the post office at 8, a queue had already formed. After purchasing envelopes, selecting stamps, and affixing them, Su Jingyan discreetly slipped a dried leaf into her envelope while no one was watching. "Are you from Yu County?" a girl around 20, with an oval face and a height of just over 5 feet, asked. Zhao Lanying, taken aback, replied, "Yes, how did you know?" Tang Wan pointed to the envelope and said, "I was behind you in line and saw it." In that brief exchange, two compatriots from Yu County became acquainted. Tang Wan added, "We have a gathering of our fellow townsfolk at the end of each month. I will seek you out then." Zhao Lanying responded, "Great, thank you, Tang Wan." The other dormitory girls felt a tinge of envy upon witnessing Zhao Lanying swiftly find a fellow townsman. After all, being away from home, one yearns for companions who can provide support. Having traveled by train and engaged in morning exercises, Su Jingyan now felt her undergarments damp from perspiration. "I intend to visit the bathhouse shortly. Would you like to join?" "Yes. Absolutely," Su Jingyan said. "Then let us hurry, as there is a meeting for new students this afternoon. I have heard the bathhouse is busiest between 5 and 7. We should avoid that time in the future." The bathhouse stood directly opposite the entrance of the 5th dining hall, a modest two-story gray building. The first floor was designated for men, while the second was for women. Upon entering the bathhouse, each person received a lock and placed their clothes in a locker, securing it. Su Jingyan observed that many of the locks had rusted due to frequent moisture exposure, making them difficult to open. After some consideration, she decided to retrieve her own lock from her belongings. She secured the key with a rubber band around her wrist and dashed into the shower area. Su Jingyan was swift, finishing her wash in just over half an hour. Upon exiting, she heard someone exclaim from inside, "Ah, it's cold." The frantic cries echoed from both the men's and women's bathhouses, and without needing to inquire, she understood the water had turned cold. Many of the bathhouse boilers were old and poorly maintained, often failing without warning, resulting in sudden temperature drops mid-wash. As Su Jingyan finished dressing and turned around, she spotted a young woman shivering in a corner. Su Jingyan approached and inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Encountering someone as unfortunate as herself, she felt compelled to help. The woman gratefully replied, "The lock on my locker won't open. Could you please summon the attendant from the women's bathhouse to assist me?" Su Jingyan stepped out to inform the attendant and waved goodbye to her dorm mates before heading back with her belongings. Before she reached the dormitory entrance, she noticed a commotion of people gathered outside. "Zhang Baozhu, do you think I will accept my fate just because my family locked me away? What are you talking about, San and Iyer? Stop pretending. You, a mere elementary school graduate, think that holding a notification letter makes you a student of Peking University? Is Peking University so unworthy? You, who have stolen another's future, how dare you stand here?" The crowd erupted in outrage. "What a disgrace! Get her out of here!" As the scene escalated, Su Jingyan maneuvered past the throng and returned to her dormitory. In the afternoon, during the class meeting, each student took turns introducing themselves at the podium. Several students came and went without incident. "Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Fubao, and I am 17 this year." Initially, Su Jingyan paid little attention, but suddenly, a shiver ran down her spine, and every hair on her body stood on end. The system did not disappoint, revealing the details of this female classmate. She was the quintessential lucky protagonist of an ordinary group-centered narrative. Due to her fortunate circumstances, she had been spoiled by her family, who favored sons over daughters. Despite a few troublesome relatives, they ultimately became part of her entourage. Zhou Fubao lived her life solely devoted to academia. As if encased in a vacuum, she was shielded by her family and husband, with all her perceptions shaped by them. Good news, this girl possessed a genuinely kind heart. She was indeed a red koi, not a black koi siphoning the fortunes of those around her. Bad news, the girl bore no responsibility for her actions. She merely needed to wish for something, and the heavens would grant it. As a child, she longed for beef, and during the spring plowing, an ox suddenly broke its neck. She desired a bicycle, and on her way home from school, she stumbled upon a ticket and money, savings a young man had amassed for years to marry. When she sought a scholarship in college, those ranked closely to her mysteriously fell ill on the exam day. To suggest that Zhou Fubao was deliberate in her actions would be misleading. These were merely whims that crossed her mind, fleeting thoughts she never took seriously, yet they could not hinder the heavens from showering affection on their favored daughter. Those around her were tacitly aware. Otherwise, how else could her name, Fubao, have come about? When Zhou Fubao finally realized this, she made deliberate efforts to restrain herself. While one can control their actions and demeanor, who can consistently govern their innermost thoughts? Even the wisest of sages cannot achieve such a feat, let alone a girl barely out of her teenage years. At the podium, Zhou Fubao was fair-skinned and delicate, with a gentle and compliant disposition, making it difficult for anyone to harbor ill feelings towards her. Yet, it was equally challenging for Su Jingyan to feel any fondness. It was as if, regardless of how endearing and well-behaved the child was, her parents' excessively indulgent protection would instinctively drive away 90 of children, making them hesitant to approach. As Su Jingyan observed the preferential treatment bestowed upon Zhou Fubao, the favored daughter of destiny, she could not help but reflect on her own consistent misfortunes. The comparison was a bittersweet reminder of her struggles. She had never contemplated venturing into business during her university years. After all, society was far more intricate than campus life. It would be foolish to risk her life without even securing a profit. Su Jingyan certainly had no thoughts of purchasing a home. Her reasoning was simple: she lacked the funds. With a monthly salary of merely 37 yuan and 50 cents, how could she ever consider 2 or 3,000 yuan for a house as affordable? How much could she and Shen He save in a year? For the average person, buying a house was always a significant undertaking, let alone the exorbitant price of several tens of thousands for a courtyard house, which was an astronomical figure for someone like Su Jingyan. Housing in Beijing has never been inexpensive throughout history, and Su Jingyan had always been impoverished, since she had never entertained the idea of gaining any benefits from the fortunate protagonist. Maintaining a distance seemed the most prudent approach. From that point onward, everything proceeded smoothly. Chapter 80: Rejection and Infatuation. Classroom. The difficulty of this English test is so high, Zhou Fubao. How did you manage to get them all right? Fubao, you are truly impressive. You answered all 100 multiple-choice questions correctly. The admiration from her classmates resounded around her. Fubao, could you possibly explain this question? Inquired Zhao Mingming, a female classmate from the same dormitory as Zhou Fubao stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Upon hearing this, many faces in the vicinity shifted in disbelief. Zhou Fubao earnestly attempted to clarify, I genuinely have no idea, I just got lucky and guessed. Zhao Mingming, who was a year younger than Zhou Fubao, could not contain herself and retorted, you guessed correctly on all 100 questions? If she didn't want to talk, then why treat others as fools? Zhou Fubao sincerely nodded, yes. Once her words escaped her lips, an eerie silence enveloped the entire classroom. They were all adults, with considerable age differences among them. Initially, a few had contemplated easing the atmosphere and providing an exit for both parties to save face. However, many simply turned away and left. It was evident that the other classmates felt Zhou Fubao was being evasive and dismissive. If they were to believe her claim, it would be tantamount to belittling their own intelligence. The more she tried to explain, the less credible she appeared. Yet Su Jingyan understood that Zhou Fubao was not lying. She truly had guessed correctly. Whether it was 100 questions or even 10,000, Zhou Fubao would not have feared the challenge. As more than 2 months passed, the classmates had shared meals, lodging, and classes together, gradually growing familiar with one another. Zhao Mingming had come to realize that she had initially misjudged Zhou Fubao. Indeed, Zhou Fubao was an honest person with a stroke of good fortune. In their class, there were a total of 9 girls, with 8 sharing a dormitory, leaving Su Jingyan as the sole outlier. As camaraderie blossomed, many began to trust Zhou Fubao's character, drawing closer to her. Except for Su Jingyan, with sincere eyes, Zhou Fubao addressed Su Jingyan, Sister Su, do you want the English-Chinese dictionary the teacher requested us to buy? I can pick one up for you tomorrow. Many younger classmates affectionately called her Sister Su. Su Jingyan smiled and politely declined. Thank you, Fubao, someone has already offered to lend me one. That saves me a few meals. Cafeteria. Zhou Fubao exclaimed, I would like a serving of braised pork with potatoes. The skilled cook deftly served a generous helping, the meat obscuring the potatoes beneath. Wow, there is so much meat today. The long queue witnessed an influx of eager diners. Su Jingyan glanced down at her bowl, which contained the same dish, and immediately noted just 2 pieces of meat. Zhou Fubao, who was merely passing by, remarked, Sister Su, the portions seem generous today. If you don't mind, I can share some of mine with you. She began to reach for her bowl. Su Jingyan quickly interjected, Fubao, I appreciate your kindness, but I have a sensitive stomach. I can only manage 2 pieces of meat, more than that would be hard to digest. Library comrade, the complete works of Shakespeare you requested is currently checked out. We have 10 sets, and they are all borrowed, the librarian informed, flipping through the recent log. Su Jingyan felt quite helpless. Each person had a borrowing limit, and with 8 volumes per set, that meant 80 volumes in total. She found herself unable to secure even one copy and was about to turn away. Just then, Zhou Fubao dashed in. "Excuse me, do you still have the complete works of Shakespeare?" The librarian was about to respond in the negative when someone approached. "Hello," returning a book. Zhou Fubao's eyes lit up upon seeing the complete works of Shakespeare on the table. "This is wonderful. Everyone in our dorm can have their own copy." She turned and saw Su Jing'an. "Sister Su, didn't you want to borrow it too? Please take it first, you can return it to me later." Zhou Fubao's gaze was clear and earnest. Su Jing'an quickly waved her hand. "I still have plenty of books to read. By the time I finish, it will probably be 2 months from now. Fubao, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave," she said hurriedly as she exited. As she descended the stairs, she instinctively grasped the railing tightly. Zhou Fubao's humility, kindness, and willingness to assist others were genuine. She never expected anything in return for her help. Su Jing'an could sense that. However, one must understand that sometimes a child's lack of concern does not reflect a parent's indifference. She scrutinized Zhou Fubao's actions and recognized that every act of kindness was noted by the universe, which was protective of its own. Accepting Zhou Fubao's kindness, no matter how trivial, forged a bond between them, creating a karmic connection. Should any situation arise, the benefits received from Zhou Fubao would need to be returned, with interest. As the semester drew to a close, it seemed that Zhou Fubao had realized something, for she had not approached Su Jing'an again. After dinner, the dorm fell into a serene silence. With exams approaching, everyone was diligently reviewing their materials. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the room was plunged into darkness. What happened? It's not time for lights out yet. The dormitory's power supply is so unreliable. In the pitch-black room, everyone cautiously fumbled about, moving their feet, and chaos ensued. Su Jing'an, already in bed, was the first to find a flashlight and illuminated the space. Zhang Xiahong and Dong Zhu quickly retrieved their flashlights from the cupboard. Wang Meiwa and Wu Lanji brought out oil lamps. Zhang Xiaoqiao, Yu Xiaomai, and Zhao Lanying produced candles. The room quieted once more as they resumed their studies, books in hand. At breakfast the next morning, Dong Zhu declared, "Today, I plan to study in the classroom during the day and head to the library at night. We can't rely on the dormitory lights anymore." "Me too, let us go together." Yu Xiaomai chimed in, swallowing her food. The others echoed in agreement. "I don't plan on returning either." This meant they would only come back to sleep at night, barring any unusual circumstances. "What about Xiao Qiao?" Su Jing'an noticed one less person in the dorm after her run around the unnamed lake. "Jing'an, Xiao Qiao heard that the Xinhua bookstore in Wangfujing is reissuing a literary classic from the 19th century. She went to queue early this morning," Zhao Lanying replied. "She didn't even have time to eat, just grabbed a leftover bun and left." "Something's wrong," Wang Meiwa burst in, breathless and agitated. "What's the matter?" The others turned their anxious gazes toward her. Wang Meiwa swallowed hard. "Our class has put up a poster, claiming we are the first generation of university students under Chairman Hua." Su Jing'an pondered. "That's not too concerning, it's just some verbal sparring with the classes of 75 and 76. Wang Meiwa gasped. "That's not the main issue. They even wrote a poem. The gist of it is, in the past, I couldn't attend university because I had no horns on my head and thorns on my body. The workers, peasants, and soldiers are furious. The crowd is gathering at the triangular area's bulletin board. Their cohort, having gained admission through the college entrance examination, would inevitably clash with those who were recommended for admission. Conflict and disputes were unavoidable," Su Jing'an reassured them. "The school is overseeing the situation, nothing serious will happen." On the surface, it seemed like a trivial matter, nothing to be overly anxious about. Yet, everyone in the room wore tense expressions, primarily due to the trauma inflicted by political posters over the years. Countless individuals from various professions had fallen victim to the big character posters. Unlike Su Jing'an, who understood the future trends, who could guarantee that policies would remain unchanged? Even now, the atmosphere in Yenyuan was still thick with the remnants of the Cultural Revolution. It was not uncommon for posters to be plastered, criticism sessions to be held, or large groups to organize marches. Su Jing'an felt a stifling tension in the air. Throughout the semester, she wrote home every week, made phone calls every 2 weeks, and exchanged a few words with the 3 children. One could say that a significant portion of the monthly subsidies provided by the school was spent at the post office. Sometimes, she would write a heartfelt letter of longing to Shinhee, enclosing a leaf, a flower petal, or a simple sketch of Shinhee or herself. During phone calls, they would recite poetry or sing songs. The back and forth of their affection and concern had somehow rekindled the flames of their infatuation. Chapter 81, The Realm of Metaphysics. In June of this year, Deng Dong proposed a government-funded initiative to send students abroad for further studies. At present, we find ourselves amidst the Sino-American rivalry, with deteriorating Sino-Soviet relations and a thawing of Sino-American ties. It is not difficult for astute individuals to surmise that, should the opportunity for overseas study arise, America would undoubtedly be the preferred destination. Given the prospect of studying in the United States, one fundamental requirement cannot be overlooked: proficiency in the English language. After all, how many students majoring in English do not harbor the desire to explore overseas? This news, though shrouded in secrecy, has begun to circulate quietly. If the news of studying abroad is indeed true, it is highly likely that selections will be made from their cohort. After all, can we rely on those from previous years who gained admission through recommendations from workers, farmers, and soldiers? Many students are now in a state of turmoil, scrambling to seek connections and gather information. With final exams approaching next week, the atmosphere in the classroom has grown increasingly restless. The class leader, Lao Yan, believes that the current situation cannot continue. This afternoon, he spoke candidly in the classroom. As of now, we have not received any specific notifications. If the country is indeed selecting individuals for overseas study, they will undoubtedly choose those with exceptional academic knowledge. We must not lose our composure. Instead, we should focus on achieving commendable results in this examination. Those who have yet to receive any scholarships will certainly lack the qualifications to participate in the selection. Lao Yang's words resonated deeply within the classroom. He's right. We have been overly anxious. This is merely hearsay. It is still far from any official announcement. Let us not panic. How wonderful it would be to visit America. As students of English, who among us does not wish to go studying abroad for just 2 or 3 years? Those without a foundation in English would find it utterly unsuitable. As for students from other majors, can they even communicate effectively, let alone learn advanced knowledge? In the classroom, the few female students gathered together. Zhao Mingming expressed her hopes. Other concerns seemed distant. We should first solidify our professional knowledge and aim for a scholarship. Zhou Fubao nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too desire a scholarship. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyan paused in her writing. On the day of the examination, Su Jingyan meticulously prepared double the materials required, ensuring nothing was forgotten before heading out. Habitually gripping the handrail, she descended the stairs slowly, nearly losing her footing multiple times. Upon exiting the dormitory, she spotted Zhao Mingming rushing out in a fluster. Noticing Zhao's distressed expression, Su Jingyan inquired, "Mingming, what troubles you?" Zhao Mingming could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. "Sister Su, I just don't know what happened. I fell from the upper bunk and injured my right hand. I can't exert any pressure, it hurts too much to hold a pen." Su Jingyan consoled her. "You should hurry to the infirmary for a checkup. The exams will last for 3 days, so do not panic." With tears in her eyes, Zhao Mingming departed. Throughout the morning, Zhao Mingming wrote her exam using only her left hand. During lunchtime, while others headed to the cafeteria, Su Jingyan chose to remain behind. Ever since Zhou Fubao had voiced her desire for a scholarship, Su Jingyan had only eaten food from her own supplies, storing cafeteria meals in her space. Today, she simply stayed in the classroom and nibbled on a steamed bun she had brought. In the afternoon, upon finishing her exam and stepping out of the classroom, she noticed the previously clear sky had suddenly darkened. Summer weather is notoriously unpredictable. Many students, like Su Jingyan, fearing the rain, hurried back toward the dormitory. The wind grew increasingly fierce, shaking the branches and stirring up dust from the ground. Su Jingyan had to squint her eyes and cover her nose with a handkerchief. Just as she reached the entrance of the dormitory, feeling a sense of relief, a sudden gust of wind swept through, intensifying in ferocity. Su Jingyan found herself unable to maintain her balance. Instinctively taking a few steps back, with a loud crash, she noticed a flower pot lying silently where she had just stood, shattered to pieces. A few female classmates nearby were startled and screamed at the sight. Who is so careless as to leave a flower pot outside? Do they wish to cause harm? Fortunately, the girls were a moment too late. Otherwise, the incident could have ended far worse. The corridor erupted in chaos as the dormitory supervisor hurried out. Upon seeing the scattered remnants of the flower pot and the pale faces of the girls nearby, Supervisor Gia's expression changed dramatically. At 46 years old, she was nearing retirement, and any mishap during this time could jeopardize her career. All those years of hard work would be in vain if something were to happen. I have emphasized multiple times that nothing is allowed outside the windows. Have you not heard? She stormed upstairs, fuming and ready to hold someone accountable. The following day, a notice was posted in the corridor and no items are to be placed outside windows. Violators will face disciplinary action, including loss of credits. In cases of serious consequences, severe warnings will be issued, with further penalties to be determined. If any injuries occur, the individuals responsible will be expelled. That evening, the third-year student who had been caring for the flowers came down with her belongings, apologizing to the frightened female students one by one. "Comrades, I sincerely apologize for the fright I caused you. It was my fault, please do not hold it against me." She lowered herself in apology as she spoke. Su Jingyan quickly reached out to stop her. "It is unnecessary, truly unnecessary. You are a third-year student. I should address you as senior. But as I approach 30, I will simply call you comrade. I accept your apology, you may return with peace of mind." With so many people gathered, it felt inappropriate to voice any harsh words. Yet, Su Jingyan was unwilling to force herself to say anything overly flattering, considering that her own life had been nearly jeopardized. After completing this formal exchange, they each returned to their own affairs. On the afternoon of the second day of examinations, one by one, students began to feel stomach pains, unable to resist the urge to rush to the restroom. Some gritted their teeth, determined to finish before exiting, but their accuracy was compromised. Others could not hold out any longer and had to submit their papers early. On the third day of exams, Su Jingyan arrived safely at the examination venue. However, as she began to write, her fountain pen suddenly failed to produce ink. She took out a spare pen, only to hear several classmates gasping in distress. Throughout the exam, she went through 9 pens before finally completing her work. As time expired, La Yang shouted, "I brought only 2 pens, and both broke. I ended up borrowing a pen from the teacher. Count yourself fortunate, my pen malfunctioned too, with ink sputtering, I couldn't finish at all." During lunch, Su Jingyan calculated the number of students and realized that Zhou Fubao was the last candidate likely to win a scholarship. Indeed, the afternoon proceeded smoothly without any further incidents. That night, as Su Jingyan lay in bed, she pondered Zhou Fubao's fortunate streak. Upon careful reflection, she concluded that the narrative surrounding Zhou Fubao was not merely a tale of familial matters. It also belonged to the realm of fantasy. Zhou Fubao was no longer the typical protagonist of a sweet story. She possessed the ability to bring immense benefits to those around her while simultaneously inviting continuous danger. This could be achieved with just a fleeting thought. Danger had transcended mere physicality. It had entered the domain of metaphysics. Chapter 82, Bridging the Gaps. Most importantly, the narrative depicts Su Jingyan meeting her demise in 1979, prior to her 30th birthday. This indicates that her fateful calamity is imminent. The specifics of where and when this calamity will unfold remain undisclosed to her. Lacking control over Zhou Fubao, the only recourse is to distance herself from this unpredictable variable. The means of creating such distance could involve either sending Zhou Fubao away or Su Jingyan herself changing her major and transferring classes. However, ever since her arrival in this world, she has been acutely aware of her own luck. Who knows what pitfalls might await her should she choose to switch majors or study abroad. Given the fantastical nature of her current existence, what if she were to encounter cultivators, ghost hunters, or those endowed with supernatural abilities? She would surely be driven to madness by such fears. Thus, the only viable solution is to devise a way to send Zhou Fubao away. After all, the heavens of foreign lands cannot possibly be her kin. Yet, in this round of overseas selection, although there is a significant emphasis on professional competence, particularly in English proficiency, Zhou Fubao is not among the candidates. Out of thousands of applicants, one must navigate through 3 rounds: the department's preliminary examination, the school's written test, and finally, the Ministry of Education's unified examination. Moreover, the total number of successful candidates is limited to 52, which includes 2 accompanying teachers, with the remaining 50 hailing from various prestigious institutions: 11 from Peking University, 9 from Tsinghua University, 15 from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, including its Beijing branch, and 5 from other universities in Beijing, 2 from factories in Beijing, 4 from Shanghai, and 4 from 2 universities in Tianjin. The final selections from Peking University are predominantly from the fields of biology, physics, chemistry, mathematics, and computer science. More crucially, there is the matter of age. The youngest candidates are all over 30, with many in their 40s. The state dispatches students abroad with the expectation that they will return to serve their country, not to export talent to foreign nations. These students are middle-aged, with spouses, children, and aging parents to consider, which ensures the state can trust them. If they were to wait for a second round of overseas student quotas, it would not be until 1980. By that time, the grass on Su Jingin's grave might have grown tall. This situation feels like an inescapable cycle, devoid of resolution. After much contemplation, Su Jingin finds herself increasingly vexed. Upon rising the following day, she discovers that her dormitory mates have all left. While combing her hair in front of the mirror, she suddenly freezes. Setting down her comb, she scrutinizes her reflection. She has long felt that Zhou Fubo is a uniquely significant presence. But is she the only one who is special? Over the years, Su Jingin has interacted with several protagonists from various novels. Aside from some memories, they relied solely on their own capabilities. Yet, there is another individual who stands apart, her own self, Su Jingin. Where did all the appliances, furniture, clothing, bedding, and myriad daily necessities in her space come from? Where does the water come from, and where does it flow? How is the natural gas for cooking in the kitchen connected without pipes, and how is electricity sourced? The food that remains in the kitchen is never at risk of spoiling, and the storage room is perpetually clean and orderly. This time, Su Jingin resolutely focuses her thoughts, fervently calling upon her golden finger in her mind. After a while, a gentle male voice solemnly inquires, "Are you certain you wish to use your space to negate Zhou Fubao's fortuitous luck?" Su Jingin replies with conviction, "I am certain." To be candid, she has not utilized her space much since her arrival. Even after marrying Shenhe, she seldom thought of it, nor dared to. She feels no remorse in exchanging her space. Do you not desire the gifts that your space has bestowed upon you? Through gritted teeth, she asserts, I do not. Your space will continue to evolve and improve. The spiritual springs, cultivation, and even trading platforms across different realms that you are aware of will all become available. Do you not wish for these? I do not. The prospects may be grand, but Su Jingin fears that her life may be too short to enjoy them. The more the voice questions her, the more resolute her responses become. Do you not aspire to stand at the pinnacle of life? The challenges you face now are merely temporary, they can be overcome. I am but an ordinary person. Possessing a home, a stable job, a loving husband, and healthy, understanding children is already a great happiness. Su Jingin quickly adds, of course, for the likes of the old Su family, that is a different story. How could one not find happiness? In 2023, to live such a life would surely evoke envy in half the nation. I only need to exert my utmost effort. One must not be overly greedy. An ordinary person should possess an ordinary person's awareness. Besides, in a world with 360 trades, who can excel in every single one? The voice falls silent for a moment, then responds, very well, as you wish. Su Jingin hastily interjects, wait. If I am making such a significant sacrifice, it must be considered an indirect salvation of another's life, earning merit and making a contribution, right? Surely, there should be some benefit in return? She has never endured such a considerable loss. Even the state does not treat its citizens so cruelly. What is it that you desire? I do not wish for the inherent gifts of the space, but surely I should be allowed to keep what I have earned over the years? That is permissible. Then may I temporarily store my belongings with you? Just a few pieces of cash, some self-defense tools, and a bit of food. What would she do if she had to produce everything now? The food alone could last her a month. I can assist in storing them, but this space is only temporary. You may only withdraw items, not add to it. After 3 years, it will disappear. Agreed. That length of time would suffice for Su Jingin to consume all these items. Ding. The world's gaps have been bridged, and everything returns to normal. Su Jingin discovers that her space now only encompasses 4 cubic meters. Aside from an infinite cabinet for storing food, the rest contains items she has retained for emergencies. Consequently, many aspects of life begin to change. The master who was about to exorcise spirits suddenly realizes the ghosts have vanished. Those preparing to ascend to foundational cultivation and face the thunder tribulation find not even a trace of spiritual energy. The enchanting beauty gradually returns to the realm of ordinary individuals, and the once brilliant genius, who needed only to complete tasks to gain enlightenment overnight, now must start afresh with diligent study. Currently, Su Jingyan is busy, diligently organizing her belongings in the dormitory. She must leave for the train station early for the afternoon train. This time, the prospect of acquiring a sleeper ticket is out of the question. Su Jingyan obediently dons the same attire she arrived in, slinging a backpack over her shoulder, bringing along 2 steamed buns, tying her shoelaces, and heading to the train station. The waiting hall is already teeming with passengers given her stature. Attempting to board the train through the doors seems a futile endeavor. Upon passing through the ticket check, she dashes outside. Amidst the thronging crowd, Su Jingyan forges ahead, pinpointing her target train window, and with a swift motion, she climbs aboard and settles into her seat, releasing a long sigh of relief. When she awakens from her slumber, the train compartment is packed to the brim with people. All the aisles are filled, passengers are crouched beneath the seats, others are sprawled on the luggage racks, and the connections between train cars are congested with bodies. Chapter 83. Half-siblings of different fathers and mothers. With so many people around, it was quite inconvenient to move about. Su Jingyan had no choice but to limit her water intake to reduce her trips to the restroom. When the thirst became unbearable, she would take a sip. The current train carriage was even more chaotic than a hard sleeper compartment. The only items Su Jingyan had displayed were 2 steamed buns and a teacup, and she felt no fear of losing her belongings. However, during dinner that evening, she still glanced around. Some were eating plain steamed buns, others were enjoying sesame cakes, and a few were nibbling on biscuits, yet the majority were consuming coarse grains. It was only then that Su Jingyan took out her steamed buns and began to nibble slowly. Eating little by little was the only way to go. Mom, I need to pee." A small boy, appearing to be just over 2 years old, was tugging at the arm of a woman across from him. The woman seemed young, probably not yet 30. Perhaps fearing the inconvenience of bringing a small child along, and worried about him moving around too much, she had simply placed him in a bamboo basket. With so many people around, taking a child to the restroom was impractical. The woman swiftly lifted the child from the basket and supported him to stand by the train window. As soon as his pants were down, the little one relieved himself out the window. By midnight, the train was stopping and starting, and the crowd had thinned considerably. At least one could now traverse the carriage. The number of people heading to the restroom had undoubtedly decreased. Su Jingyan stood up, continuously murmuring, "Excuse me, please let me through," as she made her way to the junction connecting 2 carriages. A group of burly men had gathered there, leaning against one another, surrounded by a multitude of luggage. Su Jingyan instinctively glanced towards the crowd. Suddenly, someone across from her lifted their gaze and met her eyes. Both parties were momentarily taken aback before nonchalantly averting their gazes. Su Jingyan withdrew her gaze, calmly continuing her path to the restroom. Upon exiting, she encountered a man dressed in a Daikliang white shirt and gray trousers. He stood about 1.7 meters tall, in his 40s, wearing glasses, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor. He clutched a sleeper ticket, inquiring of those nearby, "Comrade, do you need a soft sleeper?" Given the economic struggles many families faced, it was common for people on business trips to economize wherever possible. This led to a peculiar phenomenon where many individuals, eligible for sleeper berths, both soft and hard, would forego them. They would instead utilize the difference in travel expenses as personal subsidies. The individual he questioned was another young man, dressed in a Daikliang white shirt and black trousers. The young man repeatedly waved his hands, saying, "No need, comrade, I'm fine, I'm young and strong." Why not ask someone older, or those with children, or frail women? With that, he walked into the adjacent carriage. Initially indifferent, Su Jingyan's ears perked up at this remark. For her, luck had never come from the heavens. Sure enough, an older male comrade scanned the area and quickly called out to Su Jingyan. Comrade." Su Jingyan pretended not to hear and quickened her pace, turning left to retrace her steps. After all, they were strangers, who knew whom he was addressing? "Hey, that young lady is calling you." Just as Su Jingyan was about to leave, a woman beside her reached out and grabbed her arm. Su Jingyan followed the strong hand that had caught her and turned to see a kind-hearted woman, seemingly around her age, about 30. She wore a somewhat worn shirt, her facial lines were somewhat stern, her frame was robust, and she sported a thick braid. What did you say, sister? Su Jingyan asked loudly. I said, someone is calling you, the woman pointed out. At that moment, the man had already caught up to them. Su Jingyan turned in confusion. Comrade, are you calling me? What is it? Let me make it clear, if you're here to borrow money or food, please don't bother. We don't know each other, and I have no obligation to help. The man, looking helpless, replied, Comrade, I mean no offense, I just wanted to ask you. While glancing around, he pulled out his sleeper ticket and waved it. Can we step outside to talk? Su Jingyan contemplated for a moment and responded, Follow me. She led him back to the junction by the restroom. You can speak here. The man candidly introduced himself, Comrade, my name is He Liang, and here is my press card. Su Jingyan glanced at it but made no move to take it. He Liang continued, I was wondering if you needed a sleeper ticket. I've been on the road for a long time, and times are tough, every bit saved counts. A man dressed in Dike Liang attire questioning whether a person in worn cotton could afford a sleeper ticket struck Su Jingyan as amusing. She inquired, Comrade, where does this ticket go? He Liang promptly replied, to H City, if you can't make it there, I can offer it at a lower price. Su Jingyan remarked, what a coincidence, I'm heading there too. How much do you want? Just as He Liang was about to speak, he looked Su Jingyan over, swallowed hard, and said, Sister, I won't ask for much, how does 20 yuan sound? Su Jingyan frowned, casting a hesitant glance at the sleeper ticket. Brother, if that's your price, I'll pass. Look for someone else. She turned to leave. Hey, young lady, young lady. He Liang quickly stepped in front of her. Don't rush off, what do you think is a fair price? I'm not asking for much. Su Jingyan paused in her tracks. Brother, I know you aren't asking for much, and it's true that regular folks can't easily obtain a soft sleeper. Pointing to herself, she continued, but do I look like someone who can afford it? He Liang scrutinized her from head to toe, realizing that her complexion was slightly sallow, her clothes faded and worn, and her liberation shoes bore patches. No one could deny that she appeared impoverished. No one would believe this woman was a student from Peking University or the wife of the deputy chief of the criminal police department in H City. He Liang clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing he had underestimated her. His group had come all the way to Beijing, expecting an easy job, only to find the train packed with people. They had to resort to prying open an unoccupied soft sleeper compartment to find a place to settle. Luring someone in would make their job easier, wouldn't it? Otherwise, how would they manage amidst the crowd? Little Liang had taken the opportunity to steal someone else's sleeper ticket. Now they had the tools for deception, and the excuses were ready-made. Who would have thought this woman would be so difficult to deal with? She had only just emerged from the carriage after boarding. The employer's money had already been spent. They had to see this through. Reluctantly, He Liang decided to lower his price. Otherwise, how could they continue the act? With determination, he said, how about 10 yuan, I can't go any lower. Su Jingyan shook her head, brother, you're overestimating me, perhaps you should find someone else. He Liang gritted his teeth, 5 yuan, sister, I'm really giving you a great deal here. Su Jingyan clapped her thigh enthusiastically, all right, brother. We'll do it your way. He Liang's expression stiffened momentarily. I can see you are an honest man, forthright in character. No wonder people say I'm lucky, I've truly met a benefactor right after stepping out. The man chuckled, young lady, what should I call you? If you can refer to me as brother, it must be fate. He had not anticipated that this female university student would be so easily deceived. After all, women often had a penchant for seeking small advantages. Su Jingyan gazed earnestly at him. Brother, my name is Su Jingyan. The moment I met you, I felt a connection. I am someone who never tells lies. In my heart, we are undoubtedly like siblings, born of different fathers and mothers. At that moment, He Liang could genuinely sense that Su Jingyan was not lying. Her eyes radiated sincerity, and the warmth of her gaze was undeniable. Chapter 84. A special sibling bond. This year, Vietnam has begun to instigate numerous armed provocations against China, resulting in a series of shocking and bloody incidents. The relationship between China and Vietnam has grown increasingly tense, prompting a reassignment of the combat unit where Xinyu serves in the latter half of the year. Seizing the opportunity while time permits, Xinyu applied for a family visit leave, wishing to return and see his parents. To speak candidly, in the unfortunate event that something were to happen, He would at least like to meet his family one last time. However, during his train journey, he unexpectedly encountered fellow soldiers who were on a mission. Since they all belonged to the same unit and were heading in the same direction, Shin Yu decided to lend a hand. To avoid drawing attention, they disguised themselves as farmers, carrying their luggage. Upon completing their task, they did not linger and quickly disembarked with their belongings. The train was scheduled to arrive at City H by dawn, so Shin Yu chose to remain comfortably on the train. To his surprise, he spotted the wife of his second brother. More importantly, her current situation appeared precarious. The man who was entangling her posed a significant threat. He Liang sensed that the time was ripe as the woman took the bait. Sister, let us go. I'll take you to the soft sleeper compartment. Su Jingyan pondered for a moment. Elder brother, please wait a moment. I have something to attend to. What is it? Did you forget your luggage? He Liang inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Su Jingyan waved her hand and quickly clarified, no, I didn't bring any luggage. Upon hearing this, He Liang finally felt reassured, knowing she was not deceiving him. After all, Xiao Liangzi and Lao Hua had been keeping a close watch on her since the moment she exited the Peking University campus. It seems I haven't exposed myself. With this thought, He Liang withdrew his hand from his pocket where a knife was concealed. With so many people on the train, it was best to avoid violence, lest things take a turn for the worse. Although it was sufficient to bring the target back for accountability, the value of a living person outweighs that of a dead one. Su Jingyan continued to explain, the older sister who just called out to me, I need to see her. I remember everyone who has shown me kindness. If it weren't for her good heart, would I have been able to secure a soft sleeper ticket? Elder brother, if it weren't for her, we might have missed this opportunity. How could I forget her kindness? He Liang, initially reluctant to complicate matters, now lowered his hand that was poised to stop her. Fine, what's the harm? You have a good heart, and I shall wait for you here. Su Jingyan was certain that the older sister who had just stopped her was in cahoots with them. Elder brother, you needn't wait here any longer. Let us move forward a bit. You see that, right there? Su Jingyan raised her head, stretching her neck while pointing with her left hand behind him. He Liang instinctively turned to look. At that moment, Su Jingyan had already drawn a club from her waist and swung it down with force. The man harbored malevolent intentions toward her, a palpable malice that she sensed the instant it emerged, even though he quickly masked it. By the time He Liang felt that something was amiss and instinctively attempted to evade, it was too late. With a resounding thud, he felt a darkness envelop him before collapsing. At that moment, Shin Yu rushed forward, catching the man and gently dragging him to the corner of the compartment. Su Jingyan promptly searched the man from head to toe, and observing her adeptness, Shin Yu realized that his second brother would likely never be able to hide any secret stash again. With no time to examine what he had, Su Jingyan hastily retrieved a rope from her backpack and handed it to Shin Yu, whispering, Elder brother, there are at least 2 more of them, and they are specifically targeting me. Shin Yu nodded in understanding. The number of assailants was uncertain. They needed to proceed quietly to avoid alerting any potential accomplices. Just as he finished securing the man, he saw Su Jingyan stuffing socks into the man's mouth. Noticing the man's bare feet, Shin Yu said nothing. After all, using one's own was preferable to relying on someone else's. Right, throughout the operation, the two exhibited remarkable coordination without making a significant sound. The few individuals lying in the connecting area did not even open their eyes, whether due to deep slumber or fear of doing so. After a brief inspection of the items on the floor, they hastily stuffed everything into the backpack. With the club tucked back into his waistband and the backpack concealing it, Su Jingyan returned to the compartment to find the kind-hearted older sister. When she approached, the older sister was engaged in a lively conversation with another girl, about to reach out to touch her hand. Su Jingyan seized the older sister's arm. Sister, thank you for what you did earlier. May I know your name? The older sister smiled warmly. My surname is Hua, you can call me Sister Hua. There is no need for thanks, it was a small matter. Su Jingyan interjected, Sister Hua, while I appreciate your sentiment, I cannot let this go unacknowledged. She then leaned in and whispered, that older brother just let go of a soft sleeper ticket for 5 yuan. You happened to come by to squeeze in with me, at least it's more convenient for restroom breaks, right? However, we must split the cost, do you agree, sister? Sister Hua beamed even more cheerfully. That would be wonderful. I thank you, sister. Su Jingyan looked at her sincerely. What is there to thank? You have such a kind heart, and we have a good rapport. I truly regard you as a sister. Xinyu, still feeling apprehensive, quickly sought out the train police and stealthily returned just in time to overhear the final words. His sister-in-law's heartfelt expressions conveyed sincerity that was unmistakable. Xinyu cast another glance at the fallen man, pondering deeply what kind of sibling bond was this, so uniquely profound. Su Jingyan clasped Sister Hua's arm, conversing as they made their way out. Just as they exited the compartment, Xinyu delivered a swift punch to Sister Hua's jaw, officially knocking her unconscious and dragging her away. After passing the restroom and reaching the entrance to the next compartment, Su Jingyan unexpectedly spotted the young man who had earlier made suggestions. She turned to point him out to Xinyu and the train police. It's him, white shirt, black pants, in his 20s. The train policeman's footsteps echoed steadily. A comrade, a young lady just reported that you were behaving inappropriately toward her. Please step out and cooperate with our investigation. Xiao Liangzi vehemently denied the accusations. It couldn't have been me, I haven't even stepped outside. The train policeman replied, step out first, we'll discuss it afterward. With no other option, Xiao Liangzi exited, only to be swiftly apprehended by the waiting officers. They all proceeded to the police station, where Su Jingyan recounted the events in detail. Upon questioning, they learned that there were only 3 perpetrators involved, which relieved everyone. Xinyu and Su Jingyan disembarked from the police station and made their way directly to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Xinhe had been periodically calculating when his wife was likely to return. He would have liked to meet her at the train station, but circumstances made it inconvenient. Firstly, he had been quite busy with work lately. Numerous educated youths were returning to the city, and the influx of unemployed youth had led to a chaotic urban environment. With new cases of crime arising daily, many people were idly passing their days, and various criminal gangs had begun to emerge. The number of cases filed in the past 6 months had surpassed that of the previous year combined. Secondly, the train schedules were unreliable. Nowadays, trains frequently ran late, and punctual arrivals had become the exception rather than the rule. Thus, Xinhe found it difficult to even take leave. Yet, who could have anticipated that instead of him meeting his wife at the station, she would arrive at his workplace instead? Chapter 85 of The Deadly Crisis. When Xinhe saw his wife and older brother arriving in a police car, he was utterly dismayed. How had public safety deteriorated to such an extent? His wife was driving him to the brink of madness, and time and again, she found herself in peril. With these thoughts, Xinhe felt a surge of anger, coupled with an overwhelming concern for his wife's safety. He hoped she wouldn't be frightened again. In the familiar office of the Criminal Investigation Team, everything remained unchanged. Ren Jiahua was responsible for interrogating the case, while old Zhao took notes, and Xinhe stood at the doorway, keeping watch. After some contemplation, Director Qiao decided to involve himself. He had a premonition that Comrade Su Jingyan was somehow destined to connect with their police force. The success of this year's performance and his own prospects for advancement hinged on Su Jingyan. As per the usual protocol, upon entering, Su Jingyan emptied the contents of her backpack onto the table: a knife, train tickets, money, a packet of drugs, a handkerchief, keys. Everything spilled out in a disarray. Observing this heap of items, Xinyu felt a wave of anxiety for his sister-in-law. Fortunately, this time, his sister-in-law had reacted swiftly, otherwise, no one would have known where she had been taken. Su Jingyan and Xinyu recounted the events once more. I ate 2 steamed buns as soon as I got on the bus and didn't dare to drink much water. Just look at my attire. If I were trying to exchange my sleeper ticket, what other intentions could I possibly have? Su Jingyan pointed to her outfit. It was only then that everyone noticed her disheveled appearance. Her complexion was pale, and her clothing was unkempt. Yet, Qiao Fengchun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Look, he exclaimed, Su Jingyan ought to find a new job. The police department would be the perfect platform for her talents. After both parties clarified the sequence of events and confirmed there were no oversights, old Zhao completed the notes and only put them away after everyone had reviewed them. Xinhe embraced Xinyu, exclaiming, brother, I truly owe you one this time. He then turned to Su Jingyan, taking her hand, saying, wife, we are fortunate to have our dear elder brother looking out for us. Xinyu immediately interrupted, what I share with my sister-in-law is a bond of brotherly friendship. After all, dealing with the siblings of his sister-in-law was no trivial matter. There could be no mistakes in that regard. Qiao Fengchun spoke kindly to Su Jingyan. We need to conduct a thorough investigation and interrogation regarding the specifics of this case. Little Su, you. Just then, Zhou Luo rushed in, breathless. Report, Director. They confessed, stating that Zhou Lang was the one who contacted them. What? The room fell silent in shock. Shin Yu sensed something amiss and asked, "What is going on? What is wrong?" Shin He, with a grim expression, replied, "Zhou Lang's father was originally the deputy director of our city's Revolutionary Committee. In 1972, he was assigned to the police station as an officer. Towards the end of last year, he was about to be promoted, but then a string of rape and murder cases erupted. One of the criminals had a connection to Zhou Lang, and the police uniform he wore was borrowed from him." Su Jingyan interjected, "I was the one who confronted the murderer." Upon hearing this, Shin Yu's gaze sharpened. Shin He continued, "Afterward, Zhou Lang attempted to use his connections to protect the perpetrator, but I refused. Once this came to light, he was blocked from advancement. This year, during the reckoning, his father was reassigned to the Clean Water Bureau. His future career prospects are bleak." The thought of this made Shin He grit his teeth. If it weren't for his wife's quick thinking, things could have turned disastrous. Zhou Lang wanted to safeguard the perpetrator. How could Shin He possibly agree? If he failed to imprison Zhou Lang, it would reflect poorly on him. Did Zhou Lang really think he could evade accountability? Xiao Fengchun, with his serious demeanor, declared, "We must arrest Zhou Lang immediately." Team leader Ren Jiahua promptly accepted the order. Understood. Within 3 minutes, Ren Jiahua, accompanied by 6 officers, raced off on a sidecar motorcycle, the engine roaring. Su Jingyan watched in astonishment, her eyes wide. Shin He explained, "Our department has a total of 3 Changjiang 750 motorcycles. This is already quite commendable. Many police stations in the county can't even provide a bicycle for each officer." Shin Yu added, "What of it? Though this vehicle may seem small, it has considerable power. It can carry a ton of cargo without issue." Once, the army transported 11 men, an entire combat squad, in a sidecar. Su Jingyan had to acknowledge her own limited experience. With this in mind, it wouldn't be surprising to witness the traditional skills of Third Brother in action. After all, they too had undergone training. Thinking of Zhou Lang, who had even sent people to capture her in order to deal with Shin He, Su Jingyan feared for the safety of Shin's parents and children. She said to Shin Yu, "Elder brother, I sense that things are amiss. You should return home to check on them. I will leave shortly." At this moment, the police station felt safer than the streets. Moreover, Su Jingyan had a premonition that today could be her life or death ordeal. That if she could survive, her future would be smooth sailing. If not, today would mark her end. Shin Yu nodded, feeling a twinge of worry for his family. He patted Shin He on the shoulder and hurried home. Shortly after Shin Yu departed, Deng Qiushi rushed in, panting heavily. "Report, Director, Zhou Lang was reported for attempting to rape a female employee yesterday and has surrendered his weapon, resulting in immediate suspension. Just now, team leader Rin discovered a female corpse at Zhou Lang's residence, deceased for no more than half an hour. Neighbors identified her as his ex-wife. Furthermore, Zhou Lang returned to the police station 20 minutes ago, claiming he had forgotten something. Unbeknownst to anyone, he took the opportunity to pry open a lock and steal a colleague's firearm along with dozens of bullets." Xiao Fengchun exclaimed, "This is disastrous. He is capable of driving, fighting, and his counter-surveillance skills. Immediately seal off the train and bus stations to prevent Zhou Lang from escaping. Notify all police stations and traffic units. Initiate a citywide search for Zhou Lang." "Yes." Deng Qiushi acknowledged the command. As he hurried away, Xiao Fengchun, with a grave expression, said, "During my time in the mountainous regions of Shaanxi, while eliminating bandits, I encountered many ruthless criminals. The look in Zhou Lang's eyes is akin to theirs. This is what we call murderous intent, a natural inclination towards violence." Suddenly, Deng Qiushi entered without even bothering to call out, "Director, something terrible has happened. The family of the district committee secretary has been shot by Zhou Lang." Xiao Fengchun sprang to his feet, and the already serious expressions on everyone's faces darkened further. "Clarify the specifics." Deng Qiushi quickly explained, "The district committee secretary's daughter-in-law works at the same police station as Zhou Lang, and they had a conflict. Zhou Lang has gone completely berserk." Furious, Xiao Fengchun slammed his palm on the table. "What a scoundrel! This is a disgrace to the national police force." His face was a picture of rage as he ordered, "Notify all police personnel to mobilize immediately. We must intercept him. If necessary, lethal force may be employed." Without uttering another word, Zhou Luer and Shin He mounted the remaining 2 sidecars, swiftly racing out. Xiao Fengchun looked at Su Jingyan and softened his tone, "Little Su, it's unsafe outside. You should stay here. Su Jing'an, filled with gratitude, replied, Thank you, Director. Chapter 86, The Tribulation. Su Jing'an pondered for a moment before deciding to visit the restroom. After meticulously tidying herself from head to toe, she ensured that her belt and shoelaces were secure. Since morning, she had not consumed a single drop of water. Seizing the opportunity, she retrieved 2 steamed buns from her space and finished them off, quenching her thirst before emerging from the restroom. The majority of the personnel at the Public Security Bureau had departed, leaving only Director Chiao, Su Jing'an, and the old gatekeeper, Lao Yao, a limping veteran. The entire office appeared desolate. Su Jing'an brushed her fingers across the dagger at her left waist before returning to Director Chiao's office. As she pushed the door open, she found Xiao Fengchun smoking while gazing expressionlessly out the window. After a while, he turned around, opened a drawer, and pulled out a box of cigarettes along with his 54 Type pistol. Little Su, come, let me see the fruits of your training. Have you forgotten after 6 months? Xiao Fengchun handed the gun to Su Jing'an, lighting another cigarette for himself. Su Jing'an took the handgun and disassembled it piece by piece, following her memory, then reassembled it. Having not handled a firearm in half a year, it took her 5 attempts before she gradually regained her touch. Grabbing a nearby cleaning cloth, she meticulously wiped and oiled each disassembled component before reassembling the weapon. Then, she loaded 6 bullets into the magazine, gave it a tap on the table, and finally secured the magazine into the grip of the gun. Once everything was in order, she raised the firearm with both hands and offered the grip to Director Chiao. Director Chiao, what do you think? Among the multitude of people, reactions to adversity varied. I have categorized them into 3 general types. Su Jing'an listened attentively to the elder's teachings. Noticing her demeanor, Xiao Fengchun's gaze softened. The first type. When faced with a situation, they panic, becoming flustered and weeping incessantly questioning why. How could this happen? The second type, after the initial chaos, they manage to regain their composure and contemplate solutions to the problem. Most people fall into this category. The third type are calm and rational. They often devise corresponding solutions the moment a crisis arises, swiftly seizing opportunities to extricate themselves, or even turning the tables. Little Su, you belong to this latter category. You are cautious, meticulous in your work, highly vigilant, and calm in the face of adversity. You are destined for this line of work. Su Jing'an chuckled in response, You flatter me. I am well aware of Director Chiao's care for me. Your favorable opinion of me is akin to that of a family elder. As the old saying goes, even a hedgehog believes its offspring to be exquisite. With a chuckle, Xiao Fengchun relaxed, leaning back against his chair. Su Jing'an continued, I am but an ordinary person, lacking lofty aspirations and harboring a modest heart. The multitude of compliments from Director Chiao only heightened her apprehension. Did he expect her to serve as an undercover agent or a spy? In these times, was it truly so easy to become a hero? Each day, she clung to life so precariously that her hair was thinning faster than Shenhe's. Just as she was on the verge of a better life, she would willingly plunge herself into perilous circumstances. Had she lost her mind? What did world peace have to do with an ordinary person like her? For someone who feared hardship at every turn, to bleed and sweat in service was sheer folly. They were not of the same ilk. Xiao Fengchun sighed and shook his head. What a pity, your aspirations lie elsewhere. Su Jing'an felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her life was spared. Since Zhou Lang had already taken a life, he had no intention of stopping. Thus, he chose not to flee, for he had not prepared to survive. Before his demise, he intended to eliminate everyone with whom he had quarreled or harbored grievances. In this way, Zhou Lang would not have lived in vain. After some calculations, he realized he still needed to deal with Shen He and his wife. Having experience in counter-surveillance, Zhou Lang donned a police uniform and switched vehicles multiple times to escape. Many passers-by remained oblivious to the fact that he was a murderer. Director Chiao had yet to receive any news, and unease settled in his heart. Lighting a cigarette, he stepped out of his office to get some fresh air. At that moment, a young officer parked his car not far from the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. Seeing a guard at the entrance, he understood that a forceful entry was inadvisable. After all, this was a police station, where firearms were commonplace. If the individuals inside became alert, it would complicate matters. The element of surprise was crucial for a successful approach. With this thought, Zhou Lang began to climb over the wall of the Public Security Bureau, panting heavily. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence. As the police were hot on his heels, Zhou Lang scaled the wall with his bare hands and gently leaped down. Just as he intended to enter, he was spotted by the gatekeeper, Lao Yao. "What is your name? Which precinct do you work for? When did you come in? I didn't see you." As a retired officer, Lao Yao's vigilance had never waned, especially at such a sensitive moment. Enraged that his plans were being thwarted, Zhou Lang raised his weapon and shot Lao Yao in the waist. Lao Yao let out a cry and collapsed, unconscious. This commotion startled Xiao Fengchun, who had been lost in thought on the playground. Realizing something was amiss, he knew it was too late to escape. Zhou Lang was already pointing a gun at him from over 20 meters away. "Though we have no enmity, if you tell me where Shen He and his wife are, I will let you go," Zhou Lang stated, advancing while keeping the gun trained on Xiao Fengchun. Xiao Fengchun, unarmed and wary, dared not act rashly. "Shen He has gone out." "I know he has gone out." Zhou Lang sneered, aware that a dog was relentlessly pursuing him from behind. "But I am asking about his wife. Wasn't Shen He reluctant to compromise due to his concern for his wife? Then let him live with the regret of his wife's death." Xiao Fengchun shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Zhou Lang pressed the cold barrel of the gun against Xiao Fengchun's forehead. "If Shen He had only been more forthcoming, the previous incident would not have dragged me into this mess. I would have already been promoted. I will never have hopes of advancement in this life." Does he think he can remain unscathed? What a naive dream. The train from Beijing. "If I did not see anyone, then that means the plan has failed, and Shen He's wife has escaped. Are you lying to me, As he spoke, Zhou Lang prepared to pull the trigger. Upon hearing the gunfire, Su Jingyan knew Zhou Lang had arrived. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, firmly grasping the handgun on the desk as she stealthily moved to the back of the office door. After a moment's thought, she felt it was amiss and instead circled around to the back of the desk quietly. She leaped out of the window, wiped away any footprints, closed the window with the screen, and readied the gun. Su Jingyan crouched low, creeping forward. She had never felt such tension. It was unlike the training ground. Sweat trickled down her cheeks, her facial muscles were taut, and her heart raced. Circling to the side of the office building, she calculated the distance between herself and the two men, approximately within 10 meters. Steadying her nerves, she raised her gun. That moment, her mind went blank. Right hand raised the gun, left hand supported it. Aim, pull the trigger, fire. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 shots rang out simultaneously. Zhou Lang had not had the chance to pull the trigger before a bullet struck him, hitting his head twice. With a thud, Zhou Lang collapsed to the ground, his handgun skidding far away. At that moment, Shen He and his companions rushed over in a frenzy. Chapter 87 Successful Transcendence. Shen and his companions followed the sounds of gunfire, along with reports from the crowd, and finally located Zhou Lang's presence. To their astonishment, Zhou Lang had truly gone mad with bloodlust. Not only was he targeting those with whom he held grudges, but he also opened fire on the approaching traffic police. At this moment, communication was sluggish, and contact was far from convenient. The 2 traffic officers were utterly unaware that the figure before them, clad in police uniform, was a murderer. Acting purely on instinct, they cast a glance at Zhou Lang, resulting in one officer being fatally shot and the other injured, while their motorcycle toppled to the ground. Ren Jiahua, witnessing Zhou Lang's ferocity, urged his team to pursue more aggressively, exclaiming, "Stay close." As he spoke, he reached for his firearm. In their line of work, the most perilous moments often occurred during apprehensions and pursuits. As the captain of the criminal police unit, Ren Jiahua always led the charge during missions. Sensing the dire situation, Zhou Lang resolutely drove his vehicle towards the pedestrians on the street. Screaming followed as chaos erupted among the crowd. Some people scrambled to evade the impending danger, while others rushed toward the police seeking protection. "Help! Help! Police, help!" Ren Jiahua and his team were compelled to slow down, yielding to the civilians. At this juncture, to prevent accidental injuries, they could not afford to fire their weapons recklessly. Veteran officer Guetian could only remain behind with a few others to manage the aftermath and seek assistance in transporting the injured to the hospital. Old Guetian looked up to see a colleague pointing at the fallen individuals, shaking his head in regret. 6 people lay severely injured, with broken arms and legs, and 1 had died on the spot. Guetian closed his eyes and cursed vehemently, "Damn it, beast!" Although many officers stayed at the scene to escort the injured to the hospital and to calm and disperse the crowd, there were still numerous personnel in pursuit of Zhou Lang. Shen even attempted to shoot him several times, yet to no avail. Zhou Lang, realizing the precariousness of his situation, understood that time was of the essence and could not afford to delay. Thus, he resorted to his old tactics, pulling out a revolver and firing indiscriminately at passers-by, creating further chaos. The pedestrians, stricken with fear, scattered in all directions. Seizing the moment of confusion, Zhou Lang turned his gaze towards the direction of the police station. Old Zhao remained behind with a contingent, transporting the 5 civilians who had been shot to the nearest hospital. Tragically, 2 had already succumbed to their injuries, leaving 3 in critical condition. Shen and his team, witnessing Zhou Lang's escape route, shouted in alarm, "This is bad," as the personnel in the precinct had already been mobilized, including Xiao Zhan, who managed household registrations. Was Director Qiao in danger? Should anything happen to the director within the precinct, it would be nothing short of a sensational scandal within the police force. How would they ever be able to step outside again? Would this incident not be recorded in the textbooks at the police academy, serving as a case study for newcomers year after year? As they approached within 100 meters of the station, gunfire echoed in the air, causing their hearts to race. Before the vehicle had come to a complete halt, they leapt out and dashed forward. Ren Jiahua stumbled slightly. It was over. Today marked the end of his tenure as captain of the criminal police. Shen was even more anxious. His wife was still inside the precinct. When faced with the choice between the director and his wife, would Zhou Lang even hesitate? The enmity between the couple was an undeniable certainty. As Shen ran, he experienced the sensation of 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow for the first time. Upon bursting into the police station, they beheld Zhou Lang brandishing his firearm against Xiao Fengchun, followed by the deafening sound of 3 gunshots. "Director! Director!" They watched in horror as Zhou Lang fired 3 shots, collapsing to the ground, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, covering Xiao Fengchun's face. A moment passed before the crowd regained their composure, hearts pounding in terror. The hot shell casing struck Su Jingyan's face, and without a moment's hesitation, she remained eerily calm, her mind a haze. As numerous familiar faces rushed in, she instinctively stepped out from the corner, moving slowly. The moment Shen laid eyes on his wife, he rushed over and enveloped her in his arms, repeatedly offering words of comfort. It's all right, everything is fine now. Dear, we'll head home shortly. Honey, look up at me." After a moment, Su Jingyan realized her husband was calling her. She struggled to focus her gaze on him, attempting to convey that she was unscathed, yet Shen could easily discern her fear and trepidation, the trembling hands, clenched teeth, and heavy footsteps. Shooting at the firing range, hitting the bullseye with ease, was a far cry from taking a life in reality. The former did not require one to confront the incessant guilt and profound unease that accompanied the act of killing another human being. Even when one is fully aware that the person they must kill is indeed a villain, the psychological torment remains indescribable. Of fear, doubt, and confusion are but a few of the negative emotions that come rushing forth. The others began to notice Su Jingyan as well, expressing their concern regardless of their familiarity with her. "Xiao Su, are you feeling better? Come inside and have some water." Xiao Fengchun wiped his face, gesturing to the crowd, "Rest assured, I'm fine. Now let's get back to work. Everyone needs to handle the follow-up on this case." Upon hearing the director's command, the crowd dispersed, each attending to their tasks. There were still many matters to address, and the public needed reassurance. Turning to Shen, Xiao Fengchun said, "Take a week off, go home and comfort Xiao Su." He couldn't help but reflect, if it weren't for Xiao Su today, I might have lost my life here. Even with battlefield experience, Xiao Fengchun felt a surge of fear and profound anger. Those who wield firearms despised having them aimed at their heads. Su Jingyan approached Xiao Fengchun, handing over her firearm. "Director, I'm heading home now. Make sure to rest well and alleviate your emotions. Come back tomorrow to submit your report. Shenhe, if anything comes up, don't hesitate to let me know." Though Xiao Fengchun remained unconvinced, he reiterated his concern. Shen promptly replied, "Thank you, Director. I won't forget." Climbing onto his bicycle, he carefully escorted his wife home. The precinct was bustling, and the couple chose not to add to the chaos. The moment they exited the police station, Su Jingyan felt a weight lift from her shoulders. A profound sense of clarity washed over her. She realized they had survived the ordeal. Upon entering their home, the children swarmed around them. "Mom, Mom, Mom!" Mao Mao exclaimed, "I scored 100 in my math exam." My son is truly remarkable, Su Jingyan beamed, ruffling her younger son's hair. Dodo added, Mom, I saved all my candy for you. Su Jingyan kissed her daughter's forehead. Thank you so much, my dear. Given the heat of the day, the candy had likely melted into a shapeless mass. Zhuang chimed in our class, Xiao Jiao has a beautiful new floral dress, Mom. I used my pocket money to buy you one too. Su Jingyan, unable to contain her gratitude, quickly inquired, Son, what color is it? Pink, it's absolutely stunning. Indeed, it sounds lovely. We picked it out together. Regardless of the circumstances, it was the thought that counted, and Su Jingyan embraced her eldest son. I am truly blessed to have such wonderful children. Just ask around the city, how many can boast the same? The three children grinned bashfully. After months of separation, the children and their mother had an endless array of stories to share. All right, enough chatter. Mom is tired from the journey, let her rest for a bit. Shin's mother remarked, we'll play again tomorrow. Shin encouraged, everyone, go out and have fun. Su Jingyan exchanged brief greetings with Shin's parents and grandmother before heading off to bed. She was utterly exhausted. Chapter 88. A fateful encounter. From the moment Su Jingyan stepped through the threshold of her home and engaged in casual conversation with the children, she maintained an air of nonchalance, as if nothing were amiss. Despite her earnest attempts to conceal her current emotions and demeanor, Shin Yu perceptibly detected a difference in his sister-in-law. After Su Jingyan retreated to her room for some rest, Shin Yu gestured subtly to Shin He. The two brothers stood shoulder to shoulder in the corner of the yard, exchanging puffs of smoke. What's going on? Today's events were hardly a matter to keep secret. Shin He recounted the sequence of events and their underlying causes to his elder brother. After a moment of silence, Shin Yu inhaled sharply. Is the second one really not considering a career change? Shin He shot a glance at his elder brother, responding curtly, change? No way. After a moment's reflection, Shin Yu conceded. To be honest, as an elder brother, he had not had much interaction with his sister-in-law. However, through their recent encounters, he had come to realize that she was quite a remarkable person. Not to mention, with her around, he and the second brother could venture anywhere with peace of mind. Shin He regarded his taciturn elder brother. Are you planning to leave again? Shin Yu exhaled smoke through his nostrils and nodded. Before I go, I must check in on our parents. Shin He replied, don't worry, I'll take care of things at home. If it eases your mind, just have your wife and the children come stay with us. We can always lend a hand. Absolutely not. Shin Yu interjected hastily. Before arriving, he might have entertained such an idea, but now, all plans had evaporated. Your sister-in-law is quite the schemer. It would be enough for you both to manage without getting entangled. Given his sister-in-law's decisive nature, if Gu Panpan didn't receive a beating, it would be a miracle. He had to consider the well-being of the four children. After a night's rest, Su Jingyan regained her energy the following day. Once the couple returned from the police station, they took the children out for a day of leisure. To the park, the zoo, the department store, fishing in the river, and even catching wild rabbits in the countryside. For 5 consecutive days, the children reveled in joy, while Shin He felt increasingly overwhelmed. Working day and night was quite a challenge for a middle-aged man. A mother knows her child best. That evening, during the family meal, Shin He received special treatment. In addition to the shared dishes of scrambled eggs with chives and yam porridge, a separate plate of stir-fried kidney was set before him. His porridge, too, was adorned with an extra sprinkle of goji berries. He found himself pondering, was his demeanor so overt? Shin mother called out to the entire family, dinner, everyone, eat up. Jingyan has lost weight. What would you like to eat tomorrow? I'll have your father prepare it. Second, don't stop, eat while it's hot. Don't be shy. Second, eat more. Shin Yu, reveling in the spectacle, served his younger brother several helpings of kidney. Later that night, as they prepared for bed, Shin father quietly brought Shin He a bowl of boiled black beans. Son, I've been through it all, I understand. He patted his son's shoulder before turning to leave. Shin He stood there, expressionless, closing the door behind him. Su Jingyan watched her husband at that moment, stifling a laugh as she lay on the bed. The following morning, Shin He returned to work. Summer mornings were a bit cooler, so Shin mother, after finishing her grocery shopping, would always linger to connect with her group of old friends, returning only when the sun was high. The children would bolt as soon as they awoke, having eaten their fill. Su Jingyan remained in bed, relishing her leisurely life. Shen Yu, drenched in sweat from his workout, prepared to fetch water for a shower. Bang 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 bang. Shen Yu draped a towel over his shoulder and walked to the door. With the dismantling of the Gang of Four, the end of the Cultural Revolution, and the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, Lu Qing keenly sensed that the times had changed, yet, ever cautious, she bided her time. Over the course of 6 months, she perused every newspaper, diligently listened to the radio, and made special trips to the municipal government, the Revolutionary Committee, and the Neighborhood Committee. Ultimately, she confirmed that the world was indeed different. That very evening, she informed her daughter of their impending departure. Chen Xiangxiu had grown up here. Despite the hardships endured at the Chun household, she had never contemplated leaving. Leaving? Where to? Since Lu Qing had broached the subject, she had no intention of concealing the truth. Xiangxiu, you are not a child of the Chen family. Chen Xiangxiu listened in stunned silence as her mother recounted a revised edition of their love story. Indeed, regarding matters of vengeance and murder, Lu Qing would not even divulge the truth to her own daughter. She understood profoundly that secrets are burdens one carries in silence, only to be taken to the grave. What Chen Xiangxiu heard morphed into an entirely different tale. Chen Dong saved the young Lu Qing, and they gradually fell in love and married. However, when Lu Qing struggled to conceive, Chen Dong strayed with a young widow. Upon discovering his infidelity, Lu Qing retaliated by bestowing a green hat upon him. Unbeknownst to her, that very night, she became pregnant with Chen Xiangxiu. Xiangxiu's biological father was a remarkable man, yet he was infatuated with Lu Qing, who was equally passion-driven. When Lu Qing resolved to elope with Xiangxiu's father, Chen Dong suddenly realized his folly and begged Lu Qing not to leave. Caught between two men, Lu Qing ultimately found herself in a dilemma. Her daughter's father succumbed to a love-induced illness, while Chen Dong drowned in guilt. After hearing her mother's account, Chen Xiangxiu felt a chill run down her spine. She was overwhelmed by the realization. Love is terrifying. The mother in the story before her was unrecognizable from the nurturing, gentle, and diligent woman standing before her now. Love could blind a person and diminish one's intellect. Chen Xiangxiu was engulfed by a feeling she could scarcely articulate. It seemed that if she were to become ensnared in such a narrative at this very moment, a torrent of troubles would inevitably follow. From a young age, she had been acutely aware of how difficult life had been for her mother in the Chun household. She had no desire to tread the same path as her mother, becoming a drudge in someone else's home. With this thought, clarity flooded Chen Xiangxiu's mind. Mother, where do you propose we go? Lu Qing pondered for a moment before retrieving a jade pendant and an ancient letter from her pocket. The envelope bore the intricate character Gu. Your father's name was Gu Yunoi. His ancestral home is in M City. Your father had connections there and left us a set of apartments. Look, Lu Qing said, producing a property deed. Moreover, there are steel factories there. We could transfer our jobs, I've inquired. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. The factory director there shares the surname Gu. He must be your father's distant relative. Isn't that better than being aimless here? There were too many familiar faces in this place for the two of them. Furthermore, not a single family that had approached them for Xiangxiu's hand had been respectable. Lu Qing's lingering concern was that her daughter bore the Chen surname, yet here, to change her daughter's surname was utterly inconceivable. All right. When shall we depart? Chen Xiangxiu wasted no time. She felt that this place was not conducive to their well-being. Leaving seemed the best course of action. Lu Qing replied, let me make some inquiries. If all goes smoothly, it could be within a few days. Chen Xiangxiu suddenly recalled, Mother, the clerk Su from our unit's archives is from M City. I'll ask her for information. Lu Qing nodded. Xiao Su is a good person. She keeps her mouth shut. I heard she is already back from university. The following day, Chen Xiangxiu set out to gather information and eventually found her way to Shen He's home. Chapter 89 Missed Opportunities. As Shen Yu opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of a young lady. She appeared to be under 20, with a fair complexion, an oval face, and two long braids cascading over her shoulders. Chen Xiangxiu, displaying a charming demeanor, promptly inquired, May I ask if Shen Gong'an's beloved, Su Jingyan, is at home? Although she was unfamiliar with the person before her, the resemblance to Su Jingyan's spouse, Shen, was striking enough to suggest they belonged to the same family. Standing at a height of less than 160 centimeters, Chen Xiangxiu gazed up at the towering Xinyu, who stood at 175 centimeters. The young lady's eyes sparkled with clarity, her eyelashes long and dense. Her voice was soft and melodious, as if it could traverse the air and settle gently in one's heart. Xinyu, momentarily pausing at the door, called out, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, there's someone here." After shouting, he stepped back into the house, adding, "Come in, she's home." Hearing Xinyu's call, Su Jingyan hastily got out of bed and rushed outside, struggling to put on her shoes while hurriedly arranging her hair with her fingers. "Ah, I'm coming." Upon stepping out, she was met with the sight of Xinyu and Chen Xiangxiu in the courtyard, leaving her momentarily stunned, a pang of regret stirring within her. "Sister-in-law, I have something to attend to outside," Xinyu stated, not waiting for Su Jingyan's reply before hastily departing. Su Jingyan, momentarily disregarding Xinyu's hurried exit, was now intensely curious about the reason for Chen Xiangxiu's visit. "Xiangxiu, please have a seat," she said, moving 2 stools into the courtyard and then heading to the kitchen to pour a glass of water, which she brought back. "No need to fuss, Sister Jingyan. I merely came to chat for a bit," Chen Xiangxiu replied, rising in evident modesty. Su Jingyan gently urged her back down onto the stool. "Even if we weren't acquainted, is it not customary to offer a drink to a guest?" Chen Xiangxiu smiled softly. After exchanging a few polite remarks, Su Jingyan inquired curiously, "Xiangxiu, did you come here today for a specific reason?" Finding Chen Xiangxiu agreeable and the matter uncomplicated, Su Jingyan felt inclined to assist. Chen Xiangxiu placed the glass of water on the stone table in the courtyard. "Sister Jingyan, my mother intends to move us to M City. I feel uncertain, so I thought to ask about the steel mill back in your hometown. How are the people there?" Su Jingyan pondered for a moment before responding, "The steel mill jobs are quite good these days, and I have not heard any negative rumors about the leadership there. You and Qing's wife should keep a keen eye on the specifics." Chen Xiangxiu then asked, "How is Director Guo?" "He is quite upright. No one can speak ill of him in his professional capacity." It was Director Guo who had assisted her in Zhao Xiaofeng in their job exchange. Zhao Xiaofeng's mother, Feng Chunxiao, a common worker, had asked Director Guo to watch over her daughter before her passing, and he had readily agreed. As for his personal life, Su Jingyan felt unqualified to comment. Chen Xiangxiu appeared relieved after hearing this. "Thank you, Sister Jingyan, I appreciate your help. And Sister Jingyan, do you need me to bring anything back to your family?" Su Jingyan declined with a smile, "No need. We correspond monthly." Whatever she might give, she was reluctant to part with. "Moreover, my brother is still unmarried, it would be improper for a young lady to visit. Should any complications arise or gossip ensue, it could lead to enmity between their families. In this world, the postal service exists for a reason. It is preferable to send correspondence for a fee than to entangle oneself in personal affairs. Its reach is extensive. Essentially, everyone in the compound would know of the visit. It leaves a record, no one could speak carelessly, and most importantly, it avoids any romantic entanglements, no adverse effects." Wasn't this how Xinyu had become ensnared? Before the reform and opening up, unmarried individuals had to be cautious to avoid complications. After the reform, people had turned their focus to material wealth, and even married individuals had to be wary. After a few more exchanges, Chen Xiangxiu took her leave. Throughout the conversation regarding their impending move to M City, Su Jingyan refrained from asking further questions. Upon returning home, Chen Xiangxiu and Lu Qing confirmed their decision to leave and immediately set about their tasks. Lu Qing dashed out to make phone calls and handle paperwork, while Chen Xiangxiu packed their belongings, sending what they would take along and organizing what remained. After 2 days of diligent preparation, the mother and daughter set off with their satchels for the train station. Xinyu began his run along the riverbank as soon as he stepped outside. In a matter of moments, he appeared as if he had emerged from the water. Estimating that it was nearly time, he gradually made his way back, panting heavily. Upon entering the house, he found only Su Jingyan in the courtyard. Xinyu spent the entire afternoon busying himself. He cleaned every window, swept the floors until they sparkled, and even washed the curtains and matting. After spending another day at home, Xinyu finally ventured out the following afternoon. As he departed, his parents expressed their concerns repeatedly. Su Jingyan and Xinhe, accompanied by several children, stood at the entrance watching Xinyu's figure grow smaller in the distance. Turning around, Su's mother was already in tears. Chen's father gently wiped her tears with his hand. "Enough now, everyone should attend to their own affairs, off you go. The children scampered away in a flash. Shinyi returned to work, while Su Jingyan resumed her languid repose. At the train station, while waiting for his train, Shinyi spotted Chen Xiangxiu and her mother. The waiting room was packed with hundreds of people, yet he immediately recognized the young lady. The summer heat was stifling, with the stench of sweat mingling with foot odor. Stepping inside was nearly unbearable. Anyone with a full stomach might be on the verge of retching. Chen Xiangxiu held a handkerchief to her nose, fixated on the ticket-checking point, while Lu Qing fanned herself with a newspaper. After several moments of hesitation, Shinyi still felt uneasy and slowly moved closer to Chen Xiangxiu. As the ticket gate opened, the crowd surged forward in a frenzy. Lu Qing tightly grasped her daughter's hand, nearly losing her several times in the crush. Once they traversed a short distance, they hurriedly followed the throng toward the platform. The train slowly approached the station, but it was evident that it was already filled with passengers. Why isn't the door opening? Surely they're not refusing to let us board? The crowd began to stir restlessly, and those in front started banging on the train doors while those behind pushed forward. At that moment, Chen Xiangxiu felt a sudden jolt as someone shoved her aside, and she stumbled off the platform. The train continued to glide forward, leaving her in a state of shock, her face drained of color from fear. Shinyi, who was not far from her, swiftly grasped her shoulder and pulled her back with all his might. Lu Qing rushed over in a panic, embracing her daughter and offering comforting words. Once Chen Xiangxiu managed to quell her fear and turned to express her gratitude to her rescuer, she found he had already vanished. Watching from a distance as the two boarded their train, Shinyi then turned to run toward his own. The train rattled onward, the scenery flashing by outside. Shinyi clenched his fist and extended his hand out the window, suddenly releasing it. The strand of hair that had remained between his fingers was swept away by the wind. In life, one must inevitably make choices. There is no perfect solution to every situation. Chapter 90. The path to marriage. Mother Shin gazed at the tidy and immaculate room, her heart pierced with a pang akin to 1,000 needles. The sun continued to rise in the east and set in the west, and life had to carry on as usual. The Shin family swiftly reverted to their former routines. The summer rains fell with an unpredictable ferocity given their advancing years. Both Shin parents felt a chill in the air. Opening the trunk filled with autumn garments, she sought a few thicker clothes to wear, only to discover a small box hidden within. Mother Shin's heart sank as she trembled while opening it, revealing letters left by Shinyi. There were letters addressed to both Shin father and mother, as well as to Shin and Su Jingyan, their 3 nieces and nephews, and his wife Gu Panpan, along with letters for their 4 children. Each envelope for the 4 children bore a date, with 1 letter sent each year until they turned 20-5. As she beheld these items, emotions that she had painstakingly suppressed surged forth once more. Unable to contain herself, Mother Shin broke into tears. Father Shun, with reddened eyes, sat silently beside her, unable to utter a single word of comfort. At the Su residence, the morning routine unfolded. Washing the face, brushing the teeth, shaving, wetting the hair to style it, and then applying a delicate layer of snowflake cream to the face, neck, and hands. Finally, a clean and tidy outfit was donned. As soon as her son approached, Mother Su caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. She attributed her son's unusual behavior to the aftereffects of rural life. With a serious tone, she addressed Su Jianjie. Old 4, we will meet at the park entrance at 9 o'clock this morning. You are familiar with this matter, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Su Jianjie nodded helplessly. Mother Su had not anticipated the rocky road of marriage that awaited her youngest son. Despite numerous introductions, none had struck a chord with him. Old 4, why not lower your expectations a bit? Settling for something less might be wise. Mother, my expectations are not unreasonable, he replied, observing that those women were clearly not suitable matches for the Su family. Otherwise, why would so many exceptional individuals be drawn to her youngest son? Su Jianjie resolutely shook his head. Since returning to the city, he had yet to start a family. Over the years, he had transformed from Mother Su's beloved little cotton-padded jacket into the disliked one in his mother's eyes. Once a youthful lad, he now found himself categorized as an older single man, with his prospects dwindling instead of improving. A sense of indignation welled up within him. Why was it that those with children received attention, while he, a young bachelor, was overlooked? Su Jianjie felt utterly powerless. He yearned for a family, for a wife and children to share a warm hearth, yet the world seemed adamantly opposed to his desires. His 2 years in the countryside had broadened his horizons, teaching him to remain vigilant against potential pitfalls. He categorized the women he encountered into 4 distinct types. The first type of those who accidentally sprained their ankles, encountered him while shopping, collided into him unexpectedly, or approached him on the street for directions, he pretended not to notice any of them. He had witnessed such scenarios numerous times. When he first arrived at the Shen family, he had recounted how he met his wife, and Su Jianjie immediately realized his brother-in-law had fallen into a trap. From his sister, he learned that frequent chance encounters were no longer mere coincidences. Indeed, his 2 years of rural experience confirmed this insight. A man who had seen the world could not easily be deceived. The second type, young women of good reputation, kind-hearted and considerate, possessing a gentle demeanor that resonated deeply with others. Wasn't this the forte of his second sister? Upon closer inquiry, one would discover that anyone who had crossed her path in a conflict of interest had come to no good. While the girl treated him well, she was equally kind to others. Such tactics were all too familiar to him. The third type of young women who were straightforward, efficient, and adept both in domestic and external affairs. This description fit his own mother perfectly. From the time he became aware, his father had never dared to utter a word against his mother's wishes. The two had never quarreled throughout their lives. The thought of marrying someone resembling Mother Su sent shivers down his spine. The fourth type, honest and industrious, capable of managing household affairs. Before his sister-in-law Su Mudwa married into the family, she had cultivated such a persona. Yet, her small ulterior motives had never waned. With countless women in the world, Su Jianjie could always discern the shadows of Su family women in them. The women introduced by matchmakers also fell into two categories. The less desirable, either the women themselves were unemployed, or their families were troublesome, or they came with a multitude of burdens. All of them hoped he would lend a helping hand, seeking to gain advantages from him. What could Su Jianjie do? Even if he were to strip himself of all pride, he could not marry such a woman. Those with comparable conditions could be further divided. The first group consisted of those lacking intelligence. Although Su Jiangmo and his wife had moved to the far northwest, they could not remain there forever. They would eventually return. At that point, if he didn't confront the eldest brother and his wife, he would no longer be recognized as Su Jianjie, the fourth son of the Su family. Marrying someone lacking in wit would only hinder his progress and burden his elder brother. The second group comprised intelligent women with lofty ambitions. They often sought to connect with his second sister, aiming for upward mobility. Such individuals would dig pitfalls for him even before he entered the door, and once married, his second brother would bury him alive. Su Jianjie was not ready to give up on life just yet. Noticing the time, he realized it was already 8 o'clock. Riding his bicycle to the park, he was surprised to find two young women waiting under a large tree. One was strikingly beautiful and slender, while the other was of average appearance, plump and fair. Su Jianjie approached the more robust young woman directly. "Hello, I am Su Jianjie. I apologize for keeping you waiting." It was said that this girl had a good job and came from a decent family. Surely her appearance would not disappoint. The girl responded straightforwardly, "Comrade Su Jianjie, how much betrothal gift does your family provide? My mother insists that it must be no less than 200 yuan. After all, my two nephews will also be getting married in a couple of years, and there won't be enough to go around." Su Jianjie sighed inwardly, realizing he had miscalculated. No matter how well off one's family might be, it didn't preclude them from seeking further gains. He hadn't anticipated that the bride price would not only cover his brothers but also the next generation. He replied, "My mother also stated that a bride must bring no less than 200 yuan in dowry to marry me, thus, it seems we are not well matched. It is only natural for a man to pay a bride price when marrying. How can one expect the woman to provide a dowry? Does that mean the girl has been raised for nothing? Now, we have gender equality. It's not just the unmarried girls who are valuable. Even a first-time groom like me holds worth." As soon as Su Jianjie finished speaking, he turned to leave. Just then, he overheard a conversation nearby. "After we marry, I will move in with you. After all, your mother is getting old and needs assistance. If you have children, let your mother take care of them, allowing her to rest without the burden of work." Upon hearing this, Su Jianjie stared incredulously at the man across from him. His admiration for the audacity of such words mingled with disbelief. Even he, with his thick skin, felt humbled. He had always believed the world to be abnormal, only to realize that it was his surroundings that were truly peculiar, specifically, the extraordinary people encircling him. Chapter 91. The Taste of Home. Director Gui Yunli was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the token in Lu Qing's hand. Although he and Gui Yunhui were not biological brothers, they had grown up together and later enlisted in the army as comrades. After the victory of the War of Resistance, he was reassigned to work in M City, where he subsequently settled down, marrying and starting a family. He recalled that after the founding of the country, Hui Yunhui was dispatched to Hunan to combat bandits, and they had lost touch since then. Now, with his brother's wife and child arriving, he felt compelled to care for the lone descendant left behind by his brother. If anything were to happen to the young lady, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Thanks to Director Guo's diligent efforts, the work, household registration, and property matters for Xiang Xiu and her daughter were all smoothly arranged. After arriving in M City, Lu Qing and her daughter, now renamed Lu Shangxiu, managed to settle their lives in less than 2 weeks. One of Lu Qing's reasons for leaving H City was the inability to find a suitable young partner for her daughter. The Chen family had become too notorious, causing many to harbor ulterior motives. Upon arriving here, with some assistance, Lu Qing naturally began to seek introductions for her daughter. Now 19, Lu Shangxiu embarked on her journey of matchmaking. Unexpectedly, during her very first meeting, she encountered a rather peculiar suitor. After listening to her match's remarks and observing another couple nearby craning their necks to watch, Shangxiu found herself in an incredibly awkward position. Even if she were to be outraged by her suitor's comments, she could not bring herself to utter anything untoward. Well, we simply aren't compatible. Not compatible? In what way? I believe this arrangement is absolutely ideal, the suitor insisted, posing a rather existential question. Su Jianjie took a deep breath, realizing that he had been somewhat naive. Upon reflection, he acknowledged that he still had much to learn in life. The young lady before him was not only attractive but also spoke with a gentle demeanor. Su Jianjie felt certain that her family had protected her exceptionally well, for he sensed no struggle for survival or fierce determination in her. Such a fine young woman, no matter how appealing, made Su Jianjie hesitant to approach even a step closer. He understood that someone like her could not survive in the Su household. It was akin to a sheep entering a wolf's den. Merely standing there would provoke the others into action. Lu Shangxiu, confronted with her suitor's unconventional thought process, found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed and called out over her shoulder, "Mom, when in doubt, consult your mother." This was Lu Shangxiu's guiding principle. Her shout left the other three momentarily speechless. Lu Qing emerged from behind a nearby tree. In unfamiliar territory, how could she possibly allow her daughter to meet an unknown man alone? Look, here she was, just in time. Upon Lu Qing's arrival, the suitor, albeit reluctantly, felt the need to maintain some semblance of dignity. Perhaps he realized he could not easily deceive the more seasoned women present. Most middle-aged women had endured the trials of marriage and the rigors of work, leaving them skeptical of mere words and more focused on tangible benefits. Lu Qing raised her gaze to the suitor. Her eyes seemed to pierce through to his very bones. The young man dared not utter another word and, with a pale face, hurriedly turned to leave. The moment Su Jianjie laid eyes on Lu Qing, he felt as if every cell in his body was screaming. Everyone possesses an innate sixth sense, whether others believe it or not. Su Jianjie firmly did. This was the person he had been searching for. The only regret was her age. If only she were 10 years younger, he would have charged forward. Alas, he had no choice but to relinquish that hope. The world was vast, and who was he meant to marry? As Su Jianjie stepped through the door, he was greeted by his mother standing at the entrance. Su's mother did not inquire further but resignedly said, "Tomorrow at 2 p.m., same place." Su Jianjie nodded, sensing that his mother's patience was wearing thin, and refrained from saying anything more. The following afternoon, after some preparation, Su Jianjie rode his bicycle to the park entrance. The same grand tree stood there, but the woman for the matchmaking had changed. Zhao Xiaofang, having heeded Su Jing'an's advice, quickly exchanged her apartment for another and discreetly relocated her household registration. Once she moved into her new place and began riding her bicycle to work in the finance office, her stepmother, Deng Taohua, found herself blindsided. She was caught off guard. She had nothing, no job, no home, no dowry, no money. Not even Zhao Xiaofang's household registration remained in this household. Despite her fury, Deng Taohua had no choice but to swallow her pride. After a few days, she managed to secure a temporary job for her daughter through connections. When Zhao Xiaofang turned 18, she took out the engagement token left by her biological mother, Feng Chunqiao. Inside the small box lay a fountain pen, a gold ring, a silver bracelet, and 4 letters. 3 of the letters were marriage contracts, while one was specifically addressed to her. Zhao Xiaofang. Indeed, Feng Chunqiao, fearing unforeseen changes over time, utilized all available resources to choose 3 families, each of whom she had deep connections with, some having benefited from her kindness. As Zhao Xiaofang grew, she might find that only a few families remained, or perhaps none would suit her tastes. Feng Chunqiao could not predict this. She only knew that she wanted to provide her daughter with greater security before her own time ran out, ensuring she could enjoy a stable later life. As the years passed, little remained unchanged. Zhao Xiaofang, holding her mother's letters, discreetly inquired about the families. She discovered that one family's son had already found a beloved, another family simply did not get along. And the last family, with an only son, had no other demands except for a desire for at least 7 children. Zhao Xiaofang returned the tokens to each family, receiving in exchange 3 identical, slightly worn silk handkerchiefs. Crossing the river to pick lotus flowers, the orchid marsh is filled with fragrant grasses. Though the prospects for marriage had faltered, Zhao Monsong's affection for his biological daughter remained unwavering. Zhao Xiaofang and Deng Taohua's daily conflicts were frequent, yet Zhao Monsong never intervened. Regardless of how Deng Taohua displayed her displeasure, Zhao Monsong continued to provide his daughter with a room. Nearly 10 years had passed, and Zhao Xiaofang still had not found a suitable partner. During this time, gossip circulated, yet as long as Zhao Xiaofang remained non-committal, Zhao Monsong never pressured her. As 2 individuals facing the challenges of matchmaking, Zhao Xiaofang and Su Jianjie ultimately crossed paths. Su Jianjie arrived at the park beneath the grand tree, approaching the woman of similar age before him. The moment their eyes met, both felt an instant connection. Su Jianjie understood that his fateful encounter had arrived, for this young woman exuded an unmistakable essence of home. Chapter 92. Defying fate. Su Jingyan counted the days on her fingers while muttering, "There are quite a few auspicious dates. The 24th, 26th, 28th, and 30th are all favorable for travel. However, some of the earlier dates seem rather soon." Shenhe, unfazed, inquired, "Have you made up your mind? Director Qiao is waiting." This time, before Shenhe could even speak, Director Qiao inquired of her himself. After a leisurely summer, Su Jingyan felt exceptionally relaxed. "Let us go with the 28th, it strikes a good balance." Shenhe replied, "I'll respond to Director Qiao first thing tomorrow morning and aim to finalize this matter soon." "Do you still prefer the upper berth?" The upper berth was indeed inconvenient for movement, yet after surviving a life-threatening ordeal, one could never be certain of other potential troubles. Su Jingyan pondered for a moment. "This time, let us try for a middle berth. By the way, how is Lao Yao doing?" Shenhe continued, "After such a long recovery, he should be well. However, the injury to his back has had some lingering effects." At this point, Shenhe's expression stiffened slightly. When a group had visited Lao Yao in the hospital, Director Qiao had been genuinely concerned for the old comrade, given the nature of his injury. Who would have expected Lao Yao's wife to wave her hand dismissively, saying, "What is there to be sad about? It's not a major issue, living is more important than anything." Everyone present had felt that Lao Yao was fortunate to have such a caring wife. But then she followed up with, "At his age, it hardly makes a difference whether he is injured or not, he doesn't need to." The ward fell silent in an instant, looking at Lao Yao lying on the hospital bed, his face a tapestry of wrinkles. Xiao Fengchun ventured, "I remember Lao Yao was only 54 this year, isn't he?" Lao Yao's wife replied, "Indeed." Xiao Fengchun, still reluctant, added, "We should still consider giving Lao Yao some nourishment. If he were to simply concede in front of the entire bureau, what would happen to him, being 2 years older than Lao Yao?" Su Jingyan gathered her belongings, and Shenhe escorted her to the train station. Life on the train was a microcosm of society, and Su Jingyan remained as understated and cautious as ever. This time, the train did not experience significant delays, arriving during daylight. Su Jingyan boarded the school bus and returned to her dormitory. Having been vacant for an extended period, the dorm was covered in dust. She swept the floor, dusted the bed, and arranged her belongings meticulously. She dismantled the blankets and mattresses stored in the dorm, washing and airing them out as needed. Once everything was in order, Su Jingyan placed her meal container into a cloth bag and headed to the post office. "Jingyan, is that you? Did you just arrive today?" As soon as Su Jingyan entered, Xiao Tang from the post office greeted her enthusiastically. After all, in this era, anyone who frequented the post office monthly with half their stipend could be considered somewhat of a local celebrity. With no one else around, Su Jingyan smiled, "What can I say, it's the bond among our female colleagues that truly matters." After making a phone call and sending a letter of assurance, she pulled out a handful of walnuts from her cloth bag. "Come, try these. They're nothing special, just a local specialty." Xiao Tang, not one to be polite, took one and squeezed it against the door until it cracked open. "What is not to like? Your standards must be quite high." Su Jingyan continued, RH city is situated in the plains and belongs to a revolutionary old district. There are indeed a few local delicacies worth mentioning. However, when the weather gets hot, they are not easy to transport. If you ever have the chance to visit us, I'll treat you to Guoba's fire-roasted delicacies. Even Premier Zhou praised them. Xiaotang might never visit H City, but upon hearing Su Jingyan's warm and sincere words, her smile radiated even brighter. After a long absence, the two friends chatted animatedly for quite a while. Su Jingyan glanced at the sky. I must go fetch my meal. If I delay, there may be nothing left. Xiaotang hurriedly replied, You should hurry, I also need to get off work soon. Su Jingyan waved goodbye and walked straight towards the cafeteria. After a restful night, the next morning, Su Jingyan rose early to prepare herself. It is a bittersweet truth that despite her time in Beijing, even with weekends off, she had never once stepped outside the campus. The thought was daunting. Fortunately, the campus was sufficiently expansive, accommodating her basic needs. Su Jingyan slung her backpack over her shoulder, donned her sandals, and strolled towards Yan Garden. From a distance, the roar of a diesel engine could be heard. A yellow-topped, half-painted crimson Skoda towing a trailer approached. The former Route 32 had now been renamed Route 332, offering a scenic journey from the zoo to the Summer Palace for just 20 cents, encircling the entire Yan Garden. This bus, originating from the outskirts, served as a sightseeing vehicle, attracting many tourists. As the doors opened, a ticket collector holding a brown leather wallet disembarked with the crowd, promptly following the passengers back on board to sell tickets. Su Jingyan squeezed into the line and found a seat. It was only then that she curiously surveyed the public bus of this era. The beige interior, with its reddish-brown seat cushions and backs, was indeed genuine leather, explaining its comfort. The armrests of the seats had worn down to reveal the shiny iron pipes beneath. The floor of the bus was lined with wooden slats, spaced about 5 centimeters apart, causing many passengers to find their feet half on the slats and half in the gaps. The ticket collector shouted, 5 cents for up to 5 stops, 10 cents for 6 stops and beyond, as she opened her ticket pouch, revealing tickets ranging from a few cents to 10 cents. Su Jingyan spent the entire day following the crowd, wandering and exploring. With the school year yet to commence, she leisurely strolled through the city of Beijing. In northwest China, at this moment, Su Jiangwo and Su Duoduo faced a life-and-death ordeal. For the first time, they truly felt the terror of the desert. Su Jiangwo raised his head in despair, gazing at the distant sky, where a dark, swirling sandstorm loomed like a monstrous wave. It's over, Duo. Today marks our end. Su Jiangwo felt his body weaken, his heart trembling with fear. Su Duoduo remained silent, picking up 2 pieces of gauze and handing one to Su Jiangwo while quickly wrapping her own head. Su Jiangwo, Su Duoduo, have never believed in fate. I have always known that one must strive and seize with all one's might for anything to be theirs. As long as I draw breath, no one shall make me give up. With that, she dashed into a nearby burrow. Su Jiangwo, feeling somewhat steadied, quickly gathered himself and followed her into the burrow. The two of them lay low, trying to slow their breathing. The sandstorm soon swept over them, burying them in an instant. They could only lie there, trembling, shaking off the sand that accumulated on their bodies time and again. It took a full 5 hours for the desert to calm down. The two survivors did not rest. As dawn broke, they went to check on the saplings they had recently planted. As expected, the saplings were already covered in sand. Su Duoduo and Su Jiangwo hurriedly unearthed each sapling. With just a year left before they bore fruit, they could not afford to abandon their efforts. Otherwise, when would they ever escape the vast desert? Driven by determination, the couple replanted each sapling they had unearthed. Upon returning to the burrow, they lay down and did not rise for the entire day. Chapter 93. Agree. In the harsh conditions of the northwestern region are well understood by all. However, the true extent of the adversity can only be comprehended by those who have endured it. Initially, Su Jiangwo and Su Duo, after a long and arduous journey by train, finally met their old acquaintance, Lao Chui, who had come to fetch them. Lao Chui, a local native in his 50s, possessed a remarkable ability to read the weather, having been raised alongside elders who imparted their experiential wisdom to him. Upon their arrival, Lao Chui wasted no time with pleasantries, vigorously cracking his whip as he hastily urged the ox cart forward. Su Duo and Su Jiangwo, jostled about on the cart, clung tightly to the sides to avoid being thrown off. While the image of an ox cart conjures thoughts of slowness, few realize that it can also move with an astonishing swiftness when needed. As they began their journey, Lao Chui quickly established his authority, leaving Su Duo and Su Jiangwo with little choice but to remain silent, wary of overstepping their bounds in unfamiliar territory. The trio hastened their pace, and shortly after reaching the base in the northwest, the weather shifted dramatically. Daylight morphed into a darkened sky almost instantaneously. Su Duo and Su Jiangwo's adaptability on the journey earned them Lao Chui's respect, and with their safety assured, the atmosphere lightened considerably, allowing for conversation. Su Jiangwo cautiously inquired, "Comrade, with the sky darkening like this, is rain imminent?" To which Lao Chui scoffed, "Rain, what a fanciful thought, we're caught in the old yellow hair wind." Though the couple was initially unfamiliar with the term old yellow hair wind, they soon grasped its implications as the wind and sand battered against the windows. Su Duo expressed her relief, "Thank goodness we returned swiftly, otherwise, we might have been buried alive in sand." She turned to Lao Chui, giving him a thumbs up, "Comrade, you're quite the expert." Lao Chui, now smiling, replied, "I've been driving carts for over 20 years, learning from my grandfather since I could walk. Observing the sky for weather patterns was a skill he taught me hands-on." Su Jiangwo chimed in, "So this is what you refer to as the old yellow hair wind?" Lao Chui nodded, "Indeed. We are accustomed to calling it that, though you may refer to it as a dust storm. The sand striking one's face can be quite painful." That night, Su Duo and Su Jiangwo squeezed in among others at the base, enduring a night of discomfort. The following day, they began accompanying seasoned workers, carrying cornmeal, pickled vegetables, and water, laboring from dawn till dusk planting trees in the desert. Li Guoqing, the captain of the third team, guided the newcomers through their tasks, explaining, "Planting trees in the desert is no simple endeavor. Reforestation isn't achieved in a single attempt. It is a lengthy process that may take 3, 5, or even 10 years before yielding visible results. To cultivate vast forests requires substantial time and effort. Our work will not yield immediate results. We must maintain a grounded mindset and diligently persevere." On their first day, Li Guoqing instilled a sense of purpose in the newcomers. "We are contributing to our homeland, benefiting future generations." The couple, having been metaphorically served a bowl of motivational soup, could only affirm their noble intentions. After all, how could they have willingly relinquished the comforts of urban life to embark on this journey? Li Guoqing expressed admiration for their commitment, and as for the reality of their situation, that was a matter best left unexamined. With mutual compliments exchanged, the camaraderie among the group visibly deepened. After about 20 days, having acclimatized to their work, Su Jiangwo and Su Duo began to wield shovels, carry buckets, and shoulder saplings, all under the scorching sun of the desert. In a place where even urban dwellers struggle to find sufficient sustenance, the couple relied on the scant provisions available at the base, their stomachs rarely at ease. When hunger became unbearable, they joined others in foraging for a plant known as sand millet, boiling its seeds into a meager porridge to stave off hunger, a taste they would never forget. The following spring, having learned from their hardships, they endeavored to cultivate something, building a high earthen wall to shield against the winds in this land notorious for its poor yields. Ultimately, they harvested just over 100 pounds of millet from an acre, meager, yet better than nothing. 3 years later, witnessing the lush greenery of their planted trees, everyone was filled with immense joy. This progress ignited in Su Duo a flicker of hope for a return to the city. However, within a month, a significant number of trees began to perish. The base sought the expertise of specialists to investigate the cause, concluding that the single-species planting was prone to disease and could spread rapidly. Consequently, they were forced to abandon all previous efforts, and Su Jiangwo and Su Duo had to start anew, digging where the trees were to be planted. Since their arrival, the couple had never once slept until dawn, as they needed to rise in the middle of the night to shake off the accumulating sand, lest it suffocate them. Over 5 years passed, and just as the newly planted trees were on the verge of yielding results, the prospect of another setback loomed large. Su Duo and Su Jiangwo would surely go mad. They had had their fill of the northwestern sands. Su Jiangwo resolved that the color he would cherish for the rest of his life would be green, and nothing could sway his determination. Beijing University buzzed with life once more. Observing the spirited new students of the class of '78, Su Jingyan understood their feelings well. Beijing University was an institution that commanded attention wherever it was mentioned. Most received a plain white envelope as their admission notice, while the envelope from Peking University was notably larger and crafted from brown craft paper. The sensation of being the center of attention, receiving accolades from others, filled one with an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. Some, upon losing admiration and praise, may feel anxious and discontented, yet, for Zhou Fubao, the absence of such accolades was nothing short of liberating. Now, Zhou Fubao radiated vivacity and cheerfulness, clearly more gregarious than before, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, freeing her from restraint and caution. Zhao Mingming remarked, "It's already September, yet the weather is still so hot." Zhou Fubao replied, "Just for a few more days." Zhao Mingming continued, "I saw a beautiful dress recently, we should go see it together. It's a pity we won't be able to wear it for long." Zhou Fubao encouraged, "You can wear it next year too, I'll go with you tomorrow." Zhao Mingming added, "The weather forecast says it might rain tomorrow." "I wonder if it's true." Zhou Fubao exclaimed, "It's best if it doesn't rain, otherwise, with a fall rain comes a chill, and we truly won't be able to wear it for long." The next day, gazing out at the gentle drizzle, the two girls could only regretfully postpone their outing. Chapter 94. Reflecting on hardships and sweetness. The fine rain drizzled on until the latter part of the night before finally ceasing. Early the next morning, Zhou Fubao and Zhao Mingming rolled up their trousers and waded through the water to queue for skirts. Many female colleagues, upon witnessing this, could not help but be stirred, forming small groups to follow suit. In no time, 1/5 of the dormitory was vacated. Do not think this an exaggeration. In those days, anyone donning a piece of dyke fabric would undoubtedly become the center of attention in any crowd. Without the need for makeup or adornments, she would be the most striking figure. Every woman with even a slightly better means desired to possess a beautiful dyke skirt. In our country, it was only during the 1960s that dyke fabric emerged, and its production was scarce, with the majority sold overseas to earn foreign currency, leaving many unable to procure it. It is said that a stampede occurred at a Shanghai clothing store when a batch of dyke shirts arrived, resulting in 1 death and 6 injuries. This illustrates the almost lethal allure that dyke fabric held over people at that time. Su Jingyan, however, was not particularly enamored with dyke. At this moment, she was at the post office conversing with Shinhe. Shinhe remarked, "Darling, I just received a telegram from Jianxi yesterday." Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow. "What is it about?" In these times, telegrams were reserved for urgent matters, as they were quite costly. Shinhe continued, "It states that he has gotten married, and his bride's name is Zhao Xiaofang." Although he did not understand why his brother-in-law specifically mentioned the name of his bride, it did not hinder him from relaying the message to his wife. Su Jingyan was indeed somewhat taken aback. She had not expected that after all these years, the two of them would end up together. "All right, I understand. Is there anything else?" "Wife, should we send something to Jianxi?" After all, they had met and interacted before, and it felt inappropriate to remain silent. Su Jingyan decisively declined. "No need, my family does not engage in such customs, do not concern yourself, I will simply send a letter." As the ancients said, a family letter is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. What we siblings value is emotional exchange, not material gifts. It is better to save effort than to squander money. Shinhe could not help but twitch his lips. He had never encountered someone who could express reluctance so refreshingly and uniquely. However, there must be reciprocity in gift-giving. His wife was pregnant, had given birth, and was in confinement, yet her family had not made any gestures. Now that his wife refrained from sending gifts, he did not find it problematic. His mother-in-law and father-in-law were both remarkable individuals, from the workplace to the family compound, who did not sing praises of the old Su family. They were known for their kindness, filial children, and a lively household. The Su family had a reputation for being exceptionally enlightened. The couple exchanged a few more sweet words before hanging up. Regardless of who proposed sending the telegram or for what purpose, whether to foster goodwill between them, none of this concerned Su Jingyan. The members of the Su family were akin to hedgehogs, unable to huddle together for warmth in the cold winter. Whenever there was an issue, they preferred to keep their distance and live their separate lives without any entanglements. After hanging up the phone, Su Jingyan hurried back to her dormitory to write a heartfelt letter. It spanned 6 sheets of paper, overflowing with genuine concern. Folding the sheets and placing them in an envelope created a substantial bundle, truly befitting the bond between them as siblings. Zhao Xiaofang was a good girl. Su Jingyan felt genuinely happy for her newfound happiness. However, from the moment Zhao Xiaofang married Su Jianxi, their relationship transformed beyond that of ordinary friends. It could be said that the distance of their hearts had not lessened, rather, it had widened due to differing stances. In the evening, the female colleagues from the dormitory returned, chattering animatedly. Wang Meihua exclaimed, "After we arrived last semester, we had to labor for a week before anything else. Now, it's the new student's turn. Zhang Xiaoqiao added, I remember we used red soil to level the May 4th movement square. My arms were sore from the effort. Yu Xiaomai chimed in, who can argue with that? Let us go watch a movie during our break this week. This year, many new films had been released, attracting a significant number of young viewers. Dong Zhu remarked, I heard from our senior in the Chinese department that the Beijing Film Academy has a backlog of many movie scripts, including a plethora of foreign films. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. Many were unaware of what Resurrection or Les Miserables entailed. A great number had never even heard of them. These world-renowned classics had been banned during the Cultural Revolution. Thus, when the opportunity for foreign films arose, who wouldn't wish to witness them? Su Jingyan chuckled and interjected, I've heard that many foreign films contain inappropriate scenes, and the projectionists would intervene accordingly. With this remark, she raised an eyebrow. The married female colleagues immediately understood, lowering their heads to chuckle softly. It was said that the erotic spy film women are more ferocious than men had been dubbed but dared not be screened publicly, becoming an internal film instead. Not long after, Su Jingyan learned that dances had begun to be held. However, these were not formal dances between men and women, but rather large circles of boys and girls dancing together to waltzes. Su Jingyan enjoyed a carefree and pleasant life on campus. Meanwhile, Shin He found himself teetering on the brink of baldness. Recently, the number of criminal cases had surged among the colleagues in the bureau. Some were busy while others were preoccupied. Shin He was nearly falling asleep at work when he was called to the school as a parent. For the first time in many years, Shin He found himself at the school in the capacity of a parent. He could not help but reflect on the passage of time. He had once been one of those standing in the corner as punished by the homeroom teacher. As he gritted his teeth, he silently muttered, the student surpasses the master. My son is more accomplished than I. Upon arrival, he was directly summoned to the principal's office. As he approached the west side of the teaching building, he saw the two guardians at the entrance of the principal's office. Shin He made an effort to adjust his ill-fitting uniform, which was crumpled and wrinkled. Although the sour odor emanating from him was unmistakable, he turned on the faucet and dampened his hair. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open. To his relief, the principal, the homeroom teacher, and another parent were all present. This was quite the gathering. Upon entering, Shin He greeted, Hello, I am Xinyan's father. This was not his territory, and today his son must put on a show. Teacher Zhang, the homeroom teacher, promptly rose. Mr. Shin, please take a seat. The main issue is that the two children were playing around and accidentally broke the glass in the principal's office. With his professional instinct, Shin He first inquired, I apologize for the inconvenience. Is anyone hurt? It's just a broken item. As long as no one is injured, it is not a significant issue. Principal Li interjected, I dodged just in time, that ball grazed my scalp. Recalling the incident filled him with trepidation. Shin He looked up to see fragments of glass still evident on the principal's bald head, clearly indicating how perilous the situation had been. He resolved that tonight, he would let his son reminisce about his father's childhood. It was time to reflect on hardships and sweetness. Chapter 95 Routine. The parent opposite was dressed in work attire emblazoned with City Soap Factory. Wu Wei had hurriedly come directly from his workplace. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and, not daring to argue with the teacher or the principal, bowed his head in acknowledgement of fault. This matter arises from my child's immaturity. I shall educate him properly when I return home. The two parents promptly apologized without any attempt to deflect blame. Though Principal Li harbored considerable frustration, he could not persist in wearing a long face or remain silent at this moment. Children at this age are indeed full of energy and mischief. If it were merely a shard of glass, I would not be making a mountain out of a molehill. Who hasn't grown up through such phases, he mused. I was genuinely startled. Principal Li pointed to the wall by the door. Do you see that? There are ball marks on the wall. The principal's office had just been freshly painted white before the school year commenced, and the dark ball marks were quite conspicuous, indicating the force with which the ball had struck. Shin He instinctively surveyed the entire office, noting the scattered shards of glass everywhere. One could hear the squeak sound of glass rubbing against the floor with each step taken. The scene was undeniably chaotic. Wu Wei retrieved a cloth bag from beside his feet and presented it to the principal. In my haste, I brought along some soap and laundry detergent. Though they may not be of high quality, I hope you will not mind. These are merely factory defects. While they may not appear appealing, they remain functional. Principal Lee and the teacher quickly refused. Mr. Wu, there is no need for such courtesy. Upon hearing the opposing parent speak, Shinhee immediately patted himself down, ensuring he had nothing but a pair of handcuffs at his waist. He had not a single cent in his pockets. What sort of specialty was this from the police station? After a moment's thought, he spoke up. A principal, I noticed that your office windows lack safety bars. The security is rather inadequate. If it wouldn't interfere with your work, I could arrange for someone to install them when the glass is replaced. Principal Lee's expression brightened. Mr. Shin, there is no need for you to go to such trouble. Shinhee quickly interjected, No, this child has caused trouble for the school. Moreover, it won't take much effort. It's a simple task. Principal Lee, Teacher Zhang, the children have made mistakes, and it's not right for us adults to be the only ones anxious. Shouldn't they bear their own responsibilities? He gestured toward the disarray on the floor, subtly signaling Wu Wei, who immediately grasped the intent and stepped outside to summon the 2-inch guardians who had been waiting by the office door. He took over the conversation, addressing the children. Look at this mess. How can we continue to stay here? Principal, let the 2 children clean up the office. It will also give them a chance to reflect. After several rounds of polite exchanges, the matter was finally settled. The 2 parents swiftly guided their children to clean the office thoroughly. After Wu Wei and Shinhee offered their apologies to the principal and the homeroom teacher multiple times, they finally led the 2 children away. Standing at the office door, Shinyan and Wu Chuang overheard the conversation between their parents and the principal. Their hearts heavy with anxiety, they felt deeply uncomfortable witnessing their fathers in such a submissive posture, not counting their mothers. Shinyan had never seen Shinhee bow his head to anyone, excluding his mother. In his mind, his father had always appeared tall and imposing. At this moment, he profoundly understood the adage, if a father neglects to educate his child, the blame lies with him, and a child's debts must be repaid by the parent. Shinhee, preoccupied with urgent matters, waved his hand dismissively for his son to hurry home. He was now focused on finding someone to replace the glass and install safety bars. The cost of the glass would be shared between the 2 families, while he would have to cover the expense of the safety bars himself. There is an old saying, teach children at the door, and wives beside the pillow, treat each case individually and tailor solutions accordingly. After dinner, Shinhee took his son out for a stroll, seizing the opportunity for a heartfelt conversation. As they walked, he ran his hand through his hair, wondering if it was merely a figment of his imagination, but it felt as though his hairline had receded again in recent days. Reflecting on his own childhood experiences, Shinhee found himself in agreement with certain methods employed by his father. Children's boundless energy often surpassed parental expectations. If not managed properly, it could lead to significant trouble in a heartbeat. His singular realization was, if a father does not exploit his son, then the son will exploit the father. If someone must bear the brunt, it might as well be the children, allowing the father to remain on solid ground while they navigate the depths. Shinyan followed silently behind. Shinhee made an effort to soften his tone. Of father is indeed busy and has not attended to you. That is my fault. Let us consider this matter settled. Now, let us discuss how we shall proceed in the future. Shinyan sulked. From now on, when I play with my classmates, I will avoid the teaching building. I will steer clear of dangerous areas. Shinhee nodded. Son, have you thought about your future? What do you aspire to do as you grow older? Your uncle wanted to be a soldier, and I, too, aspired to join the police force. One must have a goal in life, right? We cannot merely drift through each day. Shinyan pondered for a moment. What I enjoy most is assembling model airplanes from shell casings. Father, I want to be a soldier, an airman. Shinhee nodded, unsurprised by his son's response. Son, everyone has dreams, but few have the determination to pursue them. To realize a dream requires action and courage. If you remain idle, you are like a bird without wings, unable to soar. Then let us begin taking action. With a glimmer of enthusiasm in his eyes, Shinyan exclaimed, All right. That evening, Shinyan received a meticulously crafted schedule, filled from 6:30 in the morning until 9 o'clock at night. Most importantly, his younger siblings were included as well. Shinhee declared, As a father, I cannot show favoritism, I must treat them all equally. Once they were busy, exhaustion would prevent them from seeking trouble. The three children engaged in running, boxing, memorizing texts, and practicing calligraphy. Xinyan discovered what it meant to fall asleep in an instant. The neighboring families suddenly found this scene strikingly familiar. Wasn't this the same method employed by Xinyu back in the day? Who among Xinyu's peers had not lived in his shadow? Xinyu was the epitome of a model child. He was the pinnacle among his contemporaries. To be honest, in this day and age, one cannot hold excessively high expectations for parents. Shenfu and Shenmu were but ordinary members of society. It was commendable enough that they provided for their children's basic needs, let alone planning for their futures, assisting with homework, or attending to their mental well-being. In the Shen household, the truly exceptional one was Xinyu. Like a genetic anomaly, he set goals from a young age, meticulously planning for his future and adhering to his self-imposed schedule. Whenever Xinyu's name was mentioned, those who knew him could not help but give a thumbs up and utter a word of praise. It was through Xinyu's actions that Shenfu and Shenmu realized that there were indeed alternative ways to raise children. They began to impose Xinyu's methods onto Xinyi. Other children might evade such scrutiny, but where could Xinyi, being Xinyu's brother, possibly hide? It could be said that Xinyi grew up in the shadow of Xinyu. Why did he have such a pleasant disposition as a child, with many friends to play with? Was it not out of sympathy for him? Originally, Xinyi wished to provide his children with an idyllic childhood, compensating for his own past regrets. Yet now it seemed that their boundless energy demanded a busy schedule. In economics, there is a term known as the herd effect, which refers to the tendency to follow the crowd. In no time, every household had a nearly identical schedule. Parents exerted every effort to ensure their children did not fall behind. The surrounding children were suddenly engulfed in a cacophony of wails. This scene was all too familiar. When Xinyan felt fatigued and wished to relax, he discovered he had been elevated to a pedestal from which he could not descend. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the many eyes scrutinizing him. Xinyi resolved that the methods he once employed would now be applied to his son once more. Wasn't this approach far superior to a mere beating? Chapter 96. A whisper. Shortly after Xinyi returned to the army, he was once again promoted to the rank of regiment commander. If all goes as anticipated, they, as the advance party, would be required to move ahead. He calculated that the time he could spend with his children was limited to just over 2 months. Therefore, whenever he had the opportunity to return home, he made it a point to visit them. The 4 children were of relatively similar ages, and as soon as Xinyi stepped through the door, he embraced each of them in turn, before taking out toys to play with them for a while. Tang Huiqi emerged from the kitchen carrying some supplementary food, joining Gu Panpan in feeding the children. Xinyi turned to Tang Huiqi, saying, "Sister Tang, I've been quite busy this past year and haven't been home often. I will have to trouble you more during this time." Sister Tang hurriedly replied, "I have already retired, and being at home means I have little to do. Moreover, the children are well behaved and understanding. I could never bear to leave them." Tang Huiqi's younger son had joined the army earlier this year, a situation facilitated by Xinyu's assistance in finding him a position. At this moment, it was evident that Xinyu was preparing for a long journey, and the family faced difficulties. Another helper, Sister Lan, had returned to her hometown 2 months prior. It would be unthinkable for her to accept benefits and then abandon them without a second thought. In dealing with others, one must not only seek to use people for their own gain but also consider mutual respect. Otherwise, the path ahead would become increasingly narrow. Even in arrangements based on mutual benefit, maintaining each other's dignity is paramount. Gu Panpan observed the interaction between Xinyu and Sister Tang, lost in thought. She sensed that upon his return, Xinyu had changed in some way. Their previous conversations had been tinged with awkwardness. Despite Xinyu's attempts to reconcile his feelings, his demeanor still betrayed a lingering sense of dissatisfaction and helplessness. However, this time, he appeared remarkably composed and rational, devoid of any emotional fluctuations when engaging with Gu Panpan, as if they were merely 2 parties united by mutual interests. Drawing upon her intuition from her previous life, she was certain that another woman had entered the picture, specifically one who had captured Xinyu's heart. Yet, in this moment, Gu Panpan felt no urgency. After all, she had 4 children to care for. Among those who might be considered better than her, how many would willingly accept the role of stepmother, and of those willing to step in, how much stronger could they truly be compared to her? Regardless of their charming words or polished exteriors, what substantial difference could there be? Later that evening, after the children had retired for the night, Xinyu and Gu Panpan sat opposite each other in the living room. Xinyu took a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking. "You should be able to sense that I may be leaving soon. You needn't concern yourself with anything else, just look after the 4 children. As someone who had returned from a rebirth, Gu Panpan was acutely aware of the impending events. She nodded in agreement. Rest assured, those who came from my womb will certainly receive my utmost care. Xin Yu pondered for a moment before continuing. Do not take the children out of the military compound, and certainly do not travel by vehicle. The situation outside is somewhat chaotic, and you would struggle to manage on your own. Monthly wages will be delivered to you, he added. If anyone seeks your assistance, do not extend your hand. If everything proceeds smoothly, that is well and good. However, should any emergencies arise, call our mother. I have arranged everything. Xin Yu relayed all the instructions he could think of to Gu Panpan. As for Gu Panpan herself, there was no need for extensive reminders. A woman who would go to great lengths to avoid being wronged certainly did not require excessive concern from him. Their communication was cordial and respectful, yet it lacked the intimacy of a married couple. Tang Huichi, however, found nothing unusual in their interaction. Having spent a lifetime as a nurse, she had encountered all manner of people. What was not meant to be heard would go unheard, and what was not meant to be seen would remain unseen. Vietnamese diplomats frequently proclaimed one Vietnamese soldier can contend with 30 Chinese soldiers. Such statements ignited fury among the Chinese populace. A bunch of ungrateful wretches. When, in November of 77, they had patted each other's backs, proclaiming brotherhood and a promise of eternal gratitude, only to swiftly turn against them, backstabbing without hesitation, such betrayal was unfathomable. Most men perceive women as delicate and tender-hearted. Perhaps 10 years prior, Xin Yu held a similar view, but he had since undergone a transformation, having experienced firsthand the realities of life, from Gu Panpan to his sister-in-law, who among them was not fierce. He dared not allow them to coexist in the same courtyard. How many soldiers do not possess a certain degree of machismo? These men have always believed that war is a man's affair. Female soldiers are predominantly relegated to logistical roles, with few daring to bleed and fight on the front lines. Yet, from 1961 to 1975, the Vietnam War raged for 15 years, resulting in countless. The so-called most beautiful female spy in Vietnam, Nguyen Van Hue, was responsible for the deaths of over 100 American soldiers. To eliminate her, the U.S. military even placed a bounty of $50,000 on her head. This eventually led them to resort to using chemical agents to induce lactation in their female soldiers, intensifying the cruelty of warfare, as these women embraced suicidal combat tactics. Moreover, in contemporary Vietnam, the entire nation is militarized. In such a scenario, women, children, and the elderly cannot possibly remain uninvolved. One must suppress any excess sympathy. Perceiving them as pitiable and lowering one's guard could lead to catastrophic consequences. Contemplating this, Xin Yu recognized the necessity of instilling a sense of awareness among his subordinates, otherwise, they would merely be serving the enemy on a platter. The regiment's operational meetings continued one after another, and Xin Yu ultimately summarized, as the advance party, we will be the first to face challenges. We need to heed these 5 points. First, Vietnam is a jungle territory. Whosoever occupies the high ground can dictate the course of battle, and they are adept at concealment. Second, Vietnam is a nation of soldiers. Many women and children feign helplessness. If we do not discern the truth and rush to aid them, we may find ourselves falling victim to suicidal attacks. We must not allow misplaced compassion to lead us astray. Third, when captured, we cannot be overly cautious. Fourth, be mindful of acclimatization issues. Fifth, and most importantly, the Vietnamese are well acquainted with our tactics. Their methods of warfare, including tunnel digging and guerrilla warfare, are directly derived from what we once taught them. With a sigh, Xin Yu added, moreover, this is their home turf, making it exceedingly difficult for us to defend ourselves. If we are not careful, we may find ourselves embroiled in a brutal war of attrition. During the pre-war mobilization, we must ensure the comrades are mentally prepared. Caution and prudence will prevent errors. Is there anything else to add? If not, the meeting is adjourned. Achoo, achoo, achoo. As Xin Yu exited the conference room, he sneezed, puzzled. He wondered, after 30 years, who was it that was so persistently reminding him. Chapter 97. A fainting woo-woo. A thick plume of white smoke ascended as the train, accompanied by its horn, began its new journey with a series of clanging sounds. Su Jing'an, having learned her lesson, had purchased her ticket well in advance. Immediately after finishing her exam, she rushed straight to the train station. Upon boarding, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the train was not overly crowded today. Several carriages were hardly filled at all. It seemed fortune was on her side. yet Su Jingyan dared not let her guard down. As soon as she boarded, she made her way to the left. Upon entering carriage 6, she instinctively surveyed the entire compartment. Numerous pairs of eyes, with an almost imperceptible gaze, scrutinized her from head to toe. Excuse me, coming through quickly, there's a seat here." At this moment, the crowd was just boarding, creating a chaotic scene. To the casual observer, Su Jingyan appeared neither young nor particularly attractive, her attire being rather drab. However, despite her caution, she had already attracted the attention of several individuals who had approached her since she got on the train. Her chest, abdomen, and both sides of her waist had been brushed against repeatedly. Without a doubt, her shoulder bag had already been thoroughly rummaged. These pickpockets not only possessed remarkable memories but also keen eyes, adept at discerning which targets were likely to be affluent and where their money might be concealed. Without pausing, Su Jingyan resolutely made her way to another carriage. With so many thieves congregated in one compartment, it was evident they were all fixated on the same target. Whether her suspicions were valid or not, a prudent individual would instinctively distance themselves from potential danger. The variety of people aboard the train was overwhelming. It was impossible to ascertain whether the person standing next to her was human or ghostly. Caution was certainly warranted. She had watched A World Without Thieves as well. With a calm demeanor, Su Jingyan walked past these individuals without betraying any emotion, for she had no money. The only valuable item she possessed was the train ticket clutched in her hand. After traversing 2 carriages, she finally felt a sense of relief. She found an empty seat, closed her eyes, and began to rest. In her drowsy state, she suddenly heard a bob sound. Su Jingyan immediately perked up. In this day and age, it was common for passengers to bring live chickens or ducks, but now someone was bringing sheep. Leaning her body to peer outside, she was astonished to see a man in his 40s herding sheep onto the train. After boarding, he tied the sheep at the junction between carriages. Su Jingyan counted. There were surprisingly 6 of them, both large and small. She wondered how many would still be there when it was time to disembark. Upon reaching her destination smoothly, Su Jingyan exited the station and headed straight home. As soon as she stepped through the door, the scent of braised pork enveloped her. A few children stood in the yard, huddling to shield themselves from the cold wind. Curiously, Su Jingyan asked, "What is going on? Have you done something wrong?" The children, upon seeing their mother return, lit up with excitement. Mom. I've missed you so much." It was a tremendous joy to have their mother back. The 3 children had just completed their exams and had hoped for a break, only for their father, Shinhee, to produce another timetable. The workload had increased, and he had even arranged for tutors. Shin's mother now took responsibility for their daily drop-offs and pickups, feeling that life was rather easy. However, the 3 children did not share this sentiment. They had been waiting eagerly for their mother to return, longing for a couple of days of rest, even if they could not go out to play. Initially, Shin Yan had felt sympathy for his friend, Wu Chuan, whose bottom had become sore from punishment. Now, he realized the truly unfortunate one was himself. Wu Chuan might have faced a beating, but it was over in a flash. For him, however, there seemed to be no end in sight. Shin's mother emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of steamed eggs. "Jingyan, come quickly and have a bite. Dinner will be served soon." "Thank you, Mom." Su Jingyan accepted the bowl and shared it with the children. "What were you all doing standing around outside?" Ha! Shin's mother couldn't help but laugh. "What were we doing?" "We were smelling the food." Su Jingyan looked at her mother in confusion. Shin's mother replied, "The old Xian family at the end of our alley, their grandson had not been eating well lately. He kept picking up burnt coal cinders, dirt from the corners, and frozen icicles from the ground to stuff into his mouth. The elderly couple took the child to the hospital, and the doctor said he had worms in his stomach and needed deworming." When old Xian came back and shared this, families in our area began buying sugar candies to deworm their children. Nowadays, children were often left to roam freely. In the countryside, they could be found running wild everywhere. By the end of the day, they would be covered in dirt. Famished, they would grab any food within reach and stuff it into their mouths, claiming, "If it's not clean, it won't make you sick." Everyone had a few worms in their stomachs, more or less. Folklore suggested that roundworms would have their heads facing up in the first half of the month and down in the latter half. Thus, deworming could only occur during the first half of the month, with careful attention to diet. The stomach could not contain any oily substances, meaning meat was off limits. The Shin family had been subsisting on pickled vegetables, porridge, steamed buns, and boiled noodles for the past 2 weeks. It was only today that the children finally managed to rid themselves of the worms. The mere mention of meat sent them racing to the yard to wait impatiently. At dinner, the family gathered around the table. As soon as the meat was served, the children, having gone without meat for 2 weeks, erupted with joy. Su Jingyan and Shen's mother busied themselves preparing for the new year, shopping for festive goods, cleaning the house, steaming buns, and making dumplings. They began their bustling preparations for the upcoming celebrations. Before long, it was spring 1980 in the vast northwestern region. When one thinks of spring, images of gentle rain, lush green grass, and budding willows come to mind. Yet, at this moment, Su Jiangwo was trudging through deep snow. Spring had arrived, marking a crucial period for planting trees in the desert. Su Jiangwo had gone to the farm to collect a line of saplings. As darkness fell, the roads became treacherous. Su Jiangwo, with his head down, struggled to pull the cart forward, alternating between deep and shallow steps. Little did he know that the more hurried he became, the more problems ensued. Halfway through, he stumbled and nearly twisted his ankle. To his dismay, one of the wheels had sunk into a sand pit. Su Jiangwo strained to pull the cart forward, but lacking the necessary strength, the wheel merely rolled back into the pit. After several futile attempts, the wheel only sank deeper. Gasping for breath, he gazed into the sandpit, illuminated by the faint light, and glanced around. All he could see were grains of sand and fresh snowflakes. There was nothing nearby to prop up the wheel. The saplings on the cart were immovable. He and his wife were set to leave this place in May. No mishaps could occur. Su Jiangwo gritted his teeth, removed his cotton coat, and placed it beneath the wheel. Taking a deep breath, he exerted all his strength to pull the cart out of the sandpit. Without pause, he retrieved his coat from the pit and, shivering, put it back on. Sumatu waited for a long time but still did not see Su Jiangwo return. She wrapped herself tightly in her cotton coat and crawled out of the earth hut, peering anxiously around. Su Jiangwo, frozen to the core, felt dazed, his instincts solely focused on pulling the cart. Jiangwo, what's wrong?" Sumatu called out repeatedly but received no response. She hurriedly helped her husband back into the hut, continuously patting him. Su Jiangwo had already fainted. Chapter 98. Returning home in glory. As Su Jiangwo regained consciousness, the first thing he beheld was a pair of eyes, red and swollen with worry. "Jiangwo," Su Duo exclaimed, her concern palpable as she inquired, "How do you feel now?" Having gathered his strength, Su Jiangwo shook his head gently. "My dear wife, do not fret. We have invested a decade of our lives here. We cannot allow any issues to arise at this critical juncture. After all these years of marriage, you have endured more hardships than joys." Those who are seeing her husband on the mend, Su Duo finally allowed herself to relax that night. The couple engaged in a rare heart-to-heart conversation. Su Duo appeared somewhat lost in thought. "Jiangwo, do you think I made a mistake back then?" "If I hadn't meddled with Lao Si," Su Jiangwo immediately grasped her hand, asserting, "It was not just you, it was us. I agreed to that matter at the time, so it is unjust to place all the blame on you when things went awry." Unlike his usual tendency to shift blame onto others, Su Jiangwo took responsibility this time. Was there truly anything wrong with vying for resources? A person who does not strive for what they want must either be affluent or have someone planning for them. The lives of ordinary individuals resemble wild grass, requiring relentless effort to survive. Su Duo, who had always been fiercely competitive, momentarily succumbed to self-doubt but quickly dismissed the absurd notion. Indeed, competing has never been a fault, the error lies in our principles. She inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. "Jiangwo, why were we sent to the remote northwest?" Upon reflection, it was due to our insatiable greed. If we hadn't provoked Lao Er by trying to take advantage of him, he would not have retaliated. Mother would have had some sympathy for us. After all, Lao Si lacks the intellect to scheme. Su Jiangwo nodded in agreement. "Yes, from now on, we must keep our eyes wide open and assess others wisely. If we cannot afford to provoke someone, we should remain humble and discreet." Su Duo continued, "Everyone desires good things, and no one would ever complain about having too many benefits. While it is acceptable to think this way, it is not prudent to act on it. It is impossible for one person to seize all the advantages. Such behavior would only drive others to desperation. Once they find themselves with no way out, they will become reckless." Su Jiangwo fell silent for a moment, reluctantly acknowledging, "Mother's job was merely a bonus for us, but for Lao Si, it was a lifeline." Thus, when the news of Lao Si's relocation to the countryside emerged, it incited the anger of Su's parents. they chose to remain indifferent to the turmoil the couple faced in the Northwest, as their disputes crossed the boundaries set by the older generation. As the eldest son, Su Jiangwo naturally held a privileged position within the Su family. Many matters came to him without the need for competition. Benefits were simply handed to him. Having grown up under the preferential treatment of his parents, Su Jiangwo had never borne the weight of responsibility or accountability. At home, he felt no need to yield to anyone, nor did he concern himself with others' opinions. He acted solely for his own benefit, straightforward in his approach. Thus, among his siblings, Su Jiangwo lacked the cunning that often characterized familial relations. Su Duo broke the lingering silence. "Jiangwo, we will be returning soon. What are your plans and arrangements?" Su Jiangwo, aware of his own limitations, replied, "My dear wife, I will follow your lead. There is no shame in relying on one's spouse." Su Duo nestled closer to him. "Hear us what I propose. We cannot return to our previous jobs. The oxygen machine factory offers no prospects and is incompatible with our tree planting endeavors." The title of Desert Hero sounded appealing, yet it held no real significance in their work. If we were to return unchanged, all our struggles over the past decade would have been in vain. Like a blind person